Chapter 641, Heavenly King's Power. Kim Young-hoon is transforming. TSDSSDS. Though his form remains unchanged, golden wind begins to blow around him, dyeing him in gold. Starting from his pupils, through to his hair, even the martial attire he wears. Everything transforms into the brilliance of golden light. He no longer seems human, but rather the very embodiment of a golden radiance. In contrast, Hyeon-mu appears to have completely lost her form. Hyeon-mu is Ashura, Shilo. Hyeon-mu's face disappears, covered in darkness, and her entire body transforms into a flow, writhing like snakes. The snakes squirm and create multiple limb-like arms and legs. The many arms increase or decrease in number depending on what is needed whenever they clash with Kim Young-hoon. Meanwhile, Kim Young-hoon's form remains unchanged. However, with every clash between Hyeon-mu and Kim Young-hoon continues to grow faster. Excellent. Hyeon-mu shouts as if exhilarated, exchanging several bouts with Kim Young-hoon. It's hard to keep up. Kim Young-hoon's speed has reached such a transcendent realm. Spirit speed is beyond the speed of light. And even that spirit speed is transcended by hundreds of millions of times over. That is what Kim Young-hoon is now, and all we can perceive is a flicker of something dark and something golden passing before our eyes. Then it happens. Tukwang. Gold and black collide within the inner sea, and both are flung in opposite directions. Kim Young-hoon is thrown toward our side and speaks. Seo Eun-hyun. Just one word. Yet from that one word, I immediately understand his meaning and will. Perhaps it's the inherent ability of a heavenly king. Shiriring. I draw the impermanent sword and rush toward Kim Young-hoon as if dancing, and the other martial artists who understand his meaning also charge at him. My impermanence sword reaches Kim Young-hoon with everyone else, and then the sword extends toward all, reaching each one of us. Ting. A clear sound rings out, and through the fourth form of the severing heaven sword form, shedding heaven, I become connected to everyone, even to Kim Young-hoon. It is the moment I become connected to Kim Young-hoon. Follow me. Tut. Kim Young-hoon begins to run, and in that instant, I witness an astounding sight. The entire Mount Sumeru flattens. In the world that becomes two-dimensional, the only beings maintaining proper form are the governing immortals in the far distance, Kim Young-hoon, Hyeon-mu, and we who are connected to Kim Young-hoon. But that's not the end. The plane begins to narrow. The world that keeps narrowing and narrowing eventually transforms into a single line. We, connected to Kim Young-hoon, are now each standing atop that thin line. The world looks like a spiderweb. The world has completely lost its form and transformed into one-dimensional lines unfolding before our eyes. Countless lines entangle and interweave like a spiderweb, presenting all of existence before us. Is this the world that those of heavenly venerable ranks see? I look around, then gaze at Kim Young-hoon. Kim Young-hoon's surpassing radiant Genesis form, the sixth form. The form of the golden speed heavenly king seems to be a type of awakening. He's completely melted the authority and fate of a heavenly king into martial arts. Just like my impermanent sword. Every breath he takes, every movement he makes is already embodying the authority he gained as an ender. I gaze upon that sight as if enchanted. That might be the ultimate peak of martial arts I must reach. At that moment, we perceive someone standing upon the world that has turned into a one-dimensional line. Beyond the distant spiderweb, Hyeon-mu is taking step after step. First step, second step, third step. Then, Kim Young-hoon briefly opens his mouth. Assist. That is all. Pot. Kim Young-hoon and Hyeon-mu collide. Insane. We gape involuntarily, overwhelmed. Through my shedding heaven, I am connected to Kim Young-hoon and partially able to follow his perception speed. Even so, the clash between Kim Young-hoon and Hyeon-mu still appears blurred. But we can do this. We are undoubtedly connected to Kim Young-hoon. Because we can follow a portion of his perception, their battle no longer feels overwhelmingly distant as before. Tut. We begin to move, stepping along the threads stretched across our respective worlds. Looking at the lines spread like a spiderweb, I understand. Each one of these is a principle of the world. If only I could stay in this perception domain long enough, I feel I could observe each of these threads of principle and gain countless enlightenments. Of course, that's not something I can do right now. Thus, the exploration of principle must wait for another time. For now, I must assist Kim Young-hoon. Tut. The first to arrive is White-Winged Heavenly Pegasus, Heavenly Horse Divine Art, Heavenly Horse Calamity Flower Kick, Te Magia Awachit. The legs of White-Winged Heavenly Pegasus blur, and an overwhelming series of powerful kicks explode onto High Mu. Next, the martial melody Heavenly Lord changes form. They transform into a faceless humanoid figure with 1,000 hands, and begin to ceaselessly strike at High Mu with every hand. The Underworld 10 Kings also brandish their respective weapons, forming a four-directional formation as they pursue High Mu. Tutut. Finally, I enter the battlefield of High Mu and Kim Young-hoon. With transcendent focus, I become one with the Impermanence sword and move it as an extension of myself. Move. The Impermanence sword leaps wildly. And follow. Just like Kim Young-hoon's golden speed Heavenly King form, I begin to unite authority and martial arts to the fullest extent possible. My enlightenments are not limited to martial arts, but include the many things my countless masters have given me. A plum scent seems to spread from my mouth. Recalling Chongmun Ryong, I activate an extremely refined immortal art through immortal arts. The Mahayuga gifted to me by the Obsidian Devil Heavenly King. I unfold that Mahayuga using Chongmun Ryong's method. My will distorts the principles of the world. Simultaneously, the wheel that is me begins to spin fiercely. Borrowing the rotational force of the wheels known as High Mu and Kim Young-hoon, who are currently colliding violently, I begin to accelerate endlessly. Haya. Time fragments, and as it fragments, my consciousness gradually accesses the realm of time at its utmost extremes. Shasa. Jin. Chen. Ai. Miowa. Mak. Wa. Beyond such units, my consciousness transcends the indistinct, semi-instant, instant, snap of a finger, fleeting instant, even 6 virtues, reaching the time of void. Kirarik. This is. Only upon reaching this level do I begin to gradually perceive the movements of Kim, Young-hoon, and High Mu. Kadudaduk. Mahayuga has recoil after each use. Ever since obtaining Mahayuga, I have never faced a battle significant enough for the recoil to matter, but this time is different. When Mahayuga stops, the backlash will strike, and I will suffer pain worse than death. The wheels that had been spinning until now will reverse, and I'll be reduced to something no different from a worm. The wheels are starting to reverse. That can't happen. Thinking as if I have a plum in my mouth, I forcibly maintain Mahayuga through immortal arts. More. The wheels begin to spin even more tightly under the force of my will. At the same time, my consciousness continues to fracture further within the realm of void and begins to approach the extreme. Past void, beyond the domain of untainted Qingjing. I finally enter the unit known also as Araya. Yet. It is not something I have reached purely through my own skill, but an unorthodox method achieved by combining Mahayuga, the teachings of Chongmun Ryong, and my connection with Kim Young-hoon. Even so, in this moment, I realize I've finally and barely entered the domain shared by Kim Young-hoon and High Mu. I see it. Kim Young-hoon and High Mu are clashing between the threads of the spiderweb. The depth of their martial arts is so dazzling, I can't even dare to follow. Every single movement of theirs overturns the threads that are the principles themselves, dyeing them with their own will. And I charge between the two of them, swinging the Impermanence sword at High Mu. Ting. But High Mu swats me away with a wave of her arm, as if I am too insignificant to even consider, and I am flung aside. No. But I step onto the web and charge back toward High Mu, clashing again. Though High Mu is merely flicking me away, each time her attack touches me, a shock as if my very existence is being carved out washes over me. Still, I don't give up. Again and again. Ting. I keep interfering with High Mu, and she keeps repelling me. Over and over. The endless shock is no less painful than the 6-sided club of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity. Master's Club hurts so much because it struck at the principle itself. And every strike of High Mu's touches upon the principle too, which is why the pain is that much overwhelming me and my body trembles from the shock. But I do not give up, and I don't take my eyes off the clash between Kim Young-hoon and High Mu. Kim Young-hoon is faster. Yes, in overall speed, Kim Young-hoon is faster. But during the instant that the 4th step of the eternal step unleashes its acceleration, High Mu completely overwhelms Kim Young-hoon. What in the world is the principle behind that? I cannot even begin to grasp how it works. Even with how fast Kim Young-hoon has become, that 4th step seems completely impossible to resist. No matter how fast he becomes, he cannot match that one moment of acceleration, and thus the clash between Kim Young-hoon and Hyun-moo remains balanced. Or so I think. Hyun-moo's will resounds. Dance of Emptiness. Fifth form. In a Shura-like stance, Hyun-moo raises a black 3 great ultimates behind his back and drives Kim Young-hoon back. In Ghost. In an instant, Kim Young-hoon's chest is torn open. She used Eternal Steps 6 times in a row in an instant, without even going through the 4 steps. Of course, perhaps as the cost of that, Hyun-moo does not seem able to use Eternal Step for a while. Yet even so, Hyun-moo does not look the least bit cornered. She's still overall above Kim Young-hoon. I read the moves between Kim Young-hoon and Hyun-moo. Kim Young-hoon still has 1 move hidden, but Hyun-moo, she still has 2 more hidden. I grit my teeth. Those 2 moves, I have to draw them out. If not, it's certain defeat. With a desperate will, I unendingly crash into Hyun-moo. I collide, and how long do I pester Hyun-moo without end? Surik. At last, Hyun-moo's eyes, which until now have only been focused on Kim Young-hoon, meet mine. How pitiful for Salt Sea, to have nothing but retards for disciples. Within the time of Araya, Hyun-moo mocks me. Know your place. Right now, you pose not even a dust-worth threat to me. You are not even at the level of a mosquito buzzing around. So what kind of interference do you think you can offer? If you want to defeat me, at least borrow a proper power. But for some reason, her mockery doesn't feel insulting. Because Hyun-moo's eyes are more serious than ever before. They are not the hollow eye she usually has. As she fights Kim Young-hoon, Hyun-moo is regaining the light in her eyes, and in that gaze, I see a will to guide me. It's not that my weight class is lower, but I've used every bit of my weight class just to keep up with this speed. If not for you Enders, Salt Sea probably could have become the heavenly venerable of purity. Unlike me who only gathers, they truly approached purity. Since you are the ones who stole Salt Sea's potential, at the very least, do not disgrace them while bearing the title of their disciple. Hearing Hyun-moo's sharp reprimand, I grit my teeth. Since I'm using all of my weight class just to match this speed, my current attacks can't even match a toothpick to Hyun-moo. I need to borrow strength capable of threatening Hyun-moo. White-winged Heavenly Pegasus, the martial melody Heavenly Lord, the Underworld 10 Kings won't work. They are currently forming a formation with all their might to enclose Hyun-moo and support Kim Young-hoon, so they don't even have a moment to lend me power. Then, what's left is Hyun-rang. I loudly cry out Hyun-rang's name. Mentally, you're a supreme deity too, so you should be able to connect to this domain, right? You help me, so I can divine descent the power of the Enders. The reply is short. Kugagugagu. My impermanence sword is dyed red. It worked. Hyun-rang is mediating John Myung-hoon's power, transmitting it to me through himself. I'm borrowing it, John Myung-hoon. My whole body is dyed red in an instant. It is a red principle. As I feel that red principle with all my heart, I swing the impermanence sword down toward Hyun-moo. Tukwang. And for the first time, Hyun-moo reacts to my attack, yielding a move to Kim Young-hoon while deflecting mine. The attack imbued with John Myung-hoon's fate vanishes in an instant. Kirarik. Next, a purple light envelopes the impermanent sword. It is Ohyunsuk. Kururum. I perform a sword dance imbued with the power of primordial chaos. Hyun-moo again yields a move to Kim Young-hoon and shatters my sword dance. Another color dwells in the impermanent sword. It is light pink. This, a monstrous power, fused from the vast cold heavenly lord, and Kim Yun is summoned into my body. Hyun-moo hurriedly defends against Kim Young-hoon's attack and unleashes a full power attack toward me. Jijung. The energy imbued with Kim Yun's power disperses at once, but because Hyun-moo is hurriedly attacking me, Kim Young-hoon starts to gain an advantage in their battle. Wong. Another hue is infused into my sword. Surprisingly, it is a silver-white light. Even the sword spear Heavenly Lord seems to have willingly passed their strength to Hyun-rang. Wong. Countless flying swords emerge around me and shoot toward Hyun-moo. The flying swords infused with the sword spear Heavenly Lord's power are destroyed in a single move by Hyun-moo. However, Hyun-moo finally allows a few injuries from Kim Young-hoon. Kim Young-hoon begins to press the offensive. Hyun-moo becomes more and more urgent. At the same time, the emptiness in Hyun-moo's eyes gradually fades away. It's working. This is the final moment. Hui. A blue light dwells within the impermanence sword. It is Kong Min-hee. At the same time, high in ranks will shoots into me. From now, along with the lapis lazuli heavenly king designate, I will send toward you the right to activate the bridle. Bridle? You've been doubting this emperor. From high in rang, I sense a certain resolve. You are right. This emperor is a being worth doubting. Because it was this emperor who named all the immortal titles of the governing immortals, attaching a meaning that symbolizes heaven to their names and placing a slave collar around their necks. I flinch at high in rang's sudden confession. Heaven, can, and heaven, chen, dark, shin, and black, kuri. Those that symbolize fate, ming. All of them are connected to the head realm, and names entwined as chains around the governing immortals' necks. A restriction that prevents them from surpassing the head realm, a suppression device to hold them down. Yes, as long as this emperor's name remains, all governing immortals are nothing but slaves to the heavens, that is, to Mount Samru. Kugugugugu. The power of Kong Min-hee and high in rang grows stronger within the impermanence sword in my hand. However, I too am just a slave named High in Rang Sha. One who succumbed to the threats of Radiance Hall, merely maintaining and repairing the slave collar created by the first High in Rang. I too am nothing more than a pitiful slave. Far off, High in Mu's gaze wavers. Driven back by Kim Young-hoon, High in Mu grits her teeth and glares at the light of High in Rang and Kong Min-hee. I want to be free. I want to leave. Out of this world of pain. I want to go forth and live without anyone's oppression. That is why I am betting everything on you all. Jiuing. An immense power dwells in the impermanent sword. Suddenly, I feel the forms of Kong Min-hee and High in Rang rising behind me. Swing. Swing it. The power of Kong Min-hee's bridle and High in Rang's name bursts from my hand and flies toward High in Mu. A light of dismay settles in High in Mu's eyes. High in Rang's illusion explodes, and Kong Min-hee collapses, bleeding from the 7 orifices. Is it due to the difference in rank with High in Mu? Or is it because they recklessly touched the slave collars that were never truly theirs? In an instant, the illusions of Kong Min-hee and High in Rang vanish. However, at the same time, a black-blue shackle is seen clamping around High in Mu's neck. That shackle is a name given by High in Rang, like my crystal glass being. High in Rang's immortal title strengthens Kong Min-hee's bridle, beginning to constrict High in Mu's neck. Shwick. Kim Young-hoon's body expands massively in golden light, and he swings his saber to deliver the final strike toward High in Mu. High in Mu's eyes are filled entirely with a sense of injustice. It's just when the battle seems about to end. Dance of emptiness. 6th form. With a sense of despair, I instinctively dash toward High in Mu and Kim Young-hoon. True martial black heaven, Junwu Shintan. Junwu Shintan. Is it an awakening like Kim Young-hoon's? High in Mu's entire body becomes cloaked in the darkness of emptiness. Darkness world. An Hei Shujit. An Hei Shujit. True martial black heaven, darkness world. With that technique, the spinning black 3 great ultimates behind High in Mu is absorbed into her body. In an instant, High in Mu's body transforms. Darkness overflows from High in Mu's body. That darkness resembles a black dragon robe, and a black Miangwan settles atop High in Mu's head. Her tied-up black hair comes undone, cascading down like a black waterfall. Though once faintly resembling a girl beneath the covering of snakes, High in Mu is now completely engulfed in darkness, her outline vanishing until she looks neither male nor female. With the bearing of an imperial king, High in Mu begins to move. Shwicking. High in Mu, now an imperial king, swings her arm. Kim Young-hoon's saber breaks in a single stroke. At the same time, as if High in Mu has completely escaped from the restrictions of eternal step, she begins to drive Kim Young-hoon back. What in the world? Everything is covered in darkness. All that remains are her eyes. I gaze into High in Mu's eyes. Just moments ago, they were filled with unjust grief, but now they're brimming with a mix of tension and joy. Tension, perhaps, from the backlash of such a powerful technique, and joy, maybe because she never expected to be pushed this far. Yes, High in Mu is now intoxicated with exhilaration. Along with it, Kim Young-hoon, who had driven High in Mu into a corner, is now being driven into one himself. Damn it. I grip the impermanence sword until it nearly distorts. Now, I've got no more power left to draw. I've squeezed out all the strength from the enders. No one has any power left to send to me. So then what am I supposed to do now? It's just when I think this, the color of the impermanence sword begins to change. It becomes a dark red hue. This is. Realizing the identity of the light, I gasp. Oh hi SEO. Oh hi SEO's authority suddenly surges from my hand. What is this? How? Oh hi SEO is already dead and turned into a pill. Who's sending me her power? Who? But now is not the time to think. I'm sorry, oh hi SEO. I channel her power into the sword and launch myself toward High Mu. Reaching her in an instant, I raise the impermanence sword and bring it down. Please let it hit. But High Mu, now cloaked in darkness through her awakening technique, doesn't even bother to block. She doesn't even look at me, as if she finds it beneath her. But that is a mistake. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 36th move. High Mu's eyes widen as she hastily raises her arm. Take this. The ultimate of severing mountain swordsmanship, a form that seeks only power. If it were the usual High Mu, I'd have been countered before I could even strike. But now, with her focus entirely on Kim Young-hoon, it will land. Shukwang. My single strike, fused with Oh High SEO's power, slices straight through High Mu's left arm. As I watch her arm being severed, I suddenly realize who it was that transferred Oh High SEO's power to me. Guak AM. Ironically, the one who helped me land the final secret of the severing mountain swordsmanship on High Mu is the great mountain supreme deity. My senior brother, Guak AM. I see. From the moment I consumed Ho Woon, I've already been entangled in your scheme. I grasp all the cause and effect in an instant. From the moment I consumed Ho Woon, who had been channeling the power of the great mountain supreme deity, they created within me a transmission route to send the power of Oh High SEO, who took her own life. I understand why as well. Oh High SEO's suicide fails to satisfy the condition needed to complete the splitting heaven mantra. Only a judgment of murder helps bring the mantra to completion. The power of Oh High SEO contained within my impermanence sword collides with High Mu and dissipates, and because of that, the great mountain supreme deity is able to push the interpretation that Oh High SEO has been murdered by High Mu. It is solely for that purpose that they schemed and aided me at this very moment. Grit. The thought that I've been caught up in the great mountain supreme deity's scheme makes me feel so disgusted I could go mad. But there's nothing I can do now. All I can do is hope Kim Young-hoon takes advantage of this brief opening. Cheok. Using the gap that the great mountain supreme deity and I have created, Kim Young-hoon adjusts his stance. High Mu also sees him and takes her stance in the distance. Even without words, it's clear. These two martial artists are about to collide with their ultimate enlightenments. High Mu hastily reattaches her severed arm and begins to draw a circle. Dance of emptiness. Final form. Kick. Thousands of snakes erupt from High Mu's body, forming a circle, and then return into her body. Hyuk Sa, Heisu, Black Snake. In response, Kim Young-hoon kicks off. Tak. Immediately after. Alongside Golden Light, I am transported somewhere. Payet. Where is this? I look around. It is a strange world. It feels like absolute emptiness, and yet like all of the heaven's natural colors filled with everything. But one thing is clear. This is not the Mount Sumeru I was in. This place is, a place transcending Mount Sumeru. Even light cannot see here. For this is the origin of creation. The transcendental point of space-time, the outskirts of the Akashic records. Pardon. Suddenly, I realize that Kim Young-hoon is holding my shoulder, flying us somewhere. So, here, at least for a brief moment, I can speak openly with you. Before clashing with High Mu, I brought you here to tell you something. That's, relax. Truly, in this place, not even light, nor underworld, nor anyone can eavesdrop on us. So, there's nothing to worry about. Regressor Seo Eun-hyun. I stare at Kim Young-hoon, my eyes nearly popping out at his words. After a few moments of silence, I calm my pounding chest and speak. What is it that you brought me here to say? The essence of my power isn't something like void perception. Even void perception is merely a trace that appeared from the authority descending from the plane of fate. My real ability is truth attainment. Pardon, reaching the future I desire. Attaining the truth I imagine. Well, think of it as a variation of the fate prophecy of true immortals. The difference being that the rank of mine is far higher though. I gape at that absurd truth. I've dreamed of the ultimate point of a martial artist, and that is what has brought me here. The form of the Golden Speed Heavenly King 2 is a fusion of the authority of truth attainment and martial arts. Haha, even so, I still can't keep up with Hien Mu's eternal step. Putting aside the authority, what even is eternal step? How can it be faster than Hyungnim, who possesses such a monstrous authority? It's called void speed, Shisuk. There's no time to explain now, so ask the heavenly venerables later. Anyway, the important part is that my authority, truth attainment, grows stronger the more impossible the truth I desire is, and the higher the limit I imagine. He speaks with a solemn expression. The speed of void speed is infinite, and to surpass that infinity, I must reach infinity myself. And to do that, I must dream of a truth higher than any truth I have ever dreamed of. His face grows heavy, and I realize what he is about to do. Hyungnim. From now on, I will dream of a truth where I challenge the audience chamber with all of you. By the authority of truth attainment, I will race toward that vague possibility that may or may not exist in the future. The realm beyond the audience chamber can't be envisioned even with truth attainment, so that's the limit. But regardless, from this moment on, I will race toward the future. That's so. From now on, I'm going to kill Hien Mu, and even if you regress again, I will no longer appear. My body trembles at Kim Young-hoon's words. Whether or not that's even possible is beside the point. I have to stop him. I absolutely must stop him. But I can't. Don't worry. I know. At least for this attack, I surpass Hien Mu. Hien Mu will die. With this single strike, I will erase Hien Mu from history. Even in your next regression, Hien Mu will be gone. So, from the wisdom flowing out of him, I understand. Through truth attainment, he aims toward a future in which we all challenge the audience chamber together. It is not an absolute future. Not if such a truth doesn't exist. If we, for any reason, fail to challenge the audience chamber, then the truth he dreams of will vanish, and Kim Young-hoon will fly endlessly beyond space-time and perish. It is, in the truest sense, a mutual destruction. So that I can meet you all in the future, gather everyone, and challenge the audience chamber. Create that truth. If it's you, you can do it, right? Regressor Seo Eun-hyun. Kook. Kuhuk. Tears fall from my eyes. Kim Young-hoon's will is now complete. That resolve is something I cannot dare to stop. Shouldn't you go home, Hyungnim? That's why. I will believe that I can go with all of you. Look. Kim Young-hoon releases my shoulder. He begins to move away from me. We are falling back into Mount Sumeru. As I fall into Mount Sumeru, I somehow see something like a baby, and I look toward the figure of Kim Young-hoon flying far away. His body begins to burn as he heads toward the future. At the same time, he is becoming the infinite that will tear Hien Mu apart. Kim Young-hoon's will echoes brilliantly across the three heavens' great thousand world. True martial arts, Junwoo. The entire interdimensional void is dyed in gold. I see tears well up in the eyes of the distant Hien Mu. The darkness covering Hien Mu's face clears away, revealing a face full of vitality and hope befitting a girl of that age. Surpassing radiant genesis, Linggong Kai Keet. From Hien Mu's final ultimate technique bursts forth a blinding light, and the profound technique of creation that surpasses light begins to crush that light. Final ultimate technique, Zoijong Aoyit. Golden Great Thousand World, Jinser Dachin Shurjek. A majestic will of gold dyes the entire three heavens' great thousand world, ripping apart the mass of black snakes rising in the distance. Along with that, Kim Young-hoon disappears, toward a place far away, beyond the distant future, beyond the truth we shall someday reach. Just like that, with Kim Young-hoon's sacrifice as the price, the heavenly venerable battle appears to come to an end. Chapter 642, Snake that Swallows Supplication. Radiance explodes. Countless snakes split apart and tear open. Twisted black snakes with 9 heads. Black snakes rampaging in madness. Black snakes biting their own tails. Black snakes howling eternally. Black snakes shedding tears in pain. Black snakes vomiting death. The countless snakes inside the heavenly venerable of void scatter and perish in the golden light. I quietly reach my hand out toward that golden brilliance. I can tell. The final form of the dance of emptiness that Hien Mu unfolded could not be completed perfectly because of the arm I severed. In the culmination of all our efforts, Kim Young-hoon's golden great thousand world has completely surpassed Hien Mu. Woo woo. Currently, the inner sea of Mount Sumeru is entirely covered by Hien Mu's interdimensional void. But above that interdimensional void, which originally should contain nothing, wind begins to blow. A golden wind, carrying the golden morning light. The once dark interdimensional void glows with golden light. Kihiak. Huel. The Underworld 10 Kings, White-Winged Heavenly Pegasus, and the martial melody Heavenly Lord all begin to collapse down, gasping for breath. All of them seem completely drained of strength. I, too, in a state of total depletion, recall the dusk Kim Young-hoon revealed at the end. None of us needs to be told, we all understand. Kim Young-hoon's final technique. Through the true martial art Golden Great Thousand World, Kim Young-hoon reached the pinnacle of martial arts. That distant realm, often called the seventh stage of manifestation. Through Kim Young-hoon's final ultimate technique, I understand how one can reach the pinnacle of martial arts. The way to become a martial god is to completely cover the domain of purity with one's will through one's own martial arts. That's right. The heavenly venerable of void covered the domain of purity through the interdimensional void and the plane of soul. And Kim Young-hoon as well. Above the interdimensional void painted by Hien Mu, he overlaid his own will. As proof, golden wind gently suffused with light blows through the entire interdimensional void. Of course, the interdimensional void itself has not vanished, perhaps because Hien Mu etched it completely into Mount Sumeru, and the plane of soul is also returning. Moreover, Kim Young-hoon's principle still seems far from matching the principle of the plane of soul that Hien Mu engraved. If the domain of purity is considered the floor, and the heavenly venerable of void's interdimensional void and plane of soul are like a thick carpet, then Kim Young-hoon's principle feels like a silk sheet thinner than paper, gently laid over the floor. It's just that, for one moment, he surpassed and slayed Hien Mu. That's how one reaches the ultimate of martial arts. Haha. But I can't even begin to imagine how something like that is possible. It doesn't seem like simply mastering triple divinity in its entirety could come close. No matter how I think about it, that's a realm with no clear answer. So I collapse into the wind with the other martial artists who sit weakly, gasping for spiritual energy. It's still so vague. White-winged heavenly Pegasus mutters, and the Underworld 10 Kings nod bitterly. Then the martial melody Heavenly Lord looks at me and speaks in a somber voice. It was necessary, but in the end, is that how it gets judged? It happens then. Too. One of the Northern Dipper ceiling immortal flags flies out from my body. With a refreshing sense of coolness, I feel some of my energy return. Gijigik. But at the same time, the backlash of my Yugo arrives, and the wheels begin to reverse, engulfing my entire body in overwhelming pain. Gijigik. Along with it, my energy drops at a maddening rate. If even one of the Northern Dipper ceiling immortal flags hadn't been released and returned some of my strength, I probably would have died from energy depletion despite being a true immortal. Kuyug. Guk. Yuug. I barely stave off death with immortal arts, gritting my teeth. And as the Underworld 10 Kings see me, they chuckle and throw jokes my way. Just die already. The new Judge of Vice seems to miss you. If you come to the Underworld, maybe you two can work together. Even the Imperial Venerable would welcome a great immortal of your caliber. And this is no joke. But I know the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld still wants to taxidermize me. So I avoid their gazes and turn my eyes to the newly drawn Northern Dipper ceiling immortal flag. This newly drawn Northern Dipper ceiling immortal flag. It holds the condition of defeat one of the Heavenly Venerables and their specialty. That's right. I've just been judged to have fought and won against Hien Mu and her specialty. And as I begin to wonder, the martial melody Heavenly Lord looks at me and speaks. Return of vast cold. The condition on that ceiling immortal flag was one I imbued myself, and since this immortal imbued it with the maximum restriction one can infuse into a single immortal treasure, there was a blind spot regarding the restrictions I could not add. In the end, a coordinated attack was permitted. You used your power to link all of us together, cornered Hien Mu with Kim Young-hoon, and then severed her arm in the final moment. Since your power contributed to the victory, the ceiling immortal flag was released. It's a bit sloppy. Are the restrictions on the Northern Dipper ceiling immortal flag normally this loose? Who knows? If it had been a different Heavenly Venerable, perhaps it wouldn't have worked. But Hien Mu's specialty was martial arts, and Hien Mu herself had always recognized joint strikes as a part of martial arts, So the only explanation is that our combined strike was judged to have defeated her. With the martial melody Heavenly Lord's continued words, I realize that we have truly won. I see. The most crucial factor for the release of that Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flag is, ultimately, whether the opposing Heavenly Venerable accepts defeat. Even if you realistically defeat a Heavenly Venerable, if they do not acknowledge their loss, that Sealing Immortal Flag would never be released. For that is how unreasonable the restrictions are needed for Vast Cold. That's right. In the end, the Heavenly Venerable of Void, the Northern Heavenly Venerable, true martial Great Emperor Hien Mu, accepted her complete defeat as she faced Kim Young-hoon's final technique. Wu-wong. The martial melody Heavenly Lord squeezes their power and creates a star. If I could, I'd kill you right here and now, but I suppose that's not allowed. At the surge of killing intent from the martial melody Heavenly Lord, white-winged Heavenly Pegasus exhales sharply through their nose and steps in front of me, and even the Underworld 10 Kings stagger to their feet. I've exhausted my strength, but it's not hard to borrow power from the old man. To strike down a comrade you just fought alongside, before the battle's fire has even cooled, such a thing I won't allow. It is the same for us. That one is someone the Imperial Venerable has set their eyes on. Touch him, and we will borrow the Imperial Venerable's power and summon our legions to face you. Be content with victory as a martial artist, unless you want to start a war with us. And from far away, my comrades begin flying in. Each one is exhausted from transmitting energy to me, groaning and staggering. Hien Rang, in particular, seems to have sacrificed so much that his presence is barely perceptible. But if we all join forces, even the full descent of the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords would not be frightening. Seeing this, the martial melody Heavenly Lord lets out a sigh and shifts into a humanoid form, lying down atop the land of the star they created. Very well. Just for today, I will not interfere with that one. Anyway, the Radiance 8 Immortals will take care of it. Kugagugum. At that moment, from the distant sky, I see a silver-white light being struck by 7 other lights. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord who aided me is now being attacked in unison by the other 8 Immortals. Kru. I groan as I lift my body. Kim Yun, the rest of my comrades, the Underworld 10 Kings, and white-winged Heavenly Pegasus all look at me. Sorry, but I'll be heading out for a bit. I glance at Kim Yun as if seeking her permission, and she, sensing my emotion, gives a faint smile and nods. My condition is the worst, but if I hold out with immortal arts, I'll manage somehow. 3 Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flags have now been drawn. Only 4 remain. Moreover, my immortal treasures are still intact, and as the Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flag has been drawn, new wisdom is pouring into my mind. And above all, the greatest harvest is Wu-wong, Triple Divinity. I feel the white clumps of light revolving behind my back. Before I know it, I am just one step away from completely mastering Triple Divinity. It's an enormous gain from the battle with Hien Mu. Now, if I can contemplate Triple Divinity in a place of peace and continue to train in martial arts, revisiting the duel between Kim Young-hoon and Hien Mu, I can definitely fully seize Triple Divinity. Even the biggest hurdle for us enders, as Kim Young-hoon once described, Hien Mu, has been killed. My comrades may be worn out, but all are still alive, and Kim Young-hoon as well. Someday, we will meet again in the future. Therefore, what matters the most right now is rescuing the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord and surviving from the grasp of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity who will soon annihilate the world. That is all. I can save Sword Spear too. I've nearly mastered Triple Divinity. I resolve to use this opportunity to fully draw one more of the remaining Northern Dipper Sealing Immortal Flags. With that determination, as I prepare to soar toward Sword Spear, toward Jang, Quaduk, all of us, myself included, hear an ominous sound. Quadaduk Yuduk. Hearing it, we instinctively sense a great misfortune. Even without reading celestial energy, it doesn't matter, because the very source of that sound so naturally casts despair into our hearts. From the origin of the sound, cracks begin to form in the void, and what appears beyond those cracks are clusters of writhing snakes. Quadaduk. Finally, the writhing mass of snakes breaks through the rift completely and falls upon the star that the martial melody Heavenly Lord had made into their resting place. Cheol Peak. All of us freeze, our faces stiffening, and those of us who can still move dash toward the mass of snakes without a word. Foolish. In hindsight, Even if Kim Young-hoon's principle had covered the interdimensional void, the interdimensional void itself did not vanish. We had foolishly let our hopeful imaginations take over. Thinking clearly, if she were truly dead, Kim Young-hoon's principle wouldn't just cover the interdimensional void, it would have completely replaced it. And so, as we squeeze out all of our remaining strength to rush that mass of snakes, that is, the true martial great emperor Hien-mu, who still has not died. Sheol peak, Sheol peak, Sheol peak. The mass of snakes moves and, in an instant, takes 3 steps. Immediately after, Tukwang, at a speed to which we cannot react, we are all sent flying. Kihiak, white-winged heavenly Pegasus, the martial melody heavenly lord, and the underworld 10 kings each have parts of their bodies torn off, bleeding divine blood, and even the enders are flung away with their whole bodies twisted and broken. I, too, have my limbs crushed, but I force myself to rise using immortal arts, recalling the teachings of Chongmon Ryong. Why you're still not dead? You monstrous freak. It really was true that you're stronger than the old man. The voice of white-winged heavenly Pegasus trembles. Then it happens. Flash. The void splits open, and a grotesque arm-like thing suddenly appears. It is a flower field. That flower field, where countless flowers bloom, bursts forth in the form of a massive arm from the void, grabbing the body of white-winged heavenly Pegasus and pulls it back through the void it emerged from. White-winged heavenly Pegasus begins to kick wildly. Old man. Hey, wait. Don't you see that? We can kill the true martial great emperor. Don't you see how weakened she is? Old man, just lend me your strength. No, just toss me a few flesh-restoring flowers, blood-restoring flowers, and bone-restoring flowers. Old man. Foolish. The opportunity has already passed. But in the next moment, the will of the Sal tree heavenly venerable echoes through the space, rebuking white-winged heavenly Pegasus and dragging them into the eastern heaven flower field, vanishing from sight. Then, the void opens in another direction. From there, a chilling darkness begins to pull in the underworld 10 kings and Kong Minhee. Oh, Imperial Venerable. Ugh, can we truly not launch an attack right now? If we are not enough, then at least send Yin Luo. We can kill her. However, a solemn chilling will spread throughout the space. It is to the point that even the mass of snakes that appears to be Hien-mu freezes in place for a moment. Forbidden. At that single word, the underworld 10 kings all fall silent and obediently return to the underworld. Additionally, a rift opens on the side of the martial melody heavenly lord, and the other northern dipper 6 heavenly lords hurriedly pull them away, taking them to the source river. Finally, as Kong Minhee is being dragged back to the underworld by the power of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, she reaches her hand out toward us. Oh Hyun-suk returns toward the elephant nose heavenly domain, but John Myung-hoon, Kim Yun, and I, who are not connected to any other supreme deity, begin to be pulled toward the underworld by Kong Minhee's attraction force. John Myung-hoon and Kim Yun are sucked into the underworld in an instant, and just as I am about to be pulled in as well, Shwikak, a powerful slash grazes past me. With it, Kong Minhee's attraction force is severed, and since the entrance to the underworld is immediately shut from their side, I end up stranded atop the star of martial melody. You alone, I cannot let go of. Squirm. For some reason, along with the voice of the dying Hien-mu, the snakes begin to gather together. I look at the dozens of snakes intertwining together and wonder which among them is the real body. If I cut the real body, can I win? But no real body reveals itself. None of them feel like the real body, and I get the sense that Hien-mu has no such thing. Squirm. However, the snakes gather together faster than I expected and begin to form Hien-mu's shape. Before long, the familiar figure of Hien-mu appears before my eyes once again. But unlike before, it is not a complete human figure. From her nose leftward, she has the form of a human. To the right, her body is writhing with snakes. Hag-heek, hihiak. Hien-mu gasps for breath and collapses just as she is halfway done transforming. Can I win? I swallow hard and raise the impermanence sword. But just then, shiver. Hien-mu's eyes meet mine. At the terrifying killing intent radiating from her gaze, I freeze in place. The killing intent from Hien-mu surpasses that day, the day the Wuji religious order vanished. It surpasses the killing intent when the great mountain supreme deity looked down on me. Drip, drip. Tears begin falling from Hien-mu's eyes. Her eyes are no longer filled with emptiness. What fills them now is pain and hatred, and an overwhelming grief and resentment. A massive fury swirls in her eyes, mixed with those other emotions. One margin, just one margin of difference. If it had been just one margin closer, Kim Young-hoon could have killed me. But Duduk, Hyen-mu grinds her teeth, and her hand claws into the ground. Squirm, squirm. The opposite side of the body, which had not been completely transformed, begins to resume, and I open my eyes wide at the sight. A massive golden wound remains on Hyen-mu's body. The moment I see it, I understand. Truly, by instinct alone, I comprehend what kind of conclusion she has faced. A slash that moves toward the future, transforming into his martial arts itself and cutting down Hyen-mu. In return, Kim Young-hoon erased Hyen-mu from history and disappeared somewhere into the future, so that even in future regressions, he no longer exists. However, Hyen-mu did not die. Rather, I clearly sense that the wound will definitely carry over into the next cycle. That horrifying wound and injury inflicted by Kim Young-hoon will continue into the next cycle and deal irreparable damage to Hyen-mu. But, shiver, shiver. Damn it, I grit my teeth. In the end, we failed to kill Hyen-mu. And as the price for that, I have ended up in a state no different from having fallen into Hyen-mu's grasp. Drip, drip. Hyen-mu is shedding black tears. Just like me before, it is a phenomenon caused by overwhelming resentment and despair so deep that emotions themselves have transformed into a curse. Through the eternal span of time, as many as the grains of the Ganges sands, there have only ever been 6 golden body heavenly kings. And among those golden body heavenly kings, the only one who reached my realm was Kim Young-hoon of this generation. Only him. Hyen-mu's transformation form is completely restored. And now, her restored transformation form takes on a face of a wrathful, evil spirit. Even Silver Basket, even Obsidian, even Vast Cold, though they all gave me pain that defied imagination, none of them could kill me. Even Underworld, even Salt Sea, even that insolent Hei Nyong. Though they brought me self-loathing, shame, and despair, none could kill me. At the end of that span of time that rivaled eternity, finally, the only possibility that could kill me was Kim Young-hoon. Hyen-mu staggers and rises to her feet. Boom. Hyen-mu swings her arm. A slash too difficult for me to perceive, one I cannot evade in my current state, is launched. Quam. The star of the martial melody Heavenly Lord splits in half, and my arm is severed. And yet you ruined it. What? I stagger in disbelief, and endure Hyen-mu's murderous intent to stand. What are you talking about? Do not pretend not to know. You trampled on Kim Young-hoon's noble sacrifice, on my only salvation and hope. You insulted both him and me, us. Hyen-mu glares at me, approaching with a face filled with pain and hatred. Is it because of the wound Kim Young-hoon left behind? Her overall power has dropped to about the 4-axis stage, and her full capabilities seem to have fallen to the star-shattering stage. Probably, even if she mobilizes everything she has now, she can only exhibit strength at the entering nirvana stage at most. But the problem is me. Heek. I am completely drained, and even my willpower is nearing its limit. My current capability is barely at the chi building stage. Because of you, Kim Young-hoon's sacrifice was thrown into the mud. Because of you, I couldn't obtain salvation. If only you hadn't saved me at the last moment. Yet even in front of this overwhelming difference, I grit my teeth and shout. What in the world are you talking about? How on earth? Why? In what way did I save Hyen-mu from Kim Young-hoon's final ultimate attack? Just how did I do such a thing? With what method? By what means could I have possibly saved you from the ultimate of martial arts? Do you still intend to deny it? Hyen-mu begins to approach me with a face full of venomous resentment. Thanks to Kim Young-hoon, my power has now fallen miserably low. To recover, it will probably take until the next generation of Enders. No, the generation after the next. Even if there is an Ender who possesses the ability to divide space-time, I will probably never be able to exert power beyond the star-shattering stage in any space-time, in any history or future. Hyen-mu steps within 3 zhang of me and clenches her fist. Hyuk, a powerful force of will grips my throat. I am lifted by Hyen-mu's will, groaning in pain as if my neck is about to snap. But even that is enough. As long as I cannot die, I am undying, I will seal you. And I will torture you. Look forward to it. My cruelty is not inferior to the great mountain supreme deity. I merely had no reason to reveal it until now. But since you trampled on my desperate wish, I will show you true hell. KGH, ugh. Suicide will not work either. Do not worry. I will bring you into my Gandhara and grant you temporary undeath as well. Yes, now how long shall it be? 1,000 Jing. Jing. 10 to the power of 16. Guy. Hey. 10 to the power of 29. I will taxidermize you with that as the limit, erasing your memory again and again while subjecting you to every form of torture. You will develop no resistance to pain. The reason the taxidermizing of Underworld fails is because they try to trap you literally for eternity. But someone like me, who sets a very distant but still finite limit, will not fail in taxidermizing those like you. Now, what kind of torture do you want? Through what pain? Through what suffering? Will you appease this hatred of mine? I look into Hien Mu's face, which has transformed into a wrathful, evil spirit. And then, though it's rather sudden, I finally realize where I've seen her face before. Soak Village. That's right. Hien Mu, amusingly enough, looks similar to the girl from Soak Village. If that girl had grown up and experienced the hardships of the world, her gaze sharpening and the corners of her eyes weighed down with fatigue, she would probably have a face much like Hien Mu's. However, it's slightly different from the cases of Song Jin and Hien Rang. In Song Jin and Hien Rang's case, it feels strongly like they are the same person. But with Hien Mu and the girl from Soak Village, it feels more like the relationship between Hong Fan and Hien Rang. What are you spouting now? Kukik, are you on the verge of losing your mind? Haha, do not worry. From now on, you will never be able to faint, never be able to lose your sense of self. You will not be able to rest. You will not be able to die. Every day, every second, every moment, you will only scream, begging to be killed, if only to share even a sliver of my pain. Quong. I squeeze out every bit of strength I have. The power of explosion of an immortal beast activates, and in that instant, I escape from Hien Mu's restraint. I have to escape this place. I muster all of my strength to open the gate to the underworld. My power of explosion as an immortal beast sprouts the power of life. All around, grass, trees, and greenery grow, blocking Hien Mu's vision. Hien Mu snorts and cuts down the trees as she approaches me. The chance to escape through the gate of the underworld was only when your comrades left just now. The underworld gate will not open anymore, for the great mountain supreme deity will unfold splitting heaven, and underworld would have shut the gate tight to protect their subordinates. It is the same with the source river and the flower field. Now come here. Is this? I tightly shut my eyes. How it ends? I will probably go mad. The level of pain spoken of by the heavenly venerable of void is something I cannot possibly endure. All I can hope for is that someday the period of torture spoken of by void will come to an end. That when that period ends, I will finally be allowed to die. Just what did I even do? I grit my teeth as I ask the heavenly venerable of void approaching me. The heavenly venerable of void, wearing the face of a wrathful evil spirit, growls as she comes near. You still do not understand? That the distortion born from within your own body is what saved me. The distortion emerging from within you dared to deny my death. How? I scream in rage. How in the world did someone like me deny Kim Young-hoon's strike? Deny your death? How? Quong. The heavenly venerable of void kicks me. I feel death nearing completely. I don't even have the will to use immortal arts. But I do not die. Hien Mu has forbid my death. Is this how it ends? It's when I grit my teeth. Master. Someone, with a warm hand, strokes my head. A hand that feels rough and coarse. A hand lined with wrinkles. And that voice. It is Hong Fan. Are you leaving? Do not worry. For I cannot die anymore. You seem to want to leave. Yes. I sense Hong Fan grit his teeth. Forgive me, as your servant, for being unable to stop it. I immediately understand what Hong Fan means. What? He's not worried about me, being tortured by the heavenly venerable of void. In Hong Fan's words, there is only concern for the splitting heaven mantra that the great mountain supreme deity will soon unleash. Hong Fan, do not worry about the heavenly venerable. I will try speaking to her on your behalf. What? My past life's memories seem to be returning. So perhaps if I speak to her well, it might all be resolved peacefully. Hong Fan rises to his feet. Strangely, the more I see the northern heavenly venerable, the more my memories seem to return. Thunk. Finishing his words, Hong Fan sets down a potato in front of me and stands up. It looks like a potato he had been eating. The potato absorbs the explosion and life force I just released, and in an instant, it takes root and blooms with potato flowers. And then, Hien Mu looks at Hong Fan. Who are you? Where did you suddenly appear from? I listen to those words, feeling puzzled. Why? It is because Hien Mu speaks as if she has just perceived Hong Fan. And just as Hong Fan is about to open his mouth toward Hien Mu, wait! Hien Mu's eyes lose focus. Her expression, once that of a wrathful evil spirit, eases, and the venomous resentment and pain that filled her eyes begin to wash away. Wait, no. Hien Mu starts to stumble backward, and I see Hong Fan's eyes widen, as if Hien Mu's reaction has awakened his memories even more strongly. And at last, from both Hong Fan and Hien Mu, the words burst out simultaneously. And my memory has returned. I see. I remember now. Thud. Hien Mu collapses to the ground, and every trace of expression vanishes from Hong Fan's face. Step. Hong Fan walks toward Hien Mu. Crunch. Hong Fan dismissively steps over the potato he had just placed in front of me to eat, crushing the potato flowers beneath his feet as he walks toward her. Hien Mu, already collapsed, begins to crawl backward. Ah, I see now. I remember everything. Hien Mu's voice trembles. I can see her eyes. Usually, they hold emptiness. Before being struck by Kim Young-hoon, they held hope and joy. Before she came to me, they were full of pain and hatred. Now, Hien Mu's eyes are drenched in fear, panic, and despair so deep it has no end. I see, you are my disgrace. He. As long as you exist, I cannot die. Hien Mu begins to cry. Unlike before, when her tears were black with venom, they are now clear tears, like a young girl sobbing. But to me, those transparent tears look more painful than any other moment. I've just been biting my own tail. Now I remember it all. I have never meant anything. What I hoped for was impossible. I truly can never die. Even while pouring tears and her legs giving out beneath her, Hien Mu struggles to distance herself from Hong Fan. But in the end, Hong Fan arrives completely in front of her. Hong Fan asks with no expression, "Have you recovered your memories?" "Yeah, I remember everything. Now I understand. I didn't envy Bonghua. I didn't hate her. I just respected and loved her. I respected and loved Bonghua. That is why I've been chasing her all this time. You regaining your memories every time you meet me is a problem. How defective." Then, Hien Mu bows toward Hong Fan. "Please, can't we just stop now? How long? How long must we repeat this?" "That depends on Huya. There is nothing we can do. Just pray for the completion of 7 brilliants, Chiyaot. Don't be ridiculous. Even if all the Enders reach it, that's still only half. Even this generation's Enders are hopeless. Just how long are we supposed to keep doing this?" Hien Mu grabs onto the hem of Hong Fan's pants, clinging and begging. "Stop, please, just stop. Let's tell Bonghua everything and beg for forgiveness. How long must we keep doing this? Just how long? In this endless hell without end, how long must I keep doing this? I am bowing down like this and begging. Please, let's stop. Again and again and again, I've gone over that anguish. You know that. But in the end, the conclusion is always the same." Hong Fan looks down at Hien Mu. As I look at Hong Fan's back, I feel an unknown fear rise within me. For some reason, my eyes start to ache. It feels like they're about to burst. The story must be completed. Hong Fan tramples over Hien Mu's supplication without a second thought. Hien Mu cries as she smiles. "You are a devil. This is coming from you." He look. Sobbing bitterly, Hien Mu lifts her weapon. Whoa. That black something begins to change form. It looks like a binding rope for criminals. 2 Enders of this generation are already dead, and another is about to die. It will soon be over. I see no hope at all. Hien Mu starts wrapping the rope around her own neck. "I'm sorry, Seo Eunhyun." Suddenly apologizing to me, Hien Mu begins to tighten the rope around her throat. Hong Fan simply looks down at her and utters a short sentence. "When this chapter ends, I will erase it again. Like before, forget it all and rest as you pursue your suicide in peace." Kaguguguk. Hien Mu tightens the rope even harder around her neck. Then I force out my voice as I look at Hong Fan. Hong Fan. Looking at those shoulders that somehow seem terrifying, I grit my teeth. "What in the world are you saying? Who are you? Who is Hien Mu and Bonghua?" Then Hong Fan opens his mouth. "That is not something a thing like you needs to know." In the next moment, With just a word from Hong Fan, I feel death come upon me. Forget. Yin yang. Yin yang. Yin yang. When I open my eyes again, I see Hyan Mu breaking her own neck. What in the world is going on? Hyan Mu's expression looks like the very incarnation of despair, as if she has given up everything in this world. Of course, Hyan Mu will not die, now that she has survived this time. Even if only the strength of a star-shattering esteemed one remains, she will continue to resurrect and remain undying. From now on, how am I supposed to face Hyan Mu? The death that Hyan Mu had forbidden comes to me. At the end of Hyan Mu's words, I close my eyes. I await the day you all reach the audience chamber. Along with the sensation of something being pulled out from my canvas of myriad forms and connections, I meet death once again. That is my 1005th regression. Periodic. Time rewinds. Within the reversing flow of time, I look up at the black sky. Floating in that black sky are 11 seats. I read the name of the newly appeared seat. Golden Speed Heavenly King Kim Young-hoon. And then I read the true name of an existence I couldn't read before. Western Heavenly Venerable, Netherworld Queen Mother Bong Hwa Fenghua. That is the true name of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld. Chapter 643, 1005th Cycle's First Day. Periodic. Time rewinds. At the same moment, I gaze at the 11 seats, my eyes gleaming. The seat of the Radiance Supreme Deity still isn't visible. Excluding the one of Radiance, has another one appeared? The seat of the Golden Speed Heavenly King Kim Young-hoon. As I look at that seat, I recognize that Kim Young-hoon has also risen as a dignified governing immortal. However, Kim Young-hoon's seat is faint, like that of the Heavenly Venerable of Time, and wavers as though it might extinguish at any moment. It must be because he has rushed off into an uncertain future. Though I haven't completely regressed yet, perhaps because I spent 70 million years, the process of regression is quite long. That's why I decide right away on the goal for my next life. No, it isn't just a goal for the next life. For Kim Young-hoon's sake, challenging the audience chamber has now become inevitable. I grit my teeth. The fate of an ender comes to mind. Because I remember the saying that we, in the end, all face the audience chamber. That we all head toward the head realm. This too must be a part of fate. But even if it's fate, it can't be helped. All I can do right now is to live diligently. To save Kim Young-hoon, we will head to that future. A faraway future. To that future where we reach the audience chamber. With that, having set a purpose that pierces through the entirety of my life to come, I raise my eyes not only to Kim Young-hoon, but also to a newly seen name. Western Heavenly Venerable, Netherworld Queen Mother. Bong Hwa Fenghua. Editor, Fenghua literally means fire beacon. That is, without a doubt, the true name of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld. And, in the conversation between Hyan Mu and Hong Fan, is that the one they must beg forgiveness from? I feel my mind grow complicated. Yes, I definitely feel it. After that conversation between Hyan Mu and Hong Fan regained his memories, and in an instant, Hong Fan's rank surged to a level comparable to the Emptiness Supreme Deity and the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld. Even as a great net immortal, just looking at him makes my eyes ache and feel like they might burst. And also, Hong Fan called the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld Huya, while Hyan Mu called them Bong Hwa. Are they the same being? Is Bong Hwa an immortal title, or their original name like Guac Am? Countless thoughts swirl through my head. But what still shocks me the most is Hong Fan. At the final moment, I definitely remember. Forget. Along with the sensation of my canvas of myriad forms and connections being ripped out. History itself became buried away. The sensation of that history being carved away deep within the Akashic records. What is your identity? However, I do not forget the memory. The canvas of myriad forms and connections has been made into an immortal crown, and by thoroughly engraving everyone's hearts into myself, the system has shifted so that the history up until now is recorded within me. By placing the heart of the canvas of myriad forms and connections inside me and maintaining the method of recalling memories through it, I temporarily restored the canvas of myriad forms and connections above the heart in order to confront Hyan Mu. Such was the situation at that time. Hong Fan ultimately failed to perceive my heart, so he could not completely revise my memories. Hong Fan. I grit my teeth as I recall what he has done. Just what are you really? He feels like Seo Huiol. No. Thinking of the rank I just felt from Hong Fan, He feels even more sinister and ominous than Seo Huil. Only the Mad Lord, the heavenly venerable of the Underworld, the Head Realm, and the Great Mountain Supreme Deity have ever struck me as more dangerous than Seo Huil. But all of them gave a sense of threat as disasters. Hong Fan, however, feels like an endlessly sinister and dangerous existence, even beyond Seo Huil. I grit my teeth. I consider whether I must strike down and kill Hong Fan as soon as I regress, who likely hasn't recovered his memories yet. But the thought is brief. No. Guju. Your name is Guju. A scene from the 16th cycle that still remains in my memory. I recall that moment and steel my heart. At that time, the one I called Guju was definitely. I recall the sensation of that hand. The face in the memory is obscured by light and unclear, but the feeling remains unmistakable. It's Hong Fan. I remember the sensation from just moments ago when Hong Fan stroked my face. Hong Fan really is Guju. So, I will choose to believe. Because even if Hong Fan truly is one of my enemies, the affection I felt for him back then was real. Therefore, I will believe in you. Hong Fan. Thus, as I resolve my feelings for Hong Fan in my head, I return to the distant past. Shwishishizik. When I open my eyes, it's the familiar true immortal realm. Once again, I've returned to the moment right after advancing to true immortality, losing consciousness for a brief moment during the advancement. To say I lost consciousness for a moment, now even 1,000 years feels short. The entire life of Yang Sujin now feels like nothing more than a day or two of sleep. Kugagum. As soon as I collect my senses, I descend to the lower realm, and I see Hong Fan in the distance, who has built an altar. Wawoon. As I gesture with my hand, Hong Fan emerges from beneath the altar and flies straight to me. And Master, you've succeeded in your advancement after 1,000 years. Ha ha, congratulations. That aside, Hong Fan, I cut him off and ask, were you always in the entering nirvana stage? Yin Yang. Pardon? Master, what do you mean? Ah, I see. Never mind. You were probably more or less at the entering nirvana stage. That's not important. Anyway, I've realized something during my true immortal advancement. Oh, what is? That life is the desire to eat boiled potatoes. Hong Fan, I've stocked my body full with potatoes, so go inside and boil them. Hong Fan coughs at the sudden request and nods his head. Yes, well, life is, yes, boiled potatoes. Excellent. Hurry and go in. I enthusiastically pat Hong Fan's shoulders, then immediately swallow him into my body. And I can feel it. As expected, just now, history was revised. When I realize Hong Fan's contradiction, the history of the entire world twists. Normally, when an Earth Upper Immortal revises history, only the target and related events are revised. But just now, when I pointed out that Hong Fan wasn't originally in the entering nirvana stage, the history of Mount Sumeru itself twisted. History itself was altered just to defend Hong Fan. And the source of that distortion in history is... I look toward the distant head realm. Tingle. My eyes still ache, but it's not unbearable like before. Even the poison of the sun and moon heavenly domain is more endurable now than before. The head realm. The one known as the emptiness supreme deity Myongwon. With Hong Fan still inside me, I gaze briefly toward the head realm. Hong Fan is clearly an anomalous existence. His realm stays stable as if following my regressions, but judging by his reactions, it seems his memories don't follow. When I notice the strangeness about Hong Fan, the head realm intervenes and revises the world to defend him. Perhaps Hong Fan might be. As I contemplate Hong Fan's true identity, I speak to him, who is inside my body. Hong Fan, you were perhaps a very powerful true immortal in your past life. Hong Fan doesn't reply, maybe because he's busy boiling potatoes, and I nod my head as I sense the entirety of the sun and moon heavenly domain. In the past, I had to fetch each one personally, but now, that's no longer necessary. I feel like I can grasp the entire sun and moon heavenly domain with one hand. This is the perception of a great net immortal. I feel as though, if I merely will it, I can bring everything in the sun and moon heavenly domain right before me in an instant. Just then, pat it. An all too familiar being appears before my eyes. Kugagugagu, a giant god of silver-white light. It is the fifth seat of the Radiance 8 Immortals, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. Seo Unhyun. Kugugagu. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord reaches their hand out toward me. It's a natural result, because I no longer have the immortal title of Crystal Glass Being. But this time, things are different. Quam. I strike away the sword spear Heavenly Lord's hand with all my might. At the same time, I begin descending my main body into the sun and moon heavenly domain. My main body, clad in the white round collar robe of glass, sword mountains, appears in the sun and moon heavenly domain. At the same time, the pure white three great ultimates begins to spin fiercely behind my head, and the wheel begins to shine with starlight. I've just finished a head-on battle with a heavenly venerable. The sword spear Heavenly Lord before me is no longer an insurmountable wall. My apologies, sword spear, but I will not be captured by you. Sensing the triple divinity that is nearly fully within my grasp, I grip the impermanence sword and aim it at the sword spear Heavenly Lord. Unfortunately, the only thing I can share with you right now is the sword. The sword spear Heavenly Lord did suddenly help me in the past life, but that was likely due to the emotional changes developed over 70 million years. The sword spear Heavenly Lord of this moment is a messenger of Radiance Hall, intent only on capturing me. It is a time I must fight. Come, sword spear Heavenly Lord. Today, I will suppress you and proclaim before Radiance Hall that this immortal is no easy opponent. The sword spear Heavenly Lord looks at my sword and remains silent for a while. Well, having seen someone advance to true immortality and immediately afterward advance to great net immortal, they are probably thinking I am no ordinary being. Before I know it, my true body has grown to a size comparable to that of the sword spear Heavenly Lord's true body. Now I'm only slightly smaller. This is different from before. If it's only around the sword spear Heavenly Lord's strength. It is then. The sword spear Heavenly Lord brings their hands together, exhaling a breath made of light from their lips. Sword-guided star rain. Flash. A silver-white light sword is summoned in an instant and flies toward me. I raise my sword upward in response. I can block it. Tuckwang. The impermanence sword strikes the single move of sword-guided star rain and shatters it as is. Geum. A shock wave rings out above us, and a corner of the universe tears apart. In the next moment, the sword spear Heavenly Lord charges at me with a light sword in hand. I spin once, adding rotational force, and aim the impermanence sword at the sword spear Heavenly Lord. But the sword spear Heavenly Lord headbutts the impermanence sword away, then slashes up with the sword. Had this been the early stage of my past life, I would have been split in half by that single strike. But now, I dodge cleanly and grab the sword spear Heavenly Lord's sword with one hand. Compared to Hyanmu, far too slow. I can handle this. Burning with the hope of victory as I face the sword spear Heavenly Lord, I draw forth my fighting spirit. It's when I think as such. You have grown. Now, subduing you completely will be difficult at this level. My apologies. O sword spear Heavenly Lord. Chiak. The sword spear Heavenly Lord clasps hands again. They seem about to use a decisive technique. The next moment, behind the sword spear Heavenly Lord, I see a silver-white snake biting its tail. As I come to my senses, what I see is something exploding in the distance amidst a silvery white radiance. This is. I feel dizzy. A significant portion of my immortal body has been torn away. I realize what is going on. Crazy. Habit. But before I can even piece the situation together, the sword spear Heavenly Lord appears before my eyes. I instinctively take a defensive stance, and when I come to my senses again, I realize I am being hurled all the way back toward a distant star cluster. Damn it, my internal world is in a wreck. Bleeding divine blood. I steady my posture mid-flight. What is that? I gape at the speed of the sword spear Heavenly Lord, which I can't even begin to follow. I'd probably have to push my yuga to its limits just to keep up. It's not as faint as with Hyanmu, but it's still suffocatingly fast. I'm left speechless by that face. Just what even is that? Isn't that practically at the level of a governing immortal? Immediately after that thought ends. Tuckwang. Once again, before I can even react, I'm struck by the sword spear Heavenly Lord flying down from above and bounce all the way to the source river. Insane. I tore through the sun and moon heavenly domain and reached the source river for a brief moment. As that thought flashes through my mind, the sword spear Heavenly Lord appears before my eyes once more. Ugh. Tuckwang. When I come to senses again, I find myself in the Eastern Heaven Flower Field. One of the divine spirits of the Eastern Heaven Flower Field, an old lady-like divine spirit, stares at me with wide eyes. The old lady divine spirit quickly comes to her senses and opens her mouth. This wretched brat, the flower field. But before I can even apologize, the sword spear Heavenly Lord already appears behind me and reaches out a hand again. Fortunately, this time I managed to block it. Geum. Of course, even blocking it, I'm sent flying back into the interdimensional void. Damn it. It was a mistake. I should have just run away. But for some reason, I feel that I wouldn't have been able to escape from that sword spear Heavenly Lord with the snake attached to them. I've missed my chance. But that doesn't mean I'll lose. I steel my heart, recalling the suffocating battle I fought against High Mu during the Heavenly Venerable battle. Tuck, tuduk, tuck, tuck, tuck. Mahayuga activates. Immediately after, just as the sword spear Heavenly Lord charges in. Tomb. For the first time, I deflect the sword spear Heavenly Lord's sword. At the same time, I begin properly wielding my sword with enlightenment being melted into every motion. If I use Mahayuga, I can keep up. The silver-white light sword and the impermanence sword clash endlessly. In terms of weight class, the sword spear Heavenly Lord far surpasses me. But I use Mahayuga to match part of that difference, and my enlightenment of martial arts, having reached the level of triple divinity, overwhelms the sword spear Heavenly Lord, allowing us to fight on equal footing for quite some time. Calm. Our swords collide, and the shockwave forces us to retreat, both of us taking a moment to catch our breath. If it continues like this, I can catch the sword spear Heavenly Lord's flow and deliver a fatal counter. With hopeful breath, I take my stance. Now, even against a sword spear Heavenly Lord going all out, I can see a glimmer of hope. Impressive. Then I suppose I can now use a finishing move? Then, hundreds, thousands of light swords begin to rise around the sword spear Heavenly Lord. In an instant, the number multiplies to hundreds of millions, trillions, all orbiting around sword spear. From the flow of those light swords, I immediately understand. There's no breaking through that. Only then do I realize my place and return to humility. The only reason we were able to do so much as poke at High Mu in our battle with her was because Kim Young-hoon used the Golden Speed Heavenly King and connected with us. Sword Heaven Jantan. Jantan. It seems Sword Spear, too, has once received teachings from High Mu. That finishing move carries the enlightenment of High Mu's Dance of Emptiness, third form. Annihilation Advancement, Meijing. Meijing. Pat it. Even now, against a being at the level of a governing immortal, am I still so far off? I squeeze my eyes shut, bracing for the 1006th return that is soon to come. It feels like this will be my 1006th death. Suddenly, I find myself staring in confusion at an integration stage Ghost King that has appeared before me. This Ghost King, suddenly interposing between me and Sword Spear Heavenly Lord's finishing move, slashes open its own belly and pulls out its innards, from which it begins to draw out a flag. Tears stream down the face of the integration stage Ghost King as it begins to scream with all its might. The chief judge is arriving. Kugugugugu. It is then. The void shatters, and from the distant darkness, a massive arm, engulfed in blazing crimson flame, bursts forth, blocking the sword spear Heavenly Lord's Sword Heaven Annihilation Advancement. Tukwang. The sword spear Heavenly Lord's technique is consumed in that crimson flame and vanishes, and from beyond the darkness, a giant god of darkness clad in a judge robe of bright red fire begins to step forward. And with that, numerous Ghost Kings start appearing around me. Those Ghost Kings simultaneously draw flags from somewhere and begin waving them while howling. The deputy judge is arriving. The void breaks again. The darkness true lord, great King Wudao Zhuanluan, begins to make their procession from the depths of darkness. The killing life judge is arriving. The Blade Mountain true lord, great King Qin Guang, begins their descent from beyond the Blade Mountain hell. The cold ice judge, one after another, the familiar Underworld 10 kings begin descending to this place. Kugugugugugu. Before I know it, the 10 great nether kings of the netherworld stand in front of me, blocking the sword spear Heavenly Lord. Then, the chief judge of the netherworld, the Yama True Lord Yen Luo, turns to me and speaks. Begin your Heaven Dao Great Net Advancement. The Imperial Venerable wishes to meet you. The moment I hear those words, I understand the situation. I see. Thus, immediately after regression, I begin my Heaven Dao Great Net Advancement. Translator notes. I have been notified that the subscription price change has officially gone through. Apologies for the delay. Chapter 644. God of the Underworld, 1. I focus my mind. I have already performed both Yang pitch and Yin pitch over 500 times each anyway. The restriction of needing to practice Yang pitch and Yin pitch separately according to the Heaven Dao or Earth Dao is now meaningless. If I wish, I can advance to Heaven Dao Great Net at any time. The only reason I did not immediately advance to Heaven Dao Great Net in my past life is because, unlike Earth Dao Great Net, which begins with explosion, the Heaven Dao Great Net begins from attraction force, which takes a bit of time. According to my measurements in my past life, the period required for me to advance to Heaven Dao Great Net is about 10 years. That is why I could not advance right away at that time. Of course, now that I have fought High and Mu and nearly succeeded in seizing triple divinity, I can easily shorten that time. 1 year. I can become a Heaven Dao Great Net within 1 year. Please give me just 1 year. Chiak, 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 chiak. At my words, the judges formed their respective hand seals, and for a moment, the entire sun and moon heavenly domain seems to be engulfed in darkness. Just then, kugagugum. This is. A middle-aged man in blue feathered robes appears beside me. The sturdy middle-aged man uniquely wears sleeves resembling the wings of a bird, and for some reason, just looking at them makes my vision feel distorted. Seat holder of addiction, the dreaming true lord, Mengzhong Jinjin, blue bird, Hinak, acts according to the will of the imperial venerable. Kugagugagu. For an instant, Taiji flows around the middle-aged man, and their form flickers between a pure blue-haired beauty and a handsome middle-aged man, before they transform into a massive azure pung bird. For a moment, in front of the Underworld 10 Kings, the entire sun and moon heavenly domain, as if the whole world itself is stained with darkness, begins to twist. Imprison. Eternal labyrinth. Yongheng Vigong. Space, dimension, and time tangle together, and in an instant, the darkness of the sun and moon heavenly domain starts compressing around the sword spear heavenly lord, who stands before the Underworld 10 Kings. As if flustered, the sword spear heavenly lord grinds their teeth as a silver-white gleam burns from beneath their mask, while the compressed darkness soon becomes a sphere of darkness that imprisons them. The Underworld 10 Kings speak. This is the spatial labyrinth of the immortal beast Azure Pong. Additionally, we have distributed the spaces of our 10 hells of the Underworld into the imprisonment. Even the sword spear heavenly lord will take at least 200 days. After that, we can still hold the sword spear heavenly lord in this place for about 150 more days. Afterward, we will not be able to stop the sword spear heavenly lord from summoning the Radiance 8 immortals, but even if all the Radiance 8 immortals gather, we can resist for about 15 days. We will secure 1 year. Advance to Heaven Dao Great Net. Schweirick. The words of the Underworld 10 Kings come to an end, and the immortal beast Azure Pong, who had briefly revealed their true form, transforms back into their human form. This time, taking the form of the pure blue-haired beauty, Azure Pong glances around uneasily, gives a brief bow, then opens a rift of darkness behind them. Since I exerted my power, Glass Peacock has probably caught my scent. I'm heading back in. Well then. Shushuk. Watching Azure Pong, trembling with an uneasy expression and fleeing into the dark rift, I let out a faint, bitter smile. It is an extremely short and concise appearance. Good. Anyway, I've definitely gained 1 year. In that case, it is time for my great net advancement. Why Yang? My winged garment spreads out around me. A powerful attraction force begins to emerge from my body. Unlike the Earth Dao Great Net, the Heaven Dao Great Net begins by drawing in the ascenders of the middle realms into my body. Keying. My enlightenment of twilight true energy spreads throughout the entire Mount Sumeru regions and begins to resonate. Sun and moon, heavenly king, twin holding, bearing tree, elephant nose, earth boundary, good sight. Except for the horse ear heavenly domain, which is practically a prison meant only for the heavenly punishment supreme deity, and the earth axis heavenly domain where no proper living beings exist aside from Ohio, every other heavenly domain. This is kind of funny. That's right. In my past life, perhaps because I died closest to the elephant nose heavenly domain due to energy exhaustion while fighting High and Mu, it seems I am considered to have died once even in the elephant nose heavenly domain. Anyway, thanks to that, I am now able to resonate with every heavenly domain. All living beings across the heavenly domains who resonate with twilight true energy, hear me. Twilight true energy is a true energy specialized in refining the heart and practicing repentant enlightenment. Thus, I begin to resonate with those who refine their hearts and keep themselves pure, focusing especially on those who are attuned to twilight true energy. And among them, I seek out those who are right now attempting ascension and begin to resonate even more powerfully with their spirits. Come to me. Among the countless living beings in this vast Mount Sumeru, those currently attempting ascension number in the trillions. Even among them, those resonating with my twilight true energy amount to several million. The method of ascending to Heaven Tao Great Net is the reverse of Earth Tao Great Net. It rather begins by accepting the ascenders into my body. Kugugugugu. Countless ascenders enter into my body all at once. They are taken aback the moment they ascend. Naturally, the internal region of my body as a Heaven Tao Great Net is still far too immature to be called a middle realm. But that does not matter. My body is filled with twilight true energy, and as they begin to absorb this twilight true energy, they begin to evolve into races with similar attributes. At the same time, I realize that I now hold their very fate in my hands. Tracing back their fates, I begin to influence the various worlds from which they have ascended from. Woo-woo. Across the entirety of Mount Sumeru, I create flows of attraction force that connect to me to the worlds where I have once experienced death. Through these flows of attraction force, I create a great net that weaves all of Mount Sumeru. When I advanced to Earth Tao Great Net before, I could feel all the chi across Mount Sumeru in fine detail. This time, I feel my consciousness expanding, and I sense as if all the fate in Mount Sumeru is held in my hand. The flows of attraction force throughout Mount Sumeru, the beings who emit that attraction force. It feels as if countless great existences and the principles governing the world are approaching right before my eyes. Perhaps because my mental domain has expanded, I observe all of Mount Sumeru as if time itself flows in an instant. It is not an illusion. Quite literally, dozens of days pass with every single breath I take. I feel it. The sword spear Heavenly Lord, who is being suppressed by the Underworld 10 Kings, breaks out of Azure Peng's eternal labyrinth after 197 days. The Underworld 10 Kings surround and suppress the sword spear Heavenly Lord once again. And time continues to flow rapidly. I now realize I have become a being who has long surpassed human units of time, the flow of time for mortal beings. The final stage of the Great Net advancement stands right before me. If the Earth Tao Great Net begins by scattering the immortal Tao of the mountain and then facing tribulation, the Heaven Tao Great Net creates the Great Net first, then scatters the immortal Tao and faces tribulation. Kugugugugu. My fortune and virtue begin to be sucked out across all of Mount Sumeru. In an instant, my fortune and virtue spreads throughout the entirety of Mount Sumeru, creating mountains one by one wherever my Great Net extends. Where there is no fortune and virtue, it instead draws out the very will that could replace it, and I realize that I am becoming part of some vast flow. I see. Kugagugum. An overwhelming chest pain seems to crush my chest, but at some point, the chest pain begins to subside. Before, lacking fortune and virtue, I rewrote the world purely through willpower. But now, at this moment when I advance to Heaven Tao Great Net, fortune and virtue begin to be born from within me. The moment I recognize this, Kwalong, my very existence engraves itself into Mount Sumeru, and I feel my attraction force connect with it. At the same time, my immortal body as a Heaven Tao Great Net, connected to the attraction force of the entire Mount Sumeru, begins to advance into a middle realm. Kuru. Heaven Tao Great Net. Earth Tao Great Net. The middle realms of both sides unite within my body, completely transforming into a land where living beings may inhabit. Ea. I feel the chi of the entire Mount Sumeru. I feel the fate of the entire Mount Sumeru. At the same time, destiny, yin-yin, fate, begins to be produced from within my body. Originally, this is a phenomenon that would usually occur at the very end of Earth Tao Great Net, or perhaps the midpoint of Heaven Tao Great Net. But perhaps because I have risen to Great Net through both Heaven Tao and Earth Tao, I now gain the authority to create fate even though I am still at the early stage of Great Net Immortal. Yes, just as heaven and earth spiritual energy is produced from the star-shattering stage, the plane of fate, which exists at a higher level, begins to be produced, starting from Great Net Immortal. From now on, I am truly able to create and bestow fate. Though, for now, it remains limited only to the fate related to mountains. Even that alone is enough. My explosion influences all of Mount Sumeru. My attraction force draws in all of Mount Sumeru. My existence firmly seizes one aspect of the true immortal realm and transforms it into my domain. At the same time, I succeed in becoming one of the pillars of the immortal cultivation system that welcomes living beings into my body, thus gaining recognition from Mount Sumeru itself. I feel it. Right now, I have at last advanced to Heaven-Earth Great Net. Keying. Once again, Heaven, Earth, and the Mountain Tao align in perfect balance, forming the three great ultimates. Through this, the pure white three great ultimates once again begin supplying me with power as if erupting. Feeling that power, I open my eyes wide, preparing to face the final obstacle of the Heaven Tao Great Net advancement. Countless fates entangle with me, intertwining. At the same time, my identity as me seems to blur. It must be because I am now truly connected with Mount Sumeru and have begun to receive its power. I must maintain my mind here. Reciting the phenomena extinguishing mantra, I half open my eyes. Gradually, my mind clears, and I begin to preserve myself. But at that moment, a sinister dirge seems to echo, and I sense something ominous creeping into my mind. This is far in the distance of Mount Sumeru. From the faraway Earth axis heavenly domain, Ohiseo is borrowing the power of the great mountain supreme deity. Through that, she is whispering tainted soul filling the heavens into me. The difference between Ohiseo and me at this point is despairingly vast, yet of all things, the great net advancement ritual is overseen by the great mountain supreme deity. As their disciple, Ohiseo has divine descended their power and activated tainted soul filling the heavens, causing a tremendously strong impact upon my consciousness. If I resolve myself to half-kill Ohiseo, I could easily shake it off in one go, but I realize the great mountain supreme deity's scheme and grit my teeth. Do you really want to use your own disciple as a sacrifice like that? If I resist strongly, Ohiseo, who serves as the medium between the great mountain supreme deity and me, would be crushed in the process. I intend to control it as much as I can, but even if I do, the great mountain supreme deity would certainly push Ohiseo toward death to make her into a sacrifice. I won't allow that. I desperately try to control my power to prevent the completion of the splitting heaven mantra. Each time, the pain of the corpse mountain blood sea and Ohiseo's suffering transmits to me through the tainted soul filling the heavens, stabbing deep into my chest. Damn! As I endure the hatred of Ohiseo and the corpse mountain blood sea, and try to regulate my strength. A gentle energy begins to unfurl from deep within my chest. It is the formula of the heavenly being stage. In the heavenly being stage, one must temper madness so that the mind does not scatter from the nature of heaven and earth. Even when challenging the Heaven Tao Great Net, one must maintain consciousness so that the mind does not scatter and dissolve from the countless fates of Mount Sumeru. In a way, the final step of advancing to Heaven Tao Great Net is quite similar to the heavenly being stage. Perhaps that is why, from the vast cold heavenly Lord's vast cold heavenly circle deep within my chest, the soft scent of peach blossoms begins to spread, melting away the tainted soul filling the heavens, which tries to take root in a corner of my heart. Immortal cultivation is progress. Before my eyes, I see the vision of someone standing in a garden full of blooming peach blossoms. They hold a pouch filled with silver coins, stroking it somewhat bitterly as they continue to speak. Repentant enlightenment is certainly admirable, but the world may be lacking with just that alone. Therefore, seek repentant enlightenment, but also move forward. That person stands at the heart of the garden with peach petals dancing around, vanishing without showing their face clearly. At that moment, the clear energy erupting from my chest sweeps away Ohiseo's hatred, the darkness of tainted soul filling the heavens, and the pain of the corpse mountain blood sea in an instant. With that, I am able to block the influx of chaotic fates pressing against me at the final stage of the Heaven Tao Great Net advancement. That just now was the lingering will of vast cold. They have once again lent me their aid, but I can tell that the appearance of their lingering will this time is no coincidence. To dispel hatred, perhaps the power of love is the most effective. Yes, for some reason, I feel, vast cold wanted to tell me this. Because the power that surged from my chest and drove away tainted soul filling the heavens was unmistakably the power of love. Pat it. The moment I realized this, I awakened fully, knowing that I have finally completely reached Heaven Dao Great Net. Kagugugu. An overwhelming vitality surges through my entire body, and now my winged garment, expanded to the breadth of several fixed stars, sways around my arms and legs. My true form fully reveals itself in the sun and moon heavenly domain. It resembles my appearance during my heaven-earth upper immortal era, but now it is far more magnificent and dignified. Ho! As I exhale a breath, transcendental twilight true energy pours out, and for an instant, the density of heaven and earth spiritual energy across the entire sun and moon heavenly domain rises to the level of a middle realm. A being who can raise the spiritual energy density of a supercluster level space with just a single breath. That is what I am now. I am a great immortal who has reached Heaven-Earth Great Net. As I open my eyes, a whole year has already passed in the blink of an eye. The sword spear Heavenly Lord broke free from the seal, and, not stopping there, requested reinforcements and called upon the Radiant's 8 immortals, engaging in a fierce battle. Only the great forest Heavenly Lord has yet to arrive, so Radiance Hall's current strength stands at the level of 7 Heavenly Lords. Even so, they are visibly overwhelming the Underworld 10 Kings. I can even see the presence of the great forest Heavenly Lord crossing over from the distant space-time, and once they gather, it feels certain that the Underworld 10 Kings will no longer be able to endure. But Yin Luo's gaze blazes as they confirm that I have fully advanced to Heaven-Earth Great Net. I nod back at Yin Luo as well, meeting their gaze. This is because I too can guess the intention of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld. O exalted Imperial Venerable. I can feel it. Power surges through my entire body. With strength like this, even if I still struggle against the Radiance 8 Immortals or governing immortal-level beings, I now clearly feel that against ordinary immortal lords, I am capable of simply capturing and beating them to death. This foolish lowly immortal asks of thee. I shout toward the Underworld. The deepest depths of the Underworld. From beyond that deep darkness, a colossal entity begins to respond. Has this mere Great Net Xiaounyan not yet grown worthy enough to be supported by the Imperial Venerable? I can objectively grasp my own realm and power. Now, even if I face Yang Sujin at his peak, I am confident that I can win against him. And Yang Sujin had once clearly told me, before we reach a certain standard, the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld tries to capture and taxidermize us. But if we reach that standard, they support us wholeheartedly. When I was only in Earth Dao Great Net, it might have been uncertain, but since Yin Luo told me to advance to Heaven Dao Great Net, it must mean that reaching it means I am qualified to receive the Underworld's support. If that is the case, I may be able to turn the current situation around. Confidently, I look toward the Head Realm. Not long ago, just gazing directly at the Head Realm would make my eyes ache, but now, they no longer hurt at all. Though I can feel some kind of unidentified resistant force from the Head Realm, just staring into it is no longer a problem. After confirming through the Head Realm, I immediately turn my gaze to the deepest depths of the Underworld. Now, at last, I have become able to directly face the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld. Indeed, unlike before, the subconscious terror warning me not to look upon the deepest depths of the Underworld is gone. At the same time, even when I stare into the depths of the Underworld, my eyeballs do not feel like they will burst, nor is it painful. I am now completely. Shall we test your qualification? Then, from the very depths of the Underworld, an overwhelming rank erupts. A storm sweeps through the middle realm within my body. The sun and moon heavenly domain, no? Just from revealing their rank, the entirety of Mount Sumeru begins to quake. That is. It is the Underworld. Not meaning the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld, but literally the afterlife itself. Countless cycles of reincarnation, judgments, punishments. The history of the deceased of the afterlife unfolds before my eyes. It is darkness. It is a long and longer history. It is a colossal God connected to something I cannot dare to endure. Though my eyes do not burst, I begin to tremble, consumed by indescribable terror, despair, and pain. Far off in the distance, I see the great forest Heavenly Lord hastily joining the Radiance 8 Immortals. But something like that no longer matters to me now. A God stands before my eyes. Would one ever dare pay attention to a mere beast when standing before a God? Is that the true form of the oldest one, their Gandhara. With a stunned expression, I unconsciously begin to lower my body as if to kneel before the heavenly venerable of the underworld. They once called themselves a lowly maiden before me, but now that I think about it, such a claim feels no different from mockery. Is there no one in Mount Sumeru who can resist that being? It is just as I am about to kneel with a stunned face. Immortal cultivation is progress. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. Before my eyes, a fleeting vision of a pure white mountain of salt and a garden in full bloom with peach blossoms flashes by. Remembering their teachings, I grit my teeth and force strength into my legs. Gik, gijijigik. Forcing my legs to move and straightening my back, I simply lower my head toward the underworld. It is the highest honor to behold the rank of the Imperial Venerable. Tuck. That is the end. The rank that had shaken Mount Sumeru disappears in an instant, and to my ear, a single phrase that is both so terrifying yet at the same time deeply relieving reaches me. You have reached the standard. Then, the 10 kings, who have been fighting against the Radiant's 8 immortals, begin to withdraw toward one area of the sun and moon heavenly domain. Geoyuk. The underworld 10 kings, reaching into their own internal world, begin to pull something out in unison. They are 10 flags. Great King Dushur and Great King Pingdeng face each other, plant their flags before themselves, and cry out. The Imperial Venerable is arriving. The true lords of the twin venerables humbly kneel on the spot and bow, taking out black cloud-like masses from their faces and spreading them as a carpet. Each grain of that black cloud mass is a ghost king at the integration stage. Kung Kuwang. Great King Biancheng and Great King Taishan plant their flags before themselves and, beside Dushur and Pingdeng, begin to prostrate and bow. The Imperial Venerable is arriving. Thousands of firefly-like lights spew out from within their bodies, beginning to illuminate the surroundings. Each one is a ghost king at the star-shattering or sacred vessel stage. Great King Song Di and Great King Wu Guan plant their flags before themselves, bow beside the other great kings, and cry out. The Imperial Venerable is arriving. Around them, spirits, Lingjia, at the entering nirvana or vestige liberation immortal level appear, becoming black winds that cause the flags to flutter. Great King Qin Guang and Great King Chu Jiang plant their flags before themselves and bow down. The Imperial Venerable is arriving. Through them as mediums, the reapers of the underworld are summoned around them, dyeing the sun and moon heavenly domain. Kung, Kuwang. And at last, Chief Judge Yin Luo and Deputy Judge Wudao Zhuanluan each plant their flags before themselves and pull scrolls from their bosoms, unfurling them simultaneously. Chworik, Golden Mother of the Jade Pond, Yaochu Jinu. Lady Queen Mother, Wangnangnang. Imperial Throne of the Underworld, Mingfu Dijua. Wheel Imperial Venerable, Shun Di Zun. The Radiant's 8 immortals summon the black snake, biting its tail, in unison and tense themselves. Then, Great King Yin Luo and Great King Wudao Zhuanluan begin to call forth the Great Being one final time into this heavenly domain. The Imperial Venerable is arriving. The owner of the underworld, the deepest darkness, the oldest one, the heavenly venerable of the underworld begins to descend upon this place. Translator notes, Golden Mother of the Jade Pond and Lady Queen Mother are the titles of the Queen Mother of the West. Chapter 645, God of the Underworld, 2. The dark night of the heavenly domain breaks apart, revealing the vast, dark heavens. Tack. Breath catches in my throat. Beyond the formation of Underworld 10 kings bowing down in prostration, deep darkness opens, and someone walks forward. Tuck. With each step that person takes, it feels as though the sounds of the world are being erased. Tuck. At the sound of those footsteps, my entire body tingles, and it feels like my breath is cut off. I have felt this sensation before. The great mountain supreme deity, and the Gandhara of the heavenly venerable of void. I swallow hard. Suddenly, such thoughts cross my mind. In the cases of the Sal tree heavenly venerable or the heavenly venerable of the void, when it was not the descent of their Gandhara, but merely the descent of their projection, there was no particular need for a ritual. They descended easily and casually. But for the heavenly venerable of the underworld, even for just a projection to descend, such a ritual is required. That's right. The reason why the chief judge and the other judges specifically bother to summon integration stage ghost kings to call them forth is not merely for the sake of ceremony, but to create the opportunity for their descent through a descent ritual. Just as true immortals normally descend into the lower realm through immortal treasures or devotees, they too appear here through a ritual utilizing ghost kings. They could descend directly if they wished, but that would waste considerable power. However, when it comes to the heavenly venerable of the underworld, while immortal lords could be summoned through integration stage ghost kings alone, the underworld 10 kings themselves must step forward to perform the ritual. That alone speaks of the immensity of this being. And this is not even the Gandhara, but merely the descent of a projection. I tremble at the terrifying, chilling presence. I feel like I am going to vomit. Did Yang Sujin or the previous heavenly kings also feel this way just from witnessing a projection of the underworld? So that's how it is. Yet at the same time, I come to understand something as I feel the dreadful momentum of the underworld. Through this, I realize how gentle the underworld truly is. To be considerate of someone like me, to meet me with nothing more than the shadow of her projection in the form of Tae Yul Jon and such. Truly, they are an incredibly thoughtful being. Tuck. But all such idle thoughts, all such distractions, the moment they finally descend, they are washed away as if swallowed by the darkness. And then, I do not know what I am thinking, but I raise my head toward the projection of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, toward Bong Hua who has descended into this place. It is stunning, beautiful. It takes the form of a woman of a race similar to the human race. Yet its skin is so flawless it seems transparent, and its hair flows down like a waterfall, turning into primal darkness and driving away the light. Its clothing, made of something unknown, absorbs the darkness of the universe and appears black, though without that, it would likely seem white. Woven from the fur of some unknown beast, the garment looks softer and tougher than anything in existence, exuding an absolute resistance that no flame dares violate. Its eyes are black, as though gazing truly into eternity itself. The eyes feel as though if one were to fall into that dark eternity, there would be no return. Unlike other governing immortals, it does not wear a mianguan. Instead, it adorns its hair with an unusual ornament patterned like tiger stripes, evoking the image of a tiger. Though its hair is left flowing loose, a hairpin remains stuck in place, from which the energy of 5 ominous stars flickers faintly. According to tradition, it is said that the hairpin was made by capturing and killing 5 cruel supreme deities known as the 5 Cruels, then forging their remains into this ornament. It takes the form of a human, yet there is an eerie sense that it is something altogether different. It has a face, but it feels as though no true immortal could truly communicate with it. It is both death and life, the only one who, across countless ages, can rightly be called history itself. My sense of perspective feels like it's twisting. Her size cannot possibly be measured, but if I dare to estimate it, just the diameter of her pupil measures about 1.6 million yojana, 8 million kilometers. The length of the hand alone reaches about 16 million yojana. The length of one arm is approximately 64 million yojana. The full height measures around 192 million yojana. Though she resembles a human, her proportions seem both correct and somehow disturbingly off, as if to prove she is not human. No, wait a moment. The scale really is strange. My sense of perspective keeps distorting. But I soon realize that size is meaningless. No matter what scale I try to assign, she will always exceed it. Aside from knowing that even a fixed star is smaller than the pupil of her eye, her body exists beyond any scale or measurement I can conceive. Standing above all principles we know of, she exists where even the concept of large becomes irrelevant, because any standard would simply be surpassed. At last, she arrives before the underworld 10 kings who stand in formation. She seems about to sit astride the entire sun and moon heavenly domain. Without using any spiritual energy, explosion, or authority, simply by physical strength alone, she crushes and bends the heavenly domain. Kigajigigik. Coom. Using the distorted heavenly domain's attraction force as a chair, she settles upon it. Her size is so grand that the gathered underworld 10 kings and the Radiance 8 immortals, along with myself and all the reapers and ghost kings present, must crane our necks until they nearly snap to look up at her. We are forced to share the feeling that, before this immense and dark being, we are no more than toy soldiers. Though her outward appearance seems beautiful at first glance, the overwhelming transcendent enormity and the dark atmosphere emanating from her eyes inspire more strangeness and horror than beauty. The Yama-True Lord, Yin Luo, unfurls what looks like a bamboo scroll and cries out. From this moment forward, the Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain shall serve as the temporary assembly hall of the Underworld. All divine spirits of the Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain, take heed. The decree of the Imperial Venerable shall be issued here today. Kugagum. With the projection of the Underworld descended, Yin Luo's judge robe emits even deeper darkness, amplifying their proclamation throughout the entire Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain. No, even reaching beyond, into the entire expanse of Mount Sumeru. Kugagugum. At the same time, from the distant edge of the Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain, countless clusters of light begin flying in. It seems that the Great Forest Heavenly Lord has sent a message, as countless Heavenly Lords and True Lords of Radiance Hall, along with the envoys of the final age of Dharma and the Great Net Immortals, begin to line up behind the Radiance 8 Immortals in unison. Perhaps it is a desperate attempt not to lose spirit before the Underworld, yet I realize with a hollow smile that not a single Heavenly Lord entering the Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain remains unaffected. The Underworld, by her mere presence alone, seems enough to overwhelm countless Heavenly Lords. First, as the representative of Radiance Hall and the Radiance 8 Immortals, I, the Great Forest Heavenly Lord, am honored to meet the Western Heavenly Venerable, the Netherworld Queen Mother. But even so, the Great Forest Heavenly Lord speaks before the Underworld, trying their best not to sound crushed in spirit. First, regarding why the Western Heavens subordinates, the Underworld 10 Kings, suddenly launched an offensive against the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, we would like an explanation. And just as the Great Forest Heavenly Lord tries to bring up various reasons and speak to the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld. From this moment, the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld opens her mouth. Her jade-like voice resounds throughout heaven and earth. All enders of this era are under my management. Withdraw the bounty issued upon the enders of this generation. She cuts off the words of the Great Forest Heavenly Lord and delivers her will in a heavy jade-like voice. At her words, the Great Forest Heavenly Lord looks up at the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld and shouts, "What nonsense! Even if it is you, isn't this treating our Radiance Hall with too much disregard? The elimination of the Enders is also the duty of our Radiance 8 Immortals. Do you really think we would hand it over so easily?" But at that moment, the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord urgently steps in front of the Great Forest Heavenly Lord and cries out, "Wait, do you desire the Enders of this era, Underworld?" The Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld remains silent. But in that silence, there is clearly affirmation. Perhaps realizing this, the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord immediately speaks out, their voice faintly trembling. If that is the case, then the Radiance 8 Immortals will discuss among ourselves and give you an answer. Please, give us a little time. But at that moment, the Great Forest Heavenly Lord bellows out in anger. Rain-Dew, what are you doing? You are the executor of the Radiance 8 Immortals, not our representative. No matter if you are the only survivor of the vast Cold Great War, such overreach will not be tolerated. Above all, are you not letting your emotions sway you right now? Great Forest, trust me, now is the time to discuss. Just follow my lead for just a moment. No, this is overreach, Rain-Dew. Our roles and their authority are absolute. While you are indeed the only survivor of the vast Cold Great War, respected as our elder and executor, if you cross the line, the Radiance Supreme Deity will surely punish you. Wait, there will be no negotiation. This is the will of me, the Great Forest Heavenly Lord, representative of the Radiance 8 Immortals, and the will of the Radiance Supreme Deity. No matter if it is the owner of the Underworld, we are light. We are not so weak as to retreat at the words of darkness. At the words of the Great Forest Heavenly Lord, all of the Radiance 8 Immortals, except for the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord, begin to join their hands in unison. The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord appears visibly restless, but in the end, they too join their hands, as if they have no choice. Wawung. The Radiance 8 Immortals form their battle formation, and behind them, the emblem of the black snake biting its tail begins to grow even darker. It is the same ominous dread I felt back then. The light that illuminated the world when the Heavenly Punishment Supreme Deity and the Liberation Supreme Deity clashed with the Radiance 8 Immortals. That light dyes all of creation and obliterated two supreme deities at once. And no matter if she is the heavenly venerable of the underworld, this is the light that erased two supreme deities in a single strike. Can she really withstand this? As soon as I see that light, I begin to feel uneasy at the underworld's composed attitude. Just seeing the ominous symbol of Hyuk Sa makes me feel like my throat is being strangled. Conceding 100 times, I would let that Madam Ghost Mother you are supporting remain under your command. No, if you would concede a few things yourself, I might even yield the return of vast cold over there. But to demand we yield all the Enders, that is tantamount to declaring war on us. Do it. War. Immediately after, the heavenly venerable of the underworld raises her left arm. At that moment, survivors of the vast cold great war, hear me. The rain-dew heavenly lord cries out, their voice trembling. Seek to preserve your lives. At the same time, several of the heavenly lords gathered behind the Radiant's 8 immortals begin screaming like mad. The heavenly venerable of the underworld is preparing to strike. Kuguguguk. Above the hand of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, a certain illusion begins to appear. It is the hand of a ferocious beast, Shungshog, half human and half beast. It looks like the hand of a tiger, perhaps a leopard, or some grotesque predatory monster. When that hand of darkness rises, several envoys of the final age of Dharma begin to convulse and flee in terror. The Western Heavenly Venerable is making her move. The Western Heavenly Venerable. She has raised her left hand. Dium, Dium, Dium. The envoys of the final age of Dharma, the heavenly lords, and the true lords flee from the sun and moon heavenly domain in utter panic, dragging along the other true immortals who remain clueless and bewildered. All throughout the three heavens' great thousand world, listen. The heavenly venerable of the underworld is unleashing her power. The cry of the final envoy of the final age of Dharma who escapes from the sun and moon heavenly domain resounds throughout the entirety of Mount Sumeru. At that moment, I feel the other dimensions, apart from the interdimensional void, all begin to close. Simultaneously, Eastern Heaven Flower Field. There, countless flower overseers and divine spirits fly about so frantically that their winged garments almost catch fire as they shout. The oldest one has raised their left hand. Everyone, brace for impact. Old man, lock down the flower field. Granny, find out where the Western Heavenly Venerable is intercepting. The entire Eastern Heaven Flower Field begins to enter a state of emergency. Source River. There, Yongsung screams and begins to hurriedly seal the Source River shut. Northern Dipper. Northern Dipper. Do you hear me, Northern Dipper? I know we are not on good terms, but answer me for now. The underworld has descended. The underworld has raised their left hand. They are unleashing their power. At Yongsung's scream, the true immortals belonging to the Source River fall into mass panic and hide deep within the Source River, and soon, 7 heavenly lords gather around Yongsung. What does that? Why would the underworld suddenly use their power? That's not what matters. First, observe where the underworld is targeting for interception. Observation complete. The underworld's interception point is the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. Of all places, it's there. Lock down the Gandhara. Though Yongsung and the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords have not been on good terms, they unite in an instant and seal the Source River together. Among the many Earth immortals and Heaven immortals of the heavenly domains, those who have previously witnessed the actions of the heavenly venerable of the underworld all begin to panic at once. At the outskirts of the Earth axis heavenly domain, the main body of Glass Peacock, who has been eyeing for a chance to slip into the Earth axis heavenly domain with eyes consumed by lust, suddenly opens their eyes wide. It's only for a moment, but the lust dwelling in the eyes of Glass Peacock fades away and terror creeps in. The underworld has descended into a heavenly domain and is unleashing their power? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to kidnap Azure Pong. But, Cook, I'll just send a clone toward Azure Pong for now and go into hiding. Twin holding heavenly domain. There, thousands of true immortals, who have been hiding from the gaze of Radiance Hall, suddenly panic, leaving the twin holding heavenly domain or rushing to hide near the body of the swallowing heaven supreme deity. Flee. The aftershock might reach all the way here. Supreme deity. We must go to a heavenly domain where a supreme deity resides. Everyone, go to the Elephant Nose heavenly domain. Go to the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain. We must go where the supreme deities are. Only under the supreme deities can we be protected. Throughout the heavenly domains, mass migration begins. Horse Ear Heavenly Domain. There, a faceless white-haired woman who had been offering prayers toward a wall of lightning hurriedly turns around. What? The underworld is unleashing their power. As if something terrifying seems to rise in her mind, the white-haired woman, Zhengli, begins to tremble uncontrollably. But soon after, she overcomes her fear and laughs. No, this might be a blessing in disguise. If the aftershock reaches here, perhaps it might even create a gap in the seal. With a voice laced with both anxiety and hope, Zhengli gazes toward the distant sun and moon heavenly domain. The Heavenly King Heavenly Domain is overturned. Countless living beings and true immortals of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain fall into madness from terror. Under the judgment of an overwhelming, irresistible being, the true immortals of Radiance Hall, who had acted like gods before mortal beings and wielded tyranny as they pleased, now all weep and wail. Driven mad by terror, they prostrate themselves toward the heavenly venerable of the netherworld, praying desperately. They laugh and cry in turns as if they have lost their minds, no different from the weak mortal beings. Ah, I see it. Every existence in this world holds their breath. The heavenly venerable of the underworld begins to swing her left hand with indifferent eyes. The light of the black snake biting its tail, created by the Radiance 8 immortals, collides with the casually swung left arm of the heavenly venerable of the underworld. And at that moment, the rain-dew heavenly lord shouts desperately, "Let it flow." Above the left hand of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, the faint image of a beast's hand appears. It is the instant when that beast's hand clashes with the beam of light from Radiance Hall. Huckwhack. Just witnessing it causes my eyeballs to burst. It is not only my eyes. In that instant, my perception organs that perceive the planes of chi, soul, and fate are severed. The only thing I can perceive is triple divinity. Perhaps the disparity in rank is so great that I cannot even perceive the shock. The fate of my internal world twists. To even witness and perceive this impact, it seems that what is needed is not strength, but at least the minimum level of rank. Unlike me, the Underworld 10 kings and the immortal lords who have seized seats seem able to face it directly. I quickly regenerate my eyes and perception organs, and in the next moment, I am able to behold an overwhelming scene. Crazy. The entire Radiance 8 immortals are torn apart, and the light they had summoned along with the symbol of the black snake biting its tail has disappeared without a trace. At the same time, I am unable to suppress my shock as I witness the situation behind the Radiance 8 immortals. The Heavenly King Heavenly Domain has vanished. I see countless spirits of immortals and mortal beings within the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain being dragged toward the underworld. Perhaps because it is such a sudden death, except for the true immortals, the living souls are not particularly judged and are instead able to enjoy bliss within the afterlife of the underworld. But I am simply horrified at the result that freezes my mind. Even when the northern heavenly venerable Hyen Mu descended with the Gandhara and swirled the three great ultimates into a vortex and attacked once, only half of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain was split. A single indifferent strike by the heavenly venerable of the underworld's projection is stronger than the attack Hyen Mu released with all her might with her Gandhara. And worse yet, it seems this is not the end. Other heavenly domains beyond the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain are also shaking violently. Judging by the considerable groans heard from inside, they appear to be suffering from the aftershocks. And, surprisingly, the ones who survived that insane strike from the heavenly venerable of the underworld are none other than the Radiance 8 immortals, who took the attack at the closest distance. Pot. From the place where they had stood, light seems to flash, and the divine bodies of the Radiance 8 immortals, which had been blown apart, begin to gradually return. After some time, once they return to their original forms, the Radiance 8 immortals all remain silent. Will you do it, War? In response to the following words of the underworld, the great forest heavenly lord simply offers a respectful bow toward the heavenly venerable of the underworld. Please forgive our insolence. Leave. With that single, short command from the underworld, the Radiance 8 immortals lose all will to fight and begin to retreat bitterly. And then, having just witnessed that insane act of destruction, I stand there blankly, trying to look up at the heavenly venerable of the underworld. But at that moment, blink. Huh. Before I know it, the heavenly venerable of the underworld has vanished. They have returned to the Gandhara. The imperial venerable does not like staying inside Mount Sumeru, especially not in front of the head realm. Then, Yinluo approaches and speaks to me. I feel another wave of goosebumps at those words. That terrifying presence returned to the Gandhara without leaving a single trace. Truly incredible. Of course, the underworld 10 kings, including Yinluo, begin to lower their ranks one by one, as if preparing to return to the underworld. Now, that aside, the Imperial Venerable is calling for you, Xiao Unyan. Come, I will guide you to the Imperial Venerable. Understood. The judges naturally surround me and open the gate of the underworld. Normally, I would have been suspicious of the heavenly venerable of the underworld's taxidermization and have tried desperately to flee. But right now, that thought does not even cross my mind. All this time, they have been going easy on me. The power I just witnessed is quite literally capable of not only chasing after regression, but also crossing beyond it. The underworld could have taxidermized me at any time. Of course, I could feel joy thinking that now I have reached the standard, I will receive support, and there is no longer a reason to be taxidermized. But I feel nothing and simply follow Yinluo quietly. Maybe because I have seen a power that cannot be dared to be resisted. No thoughts come to mind. Kugugugugu. I descend deeper and deeper into the dark abyss where no light reaches. How far down into the abyss have we gone? Coom. Before I know it, Yinluo and I stand before a massive gate of darkness. It is time to meet face-to-face with the Imperial Venerable. Translator notes. Just a reminder that the subscription price change has gone through. The price description just hasn't been updated yet on the website. Chapter 646, God of the Underworld, 3. When I arrive at the gate leading to the deepest depths of the underworld together with Yinluo, from beside the gate, Bluebird and another white-faced old man approach and speak. Please leave your winged garment with us. The living beings as well, please set them down. You cannot bring immortal treasures or weapons inside. As they say this, they strip off my winged garment in an instant, seal it, and pull out the ascenders from within my body. Makes sense. If there are living beings inside when facing the heavenly venerable of the underworld, they might just die. I will entrust the living beings to you. But could you heal those who were injured from the earlier impact? We shall heal them. The white-faced old man nods and takes the unconscious living beings from my body away somewhere, while Bluebird seals my winged garment and receives the immortal treasures inside me. I hand over the bodies of Yeo Y, Hamjin, and Uy from my previous life, along with the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags and other items to them. I also take out Hong Fan for a moment. Hong Fan, sorry, but step outside for a little while. No matter how strange this one is, if he stands before the heavenly venerable of the underworld, he might not be able to withstand the rank and could explode and die. Even if it seems a bit suspicious, it is only right to show consideration, so I naturally take Hong Fan out and place him on my palm. Master, may I not enter together with you? I also wish to be of help to you. But Hong Fan, for some reason, fidgets nervously and wishes to come with me, and I scratch my head as I reply. I am sorry, but if you come, I think you will not be able to endure it. To my words, Bluebird also responds, looking down at Hong Fan. The Imperial Venerable wishes to have a private audience with this one. You should remain outside for now. Still, are you trying to go against the will of the Imperial Venerable? That understood. In the end, Hong Fan lets out a sigh at Bluebird's words and moves from the top of my hand to rest atop Bluebird's palm. Then wait here for a moment, Hong Fan. And Bluebird, is that right? Yes, distinguished guest. Hong Fan likes boiled potatoes, so please prepare some for him to eat. I ask Bluebird to make sure Hong Fan can have some boiled potatoes while waiting. This guy really likes potatoes, so he should at least pass the time eating those while waiting. Remembering well how much Hong Fan enjoyed eating potatoes, I chuckle and make the request, and Bluebird nods. Soon after, Bluebird disappears somewhere along with the sealed winged garment and Hong Fan, and after confirming this, Yinluo knocks on the massive gate. O Imperial Venerable, I have brought Xiao Unyan. Kiik. At Yinluo's words, the gate that is larger than our cosmic-sized bodies begins to open. Then, what unfolds before my eyes is a familiar scene. White wheel. And the massive being sitting in a lotus position before that wheel. Perhaps because now she considers me worthy, the heavenly venerable of the underworld no longer speaks through shadows with only a candle between us as before. This time, she boldly reveals her incarnation. The very appearance I just saw in the sun and moon heavenly domain. That beautiful yet bizarre figure of cosmic scale, the Netherworld Queen Mother, gazes down at me and at Yin Luo who brought me here, and opens her mouth. Let the Yama True Lord step out for a moment. I have something to discuss with the Ender. As you command. Yin Luo bows deeply to the heavenly venerable of the underworld, then disappears into the darkness beyond. Koum. With that, the door behind closes again, though it is still only a projection or an incarnation at best. Now, I finally get to see the true face of the underworld. However, my growth does not bring me any joy. Rather, the more I gaze into the eyes of that colossal heavenly venerable of the underworld, the more suffocating it feels. It feels like a heavy, dull weight is blocking my chest. In that state, as I remain tense, alone with the heavenly venerable of the underworld, the heavenly venerable of the underworld opens her mouth. This lowly maideness. Immediately, I bow my head and cry out. Please, I beg you withdraw those words. Quong, I shout, feeling an overwhelming sense of burden at those words. Lowly maiden? Anyone who has witnessed the power of the heavenly venerable of the underworld could never stay calm upon hearing such words. This feels less like humility and more like tyranny itself. I am but a mere great net immortal, and such words are far too great of a burden for me. Please, I beg you, do not call yourself such before me. At my desperate plea, the heavenly venerable of the underworld seems to gaze at me for a moment. However, you heavenly kings possess a rank higher than us heavenly venerables. In terms of rank alone, none of us heavenly venerables, myself included, can casually lower our speech toward the distinguished one. Please, I truly beg of you, please lower your speech toward me. I cry out sincerely, almost like pleading. That terrifying being humbling herself before me. It feels more like mockery or a threat. I feel so breathless and stifled that I nearly beg as I continue. This lowly Seo Unhyun humbly beseech you. Please, lower your speech toward me. If that is your wish, then so be it. Only then do I feel a bit of the suffocating pressure lift, and I gasp for air as I raise my upper body. Thank you, O Imperial Venerable. And only then do I feel like I can start thinking properly again. Oh, right. Now, the heavenly venerable of the underworld is on my side. I am not particularly on your side. You have merely reached my standard. Standard, huh? I smile bitterly. The standard of the Imperial Venerable who easily defeated the Radiant's 8 Immortals in a single strike is unimaginably high. Could someone like me be of help to the Imperial Venerable? I used to think that way. That if we reached the standard of the underworld, it would mean we at least reached a realm high enough to be of some help to the heavenly venerable of the underworld. But now, having witnessed the true power of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, I begin to question just what kind of help I could ever offer. Other than being a little toy soldier easy to play with, what help could I really provide? I start to feel doubtful. You lack confidence. Believe in yourself. It is only natural that you are still weak right now. Above all, your growth is not yet complete, so there is no need to be impatient. The teachings of Salt Sea will surely show you the way. I do not invest in anything where I see no potential. Thank you, even just for your words. And there is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? I look up at the underworld in confusion. In the eyes of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, there is a trace of displeasure. I am not particularly stronger than the Radiant's 8 Immortals. The symbol of light they summon, the power contained in that symbol, is on par with my own. The reason I appeared to overwhelm them is simply because, when standing before me, light grows feeble. I feel puzzled by those words and ask a question. Do you possess a mantra that weakens light? No. It is just, light itself lowers and weakens endlessly before me of its own accord. Someone has woven that into a law itself. That is why, if you set aside that unreasonable law, the power between me and the faction of light is merely to the degree that I hold a slight lead. Then isn't that actually a good thing? I cannot understand the displeasure that lingers in the eyes of the heavenly venerable of the underworld. And then, for some reason, the memory of when Taeyul John and Hong Fan first met suddenly surfaces in my mind. What is this? For some reason, the reaction Hong Fan showed upon first meeting the underworld within Taeyul John, and just now the law spoken of by the heavenly venerable of the underworld. I feel as if there is some connection between the two. However, I cannot immediately grasp what that connection might be. For now, let's make sure to remember this. I decide to hold that information in my mind, and observe the expression of the heavenly venerable of the underworld. Right now is not the time to ask about this. For the moment, I avoid asking that question and instead bring up another. Then, may I ask why you offer support to those who meet your standards? That is not what you are most curious about right now, is it? As I thought. Even after reaching this realm, she reads right through me instantly. I clear my mind of unnecessary thoughts and nod. Then, may I ask what I am most curious about first? Go ahead. I believe you have been watching me since my previous life. If so, I believe you also witnessed the battle between us and Hien Mu. In that case, do you perhaps know the current state of Hien Mu? I do. The heavenly venerable of the underworld answers readily. And at her next words, I cannot help but feel shocked. Hien Mu is currently endlessly repeating suicide within the interdimensional void. For some reason, it seems she has recovered her memories. Even before, whenever she sometimes regained her memories, she would repeatedly suicide without end like that. Pardon? Most likely, Hien Mu will not appear before you again, no matter how many lives you repeat, because those of heavenly venerable rank have already begun to notice your regressions, and Hien Mu is among them. At those words, I can't help but recoil in shock. That means. Does this mean Hien Mu and the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable have realized my regression? Have all the Heavenly Venerables become aware of my regression? Was it not only Kim Young-hoon who noticed? Whenever Hien Mu regains her memories, from that moment on, she continues to kill herself in this way until an entire generation of Enders declines. After that, her memories are sealed again, and she resumes mindlessly chasing after me, declaring that she will defeat me. A pitiful child, as the heavenly venerable of the underworld speaks of Hien Mu, for the first time, genuine pity flickers in her eyes before quickly fading. At that moment, something flashes through my mind. It is that, back then, when I heard about Hien Mu's heavenly venerable advancement ritual, something had struck me as contradictory. At the time, what that something is finally comes to mind. As soon as I realized that contradiction, I realized that I must ask about it here and now. Carefully, I open my mouth. In fact, I have been holding a question regarding her as well. Would you be willing to answer? Speak. After all, I called you here to tell you what can be told. If there is wisdom you are not yet ready to bear, I will choose what to share, so do not worry. Yes, I am most grateful. Then, if I may, I wish to ask regarding the contradiction that lies within Hien Mu. The contradiction I noticed when I first heard about the heavenly venerable advancement ritual. That contradiction deepened further as I witnessed the power of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, and the moment the topic of Hien Mu was brought up by the heavenly venerable of the underworld, the question fully formed. It was said that Hien Mu's advancement ritual was the expulsion of all beings from Mount Sumeru. But if the power of Radiance Hall weakens only before the presence of the Imperial Venerable, then how on earth could someone like Hien Mu have driven out even Radiance Hall? That's right. The group known as Radiance Hall has existed longer than the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld, and the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld has existed longer than Hien Mu. Then, even back when Hien Mu was around, Radiance Hall must have already been standing strong. How in the world did Hien Mu win against the Radiance 10 Heavens of that era, who held power comparable to the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld? That is exactly the essence of the contradiction I felt before. And upon hearing those words, the eyes of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld twitch slightly as she answers calmly. It is simple. Simple. But contrary to the word simple, as I hear the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld's following words, I feel chills run all over my body. Because that was not Hien Mu's advancement ritual. Pardon. It was not Hien Mu, but a different someone, who once underwent such an advancement ritual, and the great undertakings of that someone have been overwritten onto Hien Mu's history. Even Hien Mu's interdimensional void, the plane of soul. In truth, none of it is hers. All of those feats belong solely to someone else. That is why contradictions cannot help but arise within Hien Mu's story. I feel a creeping horror as if I am standing before a dreadful truth and ask my next question. For some reason, I am afraid to speak the next question. Is it truly possible to become a heavenly venerable through such means? Through such an act of being suddenly overwritten like that? Your premise is wrong. And at the words that follow, I am left utterly speechless. It is not that Hien Mu became a heavenly venerable through such means. Rather, it was after becoming a heavenly venerable that she was overwritten. What does that mean? Hien Mu and the others of the three heavenly venerables one day simply came into existence. I myself do not know the detailed memories of that time, for at the plea of the three heavenly venerables, I sealed them away with ancient force, but I suspect that truth is deeply tied to their disgrace. I tremble, trying to ask the next question, but no words come out. The question that rises to my throat is whether that means the three heavenly venerables are beings inserted into the history of Mount Sumeru by someone. But instinctively, I realize, this is dangerous. If I let this question slip out of my mouth, I feel certain an unbearable disaster will fall upon me. It is my intuition, honed through knowing so many true immortals and governing immortals even before becoming a true immortal myself, and having always kept my thoughts guarded. This is the kind of question that must not be voiced. I feel as if an unknown someone will. Notice, if I ask, barely, just barely, I manage to swallow the question back down my throat. Seeing this, the heavenly venerable of the underworld nods. It is best not to speak dangerous wisdom aloud, even if the question is born purely from curiosity to know the truth. You have self-restraint. Thank you for the praise. I hurriedly shift my attention to another topic, not something related to Hien Mu or the disgrace of the three heavenly venerables. I return to the topic of the heavenly venerables realizing my regression. May I ask something else? Go ahead. When we last spoke in private before, did you not say so back then? That it would still be a long time before the heavenly venerables would notice. That was originally the case. Originally, meaning, just when I feel confused, the heavenly venerable of the underworld suddenly brings up an unexpected topic. When the order of time is reversed, what must be done for there to be no contradiction? I apologize. I do not understand the question. When someone from the future changes the past, what must be done so that it does not cause a contradiction in time? Are you speaking of a time paradox? That's right. A time paradox. If someone goes to the past, changes it, and then returns to the present only to find that the changed past altered the present in such a way that the reason for them to go back disappeared, that headache-inducing contradiction. The underworld suddenly brings up something like that, and I cannot understand her intention. What is this? Is it a question somehow related to me, a regressor? But since I can't grasp her intention, I simply answer with what I think of. If a being from the future intervenes with a being of the past, for a contradiction not to occur in time, it would require determinism. Determinism, fate is predetermined. If there is such a fate, in which the interference of the future being with the past being is the very thing that makes the future being come into existence, then perhaps there would be no contradiction. If you are referring to my ability, though, would it not be more like parallel worlds, or something like that? I'm not talking about your ability. The heavenly venerable of the underworld smiles subtly as she speaks. Someone has already, from a point in the future beyond this moment, intervened in the past. And because of that, the fate of this present moment has been twisted and fixed. That upheaval of fate has caused those of heavenly venerable rank to have awakened earlier than expected. Pardon? I open my eyes wide at the absurd claim. From the future, someone intervened in the past? What is that supposed to mean? What do you mean? What is supposed to mean? Don't you have a guess? Me? Then the heavenly venerable of the underworld points at me. Deer. You must have seen a deer, have you not? At those words, I open my eyes even wider. That deer is proof that someone has intervened from the future. In other words, from the moment you saw that particular deer, the future of this world has already been set. Your ending, too, has already been written. Are you saying my future has been determined? That is not exactly what I mean. Only the future in which someone from the future interferes with the past through the symbol of a deer has been determined. Who that someone is, or what journey must be taken to reach that point, none of that has been decided yet. So only one scene from the future is set, but everything else remains undecided. Why is she telling me all this? I look up at the heavenly venerable of the underworld in confusion. You want to know why I am telling you this? Please, tell him. Ah, no. However, just as I am about to listen to her story as if entranced, I quickly shake my head. Because I can tell that if I answer that question with a yes, the underworld will truly begin to reveal to me her intention, along with countless truths. But when I think about it, I've already received more than enough answers regarding many matters from the underworld. Far too many, in fact. In a way, it has been an incredible amount of help. And the help of a true immortal stronger than me always turns into misfortune, doesn't Are you worried about such things? It happens then. The heavenly venerable of the underworld raises her right arm. Once again, above that right arm, something like the hand of a monstrous beast made of darkness rises. Shiver. The next moment. Quarong. This is. I understand immediately. That single gesture of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, swinging her hand toward the void. With just that one motion, a part of the principles of Mount Sumeru is torn away. At the same time, I notice that the wheel behind the underworld stirs faintly. It's been rewritten. In an instant, the laws of Mount Sumeru have been altered within the hand of the underworld. I have just torn apart and reworked that law. It will need to be restored later, but, at least for now, I can twist away the misfortune coming for you as much as I please. I will become the trial overseer, twisting your misfortune into trials suitable for you and sending them back. So do not worry about misfortune. I stand above such laws. Now, I will ask again. Do you want to know why I am telling you such things? I gape at the terrifying power of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, slowly nodding my head. At that, the heavenly venerable of the underworld smiles. Then I shall tell you who it is that sent you down into this world, who it is that hunts you down, and who it is that blocks the way beyond the audience chamber where we governing immortals must go. Thus, before me, seeking the truth, the mouth of the heavenly venerable of the underworld opens, pouring forth the truths of this world. The one who hunts you down, who keeps the light as their servant, and who blocks the way beyond the audience chamber. That being has many names, but I mostly call them this. At the words that follow, my pupils contract sharply. The future king, Wei Lai Wang. Chapter 647, Owner of Wisdom, 1. Future king, Wei Lai Wang. The moment I hear that term, my mind goes blank, and I feel a dull congestion building deep inside my chest. At the same time, one of the Tanghua that the underworld once showed me through the body of Taeyul Zhan comes to mind. The protagonist of the enormous Tanghua, clad in a black kasaya, seated upon a lotus, and looking down upon all sentient beings. Somehow, as I recall that Tanghua, an unsettling feeling seizes my chest, nausea wells up, and a wave of disgust washes over me. Future king, just what kind of existence is that being? Is that being the final trial we must overcome? Well, that, even I do not know, whether that being truly exists, or is nothing more than an illusion or a law. Pardon? However, one thing is certain. The future king undoubtedly exists in some form. All of us governing immortals, myself included, always feel that heavy presence pressing from beyond the audience chamber of Mount Sumeru. Underworld continues to speak. And there is one more thing that is clear. Whether the future king is currently a sentient being or a non-sentient one, that being was certainly once among those who truly existed as a person. KRRGH. I realize that every time the word future king is mentioned, my head feels as if it is about to split apart. Something begins to surface within my mind. A memory? The very first life. The events between being caught in the landslide and falling into ascension path. The events right before reaching this world. It feels like those memories are pushing through the cracks, trying to resurface. I am looking at the symbol of the black snake biting its tail. And before that symbol of the snake, something seems to have appeared. It conveyed some unknown will to us, and we were there, receiving that will. And then, I clutch my head and gasp for breath. An intense headache torments my mind. Yuck. Did something come to mind? It is nothing. I just realized that there is one more hidden memory. Yes, besides the 16th cycle, there are still memories I have yet to recall. The memories from right after the landslide. The memories before reaching ascension path. Those memories, like the memories of the 16th cycle, seem submerged in pitch-black darkness. And the moment I become aware of this, I come to understand another fact. It's the same. The memories of the 16th cycle. The memories of just before reaching ascension path. They both feel the same. If someone sealed my memories, then I sense that the being who sealed these two memories is the same being. As expected, it is still a very poisonous wisdom to you. Pardon? I flinch at those words and ask, are they judging that the wisdom regarding the future king is poison to me? I begin to wonder if, once again, I won't be able to hear all the information I need. Then must I grow even further? No, do not worry. Unless it is truly beyond what you can bear, I will tell you as much as I can. At your current level, even if it may be poison, it is still at a level you can digest. The heavenly venerable of the underworld speaks on. In the end, the future king is the being whom all governing immortals must unite their strength to fight against. They currently block the gate beyond the audience chamber that is the 33rd heaven of Mount Sumeru, imprisoning all of Mount Sumeru. They hold the fate of all existence in their hands, halt the advancement of this era's civilization and the growth of living beings, and endlessly fix the flow of time to a single era, forcing it to repeat. The more the explanation continues, the dizzier my head becomes. Wisdom. It feels exactly like wisdom itself is alive, clawing at my head. Damn. Tuck, tootaduck. I suddenly shudder as I see something like a salt pillar sprouting in real time from my head. It is salt crystal. Salt crystal, the condensation of ancient force, begins to grow and fill my brain just from hearing that information. The knowledge about the future king alone causes ancient force to surge wildly within my head. It is clearly a dangerous situation, yet the heavenly venerable of the underworld does not particularly stop and continues speaking. Why they do this, we cannot know. We can only speculate. But one thing is certain. That being is currently deeply distorted somewhere. They are not fulfilling the role given to them at all. Therefore, either that distorted part must be corrected, or that being must be killed, and another must become the future king. The role assigned to that being is Fate, Yinming. The heavenly venerable of the underworld raises one arm. Huaruruk. Flames rise from it, and like will-o'-the-wisps, they flutter through the darkness. Those will-o'-the-wisps sketch out a diagram of Mount Sumeru before my eyes. Countless stars, true immortals, and heavenly domains come together to form Mount Sumeru. At that moment, I feel as if I see the illusion of a baby. What is that supposed to be? Perhaps it is just my imagination. Perhaps my mind is not in the right state due to the wisdom concerning the future king. Harmonizing the fate of all existence of the Sumeru three heavens great thousand world in order to find the ultimate answer. That is the role of the future king. The ultimate answer, what is that supposed to be? That I do not know. It is merely a piece of information discovered from the Akashic records. However, I do know that the answer is related to you Enders. The ultimate answer related to us. The future king is supposed to harmonize fate and seek out that answer, but they are refusing to do so. Yes, more precisely, should I say they have already arbitrarily decided on a different answer? Whether that is intentional or not, I cannot say, but they are harmonizing the fate of all existence for a purpose completely opposite to their calling. They have sealed off all other possibilities, making it so that no one else can ever reach the true ultimate answer aside from the one they have chosen. Not only beyond the audience chamber, but they are restricting all possibilities everywhere. Kook. Splurt. I vomit a handful of immortal beast true blood. From the immortal beast true blood I spit up, crystals of salt begin to sprout. They are salt crystals. I apologize. It seems I am still too lacking. I cannot bear the wisdom of such a great being. Please, grant me just a little time before continuing the explanation. Do not worry. Wawoom. Thump, thump, thump. My chest pulses faintly. The taiji in the deepest depths of the underworld spins and explodes. At the same time, I feel as though my heart pounding, warmth returning to my body, and my collapsing frame being forced upright. I feel my consciousness forcibly sharpen in an instant, and I notice the thick scent of plums spreading throughout the area. This is the immortal art of deferring death that I learned from Chongmun Ryong is spreading through this space and forcibly stabilizing my body. It is the act of the heavenly venerable of the underworld. After forcibly stabilizing my body, the heavenly venerable of the underworld continues the explanation. W8. What you must learn today must be learned today. You cannot keep delaying this. I will tell you wisdom up to the level you can bear, so do not worry. I understand. Up until now, the reason the heavenly venerable of the underworld treated me so carefully is simply because I had been like a glass doll that would shatter at the slightest touch. But now, I have grown considerably larger and stronger. There is no longer any need to treat me so delicately as before. In that case, there is one thing I would like to ask. The moment I realize this, I grit my teeth and brace myself. Even if I refuse, it's clear the heavenly venerable of the underworld is going to force this wisdom into me while locking down my body. If that is how it is going to be, then so be it. Since it has come to this, I will accept as much wisdom and information as I can endure with all my strength. Resolving my mindset in an instant, I begin to arrange and compress the ancient force within my body, listen closely to the words of the underworld, and decide to actively engage in this transmission of wisdom. What is the source of that being's power, that they are able to harmonize fate? I understand that the Imperial Venerable has met that being and yet returned alive each time. How has the Imperial Venerable managed to come back alive? And what would be the best method to confront that being going forward? At my question, the corners of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld's lips faintly twitch. It seems she finds my attitude commendable. Your mindset is good. Indeed, worthy of being chosen by Salt Sea. Very well, I shall tell you. After all, for existences at the level of governing immortal, everyone knows except for the Radiance 8 immortals. Then, as the words of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld continue, I feel as if my eyes are about to pop out. The future king. The source of that being's power is fate. Yiming. They killed all cultivators of Mount Sumeru at the level of Supreme Deity and Heavenly Venerable, shattered all Gandharas, trampled the dignity of all imperial kings, annihilated and destroyed all of the Sumeru 3 Heaven's great thousand world, and by being recognized for that achievement, reached the origin essence of fate. And even after that, by accumulating achievements comparable to such a feat, they completely seized the seat of fate. Yiming. The owner of fate. The god of heaven. If they are considered an individual, then they are an existence older than a lowly being like me. The true owner of the future, that is the future king. The fate supreme deity, Yingning Shangdi. All other supreme deities, Sangdi, supreme emperors, of this world, are nothing but impostors claiming the title. They alone are truly qualified to be called Emperor, Deet. Splurt. A wave of salt crystal surges from my 7 orifices. Not only that, but salt pillars begin to sprout wildly around me. Wisdom is pulling me in, and, perhaps in resistance to that wisdom, I instinctively try to dismiss and deny the words of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld as false. This is the greatest resistance that I, a mere great net immortal, can muster against the wisdom trying to devour me. False. No, those are absurd words. I know that the being before my eyes can crush the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain with a single strike and tear apart the laws of Mount Sumeru. If she unleashes her full power, she could likely destroy Mount Sumeru entirely. However, rather than fear toward this being, I begin to deny the words of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld, crushed by the pressure and suffocation that this wisdom brings. Fate, history, and the third absolute law cannot possess origin essence. And even if such a thing exists, no one can seize it. Is it not, as it is called, absolute? The origin essence is the mountain, and the immortal Tao is the mountain path. But if such an origin essence truly exists, then where on earth is the immortal Tao of fate? I have never once heard in any account or history of any true immortal walking the immortal Tao of fate. As expected, you are peculiar. When the truth is told to those born of this world, they all, without exception, deny it and try to forget, just like you. But when the same is told to enders, though they tremble and fear and suffer, they still accept it. You, however, are like someone from Mount Sumeru. It is at that moment. Kugagugum. The Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld reaches her hand toward me. Tuck. At the same time, that massive, pale jade hand firmly grips my shoulder and presses down upon me. If so, then I have no choice but to use the same method as when revealing the truth to my judges. Kugagugagu. An overwhelming pressure crushes down upon me. At the same time, neither my body nor any of my authority can move at all. This is fear. The fundamental fear that all living beings of all phenomena feel, death. True martial arts, Junwu. Triple divinity vibrates, informing me that the being before my eyes is about to exert power. Heart and Heaven Tinghua painting, Xintan Zhengua. Along with that, while neither my body nor my authority can move, the upper part of my head explodes. Pion. The Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld forcibly pries open my head. Do not avert your gaze and face the truth clearly. For governing immortals, it can be directly felt, but for those like you who cannot sense it, it may be too much to handle. Therefore, I will open it myself and put it inside. Huarurik. At the same time, the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld begins to drive into my head the diagram of Mount Sumeru, made from will-o'-the-wisps. Kuakag. And Master's six-sided club. This hurts as much as Hien Mu's single strike. The heavenly venerable of the underworld is touching the principles that make up my existence. The origin essence of fate truly exists. Because the origin essence of history exists at this very moment. Pardon? At that shocking revelation, my eyes widen. The origin essence of history, what exactly? It is something you already know. The record of countless beings and the sanctuary of truth that knows all thoughts. The complete compendium of all history and information. At those words, a certain place surfaces in my mind. The place where all history and life gather as one. The origin essence of life, omniscience, Chenju. In other words, that which is also called the Akashic Records, Shuken Lu, is the origin essence of life. That means the head realm. In other words, the true identity of the emptiness supreme deity Mayan Wun is the origin essence of life, omniscience. Only now do I realize the truth behind what I saw before in the diagram of Mount Sumru, where the heavenly venerable of the underworld and the other heavenly venerables were absorbing a yellow light. At the summit of Mount Sumru, the yellow light they were absorbing was not that of the radiant supreme deity. Rather, it was the light of the emptiness supreme deity Mayan Wun. In other words, Hien Mu, Time, Sao Tree, and the heavenly venerable of the underworld are beings who divine descent power from the origin essence of life, omniscience, which is why they devour that yellow light. There are three absolute laws. If one of their origin essences clearly exists before your eyes, then naturally, would the other two absolutes not also have origin essences? Bukarurik, unable to withstand the pain and the calling brought by this information, I begin to foam salt at the mouth. I desperately resist this pain and the pressure of the wisdom, starting to deny the words of the underworld. Even so, the Akashic Records and the other absolutes. Absolute is absolute. They are absolutely not what an individual can seize. You still deny it? Do not worry. I will make you understand by force if necessary. Kugugugugu. The diagram of Mount Sumru driven into my head begins to explode. The heavenly venerable of the underworld forcibly expands my head. It feels like my body is going to break apart. Those who practice heaven and earth dual cultivation begin to grow. Winged garments. From the star-shattering stage. On their planets, something like rings also appears. That's right. I reached the star-shattering stage through heaven and earth dual cultivation, and I definitely obtained winged garment and something like a ring. That winged garment. And the winged garments possessed by heaven immortals. Finally, the Gandhara of those of heavenly venerable rank. The ring that we possess. All of these are of the same nature. Pardon? It is the power of divine descent. As the words of the heavenly venerable of the underworld continue, I feel logic forcibly hammered into my mind, and I groan. During the star-shattering, sacred vessel, and entering nirvana stages, one is still far too frail, a mere mortal being. So Mount Sumru lends its power during those realms. And that lending of power is only partial, allocated according to one's pathway. However, in the case of those who practice heaven and earth dual cultivation, since there are two pathways, the power they receive is overwhelmingly greater than that of other cultivators. Thus, it is no longer simply borrowing a part of Mount Sumru's power, but divine descent. In other worlds, it is practically soul summoning, Jalan, directly into one's body. The truth of the underworld is painful, but at the same time, it strikes clearly at parts one had not known before. Only now do I fully understand why the 33rd move of Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Sumru, divine descends power by forming circles. Back then, without even fully grasping the principle, I half instinctively recreated a winged garment through the Severing Mountain Swordsmanship. The reason why our Gandhara has the same ring that heaven and earth dual cultivation practitioners at the star-shattering stage possess is the same. In the end, we too are divine descending power. That is precisely the qualification of a heavenly venerable, and the true reason that distinguishes a heavenly venerable from a supreme deity. There are, in fact, only two proper methods to advance to heavenly venerable. The first is when a being who has reached supreme deity succeeds in divine descending power from fate, history, or the third origin essence solely through their own strength. The second is when someone's spirit descends into one who has reached supreme deity and lends their strength. Only these two are the legitimate methods of heavenly venerable advancement. Any other so-called methods are all nonsense. Now do you understand? At the words of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, I have no choice but to fully accept this truth. The winged garment is proof of divine descent, a mark of soul summoning. In other words, it is a kind of immortal crown. If so, then whose power is it exactly that is being lent for the winged garments worn by current heaven upper immortals? Listen carefully. In the distant past, within the depths of history that even I do not know its truth or its existence, someone rose to the position of fate supreme deity. And because of that existence, even vestige liberation immortals became able to use fate prophecy, and earth upper immortals also became able to interfere with a portion of fate without following the fate pathway. And heaven upper immortals also gained winged garments by soul summoning that being's power. I realize why I know, why all those from Mount Sumeru find it difficult to grasp this truth. As the heavenly venerable of the underworld said, if it is someone capable of learning this truth from the underworld, then they must be at least of great net immortal or higher. And any existence at great net immortal or higher must surely have at some point drawn upon the power of fate, which is the domain of the owner of fate. That is why we instinctively reject even the act of knowing the truth that is unwanted by the owner of fate. Are they forced to accept this truth by the heavenly venerable of the underworld? I sob in pain and shock as I ask. The owner of immortal cultivation? My mind grows hazy. Now, even the power of the heavenly venerable of the underworld cannot stop my collapse. Perhaps because I have come to know the wisdom concerning an existence far too immense, I am unable to endure the salt crystals bursting from within me and begin to shatter. It is shocking, and it is painful, and it is despairing. Just how in the world is one supposed to defeat something like the owner of fate? Just what could I possibly do to win against fate? Just what kind of act must one commit to overcome the creator of the immortal cultivation system? No, pardon. Radiance Hall predates even me, so even I do not know the truth. I have not fully grasped the relationship between the Radiance Supreme Deity and the Fate Supreme Deity. It is possible, perhaps, that the Radiance Supreme Deity was created to keep the Fate Supreme Deity in check. Pardon. But what is certain is that the power of immortal cultivation was created by the first Radiance Supreme Deity. The Radiance Supreme Deity? Yet, I still feel as if I cannot breathe. In the end, though the first Radiance Supreme Deity may have kept the Fate Supreme Deity in check, is it not true that the current Radiance Supreme Deity, at least of the era of Yangsu Jin, is merely a subordinate of the Fate Supreme Deity? Just how am I supposed to defeat the owner of immortal cultivation? They are not the owner of immortal cultivation. They are merely the administrator who manages the foundation of immortal cultivation that the first left behind. No one can use the immortal cultivation system entirely according to their own will. More importantly, have you not already torn away 2/10 of the Radiance Supreme Deity's total power? At those words, my voice trembles with a question so intense my eyeballs feel as if they might pop out. Pardon. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. You taught the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord the heart. And as the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord's heart crosses over cycles following your authority, it will eventually belong to you. But is the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord not still merely a subordinate of the Radiance Supreme Deity? And yet to say 2/10 of the Radiance Supreme Deity's power. You are already a great net immortal now, so it is time for you to know. Tuck, the heavenly venerable of the underworld lifts her hand from my shoulder and points toward the sky. That place is the lower part of Mount Sumeru, the place where the seats of the supreme deities can be felt. Let me tell you the ridiculous and chilling truth of the Radiance Supreme Deity. The heavenly venerable of the underworld looks up at the sky as she speaks. An entity like the Radiance Supreme Deity does not exist in this world. All the seats of the world allow only one immortal lord to sit upon them. But the seat of Radiance alone is different. The seat of Radiance alone is so bloated and overwhelmingly powerful compared to other seats that instead of one immortal lord, 10 immortal lords can sit upon it. I open my mouth wide at this shocking truth. The Radiance 10 heavenly lords, yes. In this era, the beings who are called the Radiance 8 Immortals refer to themselves as part of the 11 governings, calling themselves the Radiance 8 Immortals. The Radiance Supreme Deity, Hyuksa, is in fact another name for the Radiance 8 Immortals, and when they always say, "Glory to the Radiance Supreme Deity," it is no different from giving glory and praise to their own predecessors and to the violent justice passed down to them. Are you saying seats can become bloated like that? I ask with a stunned expression, and the heavenly venerable of the underworld replies, it is impossible, not under normal circumstances. No matter how many seats you merge, only one immortal lord can sit upon them. However, the reason their seat has bloated like such is due to another reason. Right now, someone is lending power to that seat. That means, yes, it means that the Fate Supreme Deity is lending power to the seat of radiance. And that means, even with only a portion of the power the Fate Supreme Deity lends out, those beings are able to stand on par with me. I am so utterly shocked at the truth about the Radiance Supreme Deity, I learned today that I begin to lose consciousness. That's right. The truth of the Radiance Supreme Deity is that the so-called Supreme Deity does not actually exist. It is the Radiance 8 Immortals playing the role of the Radiance Supreme Deity, pretending to be a Supreme Deity, a ridiculous and pathetic truth. But at the same time, the fact that there exists a being lending them power is, in itself, terrifying. Truly, the truth of the Radiance Supreme Deity is both ridiculous and chilling. So that's how it is. As I come to understand this truth, I finally cannot endure the flood of wisdom the heavenly venerable of the underworld whispers to me and collapse into unconsciousness. Each and every wisdom given to me by the heavenly venerable of the underworld is so monstrous, so shocking. In this moment, it feels as if I am undergoing my 1006th return. This place is, Master, are you all right? When I come to my senses, I find myself lying inside a large chamber in my true form, and beside me, the tiny Hong Fan watches me with worried eyes. Although Hong Fan is also in his true form at the entering nirvana stage, perhaps due to the overwhelming difference in rank, he looks as small as a fingernail as he worries over me. I am fine. I collect myself and sit up. The truths I have just learned are far too shocking. And the Radiance Supreme Deity does not exist, and the Radiance 8 Immortals themselves are the Radiance Supreme Deity. In the wake of this shocking revelation, I stare blankly down at Hong Fan. How was Master's private audience with the heavenly venerable of the underworld? Hong Fan looks up at me and asks, seemingly curious. But I do not answer. I simply stare at Hong Fan for a long while. Because in my head, only one question fills my mind. So this guy wasn't the Radiance Supreme Deity? Chapter 648, Owner of Wisdom, 2. The moment I began to suspect that Hong Fan is the owner of light was the first day of the 1000th cycle. In other words, it was right after I advanced to true immortality. The basic knowledge of the true immortal realm that Blood Een provided me. For example, after I saw the current symbols of the 11 governings and the true names, I began to suspect that Hong Fan is the owner of light. The Radiance Supreme Deity Hyuk Sa Heishu. Anyone who isn't a fool would know. Hong Fan, who has always stayed by my side and clung to me, constantly reminding me of a black snake. Being related to the Radiance Supreme Deity is a possibility that any sane person would have speculated at least once. On top of that, there is what Blood Een once told me. He said I fulfilled the condition for the Radiance 8 Immortals to descend into the bright, cold realm. When I consider that the condition for the descent of the Radiance 8 Immortals is faith in the Radiance Supreme Deity, it seems like a rather out-of-the-blue statement. Why on earth would I believe in the Radiance Supreme Deity? However, if I think of Hong Fan as the Radiance Supreme Deity, or at least something connected to them, then that descent condition fits perfectly. At the time, I trusted Hong Fan deeply. It's just that this faith was not directed toward a god, but was the trust one had in my subordinate and friend. Besides this, there are plenty of other suspicious points, but there are two main reasons why I became almost certain that Hong Fan is the Radiance Supreme Deity. First, Hong Fan has never once directly faced the Radiance 8 Immortals. That's right. Interestingly, up until now, whether by coincidence or inevitability, Hong Fan has never once directly encountered the Radiance 8 Immortals. Of course, there have been times when I deliberately hit Hong Fan, but even aside from that, for various reasons, Hong Fan has never once encountered the Radiance 8 Immortals directly. Considering how I, as an Ender, am deeply entangled with the Radiance 8 Immortals, the fact that my subordinate Hong Fan has never once directly encountered them feels too strange to dismiss as mere coincidence. Even in the beginning of this life, convinced that Hong Fan is most likely the Radiance Supreme Deity, I attempted to have him face the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord by sharing a brief conversation with him right after descending to the lower realm, waiting for the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord to arrive. However, The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord only descended after I placed Hong Fan inside my body, and at that point, I realized that there seems to be some kind of law preventing Hong Fan from directly facing the Radiance 8 Immortals. That is the first point. And the second is that bizarre history revision through the Head Realm. In the Head Realm, for beings at the star-shattering stage and above, it becomes extremely difficult or nearly impossible to use any spells. Even immortal arts always end in failure within the Head Realm. However, only the immortal arts permitted by the Radiance Supreme Deity do not fail in the Head Realm. In other words, the Radiance Supreme Deity holds some authority of control over the Head Realm. To put it simply, the Head Realm is connected to the Radiance Supreme Deity. And every time I notice the contradictions regarding Hong Fan, history revision occurs from the Head Realm, and the entire world defends Hong Fan. The Radiance Supreme Deity is connected to the Head Realm, and Hong Fan is also connected to the Head Realm. Therefore, from the moment I felt the strange power of history revision and distortion that I have sensed since the previous cycle, I came to believe that Hong Fan is in fact the Radiance Supreme Deity, or at least a clone or subordinate of the Radiance Supreme Deity. That is why, when the Underworld commanded not to allow Hong Fan and the other living beings into the deepest depths, I deliberately messed with Hong Fan by feeding him potatoes. All this time, I kept provoking him and saying nonsense, thinking he was the Radiance Supreme Deity. Bringing up past lives and constantly throwing strange guesses about his identity in front of Hong Fan wasn't something I did for no reason, but to think that it wasn't the case. On top of that, the one known as the Oldest One, the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld, said that the Radiance Supreme Deity does not exist, meaning I have been falsely accusing Hong Fan all this time. If he really isn't the Radiance Supreme Deity, I can't help but feel a little guilty. However, leaving aside whether I feel sorry for Hong Fan, the fact remains that I still can't figure out Hong Fan's identity. If he isn't the Radiance Supreme Deity, then just what exactly is this guy? That's right, right at the end of my life. That meaningful and profound conversation between Hong Fan and Haiyan Mu, and the strange phenomenon where both Hong Fan and the Heavenly Venerable Haiyan Mu regain their memories upon meeting each other. It is clearly abnormal. And even though Haiyan Mu is a Heavenly Venerable, she definitely seemed to fear Hong Fan. That means Hong Fan's true rank, or perhaps his past life or the force backing him, is something beyond even Haiyan Mu. Hong Fan, this bastard. Is he possibly the future king? Throb. I try to piece together Hong Fan's identity, but the moment I recall the future king, I feel a headache rising and exhale slowly. But if this guy really is the future king, I recall the final moment of the 16th cycle. Guju. Your name is Guju. That final moment when Hong Fan was holding my hand. Just what exactly was that warm heart I felt at that time? It's when I am caught up in confusion. Sururuk. Before I know it, someone has appeared inside the room. Kugagum. The moment this person arrives, the room begins to distort, revealing its original form. What I thought was just an ordinary guest room twists, transforming into a nebulous space, similar to the room of the naming supreme deity I had seen before. It seems that all guest rooms prepared for transcendence are made like this. The one who appears in the room where Hong Fan and I are staying is an old man with a pale white face. Wearing the garb of a eunuch, the old man bows his waist toward me and speaks. Have you awakened, O distinguished guest? Indeed. And you are? I am the chief attendant of the Imperial Venerable. I am merely a lowly immortal beast who has long since abandoned his name, so you may simply call me eunuch. The judges call me White Eunuch because of my pale face, so you may also call me that if you wish. Very well, White Eunuch. I gauge the strength of the white-faced man who stands before me. Insane. No matter how much this man lowers himself, his power is by no means beneath mine. This man is also at the level of an immortal lord. Since I can't sense a winged garment, is he perhaps a true lord? Strangely, I can't tell whether he is a heaven immortal or an earth immortal. It doesn't seem like he's a heaven-earth great net immortal like me, but perhaps he has mastered some special immortal art that conceals his identity. What is certain is that he is clearly stronger than Black Dragon. What kind of organization is the Underworld, really? Well, considering the power of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld, it's only natural that such powerful beings would gather here. By the way, how is your condition at present? Are you able to go see the Imperial Venerable right away? At White Eunuch's words, I move my body a little. Is it still a bit too much right now? I believe it is still too early, but if I rest just a little longer, I should be able to recover enough to visit the Imperial Venerable. If the Imperial Venerable calls, could you please let them know to wait just a bit longer? Yes, I shall convey the message. Is there anything you require while you rest? If you happen to have any Tengwa of Buddhist bodhisattvas, could you bring them here? They don't need to belong to the Imperial Venerable. Even if they hadn't been drawn by higher beings, it is fine. Even those commonly viewed by the people of the lower realm will suffice. Yes, well, that will not be difficult. Squirm, squirm. With that, something like 9 tendrils seems to stretch out from the shadow beneath the old man's feet, and in an instant, through those shadows, something appears between us. I have brought replicas of Tengwa made by those in the lower realm who follow the Buddhist path method among the Imperial Venerable's devotees. Please view them at your leisure. If you require anything else, you may call for me, or summon Dario, Sorio, or Bluebird. He hands me a strand of his own hair, along with 3 feathers from a blue-colored bird. It seems they are all attendants serving the heavenly venerable of the underworld. Finishing his words, the white-faced man vanishes again in an instant, and as he disappears, the distorted space also returns to the form of a guest room used by humans. I place the hairs he gave me inside my body, and then look at the round sphere he has handed over. What he has given me is a planet. Above the surface of that planet, there are enormous pavilions lined up one after another, and each of those pavilions is a library that houses books. I only asked for a few paintings, but he created an entire planet and filled it with a library in an instant. Terrifying. Once again, I am impressed by the way true immortals handle things, and after sweeping over the entire planet with my consciousness, I find what I have been looking for within. Here they are, the Tengwa depicting the future king. I take out dozens of Tengwa depicting the future king and spread them out in front of Hong Fan. Hong Fan, by the way, these are the Tengwa I discovered while studying Buddhist path methods. Do any memories of your past life come to mind as you look at these? I was wondering if your past life might be connected to one of the bodhisattvas of Buddhism. You are even considering my past life. Truly, your thoughtfulness is profound, Master. Hong Fan sweeps over the Tengwa of the future king that I hand to him, and I ask him a question. Does anything come to mind when you look at them? Looking at the titles written on the Tengwa, Hong Fan figures out that the figure depicted in the paintings is called the future king. Future king? Immediately, I notice a shift in Hong Fan's intent. That reaction? Ugh. For some reason, I feel nauseous. My mood has worsened. Hong Fan is pouring out intent that sincerely conveys nausea and disgust. Do you remember anything? Well, I am not sure. It is just such a fragmentary piece of information. Other than feeling disgusted, I do not know much. I see. Sorry about that. It seems there might have been some misunderstanding. Yes, well, then, if Master does not need these, I will dispose of them. Do as you wish. As soon as I give permission, Hong Fan immediately gathers up the Tengwa of the future king, rips them apart, and burns them. Every single action of his is saturated with thick loathing. At the same time, from deep within Hong Fan's intent, I catch the hint of a different hue. Self-loathing? Despair? And sadness? Even though he can't remember, the emotions themselves seem to be faintly resurfacing. But if it's emotions like those, it feels as though Hong Fan's true identity is becoming even more unclear. I can't tell right now. Having gained no significant result, I cleanly put away my suspicions regarding Hong Fan. If I can't find the answer right now, then for the moment, I'll trust him. After all, until now, Hong Fan has never once done anything to harm us. I decide to trust him. And so, reinforcing my trust in Hong Fan deep within my heart, I restore my damaged body that became broken by accepting excessive wisdom. Several days pass. At last, I fully recover my body and once again stand before the deepest depths of the underworld to meet the Imperial Venerable. The white-faced old man seems to be busy this time. Instead, 3 blue birds approach and conduct a body search on me. There is nothing suspicious. You may proceed. The Imperial Venerable is waiting. The blue birds all appear to be siblings, and I glance back and forth between the ones who seem to be the eldest and second eldest, and the one who looks like the youngest. It is because the eldest and second eldest seem to be inspecting me thoroughly, but for some reason, the youngest doesn't seem to be doing anything. By the way, why isn't the third bluebird doing anything? Shouldn't that Azurpung also be checking me? We apologize on behalf of the youngest. However, the distinguished guest's body contains quite a bit of glass, and certain characteristics of your immortal body trigger unpleasant nightmares in the youngest, so they are unable to participate in the inspection. But rest assured, we have conducted the inspection thoroughly enough to cover even for the youngest. The one who seems to be the eldest of the blue birds, named Dario, explains the situation well, and I look at the youngest blue bird, that is, the dreaming true Lord Azure Pong, and nod my head. All right, was that the one who suffered at the hands of Glass Peacock? I nod and pass by the blue birds, entering into the deepest depths of the underworld. It is at that moment. Cheek. Something flashes from my cheek, and a peacock feather of glass color begin to emerge from my cheek. At the same time, the peacock feather that sprouts from my cheek flies straight toward the youngest of the blue birds, Azure Pong, and pierces into them. It all happens in an instant, before anyone can stop it. This is... Yes, it is the trace left by Glass Peacock, who pressed their lips against my cheek during the previous cycle. That trace, as I passed in front of Azure Pong, transferred over to them. The moment this fact becomes clear, Azure Pong begins to foam at the mouth and convulse violently, while the bluebird siblings also start to panic. Oh dear, the power of Glass Peacock. There shouldn't have been any direct contact between the distinguished guest and Glass Peacock, so why is this stuck on the distinguished? Damn it. Second, take the youngest to eunuch immediately. Hurry. The eldest of the blue birds sighs as if their head hurts and gives the order, and the blue bird named Sorio takes Azure Pong and flies off somewhere. Ignorant one, that bastard. Just how did they do such a thing to the distinguished guest? Forgive us for the disgraceful sight, distinguished guest. Glass Peacock's obsession with Azure Pong is abnormal, so at times, they influence Azure Pong in ways even we cannot imagine, like this. We will handle this matter ourselves, so please proceed to your private audience with the Imperial Venerable. Understood. I apologize for coming here with such a thing attached to me. No need. Dario lets out a faint sigh and disappears, while I, feeling sorry toward Azure Pong, clear my throat and step into the deepest depths to meet the heavenly venerable of the underworld. Kuwong. The door behind me closes. Once again facing the familiar scene of a private audience, I offer my greetings to the Imperial Venerable. Is your body well? It has recovered enough that I can move. That is fortunate. Yes, and as much as it has recovered, please pass on the wisdom the Imperial Venerable was unable to share yesterday. I raise the question that has been on my mind the most to the underworld. The identity of the future king, and the three origin essences symbolizing the absolute. I have well organized these matters. But there is something I am most curious about. With a hardened expression, I speak the question to the heavenly venerable of the underworld. O Imperial Venerable, I once heard from the Northern Heavenly Venerable that you have challenged the audience chamber quite a few times. And indeed, in a past space-time, you entered alongside Great Mountain, Sal Tree, and others. So, if I may dare to ask, why is it that the Imperial Venerable returns every time? Could you tell me the reason for this? Then, I cannot help but be startled by the expression that comes across the heavenly venerable of the underworld's face. You speak strange words. It is because the face of the heavenly venerable of the underworld twists faintly with humiliation. Grit. The sound of teeth grinding echoes from somewhere. I have never once challenged the audience chamber. Who is it that has said such a thing? Chapter 649, Owner of Wisdom 3. Pardon. Ho, it is a joke. Though she says it is a joke, I cannot help but tremble at the expression that rises on the face of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, and at the waves of triple divinity surging throughout this entire space. The heavenly venerable of the underworld is angry. The only one sensitive enough to feel that would be Hien Mu. Is it Hien Mu who told you? Yes. I see. Regarding that, I can tell you. However, right now, your vessel is already full. The heavenly venerable of the underworld, who had been angry for a while, relaxes her expression and calms her mood as she speaks again. Because of the story you heard from me just a few days ago, your insides are already in a mess with ancient force and salt crystal. If your internal middle realm suffers any more intense pressure, you will not be able to endure. Indeed, that is true. There are a few ways to resolve this. First, you could abandon your own immortal Tao and revert your cultivation back to the vestige liberation immortal level. Second, you could endure my trial, slowly digest that wisdom, and grow slightly. Third, you could obtain an appropriate medium capable of receiving that wisdom. Among these, I recommend the first. If you abandon your immortal Tao and reset your realm to vestige liberation immortal, your pure willpower and vessel would remain, but the unnecessary power of your immortal Tao would be drained away, allowing you to better accept my wisdom. Would you do so? What is the Imperial Venerable saying? I look up at the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld and speak firmly. This is the immortal Tao I have chosen. No matter if you are the Imperial Venerable, even you cannot command me to abandon the immortal Tao my master once walked. This immortal Tao is not some useless immortal Tao. It is indeed a useless immortal Tao. At those words, I nearly lose control and shout in anger at the Underworld, but her cold voice that follows quickly pulls me back to reason. At least, within the immortal Tao seized by the great mountain supreme deity, you cannot advance any further, so it is entirely worthless. You have already proven that you can reach Heaven-Earth Great Net on your own, so if you choose to change your immortal Tao, I will personally support you and help you regain the realm of Heaven-Earth Great Net. In fact, I happen to have in my possession the origin essence of an immortal Tao that suits you perfectly. Here, look. This is the origin essence of Abyss, Sunyan. Kugugugugu, the left arm of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld. Something rises above it. It is a deep darkness. No, more precisely, it is a door leading toward that darkness. I hold in my hand the medium leading to the origin essence of Abyss. I will give this to you. With this, as you match closest with the power of the origin essence of Abyss, you will be able to instantly recover your realm of Heaven-Earth Great Net, and even rise to the position of Heaven-Earth Immortal Lord, that is, Origin Lord, Yunjin. You have tested my heart again and again. Even last time, looking into my heart, I have not forgotten that you said you would grant me an immortal seat. However, for this matter, there is no need for any test. Please withdraw the offer. This time, it is not a test. The voice of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld is serious. Do you truly believe you can fight and defeat the great mountain supreme deity at the level of a great net immortal? Do not speak madness. Even if you have grown considerably, you would still lose in pure strength against Bong Mayong, the weakest among the current supreme deities, and die with your limbs torn apart. That's the gap between a supreme deity and an immortal lord is not simply a difference of a single realm. To put it in terms you can understand, it would be like the difference between the early integration stage and mid to late star-shattering stage. Yet here you are, at the early four-axis stage, talking about defeating the great mountain supreme deity, who stands at the grand perfection star-shattering stage. No, if the splitting heaven mantra is completed, who stands at the entering nirvana stage, and taking their seat. It is sheer insanity. The gaze of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld sinks into solemn seriousness. As the close friend of your master, I offer this advice to you, who is my friend's disciple, with sincerity. Even if you fully complete your great net immortal cultivation and reach its very peak, in terms of the middle boundary comparison, that would only be the level of the grand perfection four-axis stage. Of course, considering your overall strength that exceeds your realm, you would be placed somewhere between late and grand perfection integration stage. But even so, Guac AM can be said to be at the sacred vessel or entering nirvana level. Do you have confidence to kill an entering nirvana true person as a grand perfection integration stage? If I were to reach the ultimate of martial arts, the end of manifestation that Hien Mu and Kim Young-hoon achieved, would there not be hope? At my words, the eyes of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld shift even further into disappointment. In the long history of the Sumeru Three Heavens Great Thousand World, since the moment I first opened my eyes and rose to this position, living until now, I have seen only two who reached the seventh realm. Only the Northern Heavenly Venerable Hien Mu and that fellow Kim Young-hoon. The Imperial Venerable knows of my ability. If I pour in the time, if I put in the effort, my friend Salt Sea lived through a span of time far beyond your imagination. At the words that follow from the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld, I cannot help but be shocked. But even that Salt Sea only achieved the conditions to divine descent the power of the domain of purity through mantras and enlightenment. In pure martial prowess, he never surpassed that of Hien Mu. Kim Young-hoon as well only broke through for but a single moment by imposing an impossible restriction upon himself. In overall skill, he fell short of Hien Mu. The fierce gaze of the Underworld pierces into me. I feel pity for Hien Mu, and she certainly falls behind me in terms of weight class, but in terms of the enlightenment of martial arts Hien Mu attained, even I dare not evaluate. In the long history of Mount Sumeru, only two have taken 7 steps. The ultimate of martial arts is not something that can be reached just by pouring in time, nor by mere effort, nor even by putting your entire soul into it. That is martial pinnacle, Wuji. If the seventh realm were something one could reach just by pouring in time, why have none of the mighty ones of Dragonflower, who have long since gained triple divinity, succeeded to attain that realm? The utmost limit you can reach is no more than attaining complete triple divinity. How can you be so certain? It is not certainty, but statistics. At those cold words, I lower my head. If you fully obtain triple divinity, you will surely become stronger. Reaching the peak of Great Net Immortal, and with the complete triple divinity, you might even hold your own in a one-on-one against Bong Myong or the Radiance 8 Immortals. You could even tear apart a prime golden divine in a single breath. But that is all. The name Supreme Deity is not something that beings of such rank can even dare to discuss. The reason each of the Radiance 8 Immortals stands at the level of Supreme Deity is simply because the seed of radiance they carry upon their backs is beyond comprehension. Yet the immortal Tao of the mountain that you walk, though powerful, is nothing more than that. It is no different from ordinary seats. And yet, you, who have not even gained such a seat of the mountain, dare claim you will defeat a supreme deity of the same path, while only at the level of a great net immortal? Kugagugum. Shiver. I feel my heart shrink tightly, and I cough up a mouthful of blood. Abandon such arrogant thoughts. Even with heaven-earth great net, triple divinity, 3 great ultimates, and the wheel. Even if you were to call upon the swallowing heaven supreme deity with the flawless mantra, you would still be torn to shreds and killed after just 3 strikes from the great mountain supreme deity. You are looking down on Guac AM. The heavenly venerable of the underworld rebukes me sternly, showing me harsh reality. The great mountain supreme deity who consumes the corpse mountain blood sea is a being with the possibility to kill heavenly venerables even if they were to drag their Gandharas into Mount Samaru. They are stronger than my projection. None of the governing immortals, including the current Radiance 8 Immortals, have managed to analyze the true nature of the corpse mountain blood sea, so a proper judgment cannot be made, but that corpse mountain blood sea is not some mere sacrificial offering. At those words, my mind goes blank, and I realize just how arrogantly I had accepted the Great Mountain's challenge. If the splitting heaven mantra is completed, even the mere precursor phenomena would destroy Mount Samaru. If the true purpose of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity was not challenging the audience chamber, but dominating the world, they are a being who could eradicate everything of Mount Samaru except for myself and take over the position of Radiance Hall. If the splitting heaven mantra is completed, even if I bring my Gandhara with me, I cannot guarantee victory. Yet you dare so arrogantly talk of defeating the Great Mountain Supreme Deity at the mere level of Heaven-Earth Great Net. At the rebuke of the heavenly venerable of the underworld, I cannot say a single word. However, the Great Mountain Supreme Deity is not a being you are meant to defeat. Their method may be extreme, but rather, we must cooperate with them. You, and all the Enders including yourself, must grow to the level of Heavenly King. All the governing immortals, you, and the Great Mountain Supreme Deity must join forces together to challenge the audience chamber. As the words of the heavenly venerable of the underworld continue, I grit my teeth. Only that is the path with hope. And then, I rise from my seat. O great imperial venerable, I endure the presence of the underworld and open my mouth. For the realistic, bitter piece of advice, I thank you. I express my gratitude to the underworld, and at the same time, I look up at her. However, though it may be presumptuous, I still cannot accept that proposal. Then show me the possibility that you can defeat the Great Mountain Supreme Deity before my eyes. If you do not show me a way to overcome reality, you will have to accept my counsel. Because the Underworld's counsel is certainly realistic. However, even so, I cannot accept it. Before my master's spirit, that is the oath I made together with Guac AM. The lingering thought of Yang Sujin once told me that among the governing immortals, there is only one who can be trusted. Though it may be presumptuous, I dare say that I cannot even trust the Imperial Venerable. However, to such a me, there is one governing immortal whom I alone can truly trust. The underworld looks down at me indifferently. The Salt Sea Supreme Deity. My master is precisely that person I can trust. I do not know who Yang Sujin referred to among the governing immortals. However, the one person I myself have chosen to trust, the only one I believe in, is my master. Therefore, I cannot dare to break the oath I made before that person's spirit. That is not all. The oath I swore before the Wuji religious order, I still cannot forget it even now. This alone, this oath that I will fight and defeat Guak Am, my senior brother and sworn mortal enemy, under their immortal Tao. This much, I cannot yield even to the Imperial Venerable. I declare my will confidently before the Underworld. Then, the Underworld lets out a sigh. Each and every disciple of Salt Sea have fine aspirations, but they always chase after ideals alone like him. On top of that, their stubbornness is all at an abnormal level. But my words are not wrong either. You must show me a possibility. Present a realistic alternative before my eyes. What alternative do you desire? This place is the deepest depths of the Underworld, the deep recess of my Gandhara. Here, I can exert the full power of my true self. If you withstand my earnest single strike, drawn from the power of my Gandhara, I will respect your way and will not pressure you further to switch to another immortal Tao. At those words, I hesitate for a moment. I still remember the power of the heavenly venerable of the Underworld's projection that shattered the heavenly king heavenly domain with a single strike. Can I endure it? But the hesitation does not last long. I will endure it. No matter if it is the Underworld, this oath I swore before my master's spirit. I will never, ever break it. I will not give up. Even if I die in the evening, I will keep the oath I remembered in the morning. Because that is the Tao I uphold in this world. Seeing my will, a gentle smile rises at the corner of the Underworld's lips. Good. Take your stance. This may be the last moment of this life. I steel my resolve and draw the impermanence sword. Behind me, the wheel and the pure white three great ultimates, and all my powers begin to rise. I will endure it no matter what. Then receive it. Immortal cultivation is. With that, the heavenly venerable of the Underworld raises one arm. Repentant enlightenment. And in the next moment, asterisk. I realize that I am dead. All my prophecies, my revisions, and every power within my body have ground to dust and vanished. I did not even perceive the attack. Damn it. This is the difference between myself and the heavenly venerable of the Underworld. Eternal annihilation comes from a single strike that I cannot even perceive. However, even so, I feel no regret, because through this, I have come to understand the true nature of the heavenly venerable of the Underworld. The heavenly venerable of the Underworld is not particularly a being who pursues goodness. Rather, if it means being freed from the owner of fate, she is a being who will not hesitate to use any means necessary. As an ancient existence, she may pity mortal beings and possess a heart of great compassion, but that is all. From my next life onward, should I seek out someone else instead of the heavenly venerable of the Underworld and cultivate alone? She is clearly a being who walks a different path than I do. Therefore, though I acknowledge her path, I decide not to walk it together with her. Instead, I reaffirm my oath even more firmly, to tread my own immortal Tao, and to defeat Guak Am under their immortal Tao. Kajigajik. My mind pulls away from the world as the world itself tries to reverse. No matter what. Thank you for the teaching, O Imperial Venerable. Whenever it may be, dying by taking the Imperial Venerable's earnest strike will surely become a help to me. I offer my gratitude to the heavenly venerable of the Underworld within my heart, and I head toward my next life. This is my 1006th return. The reversal of time is forbidden. Clang. When I come to my senses, I realize that I have returned to the very moment when I just drew the impermanent sword, the wheel, and the three great ultimates. Before my eyes, the heavenly venerable of the Underworld is drawing forth the power of her Gandhara, looking down at me. I, the heavenly venerable of history, act in the name of Bonghua. In the next moment, I look up at the heavenly venerable of the Underworld in genuine confusion. The death of Xiao Unhyun is hereby forbidden under my workings. The authority of the end, Zhongming, is hereby forbidden under my workings. All forms of miracles that violate history are hereby forbidden under my workings. The domain of purity, even my regression, which lies deeper than the single strike of Hien Mu, is now forbidden under the workings of the Underworld. You shall not meet your next life. I do not permit it. I will not allow the foolish act of chasing only distant ideals while ignoring reality. For that is precisely why Salt Sea died, and Guak Am fell into corruption. Why is it? I read not just pressure, but also regret in the eyes of the heavenly venerable of the Underworld. Until you give up on your own, I will respect your decision. But here and now, show me the possibility. Until then, you will never be able to escape into the utopia you foolishly dream of with that tiny head of yours. It is only then that I dare to realize. The being before my eyes is, aside from the future king, the strongest of the Sumeru three heavens great thousand world. Even regression cannot dare to activate unless this being permits it. Unless I allow it, you are undying. Therefore, endure it. Show me the possibility. Create a miracle. If you continue to spout foolish dreams without even managing to do that, then for the memory of Salt Sea, I will not forgive you. The power of Gandhara begins to gather again above the hand of the underworld, a distant and vast despair. Feeling this, I once again face death before the heavenly venerable of the underworld. Regression tries to activate, but it is cancelled again, and I am revived. I can tell. This is a moment far more distant and despairing than the situation when Hien Mu threatened me, or when I was caught by Yang Song, or when the regression point shifted to before Bloodine. Because time will never reverse unless the underworld allows it. But why is it? A smile is forming on my lips. Perhaps, I am simply grateful that I have been given a chance. Even in my very first life, what I truly wished for was just a chance. Yes, what I want is, perhaps my greatest desire is simply an opportunity, even if it is only once, to receive just one more chance. That is my greatest desire. Therefore, even in the face of absolute despair, I may be smiling just because I have been given that chance. And so, with a smile full of madness, I continue to die again and again beneath the single strike of the underworld. Once, just once is enough. I will, without fail, endure the single strike of the underworld and be acknowledged. Within the ordeal that brings countless experiences of death, as I feel the wisdom the underworld instills into me begin to take root, I begin to endlessly repeat this eternal moment of death. Chapter 651, Owner of Wisdom, 5. Quong. I am torn apart once again. Not like this. Pain pulls me out from the depths of delusion. Questions about what I truly am, whether I am really an ender or not. All of it washes away from the agony. In the end, pain itself is the most primal problem. Things like identity can wait until I solve this first. The strike from the underworld delivers the most fundamental type of pain I've ever experienced. Still, now I can hear the sound, and the way I die is becoming clearer and clearer. The moments of me being torn apart and killed are becoming more vivid. Just one step further. If I reach Araya consciousness, I'll be able to perceive that attack. That is when it will truly begin. I refocus the consciousness that has reached untainted. The world narrows, and Mount Sumeru begins to appear as a collection of lines and circles. The lines form a net as the principles of Mount Sumeru, and the circles become the knots of the net, serving as the intersections that make up the entire structure. Countless nets tangle and intertwine, forming a single inverted cone. Keying. I connect to the Akashic records once again. Immediately afterward, I discover the method to swiftly reach Araya consciousness. I see. Araya consciousness is the 8th level of the soul, a true mark of existence, positioned even higher than Manas consciousness. It is the consciousness referred to as the 8th consciousnesses. To reach the 8th consciousness, it can't end with simply clearing my mind. Clearing the mind is merely the preparation phase to reach the 8th consciousness. After turning myself into a mirror and making it clear, everything reflected in that mirror, I must make all of it enter the same state as myself. Wu-wung. Upon the net, I become a single sphere. More precisely, I take the form of a hypersphere that transcends all dimensions. I become one of the circles that form Mount Sumeru. I am a circle, and at the same time, a knot in the net that weaves together the principles of Mount Sumeru. Above the knots where the lines of the net intersect, individual circles emerge and connect. I realize that all of these are the souls of different beings. I see. Our souls are all connected by the net that is the world. Sensing the Indra's net that links us together, I begin to reflect the souls connected to me, all those with whom I've exchanged hearts. The net of Indra is no ordinary net. Its countless lines unfold in a hyperdimensional form, and the threads of the net, which embody the principles of the world, are directly connected to all the connections I have formed until now. I begin to reflect those connections through the mirror of my heart. I see. Though I seem to be repeating the same enlightenment over and over again, each time it strikes anew, I am not made of myself alone. I keep realizing this anew every time. The 8th consciousness. That is, the reason why in order to reach Araya consciousness, I must also clear the hearts of my connections is because of this. My existence is never something formed by me alone, being formed from countless others passing by, intersecting, and overlapping with me. That is the one that is formed. I am not merely an object, but a kind of collection. Yes, a collage, made of connections. That is the true nature of what I am. Is it because I connected to the Akashic records? For the first time in a long while, the language of Earth comes to mind. And it is the moment I realize it. An ominous truth begins to crawl up from deep within my chest. It is something ominous about my essence. I'll face this a little later. It feels like a terrifying truth, like the obsidian devil heavenly King Hong Fan may emerge. But rather than confronting that truth now, unprepared, I decide to reach Araya consciousness first and face the truth afterward. For now, the immediate task is to fill the hearts of all the connections tied to me with impermanence, bringing them to the same level of untainted as myself. Why Yang? Even as my physical body continues to die over and over. In this unending pain, I begin to display a surreal level of concentration. But this concentration isn't something I consciously generate. Rather, my essence is elevating my focus from deep within as a way to ignore the ominousness that I am sensing. It seems I am not yet capable of withstanding this ominousness. The way I reached the domain of untainted was through impermanence, not like Hien Mu, who severed all things, or Kim Young-hoon, who acknowledged all possibilities, but the way of impermanence, which fills all things to create emptiness. Therefore, to reach Araya consciousness, I must bring all beings whom I have connections with to the domain of untainted. And it must be in the same way I did. I must fill the hearts of everyone who has exchanged hearts with me with the impermanence sword, temporarily raising them to the same level as myself. That is the method to reach Araya consciousness. Wu-wong, the net I reside upon begins to ripple. The hearts of impermanence originating from me begin to enter all the beings connected to me. In that moment, I confirm my immortal art settling into all of my connections, and at the same time, I experience my consciousness expanding infinitely. And just as my consciousness is about to truly reach infinity, Pythiot, in that instant, I realize I have arrived somewhere. This place is. I recognize it instantly. The origin of creation I once reached with Kim Young-hoon. The outskirts of the Akashic records. It is the space that transcends all realities. And, together with him, I gazed upon an immense baby before us. A baby? No, that's not it. It is not merely a baby. It seems to be the body of someone. And I realize that this someone's body is not complete. That someone's body is endlessly being created. And its bones, blood vessels, and organs are astonishingly familiar to me. I finally understand. The blood vessels of that being are being created in real time, and within them, I see something familiar. That being's blood vessels are a river of scenes where the Taiji endlessly continues. That's right. The river of scenes I trace back each time I regress is just a single vein within that something. So that's what it is. Only now do I understand the principle behind my regression. So you were all still alive. And I understand why I have reached this space and perceive that metaphysical being. It is because I am currently accessing the Araya consciousness through the Akashic records, connecting with all my connections. That's right, all connections. In other words, I am connected not only to the connections formed in this cycle, but to all those. Formed across all the cycles. So you all still exist. If I currently possessed a physical body, I would probably be shedding tears. In this very moment, I completely grasped the principle of my infinite regression. In the first place, I could not comprehend it until now because I failed to understand the shape of time. When I die and flow backward through the blood vessel to repeat time, a new blood vessel forms and begins to create the body of that existence. The time that my existence lives through and all its possibilities are simply a part of the process of creating that existence. And as I watch this, I come to understand the principle behind how those of heavenly venerable rank perceive regression. If mortal beings are merely a single current in the flow of flesh flowing through the veins of that existence, then the heavenly venerables, no, broadly speaking, all beings who possess a seat, are as if they've received that being's soul. However, those who have not completely seized their seat become immortal lords, and even if they have received part of that being's soul, They are split into multiple existences by the differentiation of space-time. But the supreme deities and heavenly venerables, who have completely seized their seat, are entirely unaffected by the splitting of space-time. They merely forget previous timelines for a moment, as the soul and their accumulated possibilities shift into the newly born blood vessels, the timelines created through my regression. Among them, the heavenly venerables, that is, beings who borrow the power of the three grand laws, possess a faint link to the Baihui point of that something, enabling them to resist regression even more powerfully. As I grasp the principle of infinite regression, I am overwhelmed with an indescribable surge of emotion, and I compose this swelling heart with the impermanent sword and begin to send it to all my connections existing in every timeline. To some, it may be a fleeting inspiration. To others, perhaps a definitive signal that I still live. But what is certain is that this rising, swelling heart within me has been undeniably delivered to every one of my connections. And I succeed in pulling the consciousness of all those connected to me, even if just for a moment, to the same domain of untainted as me, elevating the intersection of connections that is me entirely into the domain of purity. Wu-wong. I once again descend from the origin of creation and half open my eyes. In this moment, I have fully reached Araya consciousness. Wu-wong. Ripple. The net sways. 1. Confidently sit in a lotus position above that net. The net hums with countless vibrations, and by sensing those vibrations, I realize I can see directly into the innermost thoughts of the being standing before me. With a completely clear heart, I gaze at the being before my eyes. The heavenly venerable of the underworld, Bonghua, is smiling at me. Congratulations. You have reached the same eye level as me. So this is Araya consciousness. That's right. All of us heavenly venerables are always seeing scenes like this. Speaking eye to eye with the heavenly venerable of the underworld, I continue gazing at the endlessly rippling net. On the countless knots of the net hang the souls of the innumerable living beings, existing merely in the forms of simple circles or hyperspheres. Above this endless net, the only ones truly maintaining forms are Bonghua and me, just the two of us. The other heavenly venerables, I don't see them. You can probably feel it yourself, but maintaining this consciousness is not easy. Aside from me, the rest only enter this domain by focusing when necessary. I suppose. Indeed, that's how it is. Maintaining Araya consciousness and properly preserving form above Indra's net is, frankly, overwhelmingly difficult. Soon, I will likely lose focus. By the way, how many times have you killed me so far? I ask, while perceiving myself below Indra's net. The me endlessly dying and reviving in the real world. Around 4 billion times? Seems like you reached Araya consciousness just exactly within the expected time frame. Is that so? That's a relief. When I reached the domain of untainted, the strikes of the underworld were painful, but now that I have risen to Araya consciousness, the pain rather fades away. To be exact, it's become meaningless. Then, watch closely. I look at the consciousness of the underworld, then gaze again at the Gandhara of the underworld beneath Indranet. The Gandhara moves. The front paw of a fierce beast, in the form of a half-human, half-beast, strikes down on the small me. Then, my physical body is immediately torn from Indra's net, and every principle composing me is dismantled. However, as soon as the underworld exerts her will, my principles are instantly restored. Can you block it? The underworld asks, and I nod. Yes, at least, for this one moment, I can block it. At those words, a ripple of mild surprise echoes from the underworld. This is unexpected. What did you see? I saw the meaning of my entire life. From here on, this swelling emotion will scatter again along with the flow of time. But, in this one moment where I have realized my regression has not been meaningless, I can properly block the single strike of the underworld. From above Indra's net, I begin to recite a mantra. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. The phenomena extinguishing mantra begins to exert power within the will of impermanence. Now I understand. Until now, the phenomena extinguishing mantra I have been reciting only skimmed the surface of its enlightenment. This is the true meaning, Jenyit, of the phenomena extinguishing mantra. Like tiny grains of salt gathering to form the sea. It is not a mantra that merely destroys the universe centered on the attraction force gathered in one's palm, nor is it one that observes Mount Saru. This phenomena extinguishing mantra is literally an immortal art that amplifies the heart to the utmost. It spreads this surging heart I possess to every being in the universe, and for an instant, imprints supreme enlightenment into their subconscious. That is the phenomena extinguishing mantra. The heart is death. That is why, when the number of heart tribe increases, the world rushes even faster toward the end. The phenomena extinguishing mantra is an immortal art that brings about the end. That is why its true meaning is an immortal art that teaches true heart to all living beings in the world. If one attains the Tao in the morning, they are content to die in the evening. Because, since realizing the Tao means knowing the heart is eternal, dying is not truly death. In other words, the true meaning of the phenomena extinguishing mantra is an immortal art that engraves, with my power, the truth that the heart is eternal into the hearts of all beings in the universe, and thus calls forth the end. Flash. I open my eyes wide atop Indra's net. In an instant, the threads of Indra's net begin to warp wildly around me. Countless knots in the net. In other words, countless spirits receive the imprint of my enlightenment, and in that moment, all enlightenment in this entire area becomes filled with mine, imprinting the enlightenment that the heart is eternal deep into the unconsciousness of all beings in the universe, and becoming allies with all the beings in the universe. This is the true meaning of the phenomena extinguishing mantra. Jing. I stretch out the power of yin-yang and 5 elements. No, the power of impermanence gathered from everyone's hearts toward the strike of the underworld. It happens in an instant. Quachiang. The entire world vibrates, and Indra's net, where the underworld and I are seated, begins to tremble wildly. Soon, several parts of the net begin to tear. Though the torn parts are instantly restored, I know that this strike is one every being on Mount Sumeru must have noticed. Shi. Araya consciousness gradually unravels, and I sense my consciousness returning below Indra's net, to the reality where we live. Steam rises from my entire body. I feel a numbness in my arm. But this time, I did not die. It wasn't your own skill. The underworld speaks with a smile. You simply realized something overwhelming, and passed that overwhelming emotion on to all your connections. That is why the phenomena extinguishing mantra activated transcendently, beyond its usual limits. Yes, that's right, because I realized the principle of my regression and confirmed that the previous timelines were not erased. I received the underworld strike through the overflowing emotion I felt by using the phenomena extinguishing mantra. It isn't my own skill, and if I can't feel such an overwhelming heart again, I won't be able to block another strike of this level. I could enter Araya consciousness again and keep watching that scene, but even if I do, I likely won't be able to feel the same overwhelming emotion I felt the first time. Just a single strike blocked by mere coincidence. Do you think that alone is enough to face the great mountain supreme deity? It is. By what method? Are you going to ask the seat holder of addiction to feed you loads of drugs that even work on true immortals? There is no need for that, because I calmly speak of the enlightenment I gained this time. As you live life, there are truly so many moments when you feel the world is full of things with overwhelming emotions. Therefore, I can block the single strike of the great mountain supreme deity. I speak confidently before the underworld, fully recognizing that I have now completely broken free from the bridle of death repeated billions of times. The underworld smiles with the warmest expression I have ever seen. All of you always bring about miracles, and I respond with a smile. There is no need to say, all of you. You have known all along, haven't you? At last, I fully confirmed the ominous truth that had been rising within me. Seo Un-hyun, the earthling, simply grew old and died in what I call the Zeroth cycle. Then who exactly am I? I am the observer who has taken over his body, the one known by the name Hyuk-sa Heisha, the infinite regression that arbitrarily defies laws possessing absoluteness has never been an authority of an ender in the first place. The moment I recognize this truth, I suppress my essence that tries madly to erase the personality of Seo Un-hyun and offer a bow to the underworld. Allow me to reintroduce myself, O Great One. I am not an ender. I am the black snake biting its tail, one of the servants who cannot betray the future king. And at the same time, I look directly into the underworld's warm smile and speak. I am the human Seo Un-hyun. Chapter 652, The First Light. Ho ho, that's an interesting thing to say. The underworld smiles faintly and asks me, in the end, are you saying that you are Hyuk-sa or Seo Un-hyun? Both. I smile while suppressing my essence. Now I finally understand the truth. Perhaps even the underworld did not know this. Even upon reaching Araya consciousness, this is something only I, who is connected to both the Enders and the Radiant's supreme deity, can know. The truth of the Enders is originally the third law itself. I begin speaking of the truth I've come to know through Araya consciousness, connecting to part of the essence of the Radiant's supreme deity and the Enders. In this world, there exist three absolutes: fate, history, and the third law. But for some reason, that third law is not only unnamed, but also unknown to anyone. That is why I had thought that the third law might be something like the heart, or death, and that the domain of purity, as the extremity of the heart, might in fact be the third law, just as the imperial venerable is said to be the heavenly venerable of history. I heard that the domain the Salt Sea Supreme Deity could have reached is called the heavenly venerable of purity. After all, I continue my explanation slowly. But after hearing from Hien Mu about the Salt Sea Supreme Deity, I began to feel something strange. If they were qualified to become a heavenly venerable, why had they not risen to the position of the heavenly venerable of purity? The reason, it was said, was because of us, the Enders. At the same time, Hien Mu's plane of soul and the interdimensional void carry properties very similar to the domain of purity. All these facts are pointing toward one truth. The domain of purity is literally emptiness. That's right. It is currently empty. And that means there was originally something filling that position. Now I finally understand. The Enders are beings who are the seven fragments divided from the third absolute. Because the absolute was no longer in its rightful place and instead split into seven Enders, no one could know the name of the third absolute, and no one could become a true immortal through the third pathway. Then the underworld responds. I already knew that. Pardon. Why do you think I humbled myself before you heavenly kings in the first place? Why do you think I treated you all as kings of nations? Unlike us, who divine descent the absolute, you all are the absolute itself. That is why I acknowledged your rank as higher than ours. At those words, I cough awkwardly. Well, it's a relief that you knew. In any case, along with that truth, I came to understand another one as well. This, indeed, is the truly astounding truth. Is it perhaps because I've awakened to the essence of Hyuk-Sa? I came to realize a new truth. The memory from that moment returns faintly. Right after Seo Eun-hyun was caught in the landslide, their souls were dragged into an unknown, bizarre world. At the same time, the emblem of the black snake biting its tail appeared, and before it, something emerged. That something is none other than the soul of them who died. And, from my point of view, I began to infuse their souls with something. It is fate, Ming. But not merely fate. The very essence of life itself was newly bestowed. I do not remember the exact details. But afterward, the Enders fell into ascension path within Mount Sumeru. Then, the history I know unfolded. Kim Young-hoon became a martial artist. Jeon Myung-hoon became the lightning harbinger and fell into madness. Kong Min-hee failed to withstand the presence of the underworld and went insane, becoming the ghost guiding Holy Mother. She committed a great massacre and was dragged into the underworld to be taxidermized. But at the very moment the taxidermy succeeded, she perished, in spirit and all, for unknown reasons. Oh Hyun-suk, after the death of Azure Tiger Saint, lived in decadence steeped in alcohol, drugs, women, and men, and was eventually killed by Seo Hwyeol. Kim Yun was eventually hunted down and miserably killed alongside the Mad Lord by Jang-ik. Only Oh Hyeseo seemed to live happily with Seo Hwyeol for a time, but in the final moment, Seo Hwyeol lost in a battle of personality against Blood Yin. Seo Hwyeol perished, and Oh Hyeseo was ripped apart and killed by Blood Yin's hands. Numerous final moments of the Enders flash before my eyes. And the final moment of Seo Eun-hyun flashes as well. Seo Eun-hyun, who died pitifully without accomplishing anything. And one murmured as I watched it unfold. How pitiful. This time as well. And one, from a place beyond time, began to move while looking down upon them. In the order of time, I moved to retrieve them, starting from the ones who died first. The death order of the Enders in the 0th cycle is as follows. First, Seo Eun-hyun died of illness from a cold. Second, Kim Young-hoon seemed to succeed in ascension after piercing through the interdimensional void in a battle against cultivators, but died in combat against vestiges. Third, John Myung-hoon lived rampantly as the Lightning Harbinger, but was surrounded and killed by the Heaven Tribe Coalition. Fourth, Kim Yun followed the Mad Lord and was killed by being hunted by Jang Ik. Fifth, Oh Hyun-suk, while doing drugs, was caught in Seo Hweol's tainted soul filling the heavens, and, while struggling violently in resistance, was killed directly by Seo Hweol due to excessive struggle. Sixth, Kang Min-hee, after committing a mass slaughter as the ghost guiding Holy Mother, was dragged into the deepest hell of the underworld and successfully taxidermized, but then suddenly died for an unknown reason. Last, Oh Hyeseo, after Seo Hweol's miserable defeat, was torn to pieces by Blood Een and died like a bug. 1. Moved into the time point of Seo Eun-hyun, who was the first among them to die. The retrieval method is simple. 1. Dwell within the life granted to them, and reclaim the authority that was bestowed. Thus, 1. Reversed through time, and briefly settled in Seo Eun-hyun's body at the moment of his death. Originally, Seo Eun-hyun's life and authority should have been retrieved without issue. That's where the error began. Only now do I understand what my true authority is. The authority of Enders grows stronger with each experience of death. Just like how Oh Hyeseo awakened her true authority after dying hundreds of times at the hands of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, despite not realizing her fate. Seo Eun-hyun too, upon experiencing his first death, had his true authority activated. The true authority I gained as an Ender. It is at Magraha, Wajrir, ego clinging. Ego preservation. That is the authority of Seo Eun-hyun. To retrieve Seo Eun-hyun's authority. 1. Entered his corpse as usual, but was struck by that very authority and became Seo Eun-hyun. 1. Struggled in every way to resist Seo Eun-hyun's authority, but since I could not perfectly resist the authority of an Ender. An impossible miracle occurred, and 1. Became Seo Eun-hyun. These are the memories I obtained. Of course, due to my essence resisting, some information is obscured, so I could not recover everything. But the essence of my existence is Hyuk-sa. More precisely, the mantra of Hyuk-sa, the source of infinite regression, what one could call the radiance mantra, Gongming Junyan. The moment 1. Entered him, the power of ego preservation that belonged to Seo Eun-hyun imprinted his ego onto the power of Hyuk-sa, who traversed space-time to retrieve the Enders. In other words, I am, in the end, Hyuk-sa wearing the face of Seo Eun-hyun. Upon hearing my explanation, the heavenly venerable of the underworld smiles and asks, "Then how do you explain that?" The underworld points somewhere. In the past, I wouldn't have understood, but having reached a Raya consciousness for a brief moment, I immediately read the underworld's intention and grasped the meaning. Are you asking why Hong Fan possesses my authority? That's right. Hong Fan, too, as one of the Enders of this era, possesses the authority of ego preservation. Seo Eun-hyun's authority is called ego preservation, but more precisely, it is something closer to self-preservation. No matter what space-time one falls into, no matter what illusions or phantasms one experiences, it is the authority to absolutely preserve oneself. That is the authority Hong Fan possesses, and why his cultivation remained intact even when I regressed. Though retaining memory is difficult, his cultivation stage never regressed. It was because Hong Fan used Seo Eun-hyun's authority. Doesn't the Imperial Venerable not already know the answer? I smile faintly and continue. The 10th cycle. No, perhaps even earlier. Yes, I don't know the exact moment, but perhaps even before I first met Bu Qianghua. The personality of Hyuk-sa succeeded in escaping from me. However, leaving behind the radiance mantra that once belonged to them to me, they took the authority of ego preservation. That was mine and made a dramatic escape. I am unable to read how that became possible. Nonetheless, Hyuk-sa's personality escaped from Seo Eun-hyun's and entered the belly of a centipede in the great mountain ranges on the western end of the head realm. There, Hyuk-sa clashed with the Ender authority they took with them in an effort to recover their memories. Hyuk-sa's memories and the authority of ego preservation clashed violently, and as a result, Hyuk-sa succeeded in erasing the personality of Seo Eun-hyun, engraved into the authority of ego preservation. But in exchange, they also lost their own memories and became a blank fool. As my regressions continued and life repeated, they matured far beyond other centipedes and grew stronger in accordance with their essence, but without ever knowing their true identity. They only waited endlessly. Until at last, the time arrived. 1. And the amnesiac, Hyuk-sa, met. Hyuk-sa instinctively clung to me, and I carried them with me, bestowing upon Hyuk-sa their true name, in order to have something to call them. The main personality of Hyuk-sa, Hui-su, Hong Fan, Fan. That is Hong Fan's true identity. And I fully defined my existence and laughed bitterly. In the end, Co Eun-hyun, after the 0th cycle, is nothing more than a personality of the name. Co Eun-hyun, that clings like a heart demon to the radiance mantra that causes infinite regression. Indeed, I myself am stronger than any heart demon. The reason why back when I was undergoing advancement, the heart heavenly demons who entered my internal world mistook me as a entering nirvana stage heart demon senior. The reason why when I became an immortal beast, I didn't become a human immortal beast, but rather a bizarre immortal beast fused with a snake. It is because the essence of the being known as me is, in the end, a heart demon clinging to the radiance mantra of Hyuk-sa. Is your essence nothing more than a heart demon then? You could see it that way. Then why did you call yourself the human Co Eun-hyun? Well, I smile brightly at the Underworld's words and completely suppress my essence. I may be nothing more than the leftover of Co Eun-hyun and Hyuk-sa, but by receiving hearts, I have truly become human. By inheriting the will of Kim Young-hoon, by engraving the teachings of Chongmon Ryong in my heart, by receiving a kiss from Buk Hyang-hwa and the enlightenment of blessings, by confirming Kim Yun's heart, by carrying on the will of Azure Tiger Saint, by receiving the hearts of Gyu Ryan and Gyu Baek, by receiving the heart of an unknown existence called Guju, by receiving grace from all of the golden, divine, heavenly thunder sect, by receiving the heart of Seoli, by receiving the heart of the Wuji religious order. Like so, I've come this far through giving and receiving hearts with countless beings. Even if I was born a heart demon, as long as birth means nothing, I am human. Though what I am may have changed slightly from the 0th cycle, I am Co Eun-hyun. Yes, my origin is just as lowly as that of Co Huiol. Just as Co Huiol was nothing more than an error. Born of an Ender's legacy, I too am a lowly being. Merely a heart demon originating from the existence called Co Eun-hyun. However, just as Co Huiol received a heart and died as a person, I, too, have come to this place by endlessly giving and receiving hearts. If I hadn't confirmed my connections with whom I gave and received with after reaching Araya consciousness, the Radiance mantra might have gone berserk and erased my personality. But that will not happen. Had Hyuk-sa's personality remained within me and aimed for this moment, perhaps they would have succeeded. But they already attempted to escape in the form of Hong Fan and became a blank fool, becoming Hong Fan. The Radiance mantra, with no personality remaining, can no longer escape my control now that I have fully comprehended Araya consciousness. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Though I was born a mere heart demon, I am one who is now human. I am Co Eun-hyun, Nishan, manifestation of auspicious grace. At my clear smile, the Underworld smiles brightly, then suddenly begins to shake her head. Wrong. Pardon. You figured out everything else, but you didn't know this, did you? Well, I suppose if the personality escaped, you couldn't have read all the memories. What do you mean by that? It's simple. From the beginning, none of you had something like a soul. Pardon. At the Underworld's continuing words, I gape in shock and confusion. Splitting heaven is not just a phenomenon. It is truly a type of mantra. Those below Supreme Deity must not know this, so they are only told it is a splitting heaven phenomenon. But now that your mind has truly reached the realm of a Supreme Deity, I shall tell you. That is, someone beyond the audience chamber used the splitting heaven mantra to split the third absolute into 7 pieces. Those pieces are you all, the Enders. And someone then takes those shattered absolutes outside and breathes them into beings of another world. Those shattered absolutes are then born in the form of those inhabitants, and eventually, on the same day, at the same time, in the same place, they all meet the end of their fates in that world. Afterwards, someone retrieves you and scatters you into this world again. That is your true nature. That is the reason why each of you awaken a different authority every time. The form of your authority changes depending on the life you lived in your original world. That being the case, there is no room for anything like your original soul to even exist. None of you ever had a soul or spirit from the beginning. You were simply fragmented absolutes that happened to form personalities. In short, you never possessed any essence to begin with. That is why Salt Sea despised you, and why when Salt Sea challenged the audience chamber, they did so by fusing the 7 enders of that era into the phenomena extinguishing mantra without hesitation. That is why their disciple, Great Mountain, did not acknowledge you at first. And at the Underworld's warm words that follow, I shed a single tear. If so, then what does it mean that the lingering thought of Salt Sea acknowledged you as a disciple, and that Great Mountain acknowledged you as a junior brother? You are now, though you received some help from the Radiance Mantra, the first among all enders to have obtained something called a soul, on your own. You were merely a fragment of origin essence with personality, but that personality temporarily moved into the Radiance Mantra, expelled the original personality, exchanged connections, and awakened a true soul. Now, in this very moment, by fully obtaining Araya consciousness, you have truly become yourself. Looking at the Underworld smile, I finally realize who it is that Yang Sujin referred to as the soul governing immortal I can trust. There is no doubt. I now understand why the Underworld is referred to as one of the twin venerables of the Buddhist family, and before the great compassion and great mercy emanating from her, I cannot help but bow. This person before my eyes holds the same heart as my master. No, perhaps even a greater heart. Therefore, if I trusted my master, then I can trust this person as well. Though I have no concrete evidence, I can tell for sure that this is someone I can trust. Therefore, Seo Eunhyun, you have always been Seo Eunhyun from the beginning. You have never changed. Rather, you are someone who built connections through your own strength and completed yourself. That is who you are. You are, among all enders across generations, a being no different from the first light. Drip, drip, drip. At first, you called yourself a being who can never escape from the future king. Perhaps you believed your essence was insignificant and that you were just something clinging to the Radiance Mantra. But that is wrong. You completed your soul with your own hands, and now it is the Radiance Mantra that clings beneath you. So, as long as you possess a heart, you can defy the future king however much you want. Just as all beings with a heart in this world have the right to resist fate. I can no longer hold back my tears and begin to cry on the spot. Once again, a surge of emotion rises from my chest, and within that swelling emotion, I completely subdue the Radiance Mantra that rages inside me. Just as the Underworld says, I now feel the Radiance Mantra clinging to my soul. Careeric. With that, I managed to browse a few more memories of Hong Fan left inside the Radiance Mantra. They concern the true identity of Hong Fan. I have one question to ask. What is it? The someone who used splitting heaven. The someone who scattered the third absolute across earth. The someone who brought us here. Isn't that ultimately the future king? If they are beyond the audience chamber. I mean, who knows? The reason I use someone, rather than the future king, is because I believe Hyuk Sa and the future king are not the same being. But I just felt it. The Radiance Mantra, it feels subordinate to the future king. If that is the case, doesn't that essentially mean the one who brought us is the future king? Isn't Hyuk Sa simply carrying out their command? The reason you are saying this must be because, while fully seizing the Radiance Mantra, you saw something. What did you see? At the Underworld's question, I speak with a hardened expression. Hyuk Sa? In other words, I saw the identity of Hong Fan's first life. What is it? Hong Fan's identity is. As I read the memories retrieved from within the Radiance Mantra, I opened my mouth heavily. One of the founders of Radiance Hall. A vague memory flashes before my eyes. 12 cultivators at the level of immortal lords are conversing within the light. Among them, I see a familiar face. A divine spirit with the dignity of an imperial king, Hiduang, leading what appear to be the initial 12 immortal lords of the Radiance 10 heavens, discussing something. That figure wears Hong Fan's face. One of the first Radiance supreme deities. Hong Fan speaks in that scene. The other voices are too muffled to hear clearly, but that one voice comes through loud and clear. From now on, we shall be called after my epithet, Hyuk Sa, Hesa, the one who gave the name, Hyuk Sa, to the Radiance supreme deity. That is Hong Fan's true identity. The Imperial Venerable said that the original purpose of Radiance Hall was to keep the Fate's supreme deity in check, was it not? But is that really the truth? Could it be that from the beginning, Radiance Hall was nothing more than a puppet of fate? With a foreboding feeling about Hong Fan's identity, I asked the Underworld my deepest question. Chapter 653, Heaven's Key 1. I can answer that as well, but not right now. Why not? I have already digested the wisdom of the Imperial Venerable and proven myself. This is not your problem. It is mine. The wisdom regarding what you just asked is sealed away, together with the disgrace of the Heavenly Venerables from long ago. That's. Of course, this isn't truly a problem. The Underworld smiles. The 3 ways to keep listening to my story. First, empty your vessel. Second, fully digest my wisdom. And the last, find a medium that can stabilize your memories. I shall now help you find that medium. Pardon. The disgrace of the Heavenly Venerables left behind in the outer sea. The Underworld continues speaking with a faint smile. At the same time, something enters my body along with the Underworld's smiling eyes. For some reason, I feel as if this is some kind of key. I have granted you the authority to access that ancient force. Grow on your own, venture into the outer sea, and while seeking out the location of Penglai Island, find and bring back the disgrace of the Heavenly Venerables. If you do, I shall recover the memories I sealed myself, and using that ancient force as the medium, I will share the stories I could not tell you. Understood. I nod and accept the Underworld's proposal. It's something I have to do eventually anyway. Moreover, if I go out to the outer sea, I might also learn of the movements of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, which would be a good thing as well. I have received much teaching from the Imperial Venerable. I shall now take my leave. I, too, have enjoyed this moment after so long. As I bow to the Underworld and prepare to leave the deepest depths of the Underworld, I suddenly grow curious about something and turn to ask. I have something I am curious about. What is it? Did the Imperial Venerable already know of the Radiance Mantra? I knew of its existence. It endlessly interferes with history. How could I not know? However, I had only deduced its presence until now. The one who proved the reality of the Radiance Mantra was Salt Sea, and the one who confirmed its full existence before my eyes was you. At the following words, I flinch in surprise. I said I knew of your regression before, but I only noticed it during your first cycle. At first, I knew only fragments of information, like pieces of a dream. I was only able to properly intervene from your 10th cycle onward. The 10th cycle. Though it wasn't a question I asked expecting this answer, the Underworld's words resolve one of the long-standing doubts I've carried through my life. I see. Then, is the Underworld also aware of what this Radiance Mantra, possessing the authority of regression, is creating? I ask, recalling the body of something I had seen. It looked at times like a baby, and at times like an enormous someone. At first, I thought little of it, but the more I recall it, the more questions it raises. So you have seen it too? That body. I am aware of it as well. Then that means. However, I cannot say what it is for certain. My vague assumption is it is the future king who is creating it, and the future king's ultimate purpose is related to it. I see. I let out a quiet breath and nod. Seeing me like this, the Underworld asks, you must have made some kind of resolution regarding it. Yes, that is correct. If the power of my regression is one of the steps in completing that, then I want all the more to sever this regression that might aid the future king, the Fate's supreme deity. Yes, because of today, my goal has become even more resolute, even more clear. And now, a way to achieve that goal has also come into view. I will sever the regression, and I believe I now know how to do it. I will one day fully seize the Radiance Mantra and pass the mantra on to someone else. To whom do you intend to pass it? Anyone I can trust will do. I could even entrust it to the Imperial Venerable. I have no particular need for it. The will already becomes a superior version of your infinite regression the moment one gains awareness of the Radiance Mantra. Then, give it to someone who is going to die. Pardon. The Underworld calmly tells me the solution to handling the Radiance Mantra. Grant the Radiance Mantra to someone who is dying and will reincarnate. I have been unable to grasp the true essence of the Radiance Mantra used by Hyuksa, but I was able to detect your essence because you are far lower in rank than Hyuksa. Still, even you, originally being a fragment of absoluteness, possesses considerable rank despite being lower than Hyuksa. Therefore, if you one day give this Radiance Mantra to someone far beneath you just before they die, I will be able to invalidate the Radiance Mantra's power of regression through the wheel's cycle of reincarnation, erasing the radiance mantra entirely. The principle of the wheel created by me and Salt Sea. In short, I will be replacing regression, Weigui, with reincarnation, Hai Sheng. One is a force that reverses, the other flows forward. But if the bearer has low enough rank, my side will win. If the owner is Hyuk Sa or an Inder, erasing it would be difficult. But if you one day master the radiance mantra and grant it to a mortal being, then I can surely erase it. At those words, I smile slowly. 1005 lives. At last, at the end of that long, long life, I have finally grasped the perfect starting point to eliminate this regression. Thank you very much. The radiance mantra itself is one of the cycles of fate that blocks the progress of this world. It is something that has to be destroyed eventually. I am the one who should have erased it. So you need not be overly grateful. And I bow once more to the underworld, expressing my gratitude again for the intervention she mentioned earlier. For intervening in the 10th cycle, truly, thank you. That the underworld could intervene starting from the 10th cycle means one thing. That she, whom I met at the end of the 10th cycle, and the connections of Cheonseek City. It means I could only meet them because the underworld briefly opened the gate of the underworld. Underworld doesn't explain further, but I faintly sense the vibration echoing from Indra's net and understand the method. I see. From the start, the Black Ghost Valley located in the Sun and Moon heavenly domain existed all to properly retrieve the souls from the head realm and the Sun and Moon heavenly domain that the netherworld cannot properly observe. That is why, although ordinary true immortals cannot interfere in the head realm, the underworld used the remnants of the Black Ghost Valley in the head realm to act as mediums, temporarily influencing the people within. For the goodwill back then, truly, I thank you once again. It was not pure goodwill. There was intention behind it, so no need to thank me. The intention I sense from the underworld is singular. To teach me, a being spawned from the personality of Obsidian's absoluteness, what a true heart is, and to let my soul take root. And, to me, that is no different from grace bestowed. Retrieve the disgrace of the heavenly venerables properly. If you do, I will truly treat you as one of the underworld, and you will come to know the hidden truths of the world. Understood. Then, I shall take my leave. I bow once more to the underworld and exit from the deepest depths of the underworld. Coom. The door to the deepest depths closes behind me, and I leave the place with a subtle smile. I have encountered a series of confusing events and shocking truths, but in equal measure, I awakened to new truths and gained a peace of heart I could not obtain before. On top of that, I obtained a Raya consciousness, and I have fully seized triple divinity: creation, preservation, destruction. In other words, I have seized all will, yeet, corresponding to achieving, halting, ju, breaking, If only I can now embody emptiness and blanket the domain of purity. Then the 7th stage of manifestation, reaching the realm of Hyen Mu and Kim Young-hoon, wouldn't be just a dream. Wu-wong. I now see the triple divinity of the world much more clearly than before, and I feel them resonate much more clearly with me. I feel that I can handle triple divinity much better than I could before. Yes. Now, at this point, I smile faintly, realizing just how far I have come. I am practically an immortal lord. That's right. Having completely seized triple divinity, I have reached the level of an immortal lord with martial arts alone. However, I don't consider that to be of importance. Rather than such things, the peace of heart I gained this time feels far more significant. My regression was never meaningless. It did not vanish meaninglessly beyond the timeline. In other words, living my best each time really was the right answer. As I realized that my lives were not meaningless, that they weren't just mental comfort, but actually existed, it became a truth. Because of that, I have gained a peace of heart more solid and powerful than any inner peace I had before. For true immortals, stabilizing the heart is of great importance. When the heart is at peace, one can align their will properly, and since immortal arts ultimately change the world through will, I can now use them far more effectively than before. Truly, thank you for everything, O Underworld. After offering deep thanks to the Underworld, I begin making my way out of the deepest depths. And not long after, I see a familiar face. You are. It has been a while. Yes, it's been a while. How much time has passed? You are asking how much time has passed. The old man lets out a dry chuckle and answers my question. 1 second. The Imperial Venerable summoned me and commanded that I assist with the distortion of time, so I did. Inside that place, it seemed as though an enormous amount of time accelerated. What happened? That's right. The old man who appeared before me is Yang Sung, the immortal treasure of the heavenly venerable of time, the South Polar ritual treasure, Yang Sung. I smirk at his words and reply, I see. Thanks for saving time. But what happened inside is top secret, so I can't share that with you. Maybe it's because I addressed Yang Sung as you, but his eyes narrow. But I don't bother to be polite with him as I used to, because now, I am confident I won't be toyed with even if I face him one-on-one. Having seized triple divinity, even if I were to go up against Yang Sujin at his peak, I am confident I could tear him apart to death. Arrogant brat. Well, do as you please. Anyway, the Imperial Venerable said this, that you are going to seek out my master's disgrace. Are you unhappy that your master's disgrace will be revealed? No. My master already examined his own flaw once before crossing the outer sea. His memory is complete, so I have nothing to say about that. Rather, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? There is a high probability that you will use the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade. If you use the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade and make contact with my master's disgrace in the outer sea, then tell me what it is. As one who serves him, I still do not know what my master's disgrace is. No matter what it may be, I will endure it. Rather, in order to serve the Lord, I must confront it. Will you accept my request? I think for a moment, then look into Yang Sung's eyes and speak. You once trapped me in the bridle of time and tortured me. But you also bestowed grace upon us. Yang Sung is someone who directly borrows the power and wisdom of the heavenly venerable of time. So is it because perhaps he, too, perceives regression? He immediately understands what I'm saying. Yes. Did I not permit you my split soul which allowed you to activate the great desolate path? That's right. But the torture back then was truly painful for me as well. Then. So, let me hit you just once. If I hit you just once, I'll let it go at that. At my words, perhaps sensing something ominous, Yang Sung rolls his eyes. But soon after, he nods. Looks like you are planning to test some decisive technique you are confident in. Well, fine. If it's for the Lord, I will accept it as many times as necessary. Strike. Excellent. As I admire Yang Sung's loyalty, I draw out a six-sided club from within my body. Yang Sung's pupils shake, as if he's seen this six-sided club before, and I take the same stance my master used when beating me. Now that I've obtained triple divinity, I can tell. The fully internalized triple divinity spins, rapidly accelerating and strengthening my consciousness. Though I don't reach Araya consciousness in a single leap, I instantly arrive at the domain of untainted. The world begins to appear as Indra's net. Though it is still difficult to reach Araya consciousness, which maintains form atop Indra's net, in a single go, this is more than enough to beat Yang Sung. That is Yang Sung's principle. I marvel as I witness the weave of countless principles that form Yang Sung. Amazing. The weaving of those principles is astonishingly sophisticated. So that is the result Bong Mayong created by devoting their heart and soul. Hey, wait. Yang Sung tries to negotiate something, but I don't break my focus and instead raise the six-sided club. Apologies, Bong Mayong. The principles you created are going to get a little dented today. I can only hope Yang Sung has some self-repairing ability. Without pause, I swing down the club, striking directly at the principles that make up Yang Sung. It's the same method my master used to beat me. Kwon. Yang Sung's principle situated above Indra's net takes the hit and crumples. Pishishizik. After witnessing that scene, I return my mind to reality. What I see the moment I return to reality is Yang Sung foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Looking down at Yang Sung putting on a show, I gaze up at the sky in satisfaction. At last, I've finally caught up, at least partially, to my master's footsteps. I have managed to manifest a portion of your will. Master, I pass by the convulsing Yang Sung without concern and make my way to a certain location in the underworld. To the guest chamber where Hong Fan, my immortal treasures, and the ascenders of my middle realm are temporarily residing. Through this opportunity, I have come to gain so much from the underworld, especially the phenomena extinguishing mantra, and being able to follow in my master's footsteps is a tremendous gain. Above all else, I have now come to understand one of the many secrets of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. The Corpse Mountain Blood Sea of Great Mountain. So that's what it was. The corpse mountain blood sea of the great mountain supreme deity, as the Underworld said, isn't merely some sacrificial offering. Despite its monstrous appearance, the corpse mountain blood sea is, in truth, the result of the great mountain supreme deity's own repentant enlightenment. As I thought, no matter how many times I think about it, you're insane, senior brother. Cursing the great mountain supreme deity internally, I steady my breath and open the door to the room where Hong Fan waits. Hong Fan, I'm back. Oh, master, have you returned safely? Hong Fan looks at me and chuckles, and I slowly raise my hand while staring at him. The first radiant supreme deity, Hong Fan, and the true identity of Hyuk Sa, who had been retrieving enders all this time. And now, the one suspected of having taken my fate. Should I kill you right here and now? Master, immediately after. I tightly close my eyes and swing my arm. Quadudaduk. A chilling sound reverberates through the surroundings. Chapter 654, Heaven's Key, 2. Qua. Master, Hong Fan screams and begins to wail. What in the world are you doing? It is because I ripped out my own arm and made it explode. Hong Fan. I appear in front of Hong Fan in my transformation form and ask him, do you trust me? Of course I do. Why wouldn't I trust Master? I see. As expected, I'm sorry. The reason I deliberately ripped out and burst apart my own arm is because of the emotion of infinite trust that Hong Fan directs toward me. The moment I faced that sincere trust, I became so ashamed of myself that I could not control myself. Hong Fan. I look at him with a firm expression and speak. You once said that as long as we are under the heavens, you would remain loyal, didn't you? Of course. Then I, too, as long as I am under the heavens, will believe in your loyalty and trust you. No matter what Hong Fan's true identity may be, no matter what he may be aiming for, so long as he gives me his trust in this very moment, then I too will give him mine. With that determination, I stand before Hong Fan and swear to believe in him. White Eunuch, are you there? After retrieving Hong Fan, the immortal treasures, and the ascenders, I burn White Eunuch's hair in the void to summon him. At the same time, a pure white shadow seems to rise from beneath me, and a white-faced eunuch appears before me. He's quite a powerful one. Before attaining triple divinity, I could not gauge his strength, but after mastering triple divinity and reaching Araya consciousness, I am now able to measure his power. White Eunuch seems to realize this, as he grins and bows even deeper before me. The distinguished guest has achieved growth. Congratulations. It's nothing. There's something I'd like to ask of you. Would you be willing to listen? Just speak the word. First, at those words, I convey several requests to him. Upon hearing them, White Eunuch nods and speaks. I expected you might ask, so I've made preparations in advance. Please follow me. I follow White Eunuch, and before long, we arrive at one of the hells within the Underworld. The hells of the Underworld and the Paradise. These two are each practically heavenly domains themselves. In the Underworld, there are 10 great hells, and there is also a paradise for good people and those who have cleansed their sins. Each hell is its own heavenly domain, and paradise is so vast that it is comparable to the size of multiple heavenly domains merged together, like the Heavenly King heavenly domain. This means that the Underworld, in reality, holds several heavenly domains within her own Gandhara. It houses worlds the size of Mount Sumeru within. I click my tongue at the vastness of the Underworld and arrive at one of the hells that White Eunuch guides me to. There, I see a familiar face. Karurum, Blade Mountain Hell of the 10 Great Hells. Within one of its blade mountains, Golden Shaking Bird foams at the mouth as her body is skewered by the knives of the mountain. That's right. When Underworld swung her hand toward the Heavenly King heavenly domain, both the Lightning Sacred Sea and Golden Shaking Bird that were in that direction were obliterated. I wish to bring Golden Shaking Bird back to the world of living. Would you permit it? The Imperial Venerable strictly forbids the resurrection of the dead, so it is ordinarily not allowed. However, I asked through a clone I sent to the Imperial Venerable, and they said that since this thunder beast was slain by the Imperial Venerable's hand, they will allow its revival as a means of settling its karma. Oh, if you take her to the Eastern Heaven Flower Field and rub her body with stolen flowers, her flesh will be restored to life, so I recommend doing so. Thank you. But may I ask something? What is it? I ask a question that I've been wondering about since before. Why do some refer to the Eastern Heaven Flower Field as the Western Heaven Flower Field? Which one is the real name? The The official name is Eastern Heaven Flower Field because the flower monarch is the Eastern Heavenly Venerable, but some mockingly call it the Western Heaven Flower Field because the flower monarch clings to the domain of the Imperial Venerable and leeches off the domain of reincarnation. It is a name to tease that old man who mistakes himself for the god of life. Still, the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable is a Heavenly Venerable. Is it really okay to tease him like that? The Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable is inherently kind and without flaws, so everyone teases him often. Even when flowers are stolen from the flower field, he has never once stormed into the underworld in anger, so there is no need to worry about taking some either. Since the Imperial Venerable has declared their protection over the distinguished guest, no governing immortal dares to obstruct distinguished guest's actions. For some reason, I feel a little sorry for the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable. Understood. Thanks for the advice. Then, I'll take my leave. I extract Golden Shaking Bird's spirit from the Blade Mountain and begin to leave the underworld with it in hand. Yang Sujin's ring finger, was it protected inside the spirit? I draw out the ring finger left within Golden Shaking Bird's spirit and examine the great desolate path within it. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any serious issue with Yang Sujin's ring finger itself. First, I'll revive Golden Shaking Bird, place her in the great desolate path to secure transportation, then gather my comrades. With that, I bow once toward the deepest depths of the underworld, reveal my great net immortal true body, and leap across dimensions. TSTSTSTSTSTSTSS. After moving to the outskirts of the underworld, I instantly arrive in a new world. It's beautiful. Countless lives are beginning to stir, and flower-shaped light clusters float throughout the space, exuding vitality. Are each and every one of these a fate being granted to those being born? It's when I become briefly entranced by the beauty of the Eastern Heaven Flower Field and admire its garden. Who goes there? A giant divine spirit resembling an old woman of the human race appears with a furious expression. You? Are you a thief who came here to dare steal flowers from the flower field? Every single flower in the Eastern Heaven Garden is a life force meant to be given to mortal beings. They are not something you can just take and use as tools. I apologize. It's just that I need to revive a deceased from the underworld. Revive a deceased? Lies. The Heavenly Venerable of the underworld would never permit such an insane. It's then, with a flurry of wing beats, a massive heavenly Pegasus wearing a dark red dobok, GI, appears in front of the angry old woman divine spirit. Kuwang. They stomp across the dimension of the Eastern Heaven and, crossing their forelegs, plants themselves between me and the old woman with a neigh. Purur. After a snort, they grin and speak. Compose yourself, Samson. A message has arrived from the Lord. This one is indeed under the underworld's protection, and the one he seeks to revive has been granted special resurrection permission from the underworld. What? The underworld permitted the revival of the dead? Unbelievable. That is what I am told. Step aside for now. This person is a distinguished guest, so I shall handle things from here. Talking in such a ridiculously outdated tone. Fine, I'll back off for now. Clicking her tongue, the old woman called Samson vanishes, and white-winged heavenly Pegasus speaks again. Ahem. By the way, distinguished guest, feel free to speak casually. Since I remember white-winged heavenly Pegasus's way of speaking from the past life, I give them permission, who seems to be particularly using formal language given the public setting. They seem really uncomfortable. Sure enough, as soon as my words end, white-winged heavenly Pegasus grins and says, "Ah, really? Then I'll speak freely. Man, it's been so long since I talked that way in front of the granny. I thought I was going to die from the awkwardness. That aside, you seem pretty decent. Want to have a go with me?" I realize that white-winged heavenly Pegasus has sensed my realm. I see. After reaching Araya consciousness, I can now see White-Wing's realm too. They are a martial artist specialized in the creation aspect of triple divinity and haven't yet fully attained the destruction aspect. They stand at a slightly lower realm than me. If I fight you, I think I could beat you down. Oh ho, brimming with confidence, huh? Then why don't we give it a shot? Sorry, but I'll have to postpone it for now. A duel with the white-winged heavenly Pegasus would be nice, but now isn't the time. It seems the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable has given permission, but I have to resurrect this brat called Golden Shaking Bird. Would you mind giving me the flowers needed for resurrection? Well, sure. We are ones who live through eternity, so the opportunity will come again someday. Let's see now, golden shaking bird. Ah, it's the thunder beast immortal body that lunatic made. White-winged heavenly Pegasus scowls, as if recalling something unpleasant about Yang Sujin. Did Yang Sujin do something to you? He dragged along the fires of the underworld and burned the flowers of the eastern heaven flower field. Because of the atrocities that the bastard committed, half the flower field went up in flames in an instant, and half the living beings of Mount Sumeru that were supposed to be born at that time had their births delayed. Of all times, it was when I went off to challenge Hien Mu, and Gramps, that is, Sal Tree Old Man, was in communion with the southern heavenly venerable true ultimate. That was the biggest problem. The bastard aimed for that timing and left us with no way to respond. They speak while grinding their teeth. I went looking to tear him apart, but when I came to my senses, he already crashed into the emptiness supreme deity in the sun and moon heavenly domain and died. He is the only one I've seen commit such widespread madness other than He Nyong. But even He Nyong, at least, acted out of goodwill and curiosity in their own way. But that bastard, he simply wanted some of the flowers from the eastern heaven flower field, so he used the chaos as a distraction to steal them and cause that atrocity. Oh, sorry. Seeing the Thunder Beast reminded me of that crazy bastard and got me worked up. That Thunder Beast is also just another victim of his, so there's no need to hate it. Here, flesh-restoring flower, blood-restoring flower, bone-restoring flower, breath-restoring flower, soul-restoring flower, and others, take them. White-winged heavenly Pegasus hands me the flowers while cursing Yang Sujin as if they are chewing and spitting him out. I exhale a quiet breath and send the energy of the flowers into Golden Shaking Bird. Along with that, I see Golden Shaking Bird coming back to life. Pasasasa. Golden Shaking Bird's life and body are returning. That's when it happens. As I thought, this won't do. White-winged heavenly Pegasus twitches their muscles and starts taking a stance. Meeting a strong one like you, I can't just let you go without a proper greeting. Come at me. Let's fight. Looking at white-winged heavenly Pegasus who is seriously taking a stance, I ponder for a moment, then smile as I gauge their strength. It's a different story if they divine descent the power of Sal Tree, but in a regular fight, they are far weaker than the sword spear heavenly lord. White-winged heavenly Pegasus and I both reveal our true bodies and face each other, taking our stances. Just as we are about to clash. Pot. Above white-winged heavenly Pegasus's head, a brilliant flower crown seems to rise, and their gaze and aura shift dramatically. This brat, I sent them to treat a guest, and here they are trying to start a fight again. Great net immortal Seo Un-hyun greets the heavenly venerable. I bow toward the presence now possessing white-winged heavenly Pegasus, the eastern heavenly venerable, flower monarch. In other words, the Sal Tree heavenly venerable. No need for excessive courtesy. I've heard from the underworld that you're heading to the outer sea soon to uncover my disgrace. Is that true, MM? At that question, I begin to rack my brain. The Sal Tree heavenly venerable doesn't seem like he would openly admit his own disgrace being exposed. It's when I'm wondering how to respond. Just answer whether it is true or not. Since the underworld is protecting you, I cannot dare touch you anyway. And, given the nature of your ability, even if I block you, you will eventually uncover our disgrace. I apologize. That is how it turned out. I see. So you intend to uncover our disgrace. The eyes of the Sal Tree heavenly venerable possessing heavenly Pegasus grow complicated. If the underworld desires it, it will be revealed regardless. Still, it is painful. Even if the memories are gone, merely attempting to recall them pierces my depths with agony. He clutches his chest and exhales. May I ask you for a favor? What kind of favor is it? Our disgrace, if it is revealed to someone other than the heavenly venerables, the structure is such that we immediately regain our memories. So if, at any time, you discover our disgrace and return, please help me lose my memory again. Pardon. Please, promise me that. Time, myself, and even Void, whose disgrace runs deepest, none of us can bear that truth. If it were Void, she could face that truth and comfortably repeat suicide. But I cannot repeat suicide after realizing that truth. Because I have family I must take care of in the eastern heaven flower field. The Sal Tree heavenly venerable continues with a gloomy expression. So please, I beg you. How should I fulfill this request? Looks like you've entered Araya consciousness. Then, like Salt Sea, you should be able to strike directly at principles, correct? That's how it has turned out. One day, fight my Gandhara. I will descend with my true body and fight you. Then, strike my Gandhara with a fatal blow. Strike the principle. If you do so, I will fall into slumber and be able to lose my memory for a while. Will you do that for me? I look into Saltree's eyes. Just what kind of sorrowful truth is it that makes him this way? What on earth is their disgrace? After pondering for a moment, I answer, if it is truly a truth none of you can endure, then I will do so. Thank you. Possessing white-winged heavenly Pegasus, the Saltree heavenly venerable nods with a bitter smile and speaks. Since you've come all this way, and since you are also a guest of the Underworld, I will give you a gift. The misfortune of Enders is no longer a concern since the Underworld has restructured the laws, so there is no need to worry. If there is something you've been curious about, ask. Yes, in that case, since the great net immortal realm is governed by the three heavenly venerable, I'd like to hear about the formula for the great net immortal realm, the detailed cultivation method, and the enlightenment contained within it. And also, I recall the divine majesty that Hyen Mu once showed me. Void speed, Shusuk. Kim Young-hoon called Hyen Mu's speed void speed and said the heavenly venerables would know the answer. I'd like to ask if you know anything about something called void speed. Void speed? Ah, you mean the realm Hyen Mu achieved. The Saltree heavenly venerable nods and speaks. Starting with void speed, it is one of the ways to reach undying, boom mate. Undying, you say? Yes. It is a stage above Araya consciousness. It is not quite accurate to call it the ninth consciousness beyond the eight, but it is a state close to that. The Obsidian Devil Heavenly King called it Amara. Oh. Amara, what is that? Infinity, Wushang. Or you can think of it as the infinite, Wushan Da. At the mention of infinity, I feel like I'm beginning to understand something. Kim Young-hoon's golden, great thousand world, and Hyen Mu's eternal step that manifested void speed. Both seem to connect with the concept of infinity. If so, the state that Kim Young-hoon and Hyen Mu ultimately reached appears to be Amara, the state beyond Araya. Is that the ultimate of martial arts? I don't know the exact details either. I can only speculate, but one thing is certain. Hyen Mu's eternal step seems to be a means of reaching Amara or undying. Undying. Ironically, what is presumed to be the ultimate of martial arts bears the name that Hyen Mu most wishes to escape from. When Hyen Mu uses eternal step, she distorts principles, space-time, and her essence, altering the very principle of her existence. And void speed begins from that. From the mouth of the Saltree heavenly venerable, the nature of void speed unfolds. After altering the principle of existence into one that absolutely cannot exist in the Saha world, she begins interacting with the world using a property completely opposite to that of ordinary matter in the Saha world. Completely opposite property, using light as a reference point. In the Saha world, the vast majority accelerate as force is applied, approaching the speed of light. And beings of the true immortal realm possess strength that far transcends the standards of the lower realm, allowing them to accelerate even beyond the speed of light with immense and immeasurable force. As the explanation continues, I come to understand just how terrifying Hyen Mu's eternity step truly is. But once Hyen Mu's eternal step activates, after she twists her own principle and void speed begins, the more infinite power she possesses, the more power she gains. The more her speed slows in reverse, decelerating to, at least, the speed of light. And conversely, the more she loses power, the more her speed accelerates, until, when her power reaches emptiness. Are you saying her speed reaches infinity? Yes. If Hyen Mu, through eternal step, turns the power within herself into emptiness for even a moment, then her speed accelerates to infinity. I see now. I understand why Hyen Mu is called the heavenly venerable of void. A being that infinitely accelerates and grows stronger the more she empties herself. That is the realm Hyen Mu has awakened. Because she approaches infinity the more she empties herself, she can release power freely for attacks. And because she becomes infinite, she is faster in instantaneous acceleration than even Kim Young-hoon's golden speed heavenly king. And because she is close to true infinity, only something that has reached the state of infinite, like the golden great thousand world, can break it. Truly, it is a power worthy of being called the extreme of destruction. That phenomenon, where one accelerates as they lose power in contradiction to normal principles, is called void speed. though I heard Hyanmu also calls it by another name. Shedding. I see, what a terrifying realm. As I click my tongue, the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable also clicks his tongue and continues his explanation of the Heavenly Venerable of Void's Void Speed. Void Speed is also said to have such a trait. If you try to approach it, it grows distant, and if you try to distance yourself, it draws near. And perhaps because of that strange property. And, at his following words, I can't help but flinch in surprise. Void Speed is said to be capable of reversing time, and, theoretically, could enable travel to the past. Of course, since the absolutes of fate and history do not allow such a thing, it seems Hyanmu cannot actually do it. Pardon. Chapter 655, Heaven's Key 3. If I pass through Void Speed, is it theoretically possible to go back to the past? Hearing those words, I can't help but recall something. The connection between Hyanmu and Hong Fan. Radiance Mantra, Void Speed, which theoretically makes reversing time possible. Countless facts and hypotheses tangle and twist in my mind. Somehow, I feel like I'm approaching one of the principles behind the Radiance Mantra. To seize the Radiance Mantra, do I also need to reach Void Speed, or something equivalent to it? The Radiance Mantra belongs to Hyuksa, and Hyanmu, who appears to be related to Hyuksa, possesses enlightenment that theoretically allows the reversal of time. But if time can only be reversed in theory because the absolutes of fate and history do not permit it, what happens if even one of those two absolutes does permit it? I think I can understand why I felt the Radiance Mantra seemed partially subordinated to the future king. Perhaps the Radiance Mantra, which allows time reversal only in theory, is subordinated because it received permission from the future king. Many hypotheses come and go in my head, but honestly, I don't think I can confirm any of them as truth. Why did Saltree tell me this? Was it just to explain Void Speed, or was it because he began to perceive regression due to being of heavenly venerable rank and wanted to inform me a bit? I don't know. Falling into confusion, I decide to set aside that concern for now and begin listening to the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable's explanation on the realm formula for Great Net Immortal. The realm formula for Great Net Immortal Realm is simple. It's heavenly spirits, Tangang, and earthly fiends, Disha. The Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable begins to explain the realm of Great Net Immortal. Of course, generally speaking, there is no need to cultivate both. Heaven Immortals cultivate through the way of Heavenly Spirit. Earth Immortals cultivate through the way of Earthly Fiend. And even after becoming an Immortal Lord, continuing this Heavenly Spirit and Earthly Fiend cultivation is helpful for the Supreme Deity advancement, so it's good to continue steadily. You should already know up to this point from accessing the Akashic records, correct? Yes. Then there is no need for detailed explanations. What really matters is to let you know what the realm itself is aiming for. Listen carefully. The goal of the Great Net Immortals realm formula is for you to reach the origin essence yourself. Womb. A round sphere appears above the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable's hand. It seems he intends to explain with a simple illusion. Roughly speaking, let's call this an origin essence. He covers the top of the round sphere with a transparent membrane. This origin essence has uniqueness. To preserve its uniqueness, it resides in another dimension. And the wisdom that flows out from this origin essence in another dimension is precisely the immortal Tao we walk. Woo-woo. From the sphere wrapped in a round membrane, something like rays of light begins to flow out like water and fall downward. Going against that current, things that resemble fish or snakes begin to rise from below. Among them, a few powerful ones eventually reach the front of the membrane surrounding the origin essence. Let's say the origin essence is a wish-fulfilling jewel, Sintamani. And these are the mere tiny creatures trying to become dragons. If these things correspond to Great Net Immortal, then once they have almost reached the origin essence, what must they do next? I stare at the tiny creatures for a moment before speaking. They have to grow their bodies and become a mugi at the very least. These creatures that resemble snakes, loaches, or carps look far too small to swallow the wish-fulfilling jewel. Yes, that is it. If we assume that those who have successfully cultivated up to the early stage of Great Net Immortal are at the level of these spirit beasts, then after starting their Great Net Immortal cultivation, they must properly enlarge their weight class and hearts to become Imugi aiming to bite the wish-fulfilling jewel. Among the wriggling tiny creatures beneath the Sao Tree Heavenly Venerable's hand, one snake grows larger and transforms into the form of an Imugi as it approaches the wish-fulfilling jewel. Finally, the emugi that touches the transparent membrane containing the wish-fulfilling jewel directly smashes the membrane with its body. Then, entering the membrane, the emugi finally bites down on the wish-fulfilling jewel. In other words, it succeeds in grasping the origin essence. In the end, just like that, if one becomes an emugi, pierces through the gate, leading to the domain of the origin essence, and overlays one's own domain onto the origin source to directly draw the power of the origin essence. That is precisely the realm of Immortal Lord. And when the emugi that bites the wish-fulfilling jewel completely swallows and seizes it, that is the moment it becomes a dragon. In other words, a supreme deity. Pasazasak. Speaking such, the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable erases the illusions with a wave of his hand. In short, the true meaning of the Great Net Immortal Realm formula is to prove and grow the rank of oneself in order to reach the origin essence. And even after becoming an immortal lord by reaching the origin essence, one must continue cultivating this realm formula to elevate their rank further in order to fully seize the origin essence. So that is the true purpose pursued by the Heavenly Spirit and Earthly Fiend realm formula. That is right. The Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable continues to explain the cultivation method for Great Net Immortal in detail. The cultivation method for the realm of Great Net Immortal is as follows. The Great Net Immortal realm formula is for raising one's own rank. Then how is that rank elevated? The method is simple. The more one secures their own self from the world, the higher the rank rises. In other words, it means merging the versions of oneself from various space-times into the present version of oneself. Heaven Immortals mainly merge with their future selves from different space-times. Earth Immortals mainly merge with their past selves from different space-times. Heaven Immortals use fate prophecy to prophesize a certain moment or scene in the future. If that moment or scene is one that judges the world based on their interpretation of the immortal Tao and origin essence that they push forward, then once that scene of prophecy clearly comes to pass, the self who made the prophecy in the past and the self in the moment of its fulfillment overlap. Earth Immortals, on the other hand, excavate a version of their past self that matches their interpretation of the immortal Tao and origin essence through history revision or history induction. Once the scene excavated from the past starts to influence reality in any way, the past self overlaps with the present self. To put it simply, whether Heaven Immortal or Earth Immortal, each must prophesize or excavate achievements made, or to be made, by their future or past selves, or through prophecy or excavation, raise those achievements to great feats. Then, they overlap the selves from the time of those great feats with their present selves. In truth, this isn't all that different from the prophecy and history revision they've been doing all along. The only difference is that the concept of merging oneself becomes important, though it isn't a major issue. And as you probably already know, the formulas for Heavenly Spirit and Earthly Fiend differ in quantity. At the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable's words, I nod. Indeed, the Heavenly Spirit formula used by Heaven Immortals is called the 36 Heavenly Spirits, and they require merging with at least 36 versions of one's future self. The Earthly Fiend formula used by Earth Immortals is called the 72 Earthly Fiends, and they require merging with at least 72 versions of one's past self. Of course, these numbers are only the minimum. The formula for Great Net Immortal can be cultivated infinitely, so it is possible to endlessly prophesize and excavate future and past selves and overlap them. The more one overlaps oneself in this way, the higher one's Great Net Immortal rank rises, and the greater the possibility of approaching the origin essence becomes. Because of this, unlike other realms, the early, mid, late, and grand perfection stages in Great Net Immortal have slightly different meanings. Not yet having cultivated Heavenly Spirit or Earthly Fiend marks the early stage. Regardless of how much one has cultivated the formula, simply engaging in the formula marks the mid-stage. Regardless of how much one has cultivated the formula, if one has pierced through the gate, leading to the origin of the immortal Tao, that marks the late stage. And since the formula can be cultivated endlessly even after that, there is no such thing as grand perfection. Only the advancement to Immortal Lord exists. All right, did you more or less understand the explanation? Yes, it was a great help. Thank you. I express my gratitude to the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable, grab the dazed golden shaking bird who has finally returned to life, and pay him respect. So the reason why even those who have reached great net immortal are not satisfied and continue to fight endlessly is because of this formula. One could say so. In the end, the formula of great net immortal is about accumulating great feats. Whether one accumulates great feats and creates history, or prophesizes the very fate of accumulating them. In that way, one constantly challenges new feats and seizes the selves when those feats are accomplished to reach the origin essence. In doing so, one completes the self, ego. That is the great net immortal formula. Although even small feats can raise one's rank, for the rank to rise significantly, it must be a great feat. So for true immortals who reach great net immortal to move forward, they have no choice but to devise grand schemes and conspiracies, and earnestly create major incidents in Mount Sumeru. This must be the reason why large and small conflicts endlessly erupt in Mount Sumeru. It could be seen as an evil method in a way, and because of that, one could think of the heavenly venerables as the root of all evil. But why is it? Rather than seeing this method as wholly evil, the heavenly venerables, they look as though they are screaming. The three heavenly venerables appear to be desperately obsessed with completing the self. For some reason I cannot explain, I get the feeling the heavenly venerables are thrashing about. At this realm, even if one raises their realm, it doesn't result in a side effect of being physically consumed by the heavenly venerables. But instead, as we constantly struggle to achieve great feats, whenever we excavate or accomplish great feats and establish the self, it is said that the very joy of establishing the self is continuously sucked by the heavenly venerables, as if the very foundation that makes up their own selves is unstable. In any case, if raising one's rank through establishing the self is the cultivation method of great net immortal, I realize that the rank I already possess is unexpectedly high. Ah, I see. As I gaze at the realm formula for great net immortal, I come to understand a few things I hadn't grasped until now. When I brought Buk Hyangwa's Naraigi from the 10th cycle to her in the 12th cycle, and the Naraigi resonated and fused into one. And when the colorless glass swords overlapped across cycles and rose in rank each time, those, too, could be seen as part of the great net immortal cultivation. That's right. After regressing more than 1,000 times, creating branches in parallel dimensions and transferring into them, I find that, unknowingly, I've overlapped with more than 1,000 selves, and my rank has risen to an overwhelming degree. If the minimum requirement for Heavenly Spirit and Earthly Fiend is a total of 108 times, then just by overlapping through parallel dimensions, I have already cultivated Heavenly Spirit and Earthly Fiend 1,005 times. No, come to think of it, this isn't even Heavenly Spirit and Earthly Fiend, since it's not becoming one with past or future selves, but with the me of parallel dimensions. I guess this should be called an entirely different third method. As I consider these various thoughts, I realize that I'm already at the mid-stage of great net immortal. I also come to understand the reason why, since the past life, the heavenly venerable of the underworld continued to pass down the Tengwa containing the cultivation of the enders through me into the next cycles. I see. Through me, the heavenly venerable of the underworld has been making the enders undergo great net immortal cultivation. That's why the rank they held rose higher with each cycle. Of course, it still seems to be lacking. It seems I must continue to cultivate both Heavenly Spirit and Earthly Fiend through fate and history, because I still haven't even caught sight of the origin essence. That is, I haven't even glimpsed something like the door that directly leads to the great mountain supreme deity. Now then, before this fellow becomes bothersome, be on your way. I sincerely hope you keep your promise. The consciousness of the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable, who has revealed all I wish to know, begins to leave the body of white-winged Heavenly Pegasus. I bow once more to the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable, then kick off the dimension. Tukwang. The world seems to flatten for a moment. Then in an instant, I return to a familiar world. It is the Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain. This place is... Golden shaking bird begins to awaken in my grasp, and I gaze at her while revealing my true body. Yuam? Hayak. G great na. No, I am mortal lord. The moment golden shaking bird sees my true form, she recoils in fear and begins to tremble uncontrollably. I look at her for a moment, then extend my hand into the void. Kadudadaduk. Attraction force twists as Ham Jean. Uy, Yeoy, and others who are to be the main personalities of my immortal treasures in this cycle appear instantly above my hand. I absorb them into my body, then speak to Golden Shaking Bird. Change into the main soul of the Great Desolate Path. Previously, I had gone through the bother of guiding her to the place where John Myung-hoon's spirit is, convincing her, and then transforming her into the main soul of the Great Desolate Path. But now, it is different. The Great Desolate Path is my master's immortal treasure. I cannot simply hand it over to the likes of. I can crush both the Great Desolate Path and the Lightning Sacred Sea right now. Is that what you want? Hike. As I exude a terrifying presence and threaten her, Golden Shaking Bird shrinks back in fear, trembling violently. Looking down at her, I continue. I will take you to where your master's traces remain. So stop saying useless words and become the main spirit of the Great Desolate Path. If not, I will kill you. In the end, with a few threats powered by the momentum of Heaven-Earth Great Net, I subdue Golden Shaking Bird and instantly make her the main soul of the Great Desolate Path. Afterward, I enter the Great Desolate Path and head toward the Bearing Tree Heavenly Domain, thinking about my plans from now on. First, let's immediately gather my comrades of this cycle. After that, I must prepare with them to head out to the outer sea where the disgrace of the heavenly venerables lies. The Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade is an immortal art that lets one locate coordinates even in the outer sea, but because its activation conditions are quite strict, I absolutely need the help of my comrades. And so, once again, I ride the Great Desolate Path and begin crossing the heavenly domains in search of my comrades. Author's note. You may understand the Great Net Immortal Cultivation method as being similar to the enhancement of the colorless glass sword and Naraigi, or perhaps the cycle reinforcement of Seo Eun-hyun's immortal treasures. To use another work as an analogy, it's similar to the concept of the super dragon that appears in the original piece of a certain red dragon-themed fantasy series. Alternatively, you could understand it as something like Jobu Tapaki from the recent Academy Award-winning Everything Everywhere All at Once. The idea is that an ordinary dragon, in order to become a multidimensional transcendent entity like a super dragon, of course, that setting doesn't actually exist in that work, but it's just a metaphor, continually overlaps with versions of itself from the future, the past, or, as in the case of Seo Eun-hyun who appeared this time, parallel dimensions. Among those, the minimum number of overlaps required is 36 for a Heaven Immortal and 72 for an Earth Immortal. Chapter 656, Heaven's Key 4. Schweirick. Is it because I encountered the Underworld at the very start of this life? I couldn't unravel the Tenghua of my past life to my comrades of this life. As I travel through the heavenly domain, I unravel 4 Tenghua stored within my body, except for the one belonging to Kim Young-hoon, who vanished into the future. They are the Tenghua of John Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, Oh Hyun-suk, and Kim Yun. The Tenghua begin to each fly away into distant spacetimes. Chwerarak. Among them, John Myung-hoon's Tenghua seems to fly toward a very nearby location, and following it, I arrive at the Bearing Tree Heavenly Domain. Quarring. Upon arrival, I instantly sense a familiar sticky gaze enveloping me. Glass Peacock is it? From a faraway star cluster, a clone of Glass Peacock flies toward me, trailing lustful intent. Gee goodness. You're the best. The absolute best. Are you perhaps a Heaven-Earth Great Net? Unbelievable. How euphoric. Come here, become one with me. Is it because the mark of Glass Peacock on my body flew over to Azure Pung? Unlike the past life, their eyes do not seem as crazed. I stare at Glass Peacock's clone, gauging its power and capability. Overall power is practically at the level of a Great Net Immortal. If its main body, then it should be at the level of an Immortal Lord. It'd be worth a fight if the main body does come. Then, while looking at Glass Peacock, I simply extend my hand. You. Quack. In an instant, my true body grabs Glass Peacock's throat. My true body, in the form of a half-human half-dragon, grabs Glass Peacock with a hand of mist like a vicious beast and smashes them to the ground. Kagwong. Glass Peacock's body slams into a nebula where civilization can't be felt, and from the clone's entire body, immortal beast true blood gushes out, staining the surroundings. Glass Peacock's true body is. After rendering Glass Peacock's clone completely incapacitated in a single strike, I use Indra's net to trace the location of the true body. Near the Earth axis heavenly domain. It seems Glass Peacock's main body senses me as well, but apparently has no thoughts of coming all the way here. You don't seem all that desperate for me, ignorant one. Hoo. This intense power. This violent momentum. It reminds me of the mountain-destroying demon ape. Truly delightful. If we ever meet with my main body, I sincerely wish to mate with you. What a shame, such a shame. If I were still an immortal lord, I could have surely captured and mated with you. But since Azure Pung took my seat, even if I try hard, the chances of copulating with you are probably around 400th at best. It really seems like the main body has no plans to come here. Well, that's how it is. By the way, dear, could you tell me your immortal title? I have no immortal title to share with you. Still, it's strange. Normally, when you see someone as unique as me, aren't you someone who would bring your main body just to violate me? Ignorant one. At Glass Peacock's sticky and lustful response, I find myself reacting coldly unconsciously. This is because the allure emitting from Glass Peacock's true body is so intense that without such coldness, it becomes difficult to endure. HNG, well, you aren't wrong. Normally, I'd fly over with my main body just to violate you. But unfortunately, I found a perfect lead for hunting Azure Pong, who is also a mating partner who truly excites me. So I'm currently preparing to violate her and use her as a medium to forcibly summon Azure Pong for abduction. Who is this? Her you are talking about? Don't be shocked. She's the new disciple of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. Hee. You don't know how excited I was when I discovered her. I don't know what kind of immortal art it is, but it seems she's learned an immortal art that allows her to freely draw and wield the authority of us immortal beasts, simply by being aware of our existence. I knew at the moment I saw her. That one is the greatest partner I've seen in nearly 500,000 years. And by using her immortal art, I can create a plan to draw in Azure Pang's authority, use that as a medium to summon Azure Pong, and kidnap them. I realize who Glass Peacock is talking about, and I can't help but let out a silent sigh. It can even turn out like this? Oh hi SEO, just what kind of battle did you go through in your past life? The Great Mountain Holy Mother, Ta Santu, oh hi SEO, the newly ascended divine spirit and direct disciple of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. If it's her, she will surely be able to accept everything I have. Yuet. Abducting Azure Pung, who's hiding in the underworld, may be nearly impossible, but through the Great Mountain Holy Mother, the chances of kidnapping would rise exponentially. And rather than Azure Pung, it's far easier to find the Great Mountain Holy Mother hiding in the Earth Axis heavenly domain. Make her into a fool, and make her mine. I look at Glass Peacock with a slightly disturbed feeling, but then realize there's actually some overlap between our goals. Yes, come to think of it, I also need to make contact with SEO. And to do that, I need to break through the Earth Axis heavenly domain, which is now filled with the corpse mountain blood sea left behind by Great Mountain. If I can join forces with Glass Peacock to contact SEO, that wouldn't be so bad. In the previous life, even when Glass Peacock charged at her in heat, SEO seems to have somehow managed to defend herself, and during that time she apparently even joined hands with Black Dragon. But in this life, what would happen if I join hands with Glass Peacock and invade the Earth Axis heavenly domain? I can break through. I can break through the Earth Axis heavenly domain. And, just as I swore in my past life, I might be able to grasp the starting point to saving SEO. Yes, in that case, let's look at the situation and think about joining hands with Glass Peacock. What are you doing right now? I grab Glass Peacock's clone tightly and begin compressing it like a ball. This is good too. There. Press there a little more. Kadoodaduck. After rolling the ever-blabbering Glass Peacock into a tight ball, I cover them entirely with Glass True Fire, then embed 3 Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags to seal them away. Since it isn't the same sealing method used for myself, Glass Peacock shouldn't be able to take control of it. I'll use this clone as a medium to later track down Glass Peacock's main body and propose a collaboration. With the plan set, I immediately begin heading to find John Myung-hoon. Have you been well, John Myung-hoon? Seoun-hyun. John Myung-hoon is right in the middle of building a small hut at the edge of a middle realm in the Bearing Tree heavenly domain. It seems he hasn't been here long. And is it because it hasn't been long since I sent the Tenghua? He's still only at the entering Nirvana stage. It looks like he'll need a separate push to advance to true immortality. You haven't advanced to true immortal yet. Yeah, I think I still need to prepare my heart before I do that, you see. There's no need for that. Hmm. Toward the confused John Myung-hoon, I snap my fingers. Huckwhack. Just like that, John Myung-hoon, who is at the entering nirvana stage, dies in a single blow. The Underworld has begun to support me, which means the Underworld has already chosen to raise the enders of this era to the peak through me. In other words, there will no longer be cases like before where he was taxidermized in front of the Underworld with his butt stuck. John Myung-hoon will soon advance to true immortal, and while I wait for his advancement, I summon Hamjin, Uy, Yeoy, and others, explain the situation, and fuse them with the bodies of their previous lives. That is, I fuse them with my immortal treasures. Of course, if their power increases too drastically all at once, their souls won't be able to endure it. So I seal their past life realms and take measures so that their realm can be gradually unlocked depending on their cultivation progress. For several days, I take such measures for my immortal treasures, and before long, I witness John Myung-hoon's ascension as a true immortal. From within the red lightning, John Myung-hoon succeeds in his true immortal advancement and turns to look at me. Seo-eun-hyun-yu. He seems about to say something to me, but after sensing my aura, he trembles, suppresses his anger, and lets out a sigh. Are a great net immortal? Huh. That's right. More precisely, a heaven-earth great net immortal. John Myung-hoon lets out another deep sigh and then asks, "What are you going to do from now on?" Kururum. Since John Myung-hoon also received the power of the Tenghua, the total strength he can currently exert is nearly on par with a great net immortal, though only in short bursts. But perhaps because he still doesn't understand his own strength, he speaks to me with a lowered attitude and asks about my plans. First, let's gather all our comrades. Not a bad idea. I wonder who needs to meet with who. And I need your help. I tell John Myung-hoon about the Salt Sea returning Dew Jade and the mission the Underworld entrusted to me. So, in order to learn the disgrace of the heavenly venerables that the heavenly venerable of the Underworld told you to uncover, you need to go out to the outer sea. And to go to the outer sea, you need the Salt Sea returning Dew Jade. So you're asking us to help activate it? That's right. Your role is especially important, since you should be able to properly control the Great Desolate Path. In fact, I already handed over the Great Desolate Path to John Myung-hoon, and since Golden Shaking Bird is very satisfied, he should be able to wield it quite skillfully. And for someone like John Myung-hoon, who I have plans for assigned within the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain and can enter and exit it immediately when needed, he is essential to activating the Salt Sea returning Dew Jade. Well, fine. I'll help. Thank you. Thus, after reuniting with John Myung-hoon and joining forces, I head to the Twin Holding Heavenly Domain to find the next comrade. Twin Holding Heavenly Domain. The place that can be called the center, the seat of the swallowing Heaven Supreme Deity. I activate the flawless mantra and, together with John Myung-hoon, enter the belly of the swallowing Heaven Supreme Deity. Is it because I cultivated the flawless mantra at least 999 times through the orthodox method? To my eyes, the insides of the swallowing Heaven Supreme Deity appear completely visible. I can see it. There she is. In an instant, I find a path inside the swallowing Heaven Supreme Deity's body and manage to meet Kong Min-hee. It's been a while, Kong Min-hee. Kong Min-hee, surprised to see me appear so suddenly, shows a slightly startled expression before speaking. You still have a knack for startling people, Seo-eun-hyun. Is it because I reached Indra's net and attained all of triple divinity? Unlike before, I now realize that I can see into Kong Min-hee's heart, which I had previously avoided looking into too closely, as clearly as looking at my own palm. Damn it, the longing that lingers in a corner of her heart, the sorrow, and led by those feelings, the desire to protect me, to protect us. That heart is so vivid, I can't help but feel bitter. I don't sense it from John Myung-hoon, who holds only a longtime friend's concern for me, but from her, who still carries the heart of a former lover, I sense it immediately. I see. The reason why the Underworld said we lack souls becomes immediately clear. We are not people who possess human souls. Only now do I realize what it means to be mere fragments of an absolute. It's entirely artificial. How can a human heart revolve solely around one thing called sorrow? How can every thought process be centered only on sorrow? That's right. Kong Min-hee was born solely to be sad. And through that truth, I finally understand why Yang Soo-jin tried so desperately to change his fate. Yang Soo-jin's fate was probably anger, meaning his life, his ideology, and his entire way of thought revolved solely around being angry. He, himself, probably wished to stop being angry. Kong Min-hee. I place my hand on Kong Min-hee's shoulder and, after long hesitation, finally say something. I hope you won't only be sad. I know well that the greatest cause of that sorrow is me. However, I hope that, even if she feels some sadness over me, one day she realizes that life is not made up of sorrow alone. That's what I think. Someday, I hope that all of you, too, may come to possess not a mind and fate artificially implanted into you by someone, but a true soul, and through it, come to enjoy a broader range of emotions and live more joyfully. No, not hope. I will definitely make it so. Wake. Startled by my sudden words, Kong Min-hee blushes and stumbles back. What was that? Are you crazy, Seo Eun-hyun? I stare directly into the depths of Kong Min-hee's chest and observe the reaction. There's definitely the workings of a heart, but that heart cannot surpass the vast authority that governs sorrow. It isn't that a single emotion is bound to her life. Rather, it's as if her entire life is bound to that one emotion. And from seeing that, I realize something. Let's try, steadily, continuously, to turn the heart that life is bound to into a heart that is bound to life. Let's keep trying, so she can come to understand that heart. It's not only Kong Min-hee. It applies to all of us. I want to let them know that life isn't something expressed by just a single emotion, but is made of countless more. Someday, I want everyone, including Kong Min-hee, to break free from the fate and artificially imposed absolute nature that binds them. And as they break free, I want to plant the seeds from which their souls, can sprout. I establish a new goal moving forward. Meeting Kim Young-hoon and challenging the audience chamber isn't the end. Giving all my comrades a seed of life, in other words, a seed of the soul, has become another goal I now carry forward. In any case, I meet with Kong Min-hee and join forces with her. Next is Oh Hyun-suk, Elephant Nose Heavenly Domain. Jeon Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, and I arrive at the palace of the naming supreme deity located within the heavenly domain. We greet your majesty, the supreme deity. I bow toward the giant god of vapor seated in front of an enormous immortal registry, and the giant of vapor. Hyen Rang nods in response. Welcome to the Elephant Nose Heavenly Domain, brother. Chapter 657, Heaven's Key, 5. O High Spirit Grand Tao 9 Heavens. I immediately adopt a respectful posture, praising the naming supreme deity and preparing to state my purpose. However, at that very moment, enough with the empty formalities. First, you have come to find Oh Hyun-suk, haven't you? Pardon? Yes, that is right, but he is currently facing a critical juncture, so it's difficult to let him out. But once he overcomes it, I will send him your way. Does that mean I cannot even speak with him? Apologies. It is such a serious juncture that even sharing a conversation is difficult. In that case, I've heard about you from the Underworld. You're looking for someone to help activate the Salt Sea returning Dew Jade, right? I'll help you. Ha ha. At those words, I do feel pleased, but I can't shake off the sense of randomness. Even if he was asked by the Underworld, this is too kind, isn't it? I feel overwhelmed by the endless, inexplicable sense of affection radiating from Hyen Rang. He wasn't like this in the past life. I wonder if Hyen Rang is a hidden heavenly venerable rank who remembers the past life. But even in my past life, my relationship with Hyang Rang had only been that of briefly being taught how to handle ancient force. We weren't close enough for him to show such friendliness. That fact makes me uncomfortable enough that I ask. May I ask why the Supreme Deity is showing such kindness to someone like me? Ha ha ha, what do you mean? If you are a distinguished guest specially requested by the Imperial Venerable, of course I must show kindness. Strange. Hyen Rang's odd reaction gives me a feeling that goes as far as chilling. Pat it. Hyen Rang transforms from a giant god of vapor into a human. Now appearing as a handsome young man in purple clothes with vapor-like hair, he smiles faintly and extends his hand to me. You seem curious why I'm being kind for no reason. Correct? Yes. To be honest, I am. If I have to give a reason, then I don't know either. At those words, I grow even more wary. For some reason, I feel an unknowable, infinite affection toward you. As if meeting a long-lost sibling. And when it comes to intuition on the level of a supreme deity, this absolutely is not a coincidence. Pardon. Our minds reside in the domain of untainted. Though we haven't formally reached Araya consciousness, Our intrinsic rank as supreme deity connects the depths of our unconsciousness to Araya consciousness. In other words, our intuition touches Araya consciousness. Such intuition tells me that you are like a sibling to me. So, you are truly a sibling I never knew I had. Or, a being very close to my own origin. At those words, I instinctively realize what is happening. Just like Haiyan Rang, ever since reaching Araya consciousness, my own consciousness partially overlaps with it at all times. Because I became aware of the Radiance mantra? Instinctively, I feel that is the answer. Because I have taken control of the Radiance mantra that clings to me, Haiyan Rang feels affection toward me. If that's the case, then is Haiyan Rang also a being connected to Hyuk Sa? Well, I had guessed as much ever since I saw that he looked nearly identical to Hong Fan. When I'm with you, I get the intuition that I'll eventually find a clue related to my origin. If I explain that this is why I feel affection toward you, would that make sense? Understood. I do not know how I can be of help to the Supreme Deity, but if that is what you say, then I understand. I will gratefully accept your kindness. In any case, I am under the protection of the Underworld in this life. I'm not receiving goodwill from all the governing immortals for no reason. As long as the Underworld protects me, unless the Underworld herself decides to hunt me, I am practically completely safe. At this point, the only real threats remaining to me are Radiance Hall and the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. Other than them, there aren't any governing immortals who can oppose the Underworld, so I suppose I can relax a little. Of course, I don't completely let down my guard. Through Bong Myong, I've come to experience firsthand just how terrifying an existence called a Supreme Deity can truly be. I must not let down my guard with naming, either, no matter how kind he may be. For now, I decide to gratefully accept Haiyan Rang's goodwill. In any case, I thank you for your kindness. I will make contact when the time comes. Very well. I, too, shall be waiting, brother. With that, we leave Haiyan Rang's heavenly domain, having received his support in place of Oh Hyun-suk. Brother, huh? Do you have some kind of hidden birth story, Seo Eun-hyun? John Myung-hoon asks curiously, and I let out a bitter smile. Well, all of us do have our own secret birth stories, in a way. And so, to bring along our final comrade, Kim Yun, we head to the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain where the Liberation Supreme Deity Bong Myong resides. Kugwang. The moment we enter the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain, I immediately feel a familiar gaze pouring down on me. It belongs to Bong Myong. And the moment I perceive Bong Myong's consciousness, I sense the laws of the Heavenly Domain begin to shift. As soon as we enter the Heavenly Domain, we are instantly teleported into the interior of a grand and extravagant palace. Bong Myong has invited us. This place is, it appears to be the palace of the Liberation Supreme Deity Bong Myong. Let's go. I lead John Myung-hoon and Kong Min-hee through the palace corridor, heading toward the place where an immense presence can be felt. Before long, we arrive at a massive grand hall. Kugugugugu. There, seated on a jade throne composed of countless mechanical components, is an enormous birdman the size of a nebula. With feathers of 7 colors, the birdman gazes down at us with an imposing stare. We greet your majesty, the Liberation Supreme Deity. As I directly face the Liberation Supreme Deity Bong Myong, I finally come to understand the power of what it means to be a Supreme Deity. I see. It's infinite. Perhaps because they are a newcomer among the Supreme Deities, they don't display the level of infinity shown by Haiyan Mu, Kim Young-hoon, or the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. But infinite is still infinite, even if it flows from a bucket. The Underworld was not exaggerating when she said that even fighting the weakest Supreme Deity, Bong Myong, would result in my limbs being torn apart and my death. Of course, that was before I attained Araya consciousness. Welcome, Enders. What brings you suddenly to my palace? Did you not hear from the Imperial Venerable? Well, I respect the Imperial Venerable, but I have become independent from them. They and I share different meanings, so I could not accompany them to the end. Did the Imperial Venerable send you to me? If the Supreme Deity has not received word, then it cannot be helped. I am the Ender now under the protection of the Imperial Venerable, Seo Eun-hyun. I see. So you're one who has reached the standard? What is your fate? I have been taught not to speak lightly of such matters, so I cannot divulge that now. In any case, the reason we have come seeking your majesty, the Supreme Deity, is simple. I look up at Bong Myong and state our purpose. We have heard that the Supreme Deity is currently teaching our comrade, Kim Yun. We understand it is to help her grow her liberation law talent. but her assistance is needed at this moment. So we humbly ask that the Supreme Deity release her. I make my request as respectfully as I can, and Bong Mayong chuckles and replies, "How strange. I'm keeping an ender? What do you mean? While it's true I granted her liberation, I am not the one holding her. Would the Supreme Deity be willing to swear on your pride as a craftsman? You are impudent. Even if you are an ender, I am still a Supreme Deity. You dare demand such an oath?" I look at Bong Mayong, who feigns ignorance, and sigh, raising both my hands. Immortal cultivation is heeing. A pure white glow gathers between my hands. At the same time, I concentrate my consciousness into the mental domain of untainted, and from above Indra's net, I begin to directly bend the principles of the world. Repentant enlightenment. I feel it. It's different from before. Now that I've realized the true meaning of the phenomena extinguishing mantra, I can unfold the phenomena extinguishing mantra at its utmost completion. The entire world, the entire heavenly domain begins to respond, centered around the attraction force within my hands. Kugugugugugu. The principles of the world begin to twist around me. Only then does Bong Mayong speak in a subdued tone. "Stop. I understand. I will release the child. It was my mistake. I simply pretended not to know because the child still has more to learn. Like tiny grains of salt. But I do not stop, continuing to recite the phenomena extinguishing mantra. I still don't have the confidence to fight and defeat Bong Mayong. That infinite power itself is something I can bear. I am even confident in avoiding Supreme Deity-level authorities or immortal arts. With Araya consciousness, I could put up quite the fight. But still, a Supreme Deity is a Supreme Deity. Through Araya consciousness, I am able to foresee that if I fight Bong Mayong, I will come out in a terrible state. If Bong Mayong brings out their trump cards, or if their creations start to act in earnest, then I won't be able to defeat them with my current strength. However, even if I can't win against a Supreme Deity, I can still turn the Earth-boundary heavenly domain into a wasteland. That alone would deal a fatal blow to Bong Mayong. And for a Supreme Deity at Bong Mayong's level, suffering a fatal wound could bring them down to the level of an immortal lord, so they wouldn't want to fight me. And even if they do want to confront me, behind me stands the Underworld. With the Underworld protecting me, Bong Mayong, once a former servant of the Underworld, cannot dare to threaten me harshly. Gathering to form the sea. Enough. I'll bring Kim Yun here immediately. Stop this. But I still do not stop, continuing to recite the phenomena extinguishing mantra. Finally, Bong Mayong admits fault and begins to beg me. Damn it, Inder bastard. Fine. I will pay the price for deceiving you. What do you want? I would appreciate it if the Supreme Deity could teach me an immortal art or something of the sort. Only then do I stop reciting the phenomena extinguishing mantra and state my request. Bong Mayong sighs and speaks again. What kind of immortal art do you want? I will soon head out to the outer sea. I would like an immortal art that allows passage into the interior of Mount Sumeru from the outer sea. Phew, it's a precious immortal art, but I do have such a thing. At my request, Bong Mayong sighs and gestures toward the void. Then, something appears above Bong Mayong's hand. It is a massive book of light. This book, seemingly forged from the starlight of the universe, contains immortal arts that true immortals personally imbued with their will. It is one of the immortal arts I obtained long ago by capturing some true immortals from Radiance Hall. It's said to be modeled after the original authority of the torch, Candle Heavenly Lord. It is not an immortal art that borrows power from Radiance Hall, is it? Definitely not. It is a kind of immortal art that operates using the powers of both fate and history, so what you're worried about won't happen. I will use it well. Now then, please return Kim Yun. At my words, Bong Mayong, who looks down at me for a moment, suddenly disappears from in front of my eyes. The massive figure that had filled the jade throne vanishes, and now, only a speck of dust-like presence rests upon the throne. Looking closely, it is Bong Mayong, who has transformed into a human form. Pot. Arriving in front of me in that transformation form, Bong Mayong speaks. I intended to show you consideration by bestowing misfortune upon you before returning your comrade. Yet you have rejected that. If your comrade becomes a misfortune, I will not be responsible. With those words, I realize that Bong Mayong has truly cut ties with the Underworld. There is no need to worry. In any case, I appreciate the consideration. I look at Bong Mayong's transformation appearance. Bong Mayong has pointed ears, slightly tanned skin, and long hair seemingly made of white light. That form appears both female and male at the same time. They wear a long robe of violet and navy blue, and chains of 7 colors are wrapped around their arms, legs, and neck. And Bong Myong's face has a feeling that faintly reminds me of Buk Hyunghwa. Tak. With a snap of their fingers, Kim Yun suddenly appears before us. She seems a little flustered by her abrupt arrival, looks around, then meets my eyes and runs to embrace me in a hurry. As I stroke Kim Yun's back, I look at Bong Myong. The supreme deity seems to have something to say. You have no immortal title. Did the naming supreme deity not give you one? I recall having severed the immortal title of crystal glass being under the teachings of Hien Mu in the past life. Well, let's say that is the case. Judging by how you dodged the question, you must have broken it through an Ender's authority. Isn't that so? I only smile at their words, and seeing this, Bong Myong makes a bitter expression. Well done. And I envy you. If only we too could break free from that shackle. Are you referring to immortal titles? Yes. We are all bound to the world by the shackle called immortal title. We are no different from livestock. Among the governing immortals who are not bound by an immortal title, there are only 2, the Imperial Venerable and Guak Am. They continue while brushing the chain bound around their neck. Only those 2 alone possess their own true names. If Guak Am is the only supreme deity who removed their immortal title by their own strength, then the Imperial Venerable is one who, when the first naming, tried to bestow the name Yang Hui, rejected it with their own strength. That is why only those 2 possess the right to escape Mount Sumeru. I flinch when I realize that Bong Hua, which I thought was the immortal title of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld, is actually her true name. And the same applies to all of you as well. Pardon, you 2 have chains around your necks, but they are of a different name than our immortal titles. What exactly are they? Do you wish to know? I would be grateful. Then, in exchange, grant me one favor. Bong Myong extends a hand to me with a request. What kind of favor? It is a simple one. If you promise to accept it, I will tell you the identity of the shackles that bind you all. Is it something that can be handled at my level? It is easier than breathing and will bring you no harm. I swear it before the Imperial Venerable. Understood. I will do it. Please tell me the identity of the shackles. At my words, Bong Myong smiles brightly and opens their mouth. The guide. You Enders are all fated to encounter those who guide you into your fates. That is part of your fate itself. Such beings exist? Yes, that is the reason why I bestowed the extraordinary pattern law talent to one of your comrades, to the one known as Buk Hyunghwa. Chapter 659, I shall teach you properly. I suddenly hold my breath, caught off guard by the vague connection that surfaces in my mind. What is this? Why is it that when I combine the faces of Hong Fan and the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld, Hien Rang appears? It's truly a strange feeling. It's not like the fragments of truth I know are connecting to form a complete truth. Rather, the more I learn, the deeper I feel I'm sinking into a quagmire. So, does that mean, in Hong Fan's past life, in other words as the first Radiant Supreme Deity, he and the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld Bong Hua had a relationship and the result is Hien Rang? I really can't tell what's what. Come to think of it, wasn't there such an incident before? Back then, Hong Fan's eyes turned red as he stared at Taeyul John who was possessed by the Underworld, and he confessed madly. At that time, I just thought he suddenly went into heat or something. But maybe that incident was actually the tip of something far beyond imagination. Such a thought crosses my mind. With my head now cool, I ask Bong Myong a question. Then we will be on our way now. But before that, there is one thing I'd like to ask. Sure. What do you need? It may be a somewhat rude question, but has the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld ever had a child? Or if not that, perhaps a marriage or something along those lines. At my question, Bong Myong gives a baffled look and lets out a hollow laugh. That's an amusing question. You must have seen something or someone you believe to be the bloodline of that person. Yes, well, I saw someone who looked quite similar. It's an amusing thought. But the Imperial Venerable has never once shared affection or engaged in union with anyone since birth. And I doubt that will change going forward. Is that really so? I wonder if that's even possible at that age. But quite surprisingly, Bong Myong continues with eyes full of certainty. Yes, even among our past comrades, there were reapers who admired the Imperial Venerable and wished to share affection, but the Imperial Venerable refused. The Imperial Venerable said that until they complete their Tao, they will never give and receive something called love with anyone. Come to think of it, she turned Hong Fan away back then with similar words. The Tao of the Imperial Venerable is, if you are under their protection, you must have heard it, the origin essence of life, omniscience. Just as Bong Myong is about to explain the Tao of the Underworld to me, his eyes suddenly flicker and he changes the subject. No, I see. There must be a reason why this wasn't explained. I will not dare explain it. You will have to hear it directly in time. Yes, I understand. Then, just to confirm, there is no one who has shared affection with the Imperial Venerable, nor any child of theirs. Strictly speaking, no one has shared affection with them, but they do have children. Pardon. In this world, every being that has reincarnated at least once after death are all basically their children. In truth, practically every life that exists in this world is no different from being the child of the Imperial Venerable. They are not called Queen Mother for no reason. At those words, I feel once again the immense power and rank of the Underworld. Certainly, she is the root of history, the being who has come closest to the seed of life itself. I see, I understand. Thank you for answering. Though, of course, there could be children or descendants, even a spouse we don't know about. What do you mean by that? Is there not such a thing as reincarnation? Even the Imperial Venerable, before becoming the Imperial Venerable, must have had a previous life. If you trace back far enough to before they were born, in their previous life, it is possible they were married to someone. Together with someone, they could have born and raised children. I see. Thank you. Good. I am glad to think I could be of help. With that, I succeed in retrieving Kim Yun from the Liberation Supreme Deity Bong Myong, and gain some unexpected knowledge as well. Right? If I consider reincarnation, then I can't ignore the past life of the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld. In that case, back when the first Radiance Supreme Deity Hong Fan existed, did the past life of the Underworld meet Hong Fan and become a married couple? With my head full of tangled thoughts, I leave the Earth boundary heavenly domain to go abduct the last comrade, or more precisely, the one with the potential to be a comrade. The space between heavenly domains, the inner sea. There, I create a small dimension where I can briefly speak with my companions. Kigajigigik. Though I call it creating a small dimension, all I really do is spread attraction force around me and momentarily form the concept of space through powerful attraction force. Tack. Inside the small dimension I created, when Kim Yun snaps her fingers, countless particles crash into one another and begin to shape. At the same time, we instantly find ourselves seated in what looks like a tea house in Seoul. Gaby, Jiao Boit. It's been a while. TL notes. Really old way of saying coffee. I let out a sound of admiration as I look around, and Kong Min, he snaps at me. Why did you forget Earth language? They called it Gaby on Earth too. Don't say stupid things, Seo Unhyun. There's the word. Dabong. So why use such a dumb term? TL notes. Dabong is any place that serves non-alcoholic drinks. Implication is that John Myong-hoon is also being stupid because dabong is also an old word. But from John Myong-hoon's words, I realize right away that I'm wrong. It seems ever since the format of the canvas of myriad forms and connections was restructured, there are some issues with retrieving memories. Sorry, I must have momentarily forgotten. For some reason, Kong Min-hee's eyes seem to sigh, but it's not a big issue. Humming to herself, Kim Yun heads to the machine that brews Gaby and begins to prepare Gaby. We breathe in the aroma of the Gaby as we reminisce about old times after so long. After a while, I sip the Gaby and speak with a serious expression. There's something I need to say. From here on, I'm going to go capture Oh Hyesyo. The reason I'm trying to abduct Oh Hyesyo in this current situation is clear. I must go to the outer sea. If I'm in the outer sea, even the splitting heaven mantra doesn't scare me. But the issue lies with those who remain in Mount Sumeru. If I go to the outer sea, I have no idea when I'll return. Looking at Kim Young-hoon's case, time seems to warp strangely in the outer sea. If things go wrong, I could return from the outer sea and find that millions of years have passed in Mount Sumeru. So I absolutely cannot overlook the possibility that, in that fleeting time, Oh Hyesyo could be killed by someone. If something goes wrong, everyone could die. I need to act before she's killed. I have to create at least a minimum grace period. That's the reason I intend to capture her before heading to the outer sea. That traitorous bitch? Kong Min-hee's eyebrow twitches as she raises her teacup. Why not just let her live by herself? According to Master, she's already suffering in some place called the Earth Axis Heavenly Domain. Is there a reason? The foam in my cup of gaby moves and forms a sentence. It seems Kim Yun has tampered with the brewing device to bypass Bong Myong's restrictions. John Myong-hoon's eyes twitch as well. To be honest, we were close once, but isn't she a traitor now? It isn't just once or twice that she and that Seo Huiol guy joined forces and nearly wiped us out. Honestly, you could say we lost the Wuji religious order because she and Seo Huiol joined forces and pushed us into the Nether Ghost realm. Yeah, that happened. I smile bitterly and speak. But even if she's a traitor, she must not die. Why? Why, huh? I don't know how to explain it. Saying that I'm saving Oh Hai Seo from Seo Huiol's shadow, or that I'm saving her because she has become my niece, is just an extremely personal reason of mine. Saying I'm doing it for Oh Hyun-suk is difficult, since he's not here right now. When Kim Young-hoon said he is headed to the future where we challenged the audience chamber, I don't know whether that we included Oh Hai Seo or not. Hence, saying why I have to save her is hard to explain to my comrades who don't know about the regression. Moreover, even my fate is an infinite regression, and regression belongs to someone else. I still feel a strong intuition that I must not speak of it. It's quite difficult to talk about Kim Young-hoon's matter without explaining the regression. After a while of thinking, I speak up. In the end, I feel it's best to persuade them using the most straightforward method, in order to postpone the destruction of the world. Listen carefully. Oh Hai Seo is now the disciple of the great mountain supreme deity who wiped out the Wuji religious order. I begin persuading my comrades using the most natural facts. The great mountain supreme deity is preparing the terrifying world-destroying mantra called the Splitting Heaven Mantra, and the fastest way to complete it is by killing their disciple, Oh Hai Seo. Oh Hai Seo is fated to be killed by someone in Mount Sumeru through whatever means. That's why we must capture Oh Hai Seo. The best-case scenario would be convincing her to become a true comrade after bringing her back, but that seems unlikely. So we will capture her and seal her. At the very least, doing so would delay the completion of the Splitting Heaven Mantra by a minimum of 100 million years. At most, by a billion years. 100 million years, huh? John Myong-hoon, being a baby who has not even lived a mere 100,000 years in this cycle, seems a bit flustered by the time scale of 100 million years. Everyone, remember this. We are now true immortals. Since we can set our lifespans as long as we wish, even 100 million years is well within our viewable time frame. So listen carefully. No matter what we do going forward, no matter what goals we have, we need this grace period. I speak seriously to my comrades. Oh Hai Seo, due to the arrangements of the great mountain supreme deity, is caught in a fate where we don't know when or where she'll die fighting. Even right now, she could die fighting someone. In other words, if we don't want to experience the end of the world, we need to capture and seal Oh Hai Seo. Yes, and we need to extend her lifespan through continuous prophecies, so that even death by natural causes is prevented. If she dies of old age while in our custody, it could still be interpreted as murder. In the end, regardless of how she dies, the great mountain supreme deity will force the interpretation into murder, so we must never let her die. That's why, if we capture Oh Hai Seo, make sure she never dies, and seal her so she can do nothing, we secure at least 100 million years. Got it. Good. In that case, it can't be helped. And so, we all agree on the plan to abduct Oh Hai Seo and begin moving to capture her. Kugugugugu. Earth Axis Heavenly Domain. In an inner sea near that heavenly domain, a single peacock of light is flying. The immortal beast glass peacock. It is the late-stage great net immortal, the ignorant one. The corpse mountain blood sea of the great mountain supreme deity is the problem. There's almost no opening, is there? And to pierce through what little openings there are, I lack enough firepower alone. If I just force my way through, and the great mountain holy mother moves the corpse mountain blood sea borrowing the power of the great mountain supreme deity, I might end up becoming part of it. Glass peacock soars frantically around the Earth Axis heavenly domain, recording its gaps with a serious gaze. That's when it happens. From the distant abyss of the inner sea, 4 clusters of light begin flying in. They are 4 true immortals. Heaven-destroying one John Myong-hoon, Madam Ghost Mother Kong Min-hee, Madam Full Blossom Kim Yun, and the return of Vast Cold, Seo Eun-hyun. That one is Glass Peacock's eyes flush red. Seo Eun-hyun, the powerful immortal lord-level great net immortal whom Glass Peacock had been unable to devour, is approaching them of his own accord. However, after glancing at the heaven-destroying one and Madame Ghost Mother, Glass Peacock then turns to Kim Yun. Aside from Madame Ghost Mother, the rest are unfamiliar. Even so, the fact that Glass Peacock knows of their immortal titles and names is thanks to their clone sealed within Seo Eun-hyun's body. That clone has been interpreting their wisdom and transmitting it to the main body. One seems to be of Du-gon's immortal Dao lineage, and the other carries the scent of the Liberation Supreme Deity and also of vast cold. Seems like a true immortal under the Liberation Supreme Deity. With those three and the Madame Ghost Mother together, I won't be able to eat Seo Eun-hyun now. A pity, but I'll have to wait for another chance. Quickly finishing their calculations, Glass Peacock suppresses their lust and speaks. What matters do you have with me, Seo Eun-hyun? We have matters not with you, but with the Earth Axis Heavenly Domain. HNGH, such a shame. Since you've come all this way to the Earth Axis Heavenly Domain, can't you copulate with me for just 1,000,000 years? Not necessary. So cold. Then, while it's regrettable, let us meet again next time. Smacking their lips, Glass Peacock spreads their wings to distance themselves from Seo Eun-hyun's group. But then, an unbelievable voice reaches Glass Peacock's ears. I want to join hands with you. What? You want to do it with my hand? Glass Peacock trembles and turns back to Seo Eun-hyun. We also have to enter the Earth Axis Heavenly Domain and meet the Great Mountain Holy Mother. Because of that, we want to join forces with you, who is trying to enter the Earth Axis Heavenly Domain. Well, will you accept the proposal? You will. You want to join with me? Fine. Outwardly acting like a crazed sex demon, Glass Peacock begins a cold calculation inside. They want to cooperate with me to do something involving the Great Mountain Holy Mother inside the Earth Axis Heavenly Domain? Good. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The odds of safely abducting the Great Mountain Holy Mother have increased, and while they're distracted by her, if I backstab them with Glass Avidya Advancement Light, I might be able to take a chance at them too. Their eyes blaze. Of course, I won't be able to kill them in a single strike, but that much is enough. My goal isn't to barbarically kill and be killed anyway. Even if I can just turn them into fools for a bit, say, 1,000 years, that's more than enough to enjoy copulation. All of them are true immortals I have no acquaintance with, which means none of them will understand my Glass Avidya Advancement Light or my behavioral patterns. Of course, the fact that they are a mad sex demon is known across the entire universe, but very few know that the true nature of Glass Peacock is that of a cold-blooded lust maniac merely acting the role of a mad sex demon. It is a truth known only to those strong and resilient enough to maintain their reason while copulating with Glass Peacock for over 100,000 years. So, this is actually a good opportunity. All right, I'll do it. If I can become one with you, I'll do anything. Do you need my help? What should I do? It seemed you were investigating a way to enter the Earth Axis Heavenly Domain. Yes. Right now, the Great Mountain Holy Mother is sealing off the Earth Axis Heavenly Domain through the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, making it impossible for outsiders to intrude. But I've been looking for a gap in that watertight barrier. I see. Lead us to the largest of those gaps. All right, Glass Peacock, concealing their sly intentions, guide Seo Eun-hyun's group to one of the gaps they previously observed. My firepower may be lacking, but with the 5 of us, we can definitely break through. Then, upon arriving at the gap, Glass Peacock explains how to penetrate it, and thus Seo Eun-hyun, Glass Peacock, and the rest begin launching attacks toward the gap. Quaguang. The dimensional veil of the Earth Axis Heavenly Domain. Reinforced by the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea infused by Seo, that dimensional veil finally collapses, and Seo Eun-hyun and Glass Peacock's party gain entry into the Earth Axis Heavenly Domain. At last, Glass Peacock lets out a cry of joy and immediately begins guiding Seo Eun-hyun's group. Let's go that way. That direction leads straight to the Great Mountain Holy Mother. Kugugugugu. The 5 true immortals move toward the location of the Great Mountain Holy Mother, Seo. How long do they traverse through the Earth Axis Heavenly Domain, where ominous devilish energy runs rampant? At last, they arrive in front of a massive palace. It's the palace of the Great Mountain Holy Mother. She should be inside. Is that so? Thank you for guiding us. Well then, I'll let you handle your matters with the Great Mountain Holy Mother first. Go ahead, Seo Eunhyun. Glass Peacock takes a step back as if offering a favor, smiling at Seo Eunhyun's group. Seo Eunhyun looks at them and nods. Come out, Seo. At Seo Eunhyun's call, a familiar figure rises above the palace. The one Glass Peacock has dreamed of all this time, and the key component needed to carry out their Azure Pung kidnapping plan. It is Seo. Ahaha, hello Seo Eunhyun. And who are all these people? What nostalgic faces. She forces a laugh. In truth, she is suffering, using that exaggerated smile to mislead those around her. Glass Peacock sees through her. The wounds she carries are different from Azure Pangs, yet she too bears deep scars. I want to heal her. Through sensual pleasure, I want to show her how vast and beautiful the world truly is. Looking at her, Glass Peacock drools sticky spiritual energy from their mouth. Koum. And around Seo, a mountain of corpses begins to emerge, the remnant of the great mountain supreme deity. Yet even the mere presence of the remnant fills the space, and ghostly wails begin dividing heaven and earth. It's so good to see you, and yet so foolish. Seo Eunhyun, I don't know what you were thinking coming here. As more corpse mountain blood seas gather, Seo's aura begins to surge. Glass Peacock breaks out in cold sweat. As expected, her realm remains merely at the early stage of true immortality, but within the Earth Axis heavenly domain, filled with the corpse mountain blood sea, she becomes strong enough to threaten even Glass Peacock, who is at the level of a mortal lord. Strictly speaking, it is the remnant of the great mountain supreme deity that possesses such power. Today, I will incapacitate you and carry out the orders of my master, the great mountain supreme deity. Do you understand? Why Yang? Countless corpse mountain blood seas wail as they emit ghostly cries. At the same time, the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the Earth Axis heavenly domain begins to gather before her. Now let me show you what I've been taught by the great mountain supreme deity. Immediately after, blink. Everyone except Glass Peacock blinks. Huh. Glass Peacock and Seo stare blankly at the something that appears before them. It is a wheel of starlight, and the being carrying that wheel on its back begins to reveal itself. The being's body blazes with fire of glass. It wears a white round collared robe, each thread of which is forged from glass swords. Horns sprout from the being's head, a tail like a dragon's at its feet, its hands and feet jagged like those of a vicious beast. Within the wheel on its back, a pure white three great ultimates rotates. It is Seo Eunhyun's main body. Seo Eunhyun, revealing his main body while trampling across countless star clusters, opens his mouth. Haveyoubentaughtthe phenomena extinguishing mantra? So overwhelming is his rank. Even Glass Peacock cannot properly hear Seo Eunhyun's voice. And upon hearing what follows, Glass Peacock's eyes fill with horror. What? Seo Eunhyun raises both hands. Within his palms, the jade of yin-yang and 5 elements begins to gather. The moment they see it, Glass Peacock instinctively starts to retreat. Heaven and earth and all above. IshaltEACHYOUP or OPERLY. The will of the mountain spirit clothed in a white round collar robe of sword mountains begins to spread throughout the world. PHENOMENAEXTINGUISHINGMANTRA. Chapter 660, Devil God. Seo blinks. What is this really? What in the world is going on? What in the world happened for that lunatic Seo Eunhyun to have mastered the phenomena extinguishing mantra so completely? It's simply too baffling. It is simply too bewildering. However, the sword mountain spirit standing before her gives her no time to think about such things. ISHALTEACHYOUP or OPERLY. Why does the opponent's will feel so distorted? Why did the opponent's rank suddenly soar so dramatically? There's no time to think about any of it. Only the voice that resounds through heaven and earth and all above spreads across the world. PHENOMENAEXTINGUISHINGMANTRA. Thus, Seo Eunhyun, the monster wearing a human mask that Seo knows of, begins to truly exert his power. The corpse mountain blood seas of the Earth Axis heavenly domain begins to resonate. So that's how it is. As I scatter my consciousness throughout the entire heavenly domain in order to unfold the phenomena extinguishing mantra, I come to an understanding. Great Mountain Supreme Deity. So that's why you tried to feed me the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. Truly unexpectedly, the act of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity trying to make me consume the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea was nothing more than a goodwill gesture given by one who walks ahead on the immortal Tao of repentant enlightenment. Because the remnant of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity that fills this Earth-axis heavenly domain, the essence of his Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, is quite literally lumps of repentant enlightenment. The beings the Great Mountain Supreme Deity has consumed until now remain neither dead nor alive, half-forced to undergo repentant enlightenment, in endless suffering. So that's why the judges reacted that way when speaking of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity's crimes. That strange reaction, saying they could not tell whether the crimes of Great Mountain are great or not. Back then I couldn't understand, but now I finally do. Yes, it's laughable and absurd, but what the Great Mountain Supreme Deity is doing is forcibly injecting enlightenment into others. If a master were to beat a disciple with a club to teach a lesson, would that master be guilty of assault? If a parent punishes a child for stealing or admonishes a child for lying, is that abuse? If someone higher gives pain in any form for the sake of the future of someone lower, is that higher person a heinous criminal? Even the judges probably could not dare to measure the boundary between sin and punishment. Though the Great Mountain Supreme Deity may be known as a devil god, they haven't been captured and killed by the heavenly venerable of the underworld like the 5 cruel supreme deities. As much as how the judges could not determine if Great Mountain is guilty or not. The Great Mountain Supreme Deity, with pure goodwill, forces pain and despair upon the living beings of all phenomena to implant enlightenment. I see. Placing their accumulation upon others so that others too may enjoy the enlightenment they have achieved, a violent, yet certain principle of repentant enlightenment. That is precisely the repentant enlightenment of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. The phenomena extinguishing mantra engraves one's heart across the entire universe, turning the whole universe into one's ally. And the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea is created by filling the universe with the pain of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity and the enlightenment they gained through the hearts of those souls. Back then on Panlai Island too, it was the same. They sincerely thanked the marine creatures and humans who allowed them to perform their spells. It must have been true. Though insane, they truly felt gratitude, which is why the lingering thought of the salt sea being at the time did not harshly reprimand them. Do you dare reject my principle? Wawoom. Oh hi SEO, who tries to borrow the power of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, does not even register in my eyes. Only the will left behind by the Great Mountain Supreme Deity through the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea clearly shouts before me. Life is suffering. The greatest teaching in this world is pain, and only through pain can enlightenment be gained. It feels as if Guac AM is sneering in front of me, as if asking whether someone like me dares to deny this principle. Do you dare deny this truth? The heart of a teacher who strikes with love for an unworthy disciple. My enlightenment of inflicting pain on worthless living beings with the heart of a senior. Can you dare to deny that? Will you say there exists something in this world that can grow without suffering? Keying. The jade of yin-yang and 5 elements gathered in my hand begins to shine. At the same time, my consciousness instantly soars into the domain of untainted and once again draws near to Araya consciousness. Gather. I begin to connect the hearts of all beings in this Earth-axis heavenly domain with myself. I gather the existences of the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, who endlessly groan within the principle of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, and begin to pull at the principle that has bound them in a state of neither life nor death. Answer me, Seo Unhyun. And then, I lift my head toward the voice of Guac AM shouting at me. A long time ago, someone once said this. Life is suffering. It's true. It's also true that there is no growth without pain. But the absolute teaching of one person within my heart has allowed me to step aside from that absolute proposition. That even if life is suffering, that's not all it is. Just like how even if life is a curse, when you look at it from another angle, it's also boundless blessing. What we give and receive is not just suffering alone. Indra's net begins to bend around me. The principle left behind by the Great Mountain Supreme Deity begins to be torn away under my will. Suffering can surely be called a teacher of life that gives enlightenment. But that's not the end. For life isn't made of just that. Just as blessings and curses combine to form the light called life. If one wishes to live in this world, learning only suffering is meaningless. As I speak these words, I realize why. After becoming a true immortal, the powers of the immortal Tao and the pathways of fate and history intertwine to form a Taiji. Because perhaps the Taiji contains the true principle of this universe. Through Indra's net, I begin pulling in the spirits of the corpse mountain blood sea that are trapped within the great mountain supreme deity's principle toward me. Let's not pull too tight nor too loose. The corpse mountain blood seas. The entire Earth axis heavenly domain begins to converge around me. I will show you Guak AM. This is the mountain Tao I am accumulating. At the same time, the phenomena extinguishing mantra erupts in brilliant light and begins to activate properly. Oh Hyesio opens her mouth. The jade of yin yang and 5 elements encases and entraps her. Not only her, but glass peacock fleeing in the distance. And John Myong Hoon, Kong Min Hee, and Kim Yun also become trapped within Seo Eun-hyun's jade. And then, it begins. In front of Seo Eun-hyun, who has been constantly whispering something toward the void. Something begins to gather. At first, she thinks it is simply the heaven and earth spiritual energy of yin-yang and 5 elements. After all, it follows the same flow as the phenomena extinguishing mantra she learned from the great mountain supreme deity. However, she gradually realizes something. Something is steadily gathering more and more. No, beyond that. The attraction force of the world is going berserk. The authority over the corpse mountain blood sea, which the great mountain supreme deity granted her ownership of, leaves her hands and is caught up in Seo Eun-hyun's attraction force. Oh Hyesio recalls the utmost completion of the phenomena extinguishing mantra she heard from the great mountain supreme deity. When the attraction force of the heavenly domain reaches its peak, the end begins. Kugagugagugu. The entire world outside the jade of yin-yang and 5 elements that confines her begins to intensify in attraction force. Centered around the sphere of yin-yang and 5 elements energy in front of Seo Eun-hyun, the attraction of the entire heavenly domain starts converging. The universe begins to contract. Are those stars? A decaying corpse realm? Ah, it's a galaxy. Amidst this surreal spectacle, as she watches countless stars, decaying corpse realms, and galaxies all pulled toward a single point, she forgets even to scheme and simply stares blankly. The heavenly domain begins to narrow. Gradually, the world heats up, becoming filled with light and heat. Oh Hyesio opens her mouth wide as she watches countless decaying corpse realms being dragged to the front of the great mountain. Someone's toe, leg bones, soles, grotesque eyeballs, various blood vessels, flesh, toenails, and more. Countless decaying corpse realms enter inside, and galaxies collide. And then, Oh Hyesio widens her eyes, trying to confirm what she is seeing. The corpse mountain blood seas. The corpse mountain blood seas that Oh Hyesio had barely been managing until now are following Seo Eun-hyun's lead and being sucked toward him. Some beings seem to try fleeing into the distance, but without exception, they are pulled in. That is not all. Devils. The devils that resisted her and fed off the energy of the corpse mountain blood seas, as well as the entering nirvana-level devils that had been shape-shifted into planets and quietly slumbering, all awaken and try to flee in the opposite direction of the attraction force. However, not a single one succeeds, and they are all drawn in. The situation is so surreal it feels like a dream. Soon, the world filled with light and heat contracts down to the size of that sphere in front of the Sword Mountain. That is, all galaxies, corpse mountain blood seas, decaying corpse realms, and devils contract into the size of that sphere. No, the contraction doesn't end there. The heavenly domain continues to contract even further, finally becoming a single point of white light. The being clad in the white round collar robe of Sword Mountains looks at that point and seems to ponder for a moment, then brings both hands together as if in prayer and firmly compresses it. The point of light that is the compressed heavenly domain is thus in the grasp of the terrifying mountain divine spirit wearing a white round collar robe of Sword Mountains, caught and destroyed. There is no light, nor anything left, so nothing can be seen clearly anymore. Standing before the Seo Eun-hyun, who has become so strong that she no longer even feels the will to resist. All Oh Hyesio can do now is despair. THISISTHETRUEFORMOFWHATYOUUSED. Yes, The phenomena extinguishing mantra. The immortal art that gathers all things of heaven and earth, of yin-yang and the five elements, to bring about the end. It is the true power and enlightenment of the immortal art she learned from the great mountain supreme deity. And she has believed only the great mountain supreme deity could perform such a feat. Of course, it is only because the phenomena extinguishing mantra is unfolded by someone of supreme deity weight class that it holds such power. That's what she thought. But now, as she watches Seo Eunhyun perform the phenomena extinguishing mantra on the same level as the great mountain supreme deity, despite not being them himself, she realizes amidst shock, panic, and fear. I see. That is, the true phenomena extinguishing mantra. A terrifying secret art that compresses everything, refining it into a single pill and devouring the heavenly domain. That is the teaching the great mountain supreme deity had given her. How enviable, Seo Eunhyun, to just somehow stumble into such power by sheer luck. In the total darkness where nothing can be seen, Oh Hyeseo sneers at the vast mountain spirit she knows is standing ahead. She knows, too. Now, she will never be able to get revenge on Seo Eunhyun. The difference in power has become absurdly vast. But I can't give up. She grits her teeth as she recalls Seo Huiol's bones, which she has refined into a Dharma treasure and stored within her body. To have cultivated the phenomena extinguishing mantra like this, just how many people have you killed by now? 100? 1,000? No, sorry. It's a massacre so massive that something like that couldn't even begin to measure it, right? Isn't that right? Kukik, you really are beyond saving. The gap in power no longer holds meaning. So the only resistance Oh Hyeseo can muster is to irritate Seo Eunhyun's mind a little to plant tainted soul filling the heavens within him. After inheriting it from Seo Huiol, her tainted soul filling the heavens has changed. It no longer seizes any target and brainwashes them into identifying with her. Instead, it implants a yoke into the heart of the one she chooses. A yoke that never changes, one that becomes a rule etched into that being's life. That is how her tainted soul filling the heavens has twisted since she inherited it. I will leave a yoke in your heart. Even a faint yoke is fine. Even a sound that very slightly unsettles his mind is fine. Because someday, Seo Eunhyun too will face a formidable enemy. And in the midst of that battle, at the final moment, this faint yoke she implants will obstruct him. Even if revenge is meaningless, I'll survive within you as a heart demon and struggle to the very end. That is Oh Hyeseo's resolve. But then, Oh Hyeseo widens her eyes as radiant light that blinds the eye begins to burst from within Seo Eunhyun's clasped hands. You're really a vil, huh? Crystal glass to treading sea. Twin flowers reaching the heavens. The power of curse and blessing that has reached the domain of immortal arts dwells within my two hands. Now, curse and blessing go beyond mere curse and blessing, becoming the power of negation and affirmation themselves. And as I manifest that yin-yang taiji within my joined palms, I begin reversing the phenomena extinguishing mantra. My twin flowers reaching the heavens draws a taiji, within which countless principles of the five elements begin to rotate. Starting from the principle of yin-yang and five elements, endless transformations unfold from within. This is not a power like the great mountain splitting emperor technique that tears an opponent apart. This is a power to tell all beings of the world that there is a way to live that is not just suffering. My immortal Tao, it is that itself. Rise. My connections of all phenomena. Peyarat. I spread my palms wide from their prayer position, unleashing a massive explosion of light before my eyes. At the same time, the Earth axis heavenly domain, which had been compressed into a single point and met the end, begins expanding outward with the explosion. Kwaong. A massive explosion erupts. Jean Manghun gazes at the scene as if entranced. Glass Peacock sheds streams of tears both up and down, and Kong Mini utters a word as if in a daze. Big bang. Quagwagwagwag. An overwhelming surge of heaven and earth spiritual energy bursts forth, and the universe begins expanding at the speed of light. At some point, it is bound to surpass even the speed of light. Kaon. At that time, I sense that the name of the Earth axis heavenly domain is changing. No longer Earth axis, Dijo, but Axel, Shado. It's not something I changed. It feels like this was the original name of this heavenly domain all along. And, as the heavenly domain is recreated, we all can't help but shed tears. Oh, Aya, AAA. Oh, Aya. Souls drift across the heavenly domain. These spirits who were devoured by the great mountain supreme deity turned into corpse mountain blood seas and suffered without being able to live or die while repeating repentant enlightenment. Now rejoice. Joy and happiness overflow throughout the entire heavenly domain. Thank you. Thank you so much. Truly thank you. They all express deep gratitude and begin to lay their bodies down as they fall into the underworld. The sight of these spirits, far surpassing millions or billions, nearing 600 sextillion in number, trembling in ecstasy as they all head toward the underworld in unison, is indescribably beautiful. It's true that life is suffering. I acknowledge that suffering is a profound enlightenment and great teacher. But though suffering may be a great teacher, it is not the greatest teacher. This is my Tao, Parat. And at that moment, the lingering sense of joy left behind by the spirits turn light pink, and those scents begin to connect with Kim Yun. I check to see what is happening. Vast cold heavenly lord. It is the law of heavenly domain's end, that the previous ender, Tridacna vast cold heavenly king, overturned. Through the process of destroying and recreating a heavenly domain, I come to understand exactly what law vast cold has changed. The law before vast cold's alteration enters my mind through the whispers of the heavenly domain. Long ago, before vast cold appeared, the heavenly domains were like sandcastles that could be collapsed at any time as long as its owners willed it. But after the emergence of vast cold, the condition for the end of the heavenly domains changed, such that only when the hearts of the living beings within the heavenly domain reach their peak does it bring about the end. Back when Hien Mu or the heavenly venerable of the underworld collapsed a heavenly domain, it was because their power momentarily surpassed vast cold's. Ordinarily, supreme deities or heavenly venerables cannot destroy a heavenly domain directly without using something like the phenomena extinguishing mantra. Vast cold essentially placed a powerful shackle around the necks of all governing immortals and left the stage. Kim Yun, seemingly aware of this truth, gently caresses the light pink lingering scents gathering around her. Too, along with a cool sensation, I feel a northern dipper ceiling immortal flag being extracted, and I realize. I see. Kuwang. The scene before my eyes shifts, and before I realize it, I arrive once more in a space filled with corpse mountain blood seas. I've really arrived so quickly to the point it's absurd. This is the sanctuary of the mountain, the origin essence of repentant enlightenment, the sacred ground of the great mountain supreme deity. Yes, what stands before me now is the essence of the great mountain supreme deity themselves. First, let me offer congratulations. You've reached the reference point. Through the phenomena extinguishing mantra just now, I have pierced through the gate leading to the origin essence of repentant enlightenment. Yes, I have finally reached the late stage of great net immortal. And now, I see for the first time the bare face of the great mountain supreme deity, who has taken on a human form before me. Chapter 661, Tao of Great Mountain. Above a mountain of countless corpses, he is there, perhaps to speak with me. He sits on a rather low peak on the corpse mountain, and the mountain of corpses behind them seems to support him like a throne. His transformation form is extremely tall. He appears to be about 6 chi plus 3 or 4 cun tall, around 190 cm/6'3" inch, similar in height to Oh Hyunsuk during his mortal days. Fighting Ghost Race. Looking at him, I get a feeling reminiscent of the Fighting Ghost Race, but the impression passes so quickly that I cannot be sure. His shoulders are broad, yet his facial features are unexpectedly delicate. With eyes closed and an expressionless face, he might even look like a woman due to his fair face. However, his eyes are 4 white eyes, thuba, with unusually small pupils and a fierce gaze. TL. Eyes big enough or pupils small enough that whites are visible on all 4 sides. Moreover, when he makes an expression rather than remaining emotionless, the muscles of his face contort significantly, and now, as he looks down at me with a twisted smile, his fair face turns into a cruel, vicious, and ferocious visage. His hair is straight and deep navy blue, and unlike the time when it was wrapped in bandages, it is now neatly groomed, falling past his waist and lightly tied at the end. In contrast to his hair, however, the clothes he wears are a dark red robe reminiscent of Yuanli. On the blood robe, perhaps meant to symbolize the corpse mountain blood sea, are faint embroideries of wailing specters. It is a blood robe even more chilling than that of Blood Een or Yuanli. One of his legs is folded in a lotus position, while the other extends downward, stepping on the heads of corpses below, and on one of his knees lies the golden mask I had seen previously. I see. That is the face of Guac Am's transformation form. Most likely, his face during his mortal days was the same. It's been a while, senior brother. Show some respect, before I tear out your tongue. The greatest respect I can give you is calling you senior brother. If you want to take my tongue, go ahead. Do you think I won't be able to speak without it? No one is your senior brother. Don't be so displeasing. Is it because I still look inhuman to you? How could that be? Though I don't want to admit it, you are an Ender who gained a soul through your own strength. You are not like the trash I've seen until now. Guac Am chuckles, then plucks off the head of one of the nearby corpses and tosses it toward me. Eat it. Regardless of what happened, if you've reached the point of connecting with the origin, then you just understand, correct? This too is a kind of repentant enlightenment. If you dare to say you defeat me, then you should also have the attitude to learn and study another's repentant enlightenment as well. I pick up the corpse's head that falls near my feet. This person is suffering, neither dead nor alive. Bound by Guac Am's principle, they are shedding tears of blood. Paisa. But instead of eating it, I immediately compress it with the phenomena extinguishing mantra, remove Guac Am's principle, and release the spirit. Aya. The soul flies away, shedding tears of gratitude, and I glare at Guac Am and speak. Since we've met, I'll say one thing, senior brother. Release the corpse mountain blood sea immediately. Guarantee their freedom and stop torturing them. That's when it happens. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Kick 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 kick. Kukakakakak. Iha ha. Kia ha ha. Many of the corpses on the corpse mountain where Guac Am sits begin to laugh while shedding tears of blood. Guac Am also wears an even more twisted smile, as if something is amusing, and glares at me. You know nothing, and yet you babble on and on after seeing only the surface of pain. What? This is a stepping stone toward true awakening, Zhengjue. We all can gain enlightenment through suffering. So, what right do you have to drive out these ones who practice repentant enlightenment? Are you saying that was Master's repentant enlightenment? That just because he beat you with a six-sided club to teach you, now you too inflict suffering on everyone under the guise of love? Are you really saying this is the will of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity? Who knows? Guac Am erases his smile at my question and stares at me. I don't know about that. In the end, Master has fallen into slumber. There is no way to know the will of the dead. But one thing is certain. Tadukaduk. Guac Am places his hand on one of the corpses, tears it from the other corpses, and lifts it in one hand as he speaks. I have certainly upheld at least Master's last will. Master's last will? Yes. Originally, none can enter beyond the audience chamber and return. Even the Golden Divine, who left many things behind in the head realm, like the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, only did so before attempting to enter the audience chamber. But Master created a miracle. He went beyond the audience chamber and, even after being defeated by the owner of fate, managed to pass his will to me. Then, as I hear the last words of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity spoken from Guac Am's mouth, my eyes open wide. Make all things of all phenomena undergo repentant enlightenment. If every living being in the three heavens' great thousand world can come to know their own heart, then even fate can surely be overcome. Use every means and cleanse the hearts of all. If it's you, you can do it. If it's you. He spoke thus and disappeared, toyed with by fate, chewed up by the head realm, and condemned to humiliation that eternally repeats. That was his end. Do you understand? What? Master believed in me to make everyone undergo repentant enlightenment, even by my own methods. Guac Am's face contorts. I look at him and shout, what do you mean by your own methods? Isn't it how Master said to teach and help steadily, to inspire beings through preaching even if it takes longer, so they come to repentantly enlighten on their own and cleanse their own hearts? Just what idea did this corpse mountain blood sea come from? Silence. Using whatever means necessary was his will. In any case, the vast majority of the living beings in this three heavens great thousand world are bugs. What? They don't know their own fate, don't know why they were born, have no interest in the meaning of life, and simply live each day to barely extend their lives. Such animals are the majority. How do you plan to inspire and touch the hearts of those animals in a single day? Quadaduk. Guac Am clenches the corpse fragment in his hand tightly. Blood and pus squeeze out of the corpse, and an overwhelming scream sweeps across the area. There is only one way. If they cannot seek repentant enlightenment on their own, then I will do it. On their behalf. What are you even talking about? I stand dumbfounded before Gwakem's madness, my mouth agape. Crack open the skulls of these bug-like beings, look back on their lives for them, and connect the entire reflected life to them, so they are forced to reflect on their lives and their hearts. Again and again and again. If I keep doing so, then everyone in this world will one day attain enlightenment and reach true awakening. Kikikikikik. Ihihi. Suffering is the path to enlightenment. Suffering is enlightenment. Suffering, suffering. Many corpses within the corpse mountain blood sea repeat those words, giggling. Just as Gwakam says, these seem to be ones who have undergone forced repentant enlightenment, attained their own realizations, and begun to perceive their own hearts. Hovering endlessly close to death, yet unable to die, spending ages akin to eternity, and gaining insight into the domain of purity. Pursuing the principle of the domain of purity my master once sought to challenge, and uncovering the principle of life itself. That is the privilege enjoyed by those of the corpse mountain blood sea. Do you dare strip them of their privilege? I am so dumbfounded by that mindset that I cannot continue speaking. Yes, killing plants, insects, beasts, civilians, and low-level cultivators, those unable to attain repentant enlightenment, and connecting them to oneself to perform repentant enlightenment in their stead. That is the true nature of the great mountain supreme deity Gwakam's corpse mountain blood sea, and the true identity of the violent mantra he has accumulated. Only now do I understand the Underworld statement that the corpse mountain blood sea is no mere sacrificial offering. Each and every one is someone forcibly made to undergo repentant enlightenment by Gwakam, becoming essentially his disciples. And that means, then right now, how is this any different from you using your disciples as offerings whenever needed? You're not going to say that's something you learned from Master, would you? To say they were used as offerings, how unpleasant. I gave them a chance. What? Haven't you done the same all this time? Gwakam throws the corpse in his hand aside with a sneer and points at me. I saw what you did in the bright cold realm. You sought the disciples under that guy Jangik, then killed all your senior brothers and senior sisters with your own hands, didn't you? They, too, were delighted to get the chance to challenge you. They too, under me, experienced the boundary between life and death through countless ages, and yearn earnestly for the chance to reach the true heart, that is, the true death, the domain of purity. To give such people a chance to reach the domain of purity, allowing them to charge toward purity. That is the way of sacrificial offering. You speak of, I ask again, what difference is there between my offerings and your use of your senior brothers and senior sisters as offerings? It's sophistry. How can one's self-will and a will designed by others possibly be the same? Self-will? Are you saying that true self-will exists in this world? In this hell where an owner of fate exists? Seeing from how my thoughts have been read, I realize that Gwakam has also risen to a Raya consciousness. Of course, he is the god of repentant enlightenment who cleans the heart. It's not strange that his mind has reached such a stage. Everyone's life is designed beneath fate anyway. Unless one is a supreme deity, one can't even speak casually of self-will. No, even among supreme deities, most are beings with leashes around their necks. Other than me and the Underworld, the rest are nothing but slaves. They are no different from those disgusting slaves who, despite being dragged along their leashes, can't even think of breaking free. Why is it? Gwakam's words grow more agitated, more enraged. But for some reason, I can't help but feel that the object of his anger is not the supreme deities or mortals he speaks of, but rather himself. In this world, something like self-will has no meaning. Therefore, whether it's self-willed or imposed, if one can know the heart through repentant enlightenment, that alone is a blessing. Through those words, I understand. Gwakam cannot be persuaded. He is a true madman. Gwakam reads my thoughts again and speaks with a sneer. Those who relentlessly push their own beliefs can't help but be madmen. Are you saying that repentant enlightenment can only be achieved through the way of a madman? You mean to truly remain as nothing more than a lunatic? Yeah, maybe that's how it is. So what? In a mad world, if we don't become madmen, what are we supposed to do? You and I, neither of us knows the answer to that, do we? Finishing his words, Gwakam speaks with a serious expression. In the end, we cannot know the answer. That is why I will keep pushing forward with my beliefs, as I always have. Then, I look up at Guac AM and spit out my words. All I can offer you is death. I've been waiting to hear those words. In response, Guac AM grins so wide that his molars show, and he spreads his arms wide. Come to me. Try to challenge me. Try to defeat me. Before I destroy Mount Sumeru, climb up here and let's settle this. I am the only disciple of Master. There is no need for a junior brother. With eyes full of madness, he rises to his feet and shouts. Make your way through the chaos of the Salt Sea and reach me. Then try to kill me. With the seat left behind by Master as the stake, let us collide. If you want to defeat me, then use whatever means necessary to soar up, crash into me, and win. Prove that the mountain you have accumulated is bigger, taller, and has deeper valleys than mine. Only that is the way of mountain spirits. Yes, that is the way of the mountain god. Kugugugugugu. Within the sanctuary of origin. From beyond that far-off place, a massive lump-like something rises. It is an arm, formed of a mountain of corpses and sea of blood numbering in the Ganges' sands. That arm descends toward me. Come before me and prove it. That your mountain can stand higher than mine. Come now, rise to the outer sea. Come, and let us compete. Quorurum. I stretch out my arm to resist the arm of the corpse mountain blood sea. The moment that enormous palm presses down on me, I feel my bones shatter throughout my entire body and vomit divine blood. Roughly 3 seconds. That is how long I endure beneath that hand. Kadudaduk. After 3 seconds, I am brutally crushed and dying, and along with the words of the great mountain supreme deity Guam Am that echoes in my ears, my consciousness begins to blur. Justice without power cannot accomplish anything. So prove it, that your justice has power. Somehow, those words sound powerless. With Guac Am's strangely bitter face as the last thing I see, I return to reality. Blink. As I come to my senses, I find myself once again inside the newly recreated Earth Axis Heavenly Domain. Kugugugugugu. Throughout the Earth Axis Heavenly Domain. No, the Axel Heavenly Domain. Spirits are still flowing toward the Underworld, and my comrades all wear dumbfounded expressions. Not even a single moment has passed since I met the great mountain supreme deity Guac Am. Quaduk. I reach my hand into the void toward Ohiasio, who looks up at me with a stunned expression. Quajijik. She, who is trapped in the jade of yin yang and 5 elements I created, chuckles and smiles within her dazed expression. Her emotions transmit vividly to me. Just moments ago, she had been sharpening her blade of revenge toward me, but now, I feel not even a trace of vengeance from her. All that remains is a sense of awe and reverence. How could you become so strong? Ohiesio's stunned face soon turns to one of self-loathing and despair. Why is it that I can't become that strong? It's nothing special. I speak calmly as I seal her. It's just that the depth of life we've lived is different. Keying. The jade of yin yang and 5 elements containing Ohiasio transforms into a small bead and enters my body. From now on, Ohiasio will remain sealed. After sealing her, I release my comrades and speak. Now, all preparations are complete. I've done everything I can. All that remains is, now the only thing left is to succeed. I will leave for the outside, obtain what I desire, and definitely return. All that remains for us is to leave for the outer sea, complete the Underworld's mission, and return. I turn into my transformation form and approach my comrades, embracing them as I close my eyes. Let's succeed, no matter what. Everyone. And so, we begin the final stage of preparations to head to the outer sea. Author's note. At last, the first meeting with the final boss of the Great Boundary Arc, the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, has taken place. It feels like the prologue of the true Immortal Realm arc has come to an end. Chapter 662, Our Path Ahead. The Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain, Bright Cold Realm, Heavenly Lotus Mountain. We gather there, in front of Baek Woon, and begin a meeting. So, you're saying you'll go to the outer sea alone? At John Myonghoon's question, I shake my head. More precisely, it'll be me and Ohiasio, I suppose. Why does it have to be Ohiasio? Kong Min, he glares at me and rolls her eyes, and everyone, including her, looks at me with eyes full of suspicion. The reason is simple. Damn. Back on Earth, I did chase after Ohiasio for a bit. And unlike with Kong Min, there were quite a few times we used to laugh openly together. But from my perspective, that's something that happened over 100 million years ago. I no longer have any particular interest in Ohiasio. However, from their perspective, That was only a few 10,000 years ago, so maybe they still think I'm trying something with Ohiasio. It's quite understandable. Still, it feels a bit unfair. Was there even a single male employee in our company that Ohiasio didn't try to seduce? Anyway, I sigh and begin explaining the reason seriously. Bringing Ohiasio along isn't for the reason you all are thinking. It's because of her tainted soul filling the heavens. With that tainted soul filling the heavens, the Great Mountain Supreme Deity could exert influence on you. Great Mountain had once extracted and eaten Seo Ran, the core of tainted soul filling the heavens, as mentioned in Punglai Island. Rather than it being just because Seo Ran looked delicious, given Great Mountain's cunning nature, the more plausible reason is that tainted soul filling the heavens is useful to him, and he tried to take it for that reason. The phenomena extinguishing mantra is an immortal art that engraves one's heart across the universe. And tainted soul filling the heavens, too, from the perspective of engraving the heart, is an immortal art that has overlapping parts with the phenomena extinguishing mantra. Therefore, at this moment, Ohiasio, who can be considered a disciple or even an immortal treasure of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, carries a strong possibility of becoming his medium. I sip spirit tea brewed from the leaf of Sacred Master Baek Woon and speak. And as I explained earlier, the Great Mountain Supreme Deity has arranged things so that the splitting heaven mantra is completed the moment Ohiasio dies. So, it's better for me to take her to the outer sea while keeping her sealed. At those words, Kim Yun asks with a puzzled expression. Originally, I should be unable to hear anything due to the restriction of the Liberation Supreme Deity Bong Myong. But after rising to Araya consciousness, then why aren't you taking us? Bong Myong's restriction has now become virtually meaningless. Her thoughts and heart echo from the domain of principles, and her will penetrates through the restriction and reaches me. Of course, you still have to elevate your consciousness to the domain of untainted to hear it. But compared to before, the restriction has clearly weakened. You're asking why I'm not taking you all. You already know. In the outer sea, time is all scrambled. Even if it's only a fleeting moment here, no one knows how long it'll be there. And in the outer sea, there's nothing. More importantly, the teachers who will guide your growth are here. That's right. Even until recently, Bong Myong, who released Kim Yun to us, had still been guiding her growth. For her to follow me now is no different from giving up on her own growth. My immortal treasures will also remain here. That includes even Hong Fan. Hong Fan, Yeo Y, Uy, and Ham Jin will stay here and periodically communicate with me, assisting in the process of refining the swallowing Heaven Supreme Deity into my immortal treasure with the help of Kong Minhee and the Underworld. So, I'm sorry, but I can't take you to that dangerous and chaotic outer sea. I really am sorry, but there's no need to worry too much. In front of my comrades, I sever a portion of my consciousness domain and create an external incarnation. In an instant, my split soul is born, flaring with a bluish glow in my palm. Huaruruk. This is an immortal art I received from Bong Myong. This immortal art, called Celestial Lord Incense Burning, Tinggugfen Shang, literally tears off a facet of myself and leaves it in a distant world, allowing communication with those in that world. Through this immortal art, it will be no different from me always being with you. Even if I head to the outer sea, I can communicate with you through this immortal art, and it can even serve as part of the great net immortal cultivation. So, don't worry too much about not being able to see my main body. Eventually, my comrades are all persuaded by my words. You, if you're going to say that much, fine. My comrades each take a piece of heavenly lotus fruit offered by Golden Shaking Bird and nod. The true heavenly lotus fruit, aside from having spiritual nature, also bears a powerful fortune atop that nature, making it one of the foods commonly eaten by true immortals. Surprisingly, there are a whole pile of heavenly lotus fruits in Yang Sujin's treasure vault, and so, happily enjoying the fruit I hadn't been able to taste before, I explained to my comrades what needs to be done going forward. First, for me to go to the outer sea, I have to activate the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade. And as I mentioned before, I need their help to do so. The leap to the outer sea has already been promised by the naming Supreme Deity. They will assist with that. What you all need to help with is the run-up to that leap. I explain each of their roles. Kong Minhee, please stabilize the entire path for the run-up using your ability. While I don't know the full extent of her ability, I've figured out by now that her power has something to do with rules. Using the rule she creates, The path of Mount Sumeru for the leap into the outer sea will be stabilized. John Myung-hoon, the path of Mount Sumeru for the run-up must pass through the Heavenly King heavenly domain. And as I explained before, the Salt Sea returning Du Jade requires acceleration. Midway. If Kong Min He builds the path, you need me to accelerate you at the midpoint. That's right. In the Sun and Moon heavenly domain, the platforms prepared by the ancient force true Lord will accelerate me, but in the Heavenly King heavenly domain, I'll need your help. The Radiance 8 immortals of the Heavenly King heavenly domain will especially try to obstruct me, but you should be able to shake off their interference, assist me, and then smoothly exit the Heavenly King heavenly domain through the Great Desolate Path. After explaining John Myung-hoon's role in further detail, I turn my gaze to Kim Yun. And Yun, you'll need to assist in accelerating me between the naming supreme deity and John Myung-hoon. Beyond the Heavenly King heavenly domain. The Earth axis heavenly domain is where I just used my power, so I can use the phenomena extinguishing mantra there to accelerate again. We don't need to pass through the bearing tree, good sight, or twin holding heavenly domains, but at least one more heavenly domain needs to be crossed before reaching the naming supreme deity. Kim Yun will help me with the run-up from the Earth boundary heavenly domain and accelerate me. You'll help me there. The task is relatively less important than that of the other comrades, but it is undoubtedly essential. There's no great concern about reaching the disgrace of the heavenly venerables. After all, once I activate the Salt Sea returning Du Jade from Mount Sumeru, assuming it activates properly, I can arrive directly at the disgrace of the heavenly venerables. That is the Salt Sea returning Du Jade. In other words, this task is less about reaching the disgrace of the heavenly venerables and more about the far greater difficulty of returning from the domain where the disgrace lies to Mount Sumeru. If I were an immortal lord like the Northern Dipper 7 heavenly lords or the Radiance 8 immortals, it would have been easier to return to Mount Sumeru using the power of the origin. But the reality is that while my weight class is at the very top level of immortal lords, I am not actually one. So I must carve my way through the outer sea with my own strength to return to Mount Sumeru. If I'm lucky, I might ride the currents of chaos and return instantly. But if I'm unlucky, I might have to endure for several 10 billion years like Kim Young-hoon. Because of that, I decide to take every possible precaution. I have to ensure my comrades can grow even without me. Baek-woon. From now on, the bright cold realm will be transferred to the Earth boundary heavenly domain, and Kim Yun will oversee the realm from there. I first decide to give Kim Yun the body of vast cold, laying the foundation for her to grow as much as possible. You wouldn't happen to have any complaints about this, do you? I eat a piece of heavenly lotus fruit and question Baek-woon, who has offered the white jade pavilion and is kneeling and serving us tea. In response to my question, Baek-woon answers with a reluctant expression. It is I who should be grateful for being released from the position of sacred master. This return of the golden, divine madman. Just what in the world did he eat to reach late heaven-earth great net right after advancing to true immortal? Don't tell me that after fighting Blood-een, he really ate Blood-een using the phenomena extinguishing mantra. Ever since the owner of the Underworld expressed support, all connections to Radiance Hall have been severed as well. Damn it. Every one of those from the head realm are strange and freakish. Baek-woon hides her fear and confusion toward me behind a polite expression as she answers. Seeing her like that, I feel a vague, inexplicable emotion rise in me, and I let out a chuckle. According to what I've read in history, Baek-woon is about 6 million years old. Looking back now, she too is still quite young. Baek-woon, you've had several conflicts of opinion with us, haven't you? It was Baek-woon as well who tried to immediately gather all the entering nirvanas and annihilate us when I began to recite the phenomena extinguishing mantra. That lunatic, could it be he's planning to use that as justification to boil me down into a pill and eat me? I had a hunch since the moment he suddenly asked to brew tea using my leaves. So this is where this life ends. Even so, before I go, I'll burn those clueless tall tree race fools who only pollinate into firewood before I leave. I ask for forgiveness for failing to recognize the great immortal. Baek-woon calmly accepts her death and bows her head before me, and I shake my head as I look at her. I'm not trying to harm you. Though we had our disagreements, you have managed the bright cold realm well as its sacred master, and you've shown us mercy on more than one occasion. Of course, there was the incident of you renaming the bright cold realm and ruling it under the surveillance of light, but that was the will of Radiance Hall, something you could not defy it. So, I intend to show you mercy. Pardon. At my words, a hint of joy appears in Baekwoon's eyes. And seeing that, I offer her sincere advice. Enter the Underworld. I don't mean to die. Just stop pledging loyalty to Radiance Hall. I explained to Baekwoon about the splitting heaven mantra and how in no more than 1 billion years, Mount Sumeru will be destroyed. And I tell her the true will of Radiance Hall. That's the Radiance 8 Immortals will join hands with the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. In the end, extinction of those who follow the immortal cultivation system is their ultimate goal. You can't escape from that either. Normally, even if they had that kind of intent, you could have followed them for the sake of justice. After all, even if they have such a goal, achieving it would be endlessly far away with many obstacles to overcome. But if they join hands with the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, then the situation naturally changes. Mount Sumeru will truly be destroyed. For those who follow the immortal cultivation system, they will be destroyed whether they are evil or good. The Radiance 8 Immortals simply believe that a being with emotions having great power is a violation of justice in itself. I offer sincere advice to Baekwoon, who is, in her own way, our acquaintance. Yu-Oh of the Nether Ghost Realm and Hei Lin of the Ancient Force Realm, when it comes down to it, both belong to the Underworld. The new Sacred Master of the True Devil Realm, too, inevitably belongs to the Underworld. I honestly don't know much about Ban Ta, but judging by how well he maintains his position as Sacred Master, he'd likely turn his heart to the Underworld if others advise him. Right now, the only Sacred Master still loyal to Radiance Hall is Baekwoon. Truthfully, it's not like she was fully on our side. Still, she has shown us mercy many times in her own way. From the start, the position of Sacred Master is one that bestows grace upon all living beings of the Middle Realm after all. All the good and joyful things that happened in the bright cold realm took place under her governance, so I truly offer her my sincere advice. Hearing my advice, Baekwoon nods gloomily with a serious expression. Thank you for the advice. Thank you for accepting it. I nod and rise from my seat. Well then, in response, my comrades also rise from their seats. Let's go. Toward the outer sea. Hururum. Golden shaking bird, now one with the great desolate path, turns into lightning and instantly engulfs the entire bright, cold realm in lightning. Habit. My comrades immediately leave the bright, cold realm, and I take a moment to look around. The inner region of the bright, cold realm, the human race territory. There, the grounds of the Azure Heaven Creation Sect in Azure Cold Island. I gaze at that place for a long time. Woo-wong. Ever since arriving in the bright, cold realm, I have replayed the history of the Azure Heaven Creation Sect site over and over again. It's the same again. No matter how many times I replay the history, it's always the same. This time too, White Stag took Azure Tiger Saint away. This time, it even happens earlier than when Azure Tiger Saint faces the heavenly tribulation. Even so, he vanished, taken by a stag that suddenly appeared. No matter how far back I go into the past, that's not what matters. As I read through the history, I come to understand something. It's similar to Kim Young-hoon's true attainment, or the previous Golden Body's ability, a being from another timeline, intervening in the past, regardless of space-time, and fixing the result. In other words, as long as there exists someone who sends the white deer from the future, it's impossible for me to save Azure Tiger Saint at this point in time. It's something that has been fixed as a kind of result. Damn it, I can only feel frustrated not knowing who it is that sends that deer. At the very least, it's not me. The white deer that saves Azure Tiger Saint is a white deer with magnificent antlers. My flower soul filling the heavens right now is a white stag without antlers. It's not just the appearance that differs. The heart within that deer wasn't mine. Being able to read, even hearts to some extent through history, is the current me. I can partially read the hearts of those from the past, and it is because I feel all too clearly that the heart within that deer is not some heart of my future self, that I feel frustrated. It was the heart of someone I've never seen before. It doesn't belong to any of my companions either, and because it's the heart of someone entirely unfamiliar, I cannot let my guard down. That unidentified being. Just why did they kidnap Azure Tiger Saint? I have no answer. Is it the future king? I bite my lip as I speculate about the one who abducted Azure Tiger Saint. No matter how I think about it, the one who abducted Azure Tiger Saint across all time and space with an authority in the shape of a deer can only be explained as the future king. If the heart isn't mine, and it belongs to a completely unknown being, yet still transcends space-time, then it should be that. I look up at the sky and think quietly to myself, wait for me, O fate. To save my master, I will definitely rise, all the way to the heavens. I will rise above the heavens and finally seize the hope that lies in our path ahead. With that vow toward our future path, I turn around to activate the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade. Chapter 663, Arranged Path. Habit. I find myself outside the bright cold realm in an instant. The moment I emerge, John Myung-hoon activates the Great Desolate Path and shifts the entire bright cold realm somewhere else in an instant. He has moved it to the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain, where Kim Yun had planned to be. Huaruruk. I hand my split soul to Kong Minhee. I'll leave the Celestial Lord incense burning technique to you. Leave it to me. I'll scatter it across every heavenly domain so you can definitely return. I will make it so you can always stay in contact. Thank you. She accepts my split soul and places it in her bosom. And Yun-ah. I turn my head to say something to Kim Yun. But in that moment, Kim Yun is gone. I understand where she has disappeared to. She's flown to the Earth Boundary Heavenly Domain, resonating with the power of the bright cold realm that's been sent there. Maybe it's because she's not used to farewells yet. Guessing her feelings, I turn my gaze elsewhere. Hururum. The Great Desolate Path and John Myung-hoon appear before me again, and he hands me something. Take it, Seo Eun-hyun. They are two flags. Each flag is embroidered with the characters Heavenly Black, Tinshin, and Earthly Yellow, Dioang. They appear to be the immortal treasures that Golden Shaking Bird used once before. Heavenly Black Banner, Earthly Yellow Banner. I asked Golden Shaking Bird. She said they are among the ancient immortal treasures obtained from the bright cold realm. I heard that Baek Woon once possessed them, but Yang Soo-jin robbed them from her. They are said to draw upon a portion of the power of fate and history. Baek Woon apparently used these to rename the bright cold realm. When I heard that the Celestial Lord incense burning immortal art draws upon the power of fate and history, these came to mind. With these, you'll be able to communicate with Mount Sumeru even better using that technique. Thank you. I accept the Heavenly Black Banner and Earthly Yellow Banner and smile. John Myung-hoon watches me and strikes my shoulder with his fist. Seo Eun-hyun. Don't die. You're saying the obvious. A red light flickers in both his eyes. I hope this is your last life. If we could avenge the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect in this life, that would be nice. So, make sure you come back alive. Through Araya consciousness, I can read John Myung-hoon's heart. Don't push it to the next cycle. Come back. Regressor Seo Eun-hyun. I detect his true thoughts and flinch in surprise, and John Myung-hoon grins. The culture I built up on Earth counts for something, doesn't it? I started noticing when your cultivation kept suddenly spiking out of nowhere. So, come back, get revenge with me, and someday, explain everything you've seen and experienced. I will. At some point, John Myung-hoon had figured it out. Regression is a power that appears in countless media on Earth after all, and if it's someone like John Myung-hoon, who consumed a lot of such stories, it's not surprising he could figure it out. Then I'm off. Come back soon. I'll be waiting for your return. Quorum. Finishing his words, John Myung-hoon rides the Great Desolate Path and vanishes to somewhere in an instant. I watch the scene for a moment, then slowly begin preparing to activate the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade. Kugugugugu. A massive attraction force forms around me, starting to shift the constellations of the Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain. Now then, shall we begin? Pot. As I move my will, I am instantly transported to the ancient force realm. The Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade is an immortal art created so that the ancient force true Lord Hei Nyong could always unfold it around themselves. Therefore, the starting point can only be their physical body. It's been a while, Hei Lin. Sacred Master Hei Lin greets the great immortal. No need for excessive courtesy. I wave off Hei Lin's greeting and reply. I never told you this, but somehow, I happened to obtain the original version of the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade. It seems it was received from the Underworld. I originally received it directly from Hei Lin, but I can't say that, so I nod. Let's go with that. In any case, right now, I intend to activate the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade to reach the disgrace of the Heavenly Venerables. Your ancestor hid in the outer sea. You're saying you need my help. That's right. Help me. Understood. Hei Lin nods. That, too, must be the will of the Imperial Venerable. I, He Lin. With a solemn face, he kneels before me and declares, in accordance with the will of my ancestor, I shall obey the command of great immortal So Un-hyun, who has received the will of the Imperial Venerable, and aid in the activation of the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade. Kugugugugu. Along with He Lin's oath, the entire ancient force realm begins to respond. Countless ancient forces hidden within the realm begin to tremble. Wawoom. I transmit my immortal treasures inside me toward Kong Minhee. Master, are you truly sure you do not need me to come along? Hong Fan asks me. Even setting aside the possibility that Hong Fan, presumed to be the first Radiant's supreme deity, could regain his memory upon seeing the disgrace of the heavenly venerables, the immediate issue is that it would be too difficult for him to withstand the pressure of the outer sea in his current state. Hong Fan, if you go with me to the outer sea now, you will undoubtedly be unable to endure the pressure of the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade and explode. I can't guarantee I'll be able to protect you. Even so, as I told you before, you have a more important mission. It is to cooperate with the other immortal treasures to refine the Swallowing Heaven Supreme Deity. Strictly speaking, the Obsidian Devil Heavenly King who currently holds the Ender authority is Hong Fan, so it's best for him to be present for the refinement of the Swallowing Heaven Supreme Deity. Moreover, if you Y and Kong Minhee, who have learned the flawless mantra, assist, then the Swallowing Heaven Supreme Deity could truly become the immortal treasure perfectly suited to me. If I want to defeat the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, I now have to use everything I can. In the past, I subconsciously thought external artifacts were of no use, so I never considered needing Dharma treasures or immortal treasures. But now, things are different. I've reached every realm I can rise to. I seized triple divinity, reached the limit of the immortal Tao and engraved my domain onto the true immortal realm, and rose to the late stage of great net immortal, even piercing through the gate that leads directly to Guak Am. Unless I abandon the immortal Tao I've accumulated until now and walk a different immortal Tao, there is no further realm for me to rise to. The realm known as the ultimate of martial arts. As the Underworld stated, I won't be able to reach it so easily. In that case, there's only one way left. In the end, I must borrow the power of a divine external artifact. If I succeed in making the Supreme Deity into an immortal treasure, the odds of defeating Great Mountain may rise by even 10%. It's something that must be done. If you insist, then I understand. Thank you for understanding, Hong Fan. It is nothing. I only regret that I will not be able to continue watching over you, Master. Do not worry. Through Celestial Lord Incense Burning, we will still be able to communicate. Understood. Until the day we meet again, farewell. Good. With those words, Hong Fan is transported to Kong Minhee's side. Woo-woom. I can feel Kong Minhee's ability being applied over the entirety of Mount Sumeru. Many divine spirits sense this and turn their gazes toward her. Kugagugum. As Kong Minhee's ability spreads throughout Mount Sumeru, it begins to stabilize the path through which the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade will pass. Thank you, Kong Minhee. I express my gratitude to Kong Minhee and everyone else, and at last, I begin to activate the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade. The formula of the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade links with the formula of Flower Soul filling the heavens, and before my eyes appears a white deer without antlers. The deer's form suddenly changes of its own accord and begins resonating with the surrounding ancient force. Kugugugugu. Ancient Force Realm. In that place where countless ancient forces boil over, my flower soul filling the heavens resonates with the ancient force and transforms into a gigantic being in an instant. He Lin, who is assisting in the activation of the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade, prostrates on the spot and bows toward the figure of the being. It is a phantom of a Xieji whose entire body scales reflect the traces of the deep sea. I recognize it instantly. This is the lingering will of the former deputy judge of the Netherworld, the ancient force true Lord He Niang. Do you seek the truth, and thus head toward the Salt Sea, O Junior? Yes. That truth is more grotesque and terrifying than any truth I have ever uncovered. Can you truly endure the horror of that truth? Can you withstand the weight of any truth, no matter how heavy? Kugugugugu. He Nyang's lingering will glares at me and speaks. I look into He Nyang's lingering will and smile. I am the disciple of the Great Salt Sea Supreme Deity. and the junior brother of the great mountain supreme deity Guak Am. At my words, Hainyang's lingering will widen its eyes as if surprised. As the disciple of the one who came closest to the heavenly venerable of purity, I make this request. Grant me the right to approach the secret history of the heavenly venerables. You are that person's disciple. Pat it. The lingering will of Hainyang takes on a transformation form. They have a bright navy blue ponytail and the appearance of a sturdy, bronze-skinned man. His physique is nearly the same as Guak Am's transformation form, and overall, he has the appearance of a handsome and dignified man. To have activated the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade as that person's disciple means you have either received the Imperial Venerable's permission or the acknowledgement of my descendant. Either way, you are a trustworthy being. In that case, one who has gained trust. I, the former deputy judge of the Netherworld, the seat holder of health, the ancient force true lord, Hainyang, shall guide you to the Salt Sea. Kugugugugu. As he says those words, he approaches me and overlaps with the position where I am standing. His lingering will momentarily unifies with me through the power of flower soul filling the heavens. I feel Hainyang's heart within my chest. An endless curiosity like the great sea, driven by the desire to uncover every hidden secret in this world. And the turbulent, storm-like heart of a scholar who bears the historical duty to reveal the truth. Activate purple soul filling the heavens and walk the path. The teachings of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity will assist the activation of the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade. The Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade, true to its name, appears to have been created from the teachings passed down by the Salt Sea Supreme Deity. And so, to take the first step toward the disgrace of the heavenly venerables, I activate the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade. Kuwang. Hei Lin opens the dimensional gate of the ancient force realm. At the same time, the power of the ancient force realm pushes me strongly into the astral realm of the sun and moon heavenly domain, and I begin to soar in that direction through its power. Pat it. I change into my main body and take the first step, carried by the power surging from the ancient force realm. The first step lands on cedarwood painting. It is the thigh of a former golden body. Jiao. Before my eyes, the path of stars begins to unfold. As I start to deploy the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade, I understand why Lofty Dragon True Person once created the Path of Stars. Hainyang's arrangement, I see now, Imperial Venerable. When you said you too could use the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade, it was merely to test me. It was not simply an emergency route for living beings to evacuate during the end someday, but a foothold prepared for a descendant who would one day carry out Hainyang's will and activate the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade. That is the true identity of the Path of Stars, spread out within the sun and moon heavenly domain. And unless one expends the Path of Stars, the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade does not activate at all. Would the Underworld have had the tribunal suffer, wandering the outer sea in search of Panlai Island during the sunlight hunting cycle for no reason? With the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade, one could lock coordinates and quickly determine Panlai Island's position. Back then, the Underworld was merely testing me. The Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade, which allows free directional control in the outer sea, must go through such a complex process before it can be used. Now let's go. Quang. The power of the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade reacts with cedarwood painting and begins to accelerate me. Pot. Beyond cedarwood painting, the Path of Stars, formed by entering Nirvana True Persons draws a spiral and begins to receive me. Puak. Thus, I activate the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade as I step one by one on the entering Nirvana True Persons, and those true persons I tread upon begin their true immortal advancement, having fulfilled the duty they've awaited over countless years as part of the Path of Stars. Even Jinlu Gok makes contact with me and accelerates me forward, and through that brief contact, he uses my wisdom to begin his true immortal advancement. Puak, 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 Puak. Along with the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade, Hainyang's arrangement embedded in the sun and moon heavenly domain activates. The summit of Mount Sumeru, the 33rd heaven, the sun and moon heavenly domain. From the tip of the inverted cone, a pure white beam of light spirals upward to the lower part of Mount Sumeru. That is, it begins rising toward the above. It looks just like a spiraling white snake soaring upward. As the Salt Sea Returning Dew Jade, embodying the symbol of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity, Ryong, truly activates the symbol of the spiraling snake, begins to coil around Mount Sumeru. Chapter 664, Path Towards Secret History. The center of the newly reconstructed Heavenly King, Heavenly Domain. Inside the Palace of Radiance. There, the Radiance 8 immortals who have just recreated the Heavenly Domain gather to replenish their strength. It is at that moment. The torch candle Heavenly Lord is the first to notice the anomaly in the Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain. Wait, the Salt Sea returning Dew Jade has activated. At the shout of the torch candle Heavenly Lord, the eyes of the Radiance 8 immortals simultaneously flare, and they tremble. What? The great forest Heavenly Lord clenches their fist in shock, while the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord's eyes blaze with light. The inheritance ritual has activated? Torch candle. Observe who is initiating it. It is Seo Unhyun, the Ender said to be protected by the Underworld. At the torch candle Heavenly Lord's words, the sword spear Heavenly Lord flinches. The great forest Heavenly Lord reveals their fury and shouts. Rain Dew, do not block me this time. Even if the Underworld protects him, the inheritance of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity through the Salt Sea returning Dew Jade must be stopped. That goes without saying. This time, even if the Underworld descends directly, I have no intention of stopping. The Radiance 8 immortals begin to rise from their seats with tension. They all know. The Salt Sea returning Dew Jade is not simply an immortal art that finds the disgrace of the Heavenly Venerables. Finding the disgrace of the Heavenly Venerables is only the surface authority of the Salt Sea returning Dew Jade. Its true ability is something known only to the Radiance 8 immortals, who possess the sole authority to interfere with the head realm in the three heavens' great thousand world. An almost exclusive truth, unknown to the Underworld but known to the Radiance 8 immortals. The true function of the Salt Sea returning Dew Jade is as follows. After activating the Salt Sea returning Dew Jade, if one finds the disgrace of the Heavenly Venerables and then activates the Salt Sea returning Dew Jade again when entering the head realm, it then becomes an Immortal Beast King advancement ritual, and grants the authority to command all ancient force in this world. That is the very truth behind how the Salt Sea Supreme Deity was able to fix the form of all ancient force into the form of salt. And the reason why the previous Immortal Beast King before Haiyan Rang was the Salt Sea Supreme Deity. That one is already aligned with the Underworld. Hei Nyang lacked the qualification, and even though Haiyan Rang became Immortal Beast King, it was fine since he was on our side and could be restrained. But in addition to possessing the phenomena extinguishing mantra, he is an Ender who is a native of the head realm like Haiyan Rang. If this return of vast cold rises to the realm of Immortal Beast King, together with the oldest one, who is the Underworld, the control authority of the Emptiness Supreme Deity held by Radiance Hall may be stolen. If that happens, the nightmare of that time will be reenacted. Seo Unhyun and the Underworld will join forces and create just like in the time of Salt Sea. A new terrifying principle controllable by the Underworld will be born. If that happens, the purpose of Radiance Hall will once again be cast beyond the eternity of time. The Radiance 8 immortals simultaneously erupt in seething light around them and cry out in rage. We absolutely cannot allow that to happen. Therefore, all Radiance 8 immortals rise. The fact that the Salt Sea returning Dew Jade has activated in Seo Unhyun's hand is the worst possible development for Radiance Hall, and we must stop it at all costs. The Rain Dew Heavenly Lord spreads their hardened will and throws open the gates of Radiance Hall. Block it, O Radiance 8 immortals. Let us show that the will of the Radiance Supreme Deity is the rightful master of Mount Sumeru. Responding to the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord's will, the Radiance 8 immortals depart the Palace of Radiance. Above them, the Seed of Radiance, the symbol of black snake biting its tail, flashes, but beneath it, the silver-white snake. Only the sword spear Heavenly Lord's response is faint. And so, the inverted cone begins to spin from its apex, and the Radiance 8 immortals begin to exert their power toward the form of a snake spiraling upward in flight. Thus, toward the spiraling white snake rising from the vertex of the inverted cone, the Radiance 8 immortals begin to exert their power. Kugugugugu. At the edge of the Sun and Moon Heavenly Domain, there a white deer without antlers is running. Merged with flower soul filling the heavens, it is Seo Unhyun, who accelerates while sending countless true persons into true immortal advancement. With each acceleration, Seo Eunhyun's body transforms further into the very form of flower soul filling the heavens, that is the white deer. And the moment he exits the sun and moon heavenly domain, he becomes one with his flower soul filling the heavens and the canvas of myriad forms and connections itself. At the same time, the size of the white deer becomes vastly greater than Seo Eunhyun's main body. Having transformed into the very history he has accumulated, he reaches the Heavenly King heavenly domain at the midpoint of Mount Sumru, beyond the sun and moon heavenly domain. Kugugugugu. The white deer soars upward, spiraling around the Heavenly King heavenly domain, following the path of the salt sea returning due jade stabilized by Kong Minhee. Already having been endlessly accelerated within the sun and moon heavenly domain, the deer's speed now surpasses light itself and reaches the level of the Akashic records, allowing it to naturally spiral around even the vastest of the heavenly domains, the Heavenly King heavenly domain. It is then, flash, 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 countless beams of light flash, and the symbol of black snake biting its tail rises across the entire Heavenly King heavenly domain. Yuo Ender. The Radiant's supreme deity forbids the activation of that immortal art. At the same time, within the symbol of black snake biting its tail, 8 giant gods of light larger than anything else reveal themselves. This time, the Radiant's 8 immortals appear as if they have fully made up their minds. The size of each of their immortal bodies rivals that of a supreme deity. Cholkyong. At that moment, across the entire Heavenly King heavenly domain, all immortal arts not affiliated with Radiance Hall are sealed, and following the will of the Radiant's 8 immortals, 33 lights form a constellation that wraps around the entire Heavenly King heavenly domain. The spell, Lightspeed Enforcement, unfolds. Kajigajik. For an instant, the speed of the white deer seems to be restricted. But then, what is this? Quagwang. Above the head of the white deer, a single human figure appears there. That figure, smaller than the Radiant's 8 immortals and barely the size of a speck of dust compared to other true immortals, is Seo Eunhyun's transformation form. Seo Eunhyun begins to perform a sword dance. Watching the dance, the sword spear Heavenly Lord reads its name and ability through the domain of war and combat that they govern. Foolish old man moves mountains. Seo Eunhyun's martial ultimate technique, which constantly clashes against the opponent's power and uses the enemy's strength to reinforce his own. The decisive technique that, in theory, allows him to obtain infinite power now unfolds in front of the immortal art of the Radiant's supreme deity. That's a trick of those called the Heart Tribe. Not worth responding to. It's when the Great Forest Heavenly Lord and the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord look down on Seo Eunhyun's dance. I, the representative of the martial force of the Radiant's 8 immortals, command in the authority of the sword spear Heavenly Lord. From this moment on, the Radiant's 8 immortals shall follow my instructions. At the words of the sword spear Heavenly Lord, the Radiant's 8 immortals discard all personal emotions and line up behind them. First command, do not underestimate the technique of foolish old man moves mountains. Now, in the midst of battle, the sword spear Heavenly Lord becomes their representative. The Radiant's 8 immortals follow their orders, completely erasing stray thoughts and emotions, and begin to move under their command. TSTSTSTS. The Radiant's 8 immortals link together, taking on the form of a colossal black snake. The vast black snake, large enough to fill the universe, is not outmatched even compared to the size of the heavenly venerables of the Underworld or the Gandhara of Hyanmu, and its gaze is dyed with a silver-white light. From now on, we annihilate the enemy before us with full force. Under the judgment of the sword spear Heavenly Lord, all the power of the Radiant's 8 immortals moves in accordance with their decision. Flash. The entire Heavenly King heavenly domain becomes engulfed in light. In the next moment, the Radiant's 8 immortals, now in the form of the Black Snake, charge towards Seo Eunhyun, who uses foolish old man moves mountains to resist their immortal art. And then, it happens. Kurururum. In the gap of a fleeting instant, John Myung-hoon appears in the scene. Kurururum. Behind John Myung-hoon, a red tingwa depicting 3 heads, 3 eyes, and 8 parables rises. He is unleashing the full extent of his authority as an ender. Originally, John Myung-hoon should never have been able to intervene between the Black Snake and Seo Eunhyun, but by displaying the miracle of an ender to its fullest extent, he has reached this place. Seo Eunhyun. Shrouded in lightning, John Myung-hoon reaches out towards Seo Eun-hyun, following the formula Seo Eun-hyun taught him. Come back no matter what. And one day, let's pour a drink together at the grave of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. The Ender authority John Myung-hoon discovered. Its truth is not the voice of lightning. The true nature of that ability is flux of birth and annihilation, Shungmir Bangwa. Birth and annihilation, Sungmate. In other words, it is the power to cycle the direction of causality of all things that possess cause and effect into the state he desires. In short, the name, causality induction, Yingui Yodak, is most fitting. The so-called voice of lightning, the heavenly tribulation body, those were all merely afterimages reflected as the authority of causality induction descended into lower planes. Seo Eun-hyun, I don't know for sure, but you must have helped me, helped us endlessly through regression, haven't you? John Myung-hoon firmly believes such causality exists. Because no matter how he thinks about it, with his talent and personality, there's no way he could have reached this realm on his own. It's more reasonable to believe Seo Eun-hyun guided and pulled them along by turning back time. In a way, his authority resembles the retribution of Seo Eun-hyun's immortal art impermanence sword. However, while Seo Eun-hyun's retribution can only return exactly what was received by the law of cause and effect, with a small touch of his personal interpretation, John Myung-hoon's causality induction is different. If I've received something, depending on the size of what I received, I can gift whatever reality I want. That is John Myung-hoon's ability. Until now, he has never once been able to control it properly, but for some reason, this time feels different. The Tinghua resonating in his chest whispers to him that he has accumulated enough rank. If it's now, he feels he can sufficiently control it. Quarrurum. Around John Myung-hoon, immense red lightning rages. At the same time, though he is not aware of it, Indra's net ripples and begins to rewrite the principle of reality. The truth that Seo Eun-hyun is about to be captured and killed by the Radiance 8 immortals vanishes completely, and only the truth John Myung-hoon desires becomes reality. Quarrurum. The reality in which Seo Eun-hyun accelerates within John Myung-hoon's lightning and soars through the salt sea returning dew jade is realized. Jium. The being within the Tinghua in the form of Vajra, Jingam. The being of 3 heads, 3 eyes, and 8 parables blocks the black snake's attack with its 8 arms, and Seo Eun-hyun, unshattered by the strike, continues rising through the acceleration of John Myung-hoon's power. Quarrurum. Having succeeded in saving Seo Eun-hyun once, the great desolate path rises behind John Myung-hoon, and in the blink of an eye, it disappears from the Heavenly King heavenly domain. The will of the black snake tries to seize John Myung-hoon, but in that fleeting instant, time distorts on its own accord, and as space trembles, John Myung-hoon completely escapes. Yang Sung. The Radiance 8 immortals, realizing who assisted the great desolate path in John Myung-hoon escape, explode with rage. Quaduk. Immediately after the Radiance 8 immortals become enraged, Yang Sung's main body, embedded in the Source River, is swept away by an overwhelming beam of light and suffers an immense blow. The Radiance 8 immortals have exacted punishment upon Yang Sung. They try once again to capture the fleeing John Myung-hoon, but he has already fled with Kong Min-hee to the deepest depths of the Underworld, so they are unsuccessful. Kugugugugu. In the end, the spiraling white snake shakes off the restraints of the black snake, biting its tail, and continues to soar upward, coiling around the upper part of Mount Sumeru. Pat. The white deer escapes from the Heavenly King heavenly domain and reaches the Earth axis heavenly domain. Kururum. The Earth axis heavenly domain. Now the Axel heavenly domain. The power of the phenomena extinguishing mantra unleashed by Seo Eun-hyun resonates and accelerates him. Shwishwishwick. And behind Seo Eun-hyun, a giant snake of light chases after him. However, perhaps because he accelerated through the true persons in the Sun and Moon heavenly domain, through an Ender in the Heavenly King heavenly domain, and through the power of the phenomena extinguishing mantra in the earthly axis heavenly domain, the eyes of the Radiance 8 immortals flash. We can no longer catch him with speed. Disperse. Unleash your respective authorities. Pot. The Radiance 8 immortals, who had merged into a single black snake, quickly disperse again and respectively join palms. The representative of the Radiance 8 immortals. The great forest heavenly lord fires an arrow of light at Seo Eun-hyun as he departs the Axel heavenly domain. And above the head of the white deer, appearing at the size of his transformation form, Seo Eunhyun holds an arrow in his hand. As the bowstring of the immortal art sunlight hunting is drawn, the strength gathered through foolish old man moves mountains collides with the great forest heavenly lord's arrow, repelling its power. The healer of the Radiance 8 Immortals. The flower plant heavenly lord uses an immortal art on Seo Eunhyun as he enters the twin holding heavenly domain. The entire twin holding heavenly domain is instantly engulfed in a massive flower bud of light. In the next moment, a white circle symbolizing flawlessness rises behind Seo Eunhyun's back and resonates with the swallowing heaven supreme deity. Kugagum. The flower bud covering the twin holding heavenly domain bursts apart under the power of the swallowing heaven supreme deity. The regulator of heavenly domains. The great sun heavenly lord adjusts the fates between heavenly domains with the heavenly king heavenly domain at the center, pulling Seo Eunhyun back. Seo Eunhyun, exiting the twin holding heavenly domain, uses the phenomena extinguishing mantra to deflect the attraction force between the heavenly domains. The administrator of the heavenly void furnace. The torch candle heavenly lord draws power from the head realm and attempts a revision across the entire heavenly domain. This one life I offer to the Radiance Supreme Deity. Yin Yang. The distortion that begins from the head realm spreads across the entire heavenly domain. It is a distortion of Mount Sumeru that no one can perceive, but when Seo Eunhyun takes out a royal bestowed flower in the shape of a paper flower around himself, that distortion has no effect on him. WHAT. Kwon. The torch candle heavenly lord screams, and at the same time, having forcibly drawn upon the power of the heavenly void furnace, explodes on the spot and is annihilated. It is a sacrifice that holds no meaning. The vanguard of the Radiance 8 Immortals. The sword spear heavenly lord gathers power, as though preparing for a major decisive move. The quartermaster of the Radiance 8 Immortals. The pearl jade heavenly lord extracts light from the seat of radiance in the rear, amplifies and reflects it within an immortal art in the form of a jade pearl, and transmits it to the other Radiance 8 Immortals. The advisor of the Radiance 8 Immortals. The great sea heavenly lord stirs the waves of the inner sea of Mount Sumeru. A massive wave of abyss crashes towards Seo Eunhyun. But Seo Eunhyun, having arrived at the earth boundary heavenly domain, has already met with Kim Yun, who has seized control of the bright cold realm there. Kugagugagu. Kim Yun, who flung all living beings of the bright cold realm into the middle realms existing within the earth boundary heavenly domain, stretches out her hand with all her strength and begins accelerating Seo Eunhyun. Tridakna, vast cold heavenly king. Empowered by the vast cold heavenly lord, Seo Eunhyun begins to accelerate to the extreme. The power of the great sea heavenly lord fails to reach Seo Eunhyun. But next, the rain-dew heavenly lord steps forward. The enforcer of Radiance Hall begins to exert power. The many immortal arts of Radiance Hall that blanket all, of course, compared to Hyanmu, who can reach the domain of undying through eternal step whenever she desires. I am doing it in a far more complicated way. But I can instinctively tell that this experience will be of enormous help in reaching the ultimate of martial arts from here on. However, within this overwhelming acceleration, I can't fully concentrate on such thoughts. What are you doing, Kim Yun? That's right. The moment I deflected the rain-dew heavenly lord's attack, using the vast cold heavenly circle, Kim Yun, using the power of the bright cold realm, resonated with me and clung onto me. She grips my waist with immense strength and clings tightly to my transformation form, getting dragged along. She seems to be using an immortal art. I shout in confusion at this unplanned event. Let go right now? You know where I'm trying to go. Having once been trapped in the emptiness by Hyanmu, I know just how terrifying and incommunicable emptiness truly is. And the outer sea I'm heading to now is a similarly lonely space, like Hyanmu's emptiness. That dreadful solitude. I can't let Kim Yun experience it. Ohio is so steeped in evil that she can suffer alongside me while practicing repentant enlightenment, so it doesn't matter. But not Kim Yun. I dare not inflict such pain on her. That's why I plan to explore the outer sea only with Ohio. No, if this continues, she's going to get dragged into the dreadful loneliness of the outer sea as well. Just like what happened to Kim Young-hoon, it might take several tens of billions of years. Is she saying she can endure that time with me? If time flows quickly and we arrive soon, That'd be a relief, but I always prepare for the worst-case scenario. Kim Yun, I told you, even if I go out to the outer sea, you can still communicate with me using the immortal art of celestial lord incense burning. So let go? I've already explained well enough what kind of place the outer. I know. Huaruruk. Kim Yun's entire body blazes in light pink flames. She draws forth the maximum power from the bright cold reel, and through immortal art, she forcibly breaks free from the constraints of Bong Myong for a moment. I know too, Seo Eunhyun. Kim Yun continues to resonate with my vast cold heavenly circle and shouts as she clings and follows me. We enter the elephant nose heavenly domain. In the distance, a massive giant god of vapor awaits us. If we pass through Haiyan Rang, with one final acceleration, we will exit Mount Sumeru and reach the disgrace of the heavenly venerables in the outer sea. Now, it truly is a critical moment. From far below Mount Sumeru, a massive silver-white sword energy, seemingly unleashed by the sword spear heavenly lord, chases after us as it surges along the path of the salt sea returning dew jade. Now, it truly is the moment to decide. I try to shake Kim Yun off, not wanting her to suffer, but the more I push, the more she draws power from Vast Cold's body and tightens her grip around my waist. I shout, "What do you even know? You. How could you know what kind of place the outer sea is? You don't know, Kim Yun. You don't know what solitude is. How deep and painful it truly is, you don't know? Have you lived through an eternity? Have you ever been trapped in emptiness for endless ages? Have you ever suffered alone, unable to tell anyone the truth, for an unimaginably long time? That's what I'm asking you. This is my pain. The solitude of the curse of regression I have endured, and an origin that no one dares claim to understand. I'm asking, can you even understand me?" At that moment, I feel deeply ashamed and pathetic. I know of Seo Huiol's end because I have seen the history through the senses of the Earth Tribe. That moment when he, unable to hide his painful essence in front of Seo, screamed and vomited his hatred. It is an appearance I know as well. I am the same as Seo Huiol. Seo Huiol, he truly resembled me. Just as he, in his final moment before Seo, unleashed only hatred and pain. I, too, in this critical moment, can only expose my painful essence in front of Kim Yun. If Seo Huiol's essence was hatred and pain, then mine, after countless regressions through infinite time, has only pain remaining as well. Even though I have to understand that life is a blessing thanks to Bu Qianghua, the current me is one who absolutely cannot deny this pain either. I admit that life is a blessing, but I also cannot deny the pain. Therefore, even if I regard Kim Yun as my blessing, I cannot help but expose my pain in front of her. How pathetic. I really am. I smile bitterly, resolving to detach Kim Yun even if it means using force. That's when it happens. Tot. Kim Yun grabs my shoulder and pulls herself up as she shouts, "I don't know. You bastard. I don't understand. I won't." Droplets of tears fall from Kim Yun's eyes. As the power of the vast, cold, heavenly Lord settles around us, the world slows down. It feels as if time has stopped. I hated you at first. You acted like some stuck-up old man, trying to teach me every little thing from the way I acted to my habits. And when you worked, you would become like an emotionless machine. When I talked to you while you were focused, you would glare at me like the whole world was bothering you. The worst part is that you even said you were bad at work when you were a newbie too. And no, when did I ever? You think you know everything, don't you? You arrogant Seo Eunhyun. I know you worked hard and have lots of experience, and that you're skilled. I know you always pushed yourself like life or death just to make a project work, even without a mind for it. And now, in this world, I know you act like you've mastered everything, like you know all the answers, dragging us forward like you're pulling us up by the collar. I know it all. During the times we don't remember, you probably worked so hard to the point you bled. I don't know enough to say I understand your efforts, but I know that you did work hard. But there are things you don't know too. Kim Yun's power steadily grows stronger. Is this the power of the vast, cold, heavenly Lord? But I sense something strange. No, this is... Do you know what? You're really arrogant. Arrogant. You don't always know everything. Sure, you're right most of the time, but sometimes there are things you also don't know. In the time frozen by the light pink energy, only 3 are moving. Me and the white deer, accelerating through the salt sea returning dew jade toward the naming supreme deity. Kim Yun, who is holding me, and the silver-white sword light that has almost caught up to us from afar. But in the next moment, I open my eyes wide. A scent begins to spread from Kim Yun's body. It is the fragrance of quince, so pleasant it feels like I could get intoxicated for a moment. You say the outer sea is a lonely place? That I'll suffer because of it? That I might not be able to endure the chaos and could get hurt? Then, you comfort me. If I'm in pain, you be the one to comfort me. You did back then too. Why do you think I like you, who is arrogant, oblivious, old-fashioned, boring, and obsessed only with food? Because you're handsome? Don't make me laugh. You're average. But, even with all those flaws, the reason I like you is because you always looked out for those below you. Even when you seem arrogant, when it matters, you're the one who takes care of others. Even when you seem like all you know is work, you are the only one who lends a shoulder when it's needed. Pasasasasa. Around her, burning with light pink energy, flower petals appear. They are quince petals. Countless petals scatter behind her. And on the back of those petals, countless scenes are depicted. It seems that Kim Yun's memories are blooming, having become immortal art in a way similar to my canvas of myriad forms and connections. Within those memories, I can catch glimpses of her memories of me. It was when Kim Yun and I went on a business trip to Wejongbu. During the time when we went to an orchard to procure natural fragrance materials for soap, I heard her grandmother, who had been like her real parent, had passed away. At the time, Kim Yun was in a panic, unable to collect herself. In her shock, she couldn't tell what was a priority and insisted on helping proceed with the contract at the orchard. Seeing that, I quickly asked the orchard for their understanding, persuaded her, and drove her all the way to her grandmother's funeral hall in Taejeon. The memories of that time are now scattering in the shape of petals within Kim Yun's memories. I immediately understand. That moment was when her feelings toward me, within her heart, were rooted with the seed of love. At first, I thought it was just admiration for a good superior. But as time went on, I kept missing that shoulder you lent me, kept recalling the time you pushed me forward, and kept focusing only on your voice. I even talked to Min Hee Yuni about it and realized, I'll like you. I really like you. I don't even know what to call it. Sometimes it feels like love, sometimes like pity, sometimes like motherly care. I can't explain it. You always thought I was hopeless, right? I think that too. I'm just stupid Kim Yun who doesn't even understand her own heart. But one thing is certain. I like you. I can't endure without you. The silver-white sword has followed us right to our backs. Within it, I sense a familiar will. I can't dare to understand the pain you spoke of. You've always been right, so that pain must be really big. But I've always leaned on you to get through. So, I can't let you go alone this time either. Let me carry your pain with you. Let me share your pain. For me, definitely. Schweirick. The silver-white sword finally catches up to the deer's hooves. I can overcome the pain if I lean on you. So you lean on me too. I don't understand what she's saying. Honestly, it's disorganized, and the situation is complicated, so her reasoning feels a little awkward. Maybe I just can't understand because the situation is too complicated right now. But, even in this chaotic moment, one thing is certain. Oh, I see. I am arrogant. Because in this world, there are still things I do not know. Though I am someone who has mastered every kind of pain, this feeling is new to me. My first time with Bu Qianghua felt too surreal, but this time, it feels far too real, without any need for logic, explanation, or understanding. As I feel the softness on my lips, I realize it is utterly impossible to push her away. The light pink petals bursting from Kim Yun's body form wings, and as those wings flap, they emit a terrifying power. It is not the power of the bright cold realm. It is the power of love surging from Kim Yun herself, amplifying infinitely and sweeping away everything but us. The silver-white sword that had nearly caught up to us shatters against Kim Yun's wings, scattering into pieces, and Yang Jihuang's scream echoes in my ears. At last, I reach the place of the naming supreme deity. I arrive at the upper edge of Mount Sumeru and, together with the power of the naming supreme deity Haiyan Rang, succeed in leaping toward the distant salt sea. The salt sea returning dew jade is completed, and I experience the true speed of undying as I move away from Mount Sumeru. In the distance, something resonates with the coordinates engraved in the immortal art salt sea returning dew jade. As I feel the disgrace of the heavenly venerables approaching right before my nose, I dive into the sea of chaos, tightly holding Kim Yun in my arms. The entirety of Mount Sumeru is surrounded by the trajectory of the spiraling white snake, created by Seo Eunhyun. The Radiance 8 immortals are brimming with rage, each about to unleash their own fit. Only the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord and the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord remain calmly in place. The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord forcibly suppresses the emotions of the Radiance-8 immortals by applying the rules and immortal arts that bind them, while the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord stares blankly up at the edge of Mount Sumru, where Seo Eunhyun leapt with Kim Yun. At last I've caught it. And the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord smiles beneath the mask. Kim Yun's wings shattered the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord's authority. But in the final moment, a single fragment of the silver-white sword mixed and slipped into the immortal treasure. Earthly Yellow Banner. That Seo Eunhyun obtained. That final strike was not only a single strike delivered at the cost of the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord's life, but also one that drew upon the fate of Mountain God subjugation that had been bestowed upon them, confirming that the will contained in that last strike has been delivered to Seo Eunhyun. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord Yang Ji-Huang calmly acts out her rage. Originally, she should have reported this fact to the other companions of the Radiance-8 Immortals, but instead, she tells no one and keeps it as her own secret. Seo Eunhyun. She hears the Great Sea Heavenly Lord speak of needing to quickly find a successor to the deceased Torch Candle, but lets the words go in one ear and out the other, thinking of Seo Eunhyun. No matter who you love, it doesn't matter. All I need is an answer. What is this feeling raging inside her heart? And what exactly are these memories of events that never happened, that keep appearing in her mind? Feeling that she may discover the answer from Seo Eunhyun through a single thread of the split soul she infused into Seo Eunhyun's immortal treasure. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord uses the immortal art of Celestial Lord incense burning from within Mount Sumru toward the outer sea. Thus, the story of the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord begins to be engraved, without anyone in the three heavens' great thousand world knowing, into Seo Eunhyun's body. Chapter 665, Beast Realm, Chu Shengdao. Huai Thai. I push forward through the long, long world of chaos. Kugugugugu. I feel it. The power of the salt sea returning dew jade accelerates flower soul filling the heavens, and I sit stiffly atop the deer of flower soul filling the heavens. The time remaining until reaching the coordinates pointed to by the salt sea returning dew jade is probably about a month. Originally, it would have passed in the blink of an eye, but ever since the kiss with Kim Yun and heading toward the disgrace of the heavenly venerables together with her, it feels unbearably long. It feels like time has stopped. I don't know what to say, let alone Kim Yun's confession, even her kiss. I realize at some point, without knowing, I've been brushing my lips. Damn it, Kim Yun is right. There truly are things I don't know. I've always considered myself well-versed in pain. But when it comes to joy and love, how knowledgeable have I ever been? I know nothing. Kim Yun also lets out a sound once. After the sudden kiss, and once the excitement calmed down a bit, perhaps she began feeling embarrassed. She simply sits quietly behind me with her face bright red. I spend time slowly with her, calmly thinking about my feelings toward her. Have I ever liked Kim Yun? Thinking about it, it's always been like this. The emotions I felt toward Kim Yun, back on Earth, were like those for a junior I needed to mentor. In this world, she became a pitiable younger sister I had to save from the Mad Lord. After that, when she confessed to me, I think I accepted her as just one of the connections I would eventually have to accept, before I advanced to true immortal. That is, during the fight with Bloodine, I accepted her feelings because I did have some affection for her. However, it was also because she was helping in the fight against Bloodine, and there was a need to raise her morale. Perhaps all this time, I've thought I could use Kim Yun's feelings to make use of her. And only now do I realize I've been so arrogant. The very thought that I could dare control someone's heart is overwhelming arrogance. Not just Kim Yun's heart, but even my own. What on earth is going on? Ever since I heard her cry out, I felt my heart pounding uncontrollably. The mere fact that Kim Yun is sitting behind me bothers me immensely, and my chest feels hot. And I remember exactly when I last felt this way. Oh, I see. The 10th cycle. Several years after living with Bu Qianghua. At that point, when I realized I liked her. This feeling I have now is the same as what I felt back then. Yes, I like Kim Yun. And I now understand why I haven't tried to form a proper relationship with anyone until now. I was afraid. Unconsciously, without knowing it, I've been afraid of loving Kim Yun, or anyone at all. To fall in love, to share affection, to build happy moments together. And then to regress. Everything disappears. The time I loved, the history I accumulated, the heart I exchanged. Because I believed all of that would vanish beyond the timeline without meaning. Unconsciously, I must have feared giving and receiving love more than anything else. Back then, with Bu Qianghua, I tried to overcome that and confess. In the end, when Yuan Li killed Bu Qianghua in that cycle, her existence itself became a kind of reverse scale to me. Yeah, I was afraid. Afraid that if I loved someone like Kim Yun, her existence might one day vanish. Afraid that if I accept her feelings, those feelings might end up meaningless. That's what I've been fearing. Damn it. How many times has this happened now? I grow sick of this repetitive agony of mine. I've told myself countless times that the heart doesn't vanish, that it remains within my own. And yet, haven't I been fearing that only? Love would vanish easily? Well, if you think about it, love is one of the most intense emotions after all. Maybe it's natural I feared it subconsciously. After all, joy, pleasure, and all positive emotions at their peak approaches love. Love is practically the pinnacle of all positive emotions, standing in contrast to pain. It's while I am lost in these thoughts. Squeeze, squeeze. From behind, Kim Yun tugs at my collar. I turn around to see what's going on. What is it, Kim Yun? The last time she was able to speak briefly was because she temporarily broke through Bong Myong's restriction with her full strength. Now, it seems she can't speak immediately again. But even so, I feel like I immediately know what she wants. Since she can't speak again, she expresses her intention through action. Once more, her soft lips touch mine. I freeze in place for a moment, and Kim Yun pulls her lips away. It's when my mind is frozen. Kim Yun presses her lips to mine again. And again, and again. She keeps pressing her lips against mine. Not long after, drawing from who knows what knowledge, she even tries using her tongue, kissing passionately. Even without words, even without something like a Raya consciousness, I understand. At last, I stop Kim Yun as she tries to collide her lips on mine again, and I speak. Yeah, Kim Yun, stop worrying. Now, truly, without any hesitation, I like you too. Upon the massive white deer, atop its head, I seat Kim Yun in front of me and embrace her. I'm really not putting on an act. I truly like you. So, you don't have to worry. At my words, Kim Yun trembles and blushes, starting to look shy again as if she hadn't just kissed me so passionately. Why is that? Was she always this cute? Seeing her shyness, I gently pull her chin and kiss her. Now that I think about it, Kim Yun's face is actually quite pretty. She doesn't have the otherworldly appearance of someone like Oh Hyaseo, the sword spear heavenly lord, or the heavenly venerable of the underworld, but by human standards, she is very much a beauty. It's just that until now, because of our positions and circumstances, I never thought she's pretty when I looked at her. Back on Earth, it was because of Kong Min-hee and Oh Hyaseo. And after coming to this world, it was because of Bu Qianghua. After that, people like Xiao Huiol kept pressing me non-stop, and I kept running around trying to save all my comrades, which left me no leisure to really consider anyone's face. I kiss her cheek, hold her hand, and embrace her. Accepting her completely, I move forward toward the disgrace of the heavenly venerables. At first, I thought the month would feel long. But after Kim Yun kisses me again, we completely lose any sense of awkwardness toward such acts between us. And so, for about a month, Kim Yun and I leave traces on each other's bodies with our lips instead of words, and the month passes by incredibly quickly. Kuga-guga-gugu. Hew. Far ahead, I sense the coordinates. Drawing near. Just 15 minutes more, and we will arrive at the target point. Yuna, we're here now. Let's get ready. I speak to Kim Yun, who's crouched down with her ears burning red, trying to calm herself. She covers the shoulder I bit so many times and tidies her clothing. Kuga-guga-gugu. Just as Kim Yun finishes adjusting her clothes and regaining her composure. At last, the objective I've been seeking reveals itself. Kugagum. It is a massive salt crystal, Yanjing. Upon seeing it, my eyes open wide. Hyanmu. The salt crystal resembles a 3 great ultimates formed of pure white snakes clustered together. Because it resembles a reversed color version of Hyanmu's Gandhara, I tense up at first, thinking Hyanmu has appeared here. But it seems it's just a salt crystal that looks like Hyanmu. That 3 great ultimates floats in the chaos in the form of a disk as large as a continent, and from within, an intensely ominous aura radiates. Chi. Finally, the moment flower soul filling the heavens reaches this disgrace of the heavenly venerables. It loses the power of the salt sea returning dew jade and scatters. Holding Kim Yun's hand, I step onto the land formed by this massive salt crystal. Boom. The moment my foot touches the salt crystal, I can tell. A scream. Yes, I feel a scream. The pain. The heavenly venerables must have felt throbs faintly, transmitted through the salt crystal. Kim Yun. From now on, I'm going to peer into the disgrace of the heavenly venerables that lies within this salt crystal. What will you do? At my question, Kim Yun seems to ponder for a moment, then grips my hand tightly. You want to see it with me? Nod. Got it. Then I'll take that you made your resolve. Won't. With that, Kim Yun and I hold hands and begin to read the ancient memories sealed within this immense salt crystal. Pat it. The salt crystal, composed of 3 great ultimates formed of ominous snakes, emits light and begins pulling our consciousness somewhere. Most likely, it is a moment from the distant past. Well, where is this? When I regain my senses, what appears before me is the sun and moon heavenly domain. The very edge of the sun and moon heavenly domain. The front of the head realm. And, astonishingly, the head realm has a faint crack where part of its head is split. In front of that crack, something is gathering. That is, they are beings familiar to me. Hien Mu's Gandhara. 3 great ultimates composed of black snakes. The Gandhara of the heavenly venerable of time I saw in the 19th cycle. Taiji formed from the overlapping of countless starlight trajectories. The Gandhara of the Sao, tree heavenly venerable, I saw in 998th cycle. An enormous something made of countless flowers of light. The Gandharas of each heavenly venerable have gathered in one place. The 3 heavenly venerables all gathered with their Gandharas and caused that tiny crack in the head realm. I understand the circumstances and feel chills over my body. Even after gathering their Gandharas and unleashing an attack, all they did was make a crack. What in the world is the head realm? Just as I'm about to get lost in that thought, Schweirerik, Hien Mu's body shrinks, and a familiar form appears. It is the transformation form of a girl with ponytails clad in black martial attire. Next, Time and Sal Tree also reveal their transformation forms and approach the crack in the head realm. At last, we've managed to leave a crack in the head realm and glimpse the wisdom of the Akashic records. Good. Now we can finally learn the reason for our birth and the meaning of our existence. We can learn the truth. All of them, filled with anticipation, step closer to the crack and begin reaching toward the golden light emanating from it. Even Hien Mu's eyes fill with anticipation, as if truly believing they can find the meaning of their existence in the Akashic records. Then, when the 3 heavenly venerables simultaneously reach their hands into the crack of the head realm. Huh? What? Wait a moment. What is this? What in the world is this? You mean, the meaning of our existence is this? A deep despair begins to cloud the eyes of the 3 heavenly venerables. Then, the Sal Tree heavenly venerable begins to scream. Aoag. Aag. Uaf. I. Just why? Why was I even born? Just what kind of life is this? Why was I born? Are you saying my life had no meaning at all? From the eyes of the Sal Tree heavenly venerable, blood-colored spiritual energy begins to stream out. The same happens to the heavenly venerables of time and void. The heavenly venerable of time, the true ultimate eternal life great emperor, begins to wail in misery. The reason we were born into this world was merely to block the underworld from becoming the life supreme deity, merely to serve as checks. The very meaning of our existence was nothing more than keeping Bonghua in check. So this is what it was. The flower field parasitizing the power of the underworld, the source river parasitizing the Akashic records, void trying to kill underworld. It was all just this. Chess pieces to keep the underworld in check to prevent the seizing of the Akashic records. Are we heavenly venerables merely chess pieces? While listening to the cries of the heavenly venerables, Void lets out a scream. Seemingly on the verge of madness, Void, overcome with pain, starts wildly tearing apart the entire sun and moon heavenly domain. The heavenly domain begins to collapse. All the history we believed we had built, the accomplishments, our pasts were all overwritten. History. Saltree. Time. You were lucky, weren't you both at least? Someone who once existed. Even if only mortals. But I have nothing. I am just a fabricated personality. What? Are we comparing who is suffering more? Even if we had pasts, are you saying we aren't? Fabricated personalities. We too. are just personalities made from someone else's imposed history. We thought we overcame all adversity and ascended as heavenly venerables. But in the end, we were just delusional lunatics who mistakenly believe they've reached heavenly venerable. Just what was our life even about? We were nothing more than clay dolls created by the future king to keep the underworld in check. As I witness the screams of the heavenly venerables, I feel chills spread over my entire body. This is it. The disgrace of the heavenly venerables they so desperately wanted to keep hidden. The secret and hidden story that torments them the most. At the same time, the truth of their birth. High Mu and the heavenly venerables were either a being that was once nothing that had a personality imposed onto a lump of authority, or they were once mere mortals into whom the memories and personalities of heavenly venerables were implanted, thus becoming heavenly venerables. This is the disgrace of the heavenly venerables. As I feel the intense despair and pain radiating from the heavenly venerables, I understand just how insane He Nyong must have been to insist that this should be spread across the whole world for all to know. I see. It was the names. From the beginning, everything was already decided by our names. The heavenly venerable of time screams and tears out his own heart. It is not just us. Look at the supreme deities. All of them. Do they not all have the symbol of the future king in their names? The names of the supreme deities from that time float before my eyes. It seems that even the Salt Sea Supreme Deity had not yet become a supreme deity at that point. But even so, they are similar to the current supreme deities. Each and every one of them has a character in their names signifying heaven, black, or fate. And at their following cries, I feel my heart sink. Now that I think about it, it has always been that way. After becoming a supreme deity, not a single one has ever received a separate immortal title. Only those who were granted characters related to heaven, black, or fate, from the start were able to become supreme deities. Only those to whom the naming supreme deity Haiyan Rang gave such names rose to supreme deity. And if you consider that Haiyan Rang's naming immortal Tao is simply receiving and bestowing a name through name divination to the heavens, there is only one answer. Whether supreme deity or heavenly venerable, all except for Bonghua, are nothing more than slaves of fate. Even governing immortals, they are all nothing but clay dolls molded by fate. Coom. As I hear those words, my complexion turns pale. From the beginning, none of the beings in this Sumeru 3 Heavens Great Thousand World were ever truly people. The only existence in this world that is not a slave is but the underworld alone. Drip, drip, chi. From the eyes of the heavenly venerables, terrifying tears, no different from curses, fall. Their tears spread throughout all of Mount Sumeru, beginning to destroy its various heavenly domains. Following the anguish of the heavenly venerables, Mount Sumeru begins to be destroyed. Should we entrust our hope to the underworld? The heavenly venerable of Void mutters while gazing at the head realm with a pained expression. And as I look at her, I feel a sense of doubt. Haiyan Mu's reaction is strange. Even after learning this new truth, there's a sense that not everything is revealed. The reason I feel this way is simple. When Haiyan Mu met Hong Fan, that was when it truly felt like everything was laid bare. Yes, Haiyan Mu still knows something that not even she herself can fully recall. And even after all the heavenly venerables have learned the secret of their birth from the Akashic records, it still feels like Haiyan Mu's memory has not completely returned. I watched the heavenly venerables go on a rampage after realizing that their very existence amounts to nothing more than being the clay dolls of the Fate Supreme Deity. The heavenly venerables continue to rampage endlessly, collapsing all the heavenly domains of Mount Sumeru. A while later, only after all of Mount Sumeru, except for the underworld, is destroyed, do they finally regain some of their rationality. We cannot continue like this. We must pursue the truth even further. But how can we do that? Having regained their sanity, the heavenly venerables continue their cries as they share their wills. Our entire lives have been fabricated. We are manufactured personalities, and we are nothing more than clay dolls. How are we supposed to carry this in our hearts and remain sane? At Void's shout, the heavenly venerable of time speaks while shedding tears of blood. Let's seal it. What? I will extract the memories of every living being in this time point, hide it deep within the chaos of the outer sea, and seal it. Let us all erase these memories from our minds, leaving only in our heads the process of arriving at this memory and the conclusion We reached after obtaining it. Let us seal away all truths related to this memory. But is there not the underworld? Even if we must kneel before the underworld, let us plead. At those words, the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable flinches in shock. No matter what, we are still Heavenly Venerables. What Heavenly Venerables? We are beasts, Chu-sung. We are clay dolls with personalities, slaves of fate. What pride, what dignity do slaves have? Let us go to the underworld right now, fall to our knees before her, and beg, plead with her, to seal these memories of this timeline together with us. If we don't, we will go mad. At the Heavenly Venerable of Time's proposal, the Heavenly Venerable of Void and the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable eventually agree. And so, the three Heavenly Venerables who agree to the proposal kneel down and bow toward where I am, and beg. We humbly report to the great underworld. O oldest one, please seal the memories of this time together with us. We earnestly beg of you. Thus, the three Heavenly Venerables seal their disgrace along with a portion of the Heavenly Venerable of the underworld's memory. Pat it. With that, the memory cuts off. Wu-wung. As I return to reality, I understand. So the speaker of that memory was the underworld. It is when I realized this. Wu-wung. Above the salt crystal disk, two silhouettes rise. They are the Heavenly Venerable of Time, the great ultimate eternal life, great Emperor Cheon-won, and the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable, the flower monarch, Guan Maion. The Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable speaks to me. Now do you understand? I flinch in shock, realizing it is a projection of the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable. He sent this projection all the way from Mount Sumeru to here? Is it because this memory served as the medium? It seems that the moment I viewed this memory, they recovered it as well. Drip, drip. From the eyes of the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable's projection, streams of blood-colored spiritual energy begin to flow. Heavenly Venerables and Supreme Deities, all of them reach their positions solely through the will of fate. The Heavenly Venerables may be said to manage Mount Sumeru, but they merely exist to keep the underworld in check. And the Supreme Deities, after rising, either resist within Radiance Hall or create a mess trying to leave beyond the audience chamber, only to be defeated by the future king and end up as a special dish served at the Supreme Deity Assembly. That is the end. Shudder, shudder. At the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable's words, the projection of the Heavenly Venerable of Time beside him also begins to shed tears of blood, as if in agony. The term made by the Golden Divine truly pierces the essence. All of us, except for the underworld and salt sea, are non-human. Yes, the supreme deities are nothing but livestock, fattened by the future king to be captured and devoured, and we are nothing more than dogs trained to bark at the underworld. As the cries of the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable continue, I come to understand why Yang Sujin considered everything in the world as non-human and treated it so lightly. It was because he believed only he himself was human. This world is nothing more than a massive pen for livestock, a fish tank. It is a fence that traps the herd of sheep, a fish farm. Yes, this Mount Sumeru is. The Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable clutches his chest in misery and wails. A vast beast realm, Chu Shengdak. Chapter 666. Witness of Eternity 1. Livestock, you say? The projection of the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable simply gazes past the chaos with sorrowful eyes. The underworld and salt sea, who is now dead but in life once cast aside their immortal title. Except for those two, everyone else is no different from livestock or clay dolls. We just couldn't bring ourselves to accept that truth. The Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable continues in a gloomy voice. Keep the promise. White-winged Heavenly Pegasus will tell you my weakness. Strike my Gandhara and make me faint. I look at the gloomy Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable and answer in a strained voice. Understood. I will do so without fail. Upon hearing my words, the projection of the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable immediately collapses on the spot and vanishes. Only the projection of the Heavenly Venerable of Time remains within the hall. It has been a long time, O God of Time. God of Time, you say? That is excessive. I am merely a lunatic who has deluded himself into believing he was the owner of time. The Heavenly Venerable of Time speaks, clutching his head with a tormented gaze. I have come here because there is something I must tell you. What is it? Back then, I did witness it, but in the midst of panic, I had no time to think, and the moment I saw the truth, I sealed it away, so I had forgotten a critical clue until now. I want to share that with you. A critical clue, you say? The heavenly venerable of time nods. First, have you heard why the Underworld, despite countless enders passing through, never once tried to challenge the audience chamber, no matter what hope appeared? Pardon, I am startled by those words. What is this about now? It is different from what Hien-Mu said, but it doesn't seem like a joke, either. What do you mean by that? Hien-Mu clearly said, the Underworld returned every time. You're saying strange things. Do not put too much faith in Hien-Mu's words. Her mind is filled with suicidal urges, making her extremely unstable. She spouts nonsense quite often. Pardon? But, regardless, even if I am someone who merely clung to and misunderstood my position, I am one who has still set the calendar, Lifa, and observed the passage of time in my own way. Even if I trace back through time and examine every timeline, I cannot find a single history where the Underworld ever challenged the audience chamber. Whose words am I supposed to believe? If it had been just Hien-Mu's words, I might have believed the heavenly venerable of time. But the problem is, the Underworld never exactly denied that she returned every time, either. It seems like you are inclined to believe Hien-Mu's side. But what I am telling you is the truth. I am someone who can observe time. In no timeline I have observed has the Underworld ever truly challenged the audience chamber. I understand for now. It does not seem like you are fully convinced, but just know this. Everyone in Mount Sumeru, myself included, understands it that way. Yes. Anyway, continuing from before. The reason the Underworld has never attempted to challenge the audience chamber is partly because they want to preserve their life until their true objective is fulfilled. But it's also because while the Enders challenge the audience chamber, they want to assist the Enders from the outside. From the outside, you say? Time nods. All fate in this world flows from the absolute of fate. It flows from the fate supreme deity, but conversely, it can also be reversed the other way around. If the fate supreme deity could be driven into a corner, it's possible that the fate supreme deity could instead draw power from the fate that envelopes all of Mount Sumeru. If that is the case, yes, the Underworld's very existence, by remaining within Mount Sumeru, serves to obstruct and restrain the power of fate that would otherwise gather to empower the fate supreme deity when they are driven to the brink. Is that the truth that the true ultimate eternal life, Great Emperor, uncovered through the head realm? No. Such things can be known simply by sharing a few cups of tea with the Underworld. What I have discovered is this. The eyes of the heavenly venerable of time grow serious. The immortal cultivation system that supports this Mount Sumeru all originates from the Radiance Supreme Deity. So it really was. All of it. Seems you had some inkling. That will make the explanation easier. Let me ask you one thing. If the immortal cultivation system originates from the Radiance Supreme Deity, then if the Radiance Supreme Deity so wills it, could all cultivators lose their cultivation ability? I ponder over his words for a long moment. Then I answer. All immortal cultivation systems except immortal arts would lose their power if the Radiance Supreme Deity so desires. Then, do you think losing power is the end? No. I speak in a heavy voice. If the Radiance Supreme Deity is truly the owner of immortal cultivation, then they could collect a debt from every being who followed the immortal cultivation system. Yes, exactly. That is why every being in Mount Sumeru has their very existence mortgaged to the Radiance Supreme Deity. And that is also why all living beings and true immortals in Mount Sumeru unconsciously act in favor of Radiance Hall. For that behavior itself is the only way they can repay the cost of their mortgaged existence to Radiance Hall, even if just a little at a time. Immortal cultivation is wisdom, and wisdom is light. That is why, even though the Radiance 8 immortals are incompetent and not all-knowing, Radiance Hall does not bow to the Underworld and continues to reign as the foremost faction in Mount Sumeru. Because the light of the Radiance Supreme Deity does not merely refer to literal light, but also to the radiance of immortal cultivation. The light of the Radiance Supreme Deity permeates throughout all of the three heavens' great thousand world. I see. I'll let a silent sigh. That is the truth. Why? Even when the Radiance 8 immortals are imperfect in their duties, do true immortals always flock to Radiance Hall, and they always maintain their place as the #1 faction in Mount Sumeru. It is because the very immortal cultivation system they possess influences every being of Mount Sumeru. I have a question. Isn't the immortal cultivation system the Radiance Supreme Deity possesses that of the Heaven Tao? No. The immortal cultivation system of the Radiant's supreme deity is the heaven-earth immortal Tao. It is all immortal cultivation systems. It is just that their grip on the heaven Tao is particularly strong. If that is true, does it not mean that all beings, starting from the heavenly venerable of the underworld, cannot go against the Radiant's supreme deity? The judges under the underworld perhaps not, but the underworld is an exception. Their immortal cultivation system is different. They follow a primordial origin, Shion, immortal cultivation system not created by radiance. Pardon? Are you saying such a system exists? When I express my confusion, the heavenly venerable of time points at Kim Yun. That child is following the immortal cultivation system of the heavenly venerable of the underworld. If you are curious, ask her. I am startled by his words and look at Kim Yun. So the mysterious cultivation system Kim Yun has followed all this time turns out to be that of the heavenly venerable of the underworld. And perhaps it is because you are a disciple of Salt Sea? It seems you, too, are practicing the immortal cultivation system of primordial origin beneath that of radiance, though you are not aware of it yourself. Ask that child later so you can awaken to it. I tremble at the words of the heavenly venerable of time and nod. Anyway, to continue what I was saying, you asked, can one dare to go against the Radiant's supreme deity while following their immortal cultivation system? No. That's right. There is no need to go against them. Pardon. A smile forms on the lips of the heavenly venerable of time. From the start, do you believe the Radiant's supreme deity is your enemy? Is that not obvious? The Radiant's supreme deity is known as the being who hunts us down as the pawn of the future king. Even now, Radiance Hall constantly tries to capture and annihilate us. Haha, I suppose that is the only way you could see it. But can't you consider a different perspective? The possibility that the so-called owner of light also has a leash tightened around their neck, forced to obey the fate's supreme deity. Was that what you saw in the Akashic records? No. What I saw back then was a different truth. But from that truth, I was able to infer this. The heavenly venerable of time continues speaking. What I saw in the Akashic records is first, the disgrace of us heavenly venerables, the truth of this miserable world, and the reason for our existence. But aside from that, I discovered other truths as well. The second thing I saw in the Akashic records is, he speaks with a solemn face. And at the words of the true ultimate eternal life, great Emperor Cheon Woon, that follow, my eyes widen. The emptiness supreme deity Myong Woon. In other words, the being we call the head realm, is made of the same substance as the first radiance supreme deity. Once one becomes a true immortal, they become a world unto themselves, so things like genetic information are meaningless. Instead, when investigating true immortals, it is not their genetics, but the history and composition within them that is analyzed. And Cheon Woon's words mean, the first radiance supreme deity and the emptiness supreme deity Myong Woon, that is, the head realm, are made of the same substance. That is right. That is how it was recorded in the Akashic records. In other words, the first radiance supreme deity and the current emptiness supreme deity Myong Woon are highly likely to be the same being. And the third truth I learned from the Akashic records. The emptiness supreme deity Myong Woon is not in a living state. Like the case of the swallowing heaven supreme deity, it was originally just an inanimate object, but as the Akashic records were forcefully embedded into the head realm, life took root, and it became a supreme deity. In other words, it is an entity with no personality. No, beyond personality or lack thereof. It is more accurate to say it is a lump of information with the rank of supreme deity. Wait, forcibly embedded. That is right. The result that was born, someone forcibly embedded the origin essence of life, omniscience, into what appears to be the corpse of the first radiance supreme deity, the head realm, is the emptiness supreme deity Myong Woon, and that someone is highly likely to be the future king. The current emptiness supreme deity Myong Woon was born from the corpse of the first radiance supreme deity by shoving in the origin essence of life, omniscience, and the one who created the emptiness supreme deity is highly likely to be the fate supreme deity. Only then do I understand why the emptiness supreme deity's seat is in a state of a ring without a throne. The ring is a symbol of divine descent. The seat is a symbol of the self. But the emptiness supreme deity is merely a decaying corpse realm divine, descending the power of the Akashic records. So only the ring was visible, not the seat. However, even in the state of only having a ring, the power and rank itself reached the level of supreme deity, because it accepted an absolute. The fourth truth learned from the Akashic records. I organized the information received from the heavenly venerable of time and listened attentively. The current radiance hall, that is, the seat of radiance, on which the radiance 8 immortals sit upon, is receiving power from the fate supreme deity. In other words, the current radiance hall is practically an immortal treasure of the fate's supreme deity. This, too, is something I had expected. To the future king, the radiance supreme deity is just an immortal treasure. I let out a low breath at the overwhelming power of the future king and continue listening to Cheon Woon's words. Up to here is all the information I discovered from seeing the Akashic records back then, but sealed away along with the memory of our disgrace. If you put all this information together, doesn't a rather interesting conclusion emerge? Cheon Woon smiles faintly as he begins to compile the pieces of information one by one. The first Radiance Hall, as you know, had a different goal compared to the present one. Back then, they were not merely slaves to fate. But at some point, the first Radiant Supreme Deity died, leaving only their head. Into that corpse, someone embedded the Akashic records, and it became the Emptiness Supreme Deity. And now, the current Radiance Supreme Deity has become the immortal treasure of the future king. When you put all this together, it is highly likely that the first Radiant Supreme Deity was an enemy of the Fate Supreme Deity. I see, is that how it is? Yes. Furthermore, the origin essence embedded into the Emptiness Supreme Deity is the origin essence of life, the source of all birth and resurrection, history and heaven and earth spiritual energy. That means, if someone were to seize control of the Akashic records and ascend to the position of Life Supreme Deity, that rivals the Fate Supreme Deity, then using the head realm as a medium, it might be possible to resurrect the first Radiance Supreme Deity. If that happens, and we can resurrect the first Radiance Supreme Deity, then we could bring the Radiance Supreme Deity, who is the owner of the immortal cultivation system, over to our side, and together with all of the Sumeru Three Heavens' great thousand world, stand against the Fate Supreme Deity. Clench. The heavenly venerable of time grabs my hand. Wawoon. Something flows into me through his hand. It is the coordinates of the edge of the outer sea, where the heavenly venerable of time currently resides. If you take this to the Northern Dippers, or Yang Sung, you will be able to release a Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag. Now go and tell the Underworld that I support them. Tell them that now is finally the time to challenge the audience chamber together and seize the origin essence of life. If it is you who ripped the radiance mantra from the envoy of the Fate Supreme Deity, the Underworld will surely stand with you. Quaduk. The next moment, I realize that my entire body is being crushed at a speed I cannot even perceive. My prophecies. All my prophecies and histories vanish, and I begin to die. The heavenly venerable of time. The projection of the heavenly venerable of time is using the most extreme method to immediately return me back to Mount Sumeru, to kill me and make me regress. That, perhaps, is the best method in his mind. Once the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag is completely undone, you will surely be able to remember the promise. From back then, I will be waiting, counting the days in anticipation for the moment you remember. At times words, I realized that even the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags being embedded in me was part of his plan. Remember? When the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags are fully released. Remember what? Could it be? I realize what the heavenly venerable of time is referring to. Once all my Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags are undone, he has arranged a prophecy so that the memories from the 16th cycle will return. As I perceive my death approaching at rapid speed, I am swept away in the flood of countless information and meet my death in confusion. Like that, I am struck down by the single strike of the heavenly venerable of time without a chance to resist and fall into death. That is my 1006th threat. Don't make me laugh. Quadaduk. I roar, reining the wheel behind my back. You're telling me to die now, just so information gets delivered faster? Don't talk nonsense, time. No matter what happens, I will make my way through the outer sea with my own strength. My life is not some message service for the sake of all of you. The eyes of the heavenly venerable of time harden coldly. You fail to grasp the greater cause. But in time, you will understand. Careeric. Time begins to flow rapidly. At the same time, my death accelerates even more, and as I feel it, I grit my teeth and begin to resist. The Outer Sea. The place where the disgrace of the heavenly venerables lie. There, to avoid becoming a messenger for the heavenly venerables and being pushed into the next cycle, I begin to desperately resist the heavenly venerable of time with everything I have. Chapter 667, Witness of Eternity, 2. Clang. The heavenly venerable of time swings his left arm once. All the surrounding chaos of the Outer Sea halts. Time separation. Targeted zone, ultra acceleration. Careeric. Not only the chaos, but also the faintly undulating disgrace of the heavenly venerables within it. Even Kim Yun as well, are all frozen. It's not that everything is frozen. Only the heavenly venerable of time is ultra accelerated. However, because my consciousness has risen to Araya consciousness, my consciousness is able to keep up with the overwhelming acceleration that makes time seem to have frozen. The heavenly venerable of time seems to realize this too, and lets out a silent sigh as he swiftly performs 3 consecutive hand seals. Targeted zone, reacceleration. Targeted zone, ultra-deceleration. Time segmentation. The heavenly venerable of time accelerates again, while I am decelerated, and time fractures once more into segmented zones. But it is pointless. Tuck, to-do-to-duck. The principles of time binding me begin snapping one by one. I am a sword. Before I know it, I've reached the later stage of Great Net Immortal and gained the ability to interfere with Indra's net, allowing me to strike directly at principles. And the fact that I can touch the principles means I can attempt things beyond mere touch. A sword can be bound by nothing but its sheath. Tuck-do-to-duck. The expression of the heavenly venerable of time stiffens. At the same time, his figure begins to distort. Behind him, a taiji of starlight ripples, and his human form incarnation begins to melt into the taiji. The principles of Indra's net are severed by the impermanence sword. Among the principles being severed, the principles of time are included as well. Quararum. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force begins to explode from within my body. However, that erupting force does not disperse, it lingers around me. It is my attraction force and explosion that have reached the level of heaven-earth great net. Vague prophecies or revisions alone are not enough to face a heavenly venerable. I condense all prophecies and revisions into a single point. I prophesize. The martial arts I have accumulated cannot be violated by any absolute. The martial arts I have accumulated can be spoken of by no authority other than myself. These simultaneously are my revision. Keying. The power of prophecy and revision wraps around my impermanence, sword, and myself, like a scaled armor. As much as it is narrow in scope, within that narrow range, it exerts power close to an absolute. Perhaps realizing this, the heavenly venerable of time conveys a will of annoyance. Is this some tactic akin to High and Moo's? How needlessly bothersome. Why do you resist? Great Net Immortal. No, even those at the level of true immortal already understand that life and death hold no meaning. Don't tell me. Is it because you were about to copulate with that Indra and couldn't? In that case, the problem will be solved when that Indra awakens as a heavenly king. Then, that one will naturally remember the promise made at this time. Why are you so obsessed with the present? Do you not realize I am offering you goodwill? The heavenly venerable of time questions me with genuine incomprehension. All I can do as a projection is simply bring you to death in an instant, activating the mantra of Hyuksa. It hasn't been long since I fixed your regression point. This is all the goodwill I can offer you at this point in time. Do you really believe you can endure endlessly drifting through this outer sea, keeping your sanity intact? His voice somehow sounds as if he pities me. With nothing but pity for you, I try to grant you death now so you may begin anew. And yet you still, bound by desire and obstinacy of mortality, insist on continuing this life? Even knowing you have near infinite chances? It is not obstinacy. With cold eyes, I release attraction force and begin to take control of the surrounding chaos. The formula of the salt sea returning dew jade gradually teaches me how to maintain balance in this outer sea. It is simply my way. Pasasasasa. The phenomena extinguishing mantra and the formula of salt sea returning dew jade begin to resonate. The power of the phenomena extinguishing mantra compresses the surrounding chaos and begins refining it, while the salt sea returning dew jade consumes the compressed shards of chaos, spreading a spiraling vortex outward from those consumed fragments. It feels like I'm standing on solid ground. The resonance between the salt sea returning dew jade and the phenomena extinguishing mantra instills in me an overwhelming sense of stability. Can you truly endure it? No matter what you think, this world is always more cruel than that. Are you really saying you can return to Mount Sumeru with your mind intact, sailing through the endless outer sea, even without my help? Kururu. Before my eyes, the taiji of starlight ripple and swell in size. Is this the heavenly venerable of time? In an instant, the surroundings begin transforming into a world of countless star veins resembling the source river. The star veins entangle and intertwine, forming something like a great river. Above that river, countless scenes drift by. Chua. I feel as though I am about to be swept away by the waves of countless history observed by the heavenly venerable of time, but I take my stance and take a step forward. The first form of severing heaven sword form, compressing the 1st to 12th moves of severing mountain swordsmanship. Entering heaven. The second form of severing heaven sword form, compressing the 13th to 24th moves of severing mountain swordsmanship. Treading heaven. The third form of severing heaven sword form, compressing the 25th to 36th moves of severing mountain swordsmanship. Punishing heaven. With every form that unfolds, the profoundness of foolish old man moves mountains seeps in, and I grow steadily stronger. At the same time, I begin to gradually accelerate. Now, as the phenomena extinguishing mantra resonates with the salt sea returning dew jade and provides utmost stability. Now is the best time to test the 36th move of severing mountain swordsmanship. Because the 36th move of severing mountain swordsmanship is, unlike the other moves, fundamentally rooted in the phenomena extinguishing mantra. Schweirerik. Schwick. From the first move of severing mountain swordsmanship, transcending peaks, to the final ultimate technique. All the principles of martial arts I've learned and unleashed begin to circle my impermanence sword, biting each other's tail. At the same time, the severing heaven sword form, which until now lacked proper form, finally begins to take its shape. It is mist. Schweirerik. Severing heaven sword form, which seems to create trajectories of starlight every time it unfolds, has the starlight weave and tangle, changing form into something like a river, as it confronts the source river. Shikagak. Kong. Kagagagagak. Each time the impermanence sword is swung, it clashes with the torrents of the source river, causing explosive roars to erupt. And as those roars begin to grow louder, they transform into something eerie. Kagagak. Kakakak. Kukoaf. Kaaf. It sounds as if something is screaming. And finally, Kuh. The screech of friction of the severing heaven sword form turns into a massive dragon's roar, echoing throughout the entire source river, and the form of the severing heaven sword form with the 36 moves of severing mountain swordsmanship added reveals itself. It is a candle dragon. The enormous form of the immortal beast Candle Shadow begins to appear with each sword trajectory, growing ever larger. It expands by drawing in and reversing the power of the source river itself. I perform a sword dance within the endless torrents of the source river, before the authority of the heavenly venerable of time. When the power of the sword dance reaches its peak, I finally unleash the essence of the severing heaven sword form, the final ultimate technique of the severing mountain swordsmanship. The form of the candle dragon coiled at the tip of the sword roars, and I swing my sword with all my strength alongside that dragon's cry. Shukwak. That is the end. Jiuk. The source river splits, and the rules created in this space by the heavenly venerable of time also shatter, revealing the pure chaos of the outer sea and the disgrace of the heavenly venerables. Even that revealed chaos of the outer sea seems to fracture endlessly, and an enormous path seems to unfold before my eyes. The 36th move of the severing mountain swordsmanship applies the principle of the phenomena extinguishing mantra to the domain of martial arts, bringing about an end, Zhonghua, with a single sword strike. Of course, there are still many aspects that need refinement, and the technique is unfinished, but its sheer power seems enough to momentarily repel even a heavenly venerable's authority. Poosh! Steam-like vapors seep out from all over my body. I thought my body had grown strong enough to withstand the recoil to some degree, so I tried it out, but even having reached the late stage of Heaven-Earth Great Net, my body still feels dangerously overheated after using it. Had I used it at the realm of true immortal or upper immortal, my immortal body would not have been able to endure the backlash, and would have suffered fatal damage. If I had used it during the entering nirvana stage or sacred vessel stage, it would have been nothing more than a self-destructive technique. Still, now it's only a matter of overheating. If I take a little more time and completely control the leaking force, by then, it should be usable. I steady my twilight true energy and gaze upon the halved sea of chaos. TSTS. Then, a phenomenon as if time itself is reversing unfolds before my eyes, and the heavenly venerable of time appears, entirely unscathed. But that appearance is only superficial. In truth, he must be in considerable pain, since I have even cut through the principle. Your power is worthy of recognition. But, no matter how great your power may be, time is something not easily endured. More precisely, the solitude of time akin to eternity. Even this conversation I am having with you now is only possible because you are still near the disgrace of the heavenly venerables. Once you leave and that medium disappears, communication will be impossible. That being the case, you must drift forever through the outer sea with only that Ender at your side. Can you truly endure such an outcome? I am the only one who can kill you. Was it Kim Yun? That child who is cultivated using the cultivation system of primordial origin is certainly strong and would likely win more than lose against other true immortals. But in terms of pure weight class, the immortal cultivation system of Hyuksao is far superior. That is why that child cannot kill you. And judging by your attitude, you don't seem inclined to kill yourself either. The heavenly venerable of time asks with a solemn face. I will ask one last time. Can you truly accept eternally drifting in the outer sea? Whether the voyage in the outer sea is eternal or not, that is something no one can know, is it not? This is, after all, a chaos where all possibilities exist. Perhaps I may reach Mount Sumeru in a single instant. Wrong. While this is indeed a chaos where all possibilities exist, that is precisely what makes it terrifying. The outer sea overflows with positive possibilities, but it overflows just as much with negative ones. It does not matter. Possibilities are just that, possibilities. I turn my transformation form body and speak. What I have accumulated is not inferior to infinite possibilities. So no matter how difficult the journey back from the outer sea may be, I will never collapse. Foolish. I have certainly given you a chance. The heavenly venerable of time sighs, turning away as if sincerely regretful. Do as you please. After all, mountain spirits have always been stubborn, so I figured this might happen. And, Wawoom. The projection of the heavenly venerable of time melts into the void and resonates with the split soul of Yang Sung within me. If you need my help, use that split soul as a sacrifice. Then, just once, I will send my projection to kill you. Now then, experience for yourself what the true pain of eternity feels like. Finishing his words, the heavenly venerable of time looks back at me with regretful eyes and completely dissipates. I gaze at the place where he disappears. Kagugagu. Moments later, the extreme acceleration affecting me releases, and the frozen world resumes. Kim Yun blinks. She seems unaware that anything happened. It's nothing. Just the heavenly venerable of time being nosy. I take Kim Yun's hand, climb once more onto flower soul filling the heavens, and kick off the salt crystal made from the disgrace of the heavenly venerables. Quong. Just like that, we kick off the disgrace of the heavenly venerables and begin our return journey to the distant Mount Sumeru. No matter how long it takes, both Kim Yun and I can endure it. As I push through the endless chaos, I think this to myself. It isn't simply because we can rely on each other. Warurik. The spell of Celestial Lord incense burning. It is because I can burn my split soul to communicate with my comrades in Mount Sumeru. Yuna. For now, I'm going to use the Celestial Lord incense burning spell. Help me. My comrades should have already prepared the conditions for Celestial Lord incense burning to activate through my split soul. I take out the heavenly black flag and the earthly yellow banner given to me by John Myung-hoon, cover the surroundings, close my eyes, and sit in a lotus position. Immortal art. Celestial Lord incense burning. Activate. Pat it. Like so, my consciousness begins to get sucked toward the faraway Mount Sumeru. Mount Sumeru, twin holding heavenly domain, Kali realm. In a certain region of the human race territory. There, a mother lights an oil lamp before bedtime and tells a fairy tale to her children. Long, long ago, in a time far away, there lived a swordsman who cried out, "Heavens above, at the world." The children, with sparkling eyes, listen to their mother's story and gaze at the shadows cast by the flame of the oil lamp. The swordsman had no talent at all. So little, in fact, that no matter how much he swung his sword throughout his life, his realm never rose. And so, the swordsman swung his sword his whole life, shouting at the heavens, asking why he was given no talent. And then one day, the mother, mending her children's clothes with needle and thread, continues the fairy tale about the swordsman. The children are drawn into the fairy tale their mother tells, imagining and picturing the story's protagonist as they immerse themselves in the tale. Elsewhere in the Kali realm, in a detached palace of a human race imperial family, a court lady reads a fairy tale to the crown prince. Once upon a time, in a time long, long past, there was a white immortal. This white immortal entered a sect that wielded golden lightning. Why? Because that sect, due to the sins of their ancestor, was fated to be destroyed by another powerful lightning immortal. The white immortal joined that sect to save it from the destruction of the lightning immortal. As the court lady reads from the fairy tale book, the crown prince's eyes light up, and he begins to think about the fairy tale's protagonist. As he imagines the protagonist and immerses himself in the story, the crown prince draws the image of the main character in his mind, not only in the Kali realm, but also far off in other dimensions. For example, even in a corner of the bright cold realm, which had been transferred to the earth-boundary heavenly domain, the same is happening. Not only the human race, but even among the intelligent heaven tribe, stories and tales of the talentless swordsman and the white immortal begin to suddenly become popular. Countless humans and heaven tribe members read the tales and stories, picturing the protagonist in their minds. Then, at some point, that protagonist embeds himself into their entire lives, deep within their unconsciousness. Throughout numerous heavenly domains, except for the Heavenly King heavenly domain, the stories repeat again and again, and the protagonist becomes imprinted deep into the unconsciousness of countless living beings. Then, at a certain moment, the flow of those unconscious minds causes a ripple in the plane of soul. The ripple formed in the plane of soul affects the plane of chi and the plane of fate, and gradually a certain energy begins to naturally arise throughout the entire world. That energy is none other than the story's protagonist, the one known as the talentless swordsman and the white immortal. Seo Eun-hyun's innate true energy. It is twilight true energy, the heart toward the protagonist that sparks like candlelight in the hearts of those who read the tales subtly influences the planes of chi and fate, causing them to faintly produce twilight true energy. This is the result of Seo Eun-hyun's comrades, at his request, refining his split soul and spreading it throughout the world in the form of stories. And then, at a certain moment, within the trickling stream of twilight true energy naturally generated by the spell of celestial Lord incense burning, a certain consciousness opens its eyes. It is the consciousness of Seo Eun-hyun, who, out in the outer sea, has just activated the celestial Lord incense burning spell. Shiraririk, inner sea of Mount Sumeru. In the abyss where the energies of numerous heavenly domains flow, collide, are destroyed, and once more amplify. From somewhere in those deep depths, twilight true energy begins to gather. And from the place where twilight true energy converges, something opens its eyes. That which awakens instinctively manipulates attraction force, forming an alternate space around itself, and sends a signal to its comrades. Soon, the comrades will come rushing. Inside the alternate space, within a world thick with the noise of countless stories, the something that opened its eyes. Seo Eun-hyun, hearing the endless whispers from all directions, slowly begins to form his clone, Shiraririk. Perhaps due to the lack of twilight true energy, Seo Eun-hyun takes the form of a small child and looks around while slowly regaining consciousness. So noisy. On top of that, even the sense of time is weird. Blinking as if in a daze, he sits down and rubs his eyes. When will my comrades arrive? It happens then. Someone hugs Seo Eun-hyun from behind, sits him on their lap, and speaks. Hello, Seo Eun-hyun. It seems you've learned the Celestial Lord incense burning spell well. Seems like it. Since my consciousness arrived from the outer sea. The one with silver hair gently strokes the child form Seo Eun-hyun, smiling. I see. By the way, Seo Eun-hyun, you've really accomplished countless feats, haven't you? Normally, even experienced great immortals only produce a single story's worth when they use Celestial Lord incense burning. But your stories aren't just one or two. They are so many and diverse. They've spread to all heavenly domains except the Heavenly King heavenly domain and the Sun and Moon heavenly domain. But who are you? Don't think too hard right now. At this moment, you are a lump of information formed from the stories of countless living beings. It's only because so many beings have imagined you and etched you deep into their unconsciousness that you're able to communicate with Mount Sumeru from the outer sea. But as a lump of information, the more you think about complicated thoughts, the slower your will gets delivered. That means you'll stay in this dazed state even longer. Just stay in my arms for a bit. I have something to find anyway. The figure gently covers Seo Eunhyun's eyes with slender, jade-white hands. Celestial Lord incense burning is an immortal art where one takes the parts of their life that forms their identity and scatter them as stories. Then, by using those who read and imprinted those stories into their unconsciousness as coordinates and mediums, one communicates with distant worlds. And that means, by reading those stories, one can glimpse into the past of the true immortal they wish to understand. Covering the eyes of Seo Eunhyun, the figure embraces him and begins to search through the countless stories flowing in the alternate space around the information entity that is Seo Eunhyun. Held within that being's arms, Seo Eunhyun frowns at the scent of iron dust wafting from somewhere, but relaxes again at the warmth radiating from the being's body. Just stay like this for a little while. If what you did through your Ender authority had enough impact to influence me, then surely it was an event that influenced your identity. It must be within the stories of Celestial Lord incense burning. Thus, the one holding Seo Eunhyun in their arms, the fifth seat of the Radiance 8 Immortals, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, breathes in the subtle scent of Seo Eunhyun's clone and begins to search for the story within Celestial Lord incense burning that relates to herself. Chapter 669, Witness of Eternity 4. Seo Eunhyun is born. Under the care of his parents, he receives his name, grows up, and gradually establishes his identity. However, Seo Eunhyun doesn't enter the eyes of the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord right now. This world is. It is far too strange. Though the world unfolds centered on Seo Eunhyun's memories and is therefore not entirely accurate, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord gathers numerous clues and information from within Seo Eunhyun's memories and is able to reach one conclusion. In this world, there are no true immortals. Of course, there are a few strange traces of transcendent beings. That is, traces of them can be found in religions, but aside from that, there are currently no true immortals, no transcendence at all. Not even cultivators or martial artists who actively use chi can be seen. Even observing the stars yields the same results. At least the sun, much like Mount Sumeru, gives off a similar feeling to that of an innate true immortal, but even there, the presence of wisdom is faint. Can a world like this even exist? Enders, they don't just suddenly appear in the head realm, but rather, they come from a different world, through the head realm as a middle passage. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord falls into confusion. The Radiance 8 Immortals do not believe there is another world outside Mount Sumeru. Mount Sumeru itself is already vast and endless. The supreme deities and heavenly venerables claim theirs another world, and spout nonsense about wanting to go there, as if they're afflicted with madness. But that's only because those supreme deities have raised their rank and weight class far beyond necessity and thus feel Mount Sumeru to be narrow. If they only raised their rank and weight class in accordance to their place, Mount Sumeru would have been more than spacious enough to live in. That is why the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, as one of the Radiance 8 Immortals, has always despised those supreme deities who spout such nonsense. As one of the Radiance 8 Immortals, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord has always blocked those mad supreme deities who attempt to challenge the gatekeeper of the illusionary space called the Audience Chamber. That is, the Emptiness Supreme Deity. Behind the Akashic Records that is the Emptiness Supreme Deity Myong Woon, there surely lies the Absolute of Fate, and thanks to that Absolute of Fate, Mount Sumeru exists. Without those absolutes, Mount Sumeru would be torn apart like planets in a star system, losing their central star and flung across the universe, scattered throughout the outer sea. Therefore, the Radiance 8 Immortals have always strived to prevent the mad supreme deities from destroying or seizing the origin essence of history and the origin essence of fate that lies behind it. The idea that there is another world beyond the Emptiness Supreme Deity Myong Woon is nonsense, and the Radiance 8 Immortals, over generations, have infiltrated the head realm with immortal arts, prophecies, and winged garments to prove it. The emergence of Enders is simply the overlapping of special information located within the Akashic records, and the reason they possess unique cultural styles is because they are information bodies born from hidden histories within the Akashic records. That has been, until now, the common sense, history, and truth known to the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. Then what in the world does this mean? The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord feels her entire belief in the world crumbling. Beyond Mount Sumeru, beyond the emptiness supreme deity, there exists another world. Moreover, this world seems to operate under laws completely different from Mount Sumeru. In other words, there are no true immortals in this world, and in the era where Seo Eunhyun lives, no transcendents appear. Isn't this practically the utopia of Radiance Hall? A world where everyone lives free from the oppression of fate and the tyranny of transcendence, and can enjoy life. Though there are dictators, tyrants, wicked rulers, and even a soap company CEO committing crimes here and there, compared to the tyranny and abuse of true transcendence that the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord has witnessed, such things seem more than bearable. Beautiful. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, alongside Seo Eunhyun, visits the kindergarten, school, military, and society, and marvels at the beauty of this world. However, amidst all this, that day finally arrives. Vroom vroom. Seo Eunhyun grips the steering wheel of a magic artifact called a car. And then, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord screams. Ah no, but this place is merely a world inside Seo Eunhyun's memory. There is nothing the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord can do. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord must watch as Seo Eunhyun and the others are helplessly swept away by a landslide and killed. No, Seo Eunhyun, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord sinks into grief. Such a beautiful world, such a radiant world, and yet, he passes away at a young age without even fully enjoying it within the span of his life. To the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, that is far too tragic. And then, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord witnesses someone approaching the Enders who are dying in the landslide, disregarding all physical laws. Immediately afterward, the light in the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord's eyes, her vision, her entire face, and head burst into flames. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, faced with a rank so overwhelming no Heavenly Lord could dare withstand, loses consciousness and faints for a moment, thinking, for some reason, that she might have seen a familiar symbol. TST, TSTSTSTSTSS. Ugh, I feel dizzy. I gather my dazed mind and look around. Whispers of endless stories murmur in my ears. But at the same time, my reason solidifies, and I recognize that the connection has now been fully completed. It's done. I've connected to Mount Sumeru. But I immediately realize that the flow of time between Mount Sumeru and the outer sea is different. Because the flow of time is different, it's difficult to synchronize the flow of consciousness. This is quite difficult. I look at my information body, which has taken the form of my childhood self, and scan the surroundings. But who was that just now? Though I was in a haze, I clearly remember someone hugging the information body from behind. It was warm. Was it Kong Mini? Or the Imperial Venerable? But why can't I see anyone? Through stories, I generated Twilight True Energy, and from that, I created an information body. But the created information body is currently at a mortal level and cannot escape the inner sea on its own. Someone has to come. Just then, Swaya, a pale mist seems to spread out in front of me, and someone appears. That massive frame and bulging muscles. This person is someone deeply familiar to me. It is Oh Hyunsuk. Hyunsuk Hyungnim. Seo Eunhyun. It's been a while. I heard you went out to the outer sea. Is that a clone? Yes, well, you could say that. Ha ha ha. You look all weak and scrawny. You definitely need to be fed and raised properly. Oh Hyunsuk lifts me up with one hand and places me on his shoulder as he speaks. John Myung-hoon, Kong Min-hee, and the others are currently digesting the rapid increase in rank and strength, so I came. I digested my rank quickly thanks to my master's help. I see. Then, was the presence I felt earlier the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld? The Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld must have briefly protected me until Oh Hyunsuk arrived. About Young-hoon Hyungnim. I've heard some things, but I was told you know best, so I came to ask. Just what exactly happened? I roughly explained his situation. I see. He used the Ender authority to jump to some point in the future. Got it. That aside, I heard Kim Yun and Oh Hai Seo are currently with you. I understand Kim Yun. But why did Hai Seo go with you? That's because Oh Hai Seo is the medium of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, and effectively their immortal treasure. I also explained the situation regarding Oh Hai Seo to Oh Hyun Suk, and he nods as he carries me on his shoulder and charges out of the inner sea into a nearby heavenly domain. I see. So that's what happened with Hai Seo. Tomb. After flying for a while, we enter the Earth boundary heavenly domain. Kagugugu. And there, we come before something like a massive egg. That is, two enormous eggs float in the void of the Earth boundary heavenly domain, and countless star veins are tangled like circuits, connecting to those eggs. That's John Myung-hoon and Kong Min-hee. I heard the Liberation Supreme Deity made those for their transformation. Apparently, the Heavenly Venerable of the Underworld personally requested it, but I don't really know their exact purpose. I see. By the time they emerge, they'll have probably fully digested their Ender authority and their suddenly increased rank. Suddenly increased rank. It seems to refer to how their rank soared rapidly due to the Tinghua I brought from the last cycle. I heard each of them needs to be in there for about 100 years to awaken, so let's sit and have a talk. Oh Hyun Suk takes me inside a nearby planet, a corner of a planet inhabited by the human race. Oh Hyun Suk sets me down on the roof of a massive skyscraper, and, as if he swiped it from somewhere, pours himself a cup of clear wine and drinks. I'll take a cup too. Nope. You're in a kid's body. What? How is that supposed to work? Do you know how old I am? Still no. After drinking clear wine for a while, Oh Hyun Suk speaks with a bitter expression. The Foundation. Hall of Love. The orphanage under it. Cozy home. Oh Hai Seo is from there. It was run by my eldest brother. I've heard about it. Did I mention it before? Anyway, when I was young, since the orphanage was managed by our family, I went there to volunteer a few times. Though honestly, it felt more like just visiting my big brother's place rather than volunteering. Anyway, that's where I first met Oh Hai Seo. From Oh Hyun Suk's mouth, stories about Oh Hai Seo's past begin to flow. I'm not a pedophile or anything. But anyway, when I was 17 and she was 10, I was kind of shocked. As you probably know, because she was incredibly pretty. So at first, I took care of her the most. But I don't know if you know this. It turned out she had a mental illness. A mental illness? I don't know the exact diagnosis, but anything she's interested in, she has to figure out everything about it. For example, after she took an interest in me, she searched the orphanage internet and looked up my past, my records, my dental records, and even the condition of my teeth. She figured out everything. I'm a little surprised by this unexpected answer. I knew she wasn't entirely sane, but to think she had such an obsession. When I asked her why, you know what she said? I'm the type who likes to investigate what I want to have. I guess she didn't realize that saying stuff like that could get her sent to a psychiatrist. Well, at first, I was going to tell my eldest brother to send her to a mental hospital. But then she said this. But, Hyun Suk Appa, I'm going to stop researching you now. Because you like me. Because I don't want to possess you, but want to live together with you. That's what she said. So I just told her not to do that again, quietly mentioned it to my brother, and buried it as a secret. His gaze darkened slightly. She gave me some chills, but she was a pure and good kid. Oh Hai Seo, that girl. But around that time, I got pushed by the elders in my family to study abroad in Germany. Hyungnim, you studied in Germany? Why do you ask? It's just hard to picture you speaking German. You're not perhaps seeing me as some kind of simple-minded musclehead or anything, right? Of course not. Oh Hyun Suk eyes me suspiciously for a moment, but soon continues explaining. Anyway, after finishing university in Germany, I came back to Korea, got my master's in grad school, and stopped by the orphanage, only to find out she had already moved out and was living independently. But from what my eldest brother said, she got scolded harshly after digging into my background again. After that, she apparently stopped talking much, seemed to study hard alone, and I heard she entered the chemistry department on a full scholarship. Then not long after, as you know, she joined our company and came looking for me. She smiled brightly and said she joined to repay the kindness she received at Cozy Home. But I could tell. Her expression might have brightened, but the purity that used to be in her eyes completely disappeared. From that point on, you know how it was. She worked decently enough in the company, got subtly involved in office politics, and blended in with the crowd decently enough. But I kept feeling uneasy around Hai Seo. Like, one day she was going to cause some kind of incident. But before I could dig deeper into high SEO, we ended up coming over to this world. Oh Hyunsuk looks up at the sky. And at first, when we were betrayed by Oh High SEO, I felt betrayed, but also somewhat relieved. Because the unease I always felt while watching her in the company disappeared when I saw her with that Seo Huiol guy. The purity and happiness that had vanished from Oh High Seo's eyes seemed to be completely full again when she was with that Seo Huiol guy. Is that so? I smiled bitterly at those words. If Oh High Seo was happy with Seo Huiol, then I am the one who shattered her happiness. It's not your fault. That guy Seo Huiol, even I thought he was dangerous. Even if she was happy with him, eventually he would have dragged High Seo into danger for his own goals. You did well to take him down. I think so too. Seo Huiol needed to die for all of our safety. That's right. But what I'm trying to say is, after Seo Huiol died, Oh High Seo returned to the same state of unease as before. No, she probably became even more unstable. I saw the moment of her sealing through Kong Min-hee's history reading. Her eyes back then, they were incredibly dangerous. You have something you want to say? I sense Oh Hyunsuk's intention and ask. Oh Hyunsuk nods and speaks. Could you let me talk with Oh High Seo? I want to speak openly with her. Have an honest, real conversation. I want to help her correct what's gone wrong. Correct, huh? I don't know what to say. Oh High Seo doesn't have something like a heart. No, to be precise, it's faint. Oh High Seo was born as a dull and emotionless creature, like a snake. So the idea of correcting her simply doesn't exist. How can you correct something that was never there to begin with? Wouldn't it just be better to just seal her for eternity? But I recall Kim Yun, who is with me in the outer sea, and erase that thought. Maybe this too is arrogance. I erase the arrogance that Kim Yun helped me realize. A person's heart isn't something I can dare judge. It is not something I can control. If it's Oh Hyunsuk, maybe he can persuade Oh High Seo. After all, he even remembers her childhood, which I don't know about. Maybe such a thing is possible. Besides, there's plenty of time. The time until we return from the outer sea is uncertain. If Oh High Seo can be persuaded during that time, it might be the best possible path. In that case, Hyungnim, I'll let you meet her. Woo Wong. After syncing with my main body, I ask Kim Yun for help. With Kim Yun's assistance, I extract only Oh High Seo's consciousness sealed within me and connect it to the information body. TSTSTSTSTSTS. In an instant, the appearance of the information body changes. Just as how the information body manifested the appearance of my childhood because it is weak. When it tries to manifest Oh High Seo's form, the lack of power results in the appearance of a young girl version of Oh High Seo. It's how you looked the first time we met, High Seo. Oh Hyunsuk looks at the information body with a nostalgic expression, and soon, having come to her senses, she glances around and smiles faintly, as if she's grasped the situation. Who's this now? And then, at her next words, Oh Hyunsuk, me, and even Kim Yun, who is drawing information from me, can't help but be shocked. Oh High Seo looks at Oh Hyunsuk and gives a weak, mocking smile. My foolish first love. Long time no see, youngest father Hyunsuk. Translator notes. Youngest father meaning youngest uncle. Chapter 670. Witness of Eternity, 5. First love. Am I hearing this wrong? What kind of person tries so hard to throw their so-called first love into a world that's practically hell? I recall how Oh High Seo once tried to throw us into the blood-ean realm along with Oh Hyunsuk, and I let out a hollow laugh in the outer sea. First love, you say? Then, as Oh Hyunsuk's expression completely hardens, Oh High Seo laughs as if wondering why he's so serious. Loosen your expression. It doesn't matter anymore anyway. Even when I stupidly said I wanted to keep living together, you didn't even pretend to listen. A youngest father who didn't even acknowledge someone like me and just went abroad to study. I really don't care anymore. I'm sorry. But back then. Oh, I know, uncle. A mere orphan from the orphanage your eldest brother ran wouldn't have meant anything to you, right? Even if I said I wanted to live together, it must have sounded like a child's nonsense. More than anything, 7 years is just a breath's worth of time now. But back when we were mortals, that age gap was pretty repulsive, right? It wasn't repulsive. Even the male staff sticking to you at the time were mostly younger than you. Take Seo Eun-hyun, for example. There's a 6-year age gap. 6 years, you say? In actual age, it's more like 4 or 5. Oh High Seo grumbles a little, then gives a faint smile. More importantly, we don't really know Seo Eun-hyun's real age, do we? Did you know, youngest father Hyunsuk? Seo Eun-hyun isn't from the human race. Yuna, you're listening too, right? You're the one transmitting us from the outer sea after all. Listen closely, Seo Eun-hyun isn't human. He's a reptilian who's been wearing a human mask since Earth. At those words, Oh Hyunsuk looks at Oh Hyeseo with pity. Kim Yun stifles a laugh at the sudden absurd mention of the lizard race, and I let out a sigh. If that's how we're going, then she herself is the one wearing a human mask while being non-human. Who's she to talk? Wawoom. I create a small information body beside Oh Hyeseo and speak. Whether I'm from the lizard race or not doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm still Seo Eun-hyun and we're comrades. Whether human or not, we've all formed a connection together. That's enough. The real issue is you, Oh Hyeseo. I look into Oh Hyeseo's eyes and point out the deepest, most entrenched emotion in her heart right now. You're planning to commit suicide if you fail to revive Seo Huiol, aren't you? At those words, Oh Hyunsuk is shocked again and shouts. Is that true, Hyeseo? Seriously, you have no sense of consideration, Seo Eun-hyun. Just dragging out someone's feelings like that. Oh Hyeseo, don't dodge the question, answer properly. Don't pretend to care, Hyunsuk Appa. You're too dense to understand anyway, aren't you? As the youngest in the family, so far down the line of succession, you don't know anything about the family affairs. You grew up being spoiled and loved, only seeing and hearing the good things as the cute little youngest son. You know nothing. What do you mean I don't know anything? Kook. Kookik. Kookikikook. Oh, this is hilarious. What should I do? This is just too funny. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. To think you'd take such a deep interest in me. Oh Hyeseo giggles and buries her face in both hands. For someone to show such deep and persistent interest in me, it feels like it's been a long time since Seo Huiol. I flinch, reading Oh Hyeseo's innermost thoughts. Perhaps sensing that, Oh Hyeseo looks at me. You read it. Yeah. Are you going to say it? If you keep your mouth shut till the end. Cruel. You're really cruel, Seo Eun-hyun. Digging up someone's secret like that and exposing it so carelessly. Are you not the same? I heard you dug up everything about Hyunsuk Hyungnim when you were still in the O clan. Fine. Since everything is going to be exposed because of Seo Eun-hyun anyway, I'll tell you. Hyunsuk Orabioni. I'll tell you about the disgrace your O clan has been hiding. Oh Hyeseo sneers and speaks. When we were little, the orphans from Cozy Home always had their teeth counted. The physical information centered on our teeth was measured regularly, and that information always went up to Father. So what about it? Aren't you curious why they measured that kind of thing? You only need a health checkup once or twice a year. Why do you think they did it every single week? Of course you wouldn't know. I understand. You're the youngest who only ever got affection, so you were never really involved in the family's core business. From what I found out, they were planning to open up the family secrets to you only after you earned a director position on your own. But, well, you came here before that happened. Oh Hyeseo's eyes are filled with exhilaration. I read her inner heart and let out a silent sigh. She wants to break Oh Hyunsuk. She wants to show him the dirtiest secrets of his family and watch him scream in despair. Then I'll tell you, Hyunsuk Orabioni. Listen closely. Your family, the O clan, is a low-ranking member of a rather large secret organization. One that's connected to illicit organizations like the Mafia, Triads, and gangs. And you all know about Special Additive Type 3, used in the soap that the O family makes, right? We know it. It's true our company's soaps contain not only standard ingredients, but also several chemical additives developed by a department called the Special Materials Division. Those special additives are basically substances that alter people. When extremely diluted, they help with skin care and appearance, but in proper dosages, they have effects like delaying aging and extending lifespan. Of course, even that's diluted to some extent. There are rumors in the Special Development Division that if someone were to consume the pure, undiluted concentrate, an adult could turn back into a child. Obviously, with Earth's tech level, an adult actually turning into a child probably wouldn't happen. What? Take Oh Yurin, who's related to Hyunsuk Orabioni, and is married to director Kim Young-hoon. Kim Young-hoon, who represents one branch of the O clan. Didn't you ever think it was strange how healthy he always looked? Even at his age, he was obsessed with hiking, and he started balding unusually fast, too. Director Kim Young-hoon was constantly absorbing products heavily infused with special additives, like the soap with high additive concentration. That's given only to O clan members. Oh Yirin was steadily administering it in a suitable way into his body. That's why he was way healthier than his age would suggest. The severe hair loss was just a side effect. I suddenly recall something that was definitely strange. In the head realm, Kim Young-hoon's lifespan was projected to last 50 to 60 years from the day he entered. And by that point, Kim Young-hoon was already in his 50s. Considering that complete transformation doesn't affect lifespan, only vitality and appearance, it was strange. Meaning, Kim Young-hoon's lifespan was around 110 years. In other words, even if he hadn't entered the head realm and stayed on Earth, he still would have lived healthily up to 110. Given that my own original lifespan was around 80, Kim Young-hoon's was excessively long. The level of medical care on Earth is high, and people talk about living to 100 or even 200 years, but in the head realm where medical standards are low. Even with martial arts, I did think living that long was strange. So from the beginning, from the moment he joined the soap company and was registered into the O clan, that long lifespan was already planned. And what about you, Hyunsuk Orabioni, or the entire O clan? How many people on Earth can maintain that kind of physique and muscle mass at your age, and keep such monstrous stamina? Kukik. And the workouts you all do are just a bit more intense than the average office workers. So why are you all so healthy and full of energy? All of it. It's because you were all unknowingly ingesting appropriate amounts of the special additive type 3, the compound that the O clan was co-developing after receiving it from the secret organization. Oh Hyunsuk's eyes begin to tremble. What in the world? Father, our family has been hiding something like that. Just hiding it? Kukuk, they've been actively developing it. And what do you think it means for a family linked to illegal organizations like the O clan to be involved in development? Have you ever thought about it? Oh Hyunsuk's eyes tremble intensely, as if realizing something in her tone, and I too let out a silent sigh. The cozy home under the foundation of the Hall of Love. Every product, food, and item those children use contains substances related to special additive type 3. It's no different from feeding children soap in their food. How could they commit something so outrageous? How could they do that to children? I groan inwardly at the truth, and Oh Hyunsuk can only gape with his mouth wide open. Cozy Home is just a giant clinical testing facility. Of course, they only use drugs with weaker side effects to prevent mass casualties. But honestly, no one really knows what the results would be. And of course, a very small number of children are given stronger drugs for experimentation, too. You're saying you were a test subject for one of those strong side effect drugs? Ahaha, not quite. I was born like this. The side effects I had were just things like getting blisters on my skin or catching scurvy often. Of course, because of you, I almost ended up taking one of the drugs with severe side effects. What? I just wanted to open up to Hyunsuk Orabioni, because you were the only one in the O clan who knew nothing about its darker side. And, no matter what happened, I thought Hyunsuk Orabioni was the only person who'd take my side. That's why I stopped investigating you and tried to tell you everything, but you told that too. Father. Oh Hyunsuk's face contorts. That day you told. Father. Without much thought, didn't you? Thinking a 10-year-old orphan digging into the personal information of the orphanage director's sibling was a sign of mental illness. You thought the orphanage director would kindly give me psychological treatment, right? Ahaha. Our innocent and cruel Hyunsuk Orabioni. Ohyesio's face also distorts. After that, I got dragged into Father's heart room and was punished. Punished? What kind of punishment? Let's just say I got beaten. Beaten until I could barely stay conscious. Well, that part wasn't a problem. But after that, I got classified as a special monitoring subject, and they started discussing using me as a target for strong side effect drug testing. Of course, after getting beaten in the heart room, I start pretending to be a little slow to weaken the surveillance. I always switched my food with the others behind their backs, so I didn't suffer any side effects. The kid I regularly swapped meals with got sick and was eventually sent to the hospital. I don't know what happened after that. Probably died. Kukik. Ohyesio grins as she speaks. I liked you. Well, I only realized recently that it was love. Back then, I just thought it was a special interest. But anyway, I liked you. Because you were the one who always helped and protected me at the orphanage. But my first love, with such indifference, with just one careless, responsibility-free comment, almost got me killed. Her laughter grows gradually louder. Her face seems to brighten, but her heart begins to fill with darkness. In that darkness, There may be a hint of exaggeration to break Oh Hyun-suk down, but there are no lies. After that, I decided to join the company run by the Oh clan. I wanted to know what kind of family this was. What's behind this family? What's hidden in the world's shadows? I was curious. Illuminati, Freemasons, or maybe reptilians. I thought there had to be something strange like that. So, I dug to know everything around me. Thanks to that, I know everything from your dental records to the condition of your teeth, Seo Eun-hyun. The physical state of everyone in our company. Aside from a few exceptions, I know it all. But I didn't expect a reptilian to perfectly disguise as a human and hide so discreetly. That was my mistake. I thought the idea that reptilians secretly rule humanity had less than a 0.1% chance of being real, but I underestimated you all. I feel taken aback that my company is such a place. But Oh Hyun-suk looks like he's about to explode. My original plan, you see, was to use the talent I was born with to take control of the company, crush the Oh family under my feet, and then kill myself. That was my plan on Earth. But after coming to this world, I start thinking there are just too many hidden truths. Of course, seeing true immortals changed my mind a bit, and Seo Huiol comforted me. So, I decided to be with Seo Huiol. I barely even think about Hyun-suk or Bioni anymore. Right now, Seo Huiol's body has vanished for a while, but his spirit still remains with me. I'll prepare for years, even hundreds of millions of years, and I'll definitely resurrect Seo Huiol. She looks straight at Oh Hyun-suk and me as she speaks. You can't stop me now. For Seo Huiol has shown me what true love is. Neither the dull Hyun-suk or Bioni, nor the reptilian Seo Eun-hyun. None of you can stop me. Because I've inherited the way to wield love from Seo Huiol. Kang. Oh Hyoso's spirit draws forth her inner authority to the max to escape from the seal. Truth manipulation activates, and the very truth that she is caught begins to replicate endlessly. For a brief moment, it feels as though countless parallel dimensions form. Within the afterimages of those numerous parallel dimensions, countless versions of Oh Hyoseo simultaneously reach their hands toward Oh Hyun-suk. At the same time, the immortal art Tainted Soul Filling the Heavens activates. Tainted Soul Filling the Heavens, now united with her authority, seems to take root in our minds. But immediately after, Quaduk, as I exert my strength, all the authority she tries to wield gets sucked into my hand and is annihilated. That is because the power I have accumulated is greater than both her inner authority and the petty tainted soul filling the heavens. I forbid, Ubshuit, do not dare to think of escape. Even after witnessing me compress a universe, destroy it, and recreate it, the fact she still does not lose hope is, at the very least, commendable. But your method is wrong. If it's you, you could easily slip past the restrictions of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity, and it doesn't even seem like the Great Mountain Supreme Deity is that intent on holding on to you. So why do you continue to live foolishly under their rule and use such wicked means? They said if I fulfilled their orders, they would bring Seo Huiol back to life. That's all. It is then. Oh Hyun-suk opens his mouth with a darkened expression. Stop lying, Hyoseo. What? From long ago, your lies were always obvious. Maybe you thought you fooled everyone else, but not me. I've always seen through your lies. You are lying right now. Huh. That's funny, uncle. Youngest father. Hyun-suk or Bioni. You never cared about me in the first place. So how could you possibly see through my lies? Because even though I didn't care about you in a romantic way, I truly considered you family. You were no different from my younger sister. So just be honest. Oh Hyoseo, do you really believe that Guy Seo Huiol can be brought back to life? Oh Hyun-suk's eyes are filled with a will I've never seen before. No, it's not the first time I've seen that look. Back in the Azure Heaven Creation sect, it's the look he gave when he awakened me. Was what you felt for me truly love? And the feeling you have for that Seo Huiol guy, is that really love? At Oh Hyun-suk's fierce shout, the blood drains from Oh Hyoseo's face. Watching it, I understand instantly. I understand what kind of state she is in right now. Look into my eyes and answer clearly. Oh Hyoseo, do you truly believe Seo Huiol can be revived? I don't get why you're doing this. But she smiles crookedly and stares at Oh Hyun-suk. I love Seo Huiol. You were my first love, and I definitely loved you back then. Where's the lie in that? Coon. Oh Hyun-suk rises and takes a step toward Oh Hyoseo. Above a star within a star system. On the rooftop of a skyscraper in a human race territory, Oh Hyoseo steps backward. Why are you doing this? Even if I did lie, It has nothing to do with all of you. Now, Seo Huil isn't even a threat to any of you anymore. Seo Un Hyun, you could crush Seo Huil along with the entire universe if he becomes a threat. So why are you acting like this? Even if Seo Huil comes back, what does it matter to you now that you've reached the true immortal realm? Kun. Oh Hyun-suk takes another step toward her with a hardened expression, and the smile that fills her face begins to disappear. Don't come. Don't come. Why? You didn't care before. You tried to throw me into a mental hospital without a second thought. So why are you trying to come to me now? Why now? I don't have any feelings for you anymore. That's the truth. I just need Seo Huil. Kun. Oh Hyeseo finally reaches the edge of the skyscraper, and Oh Hyun-suk stands right before her. Quack. Oh Hyun-suk grabs her shoulder and looks down at her. Back on Earth, I lost a daughter to miscarriage. And even the daughter I got after coming to Mount Sumeru, I left her behind on Punglai Island. There have been far too many children. I failed to protect with these hands. Now, I want to protect. I might not be able to protect and lead everyone like Seo Un-hyun, but at least my family. At least you, who is my family. I don't want to lose you. Don't make me laugh. Why are you doing this to me? I told you I don't care about you. I learned love from Seo Huil. I received my heart from him. And I even learned how to control and observe my heart from him. I know myself better than anyone else. I told you not to lie. Oh Hyun-suk's grip on Oh Hyeseo's shoulder begins to tighten. Is there really nothing you want to let out to me? Just moments ago, you exposed all the disgrace of the Oh clan like that, and yet you've got nothing to say to me? Are the feelings you hold for that Seo Huil guy really nothing but love? Shut you up. Chwereric. Oh Hyeseo's information body becomes stained with darkness. She avoids facing Oh Hyun-suk, hides deep into the seal I created, and further seals herself within tainted soul, filling the heavens. Oh Hyun-suk and I stand in place, unable to do anything but watch the process. Even with my power, I can't get Oh Hyeseo out. Through tainted soul filling the heavens, she locked her own soul away. She completely closed the door to her heart, making it so that no being can interfere with her. Do you still want to keep talking to Oh Hyeseo? Even after hearing something that's shocking, I will keep talking to her. But Oh Hyun-suk speaks with a hardened face. If I can, I want to talk to her again and again, over and over, until she finally spits out her true feelings. You mean you want her to reveal her true heart? Yes, to Hyeseo, who doesn't even know if what's in her heart is really love or something else, and yet is walking into ruin with her own 2 feet. I want her to look back at her real heart. Hyungnim, are you alright? I'm not alright. But, Oh Hyun-suk looks off somewhere with a stiff face. I've already lost my family twice. I don't want to lose my family again. Rather than knowing the truth about family, losing my family is what truly terrifies me more. You said she locked her soul away with tainted soul filling the heavens. If we can just undo that, then I'll be able to talk to her again, right? That is correct. But if she used tainted soul filling the heavens like this for self-protection, undoing it may be incredibly difficult. What should I do? Oh Hyun-suk ponders for a long while, and I watch him with a bitter smile. Let's try together with Kim Yun, even if it takes hundreds of millions of years. TSTSTSTSTSTSTSS. With those words, I return my consciousness to the outer sea. Wawung. In my hand is the jade of Yin-yang and 5 elements that imprisons Oh Hyeseo's main body, and Kim Yun looks at me with a worried expression. It seems she's worried about Oh Hyun-suk. It's alright, Yuna. Hyungnim Hyun-suk won't break easily. It's something only I, who once had my head burst apart by his roar, can say with certainty. Even if it's Oh Hyeseo, someday she'll open her heart to Oh Hyun-suk. However, Kim Yun shakes her head at my words. No way. I look toward where her concerned gaze falls. She is worried about Oh Hyeseo. You're worrying about her? Why? Oh Hyeseo is just someone who tried to toy with us. If not for Hyun-suk Hyungnim, I honestly would have gone and killed her long ago. So why are you bothering to worry about her? At that, Kim Yun seems to hesitate for a moment. Then after a moment, Kim Yun uses immortal art to partially lift Bong Myong's restriction, takes my hand, and begins writing letters on my palm. As I read the letters, my eyes gradually widen. What? Inside Oh Hyeseo's body, a new life is growing. I look at Kim Yun with a dazed expression as if I've just been hit, and she gives a bitter smile as she writes a few more characters on my palm. Through my authority, I sensed it. Deep within her body, a new life is sprouting. And what is certain is, it is the result of sharing hearts with that being called Seo Huiol. So, even if it's not for Oh Hyeseo herself, at least for that life, please worry for her. I frown, trying to sense this. New life. That couldn't be known in the future and isn't even caught by Indra's net. Kim Yun isn't even lying. That means she really discovered something through her authority. Wait, suddenly, I recall the slight changes in Oh Hyeseo's attitude I'd seen in the future. That subtle detachment in her demeanor, the way she gave up on saving Seo Huiol and chose to end her own life. Those weren't just due to the passing of time. Maybe. If that's true, then this isn't just about Oh Hyeseo alone. All right, Yana, I believe you. In that case, be a little more delicate. Don't try to forcefully break open the door to her heart. Try approaching a bit more gently. Gently. Gently, huh? But I can't help but feel a little flustered. Just how am I supposed to gently unravel Oh Hyeseo's tainted soul filling the heavens? It's when I'm pondering this. You're not delicate at all. If you can't even approach a female gently, can you really call yourself a male? Huh? Kim Yun and I flinch in surprise and widen our eyes, and can't help but be shocked at the figure that suddenly appears in the outer sea. GG Glass Peacock. How? That's right. The one who suddenly popped out of the void before our eyes is none other than Glass Peacock. It's nothing special. This girl was harboring a strong reproductive urge toward you. So I mixed a strand of glass of Vidya Advancement Light into a split soul and rode that desire to send a split soul along. Glass Peacock transforms into the appearance of a human race woman, wearing a smug expression. Of course, it was a risky gamble. I don't even know anything about the spell of Celestial Lord Incense burning, and this split soul is at most at the level of a spirit leftover. If it can't absorb lust from the surroundings, it can't take form, and even if it does absorb enough to take shape, it still wouldn't be able to act unless it connects at least once with the main body in Mount Sumeru. In other words, you could say I was lucky. Though, getting that luck to happen is all my skill. I stare at Glass Peacock's clone for a moment, then reach out my hand. Since it's only a clone, I might as well crush it. Wait, hold on. I have a proposal. If it's something like mating with you. No, it's not that. Although, if you did, I would certainly be happy, but right now, I want something even more enticing. The clone of Glass Peacock licks their lips and points at the jade of Yin Yang and 5 elements in my hand. I want the Great Mountain Holy Mother. I truly want to heal her. You all want to undo the immortal art she's wrapped herself into, right? I'll help you. After all, I'm the one who gave birth to the owner of liberation, as my descendant. Moreover, the immortal Tao I walk is the Tao of addiction. More precisely, the Tao of wandering. With me, I can directly negate that immortal art called tainted soul filling the heavens and unravel the mental labyrinth of the Great Mountain Holy Mother Oh Hyeseo without hurting her. At Glass Peacock's words, Kim Yun and I glance at each other. Somehow, it sounds plausible. And you say she's bearing new life? Haha, even better. I will bless it to ensure that life is properly born. So how about it? Join hands with me. Let me save the Great Mountain Holy Mother Oh Hyeseo. Glass Peacock licks their lips and, with a half-mad expression, extends their hand to me and Kim Yun. And so, we take Glass Peacock's hand and begin the long process of dismantling the tainted soul filling the heavens that Oh Hyeseo used to seal away her own mind. Chapter 671, Holy Mother, 1. Now then, let's bring the Great Mountain Holy Mother here. Glass Peacock licks their lips and reaches out a hand. Wait, hold on. I briefly bat away Glass Peacock's hand and turn my attention to Oh Hyunsuk. Since this is related to Oh Hyeseo, I should let Oh Hyunsuk know as well. Just as I am about to tell Oh Hyunsuk about Glass Peacock. Suddenly, the connection with the information body over there weakens, and for an instant, through the information body's perspective, it feels like time itself around Oh Hyunsuk and Mount Sumeru slows down. This is... what's wrong? What happened? Glass Peacock looks at my expression and asks. The flow of time has changed. Is that so? I did notice communication with the main body isn't going smoothly. Aren't you worried? If the connection with the main body is lost, yourself could become independent and separate from it. You're worried about that kind of thing? Sorry, but I don't really care. In the first place, aren't you kind of similar? You've got quite a fragmented self, don't you? And yet, you still maintain your ego called Seo Unhyun. Quite well. Glass Peacock creates a throne of glass on the spot, sits on it, and crosses their legs as they speak. That's probably because all your fragmented selves believe they are part of the existence known as Seounhyun, is it not? Even if they're divided, that division itself maintains the identity of Seounhyun. It's the same for me. I've lived a long time, and my mind has split a few times, but as long as I enjoy dual cultivation with my split selves, they always end up being completely on my side. It's simple. Even if I split and become two, I don't obsess over who the main body is, and instead just accept both as members who make up the being called Glass Peacock. There's no point in deciding who's real or fake. All are constituents of what makes the real. I find myself fully agreeing with that statement. Come to think of it, the reason I've remained sane even after starting heaven and earth dual cultivation is also because of that logic. My mind has long since been fragmented. But even with the fragmentation, it only added 1 or 2 more egos to the several quadrillion that were already divided in the first place. But even if they're split, all those egos are still me. To be precise, each ego is a part that composes me. In a way, I may already be something akin to a nation or group in and of myself. Well, that's also why I want to do it with you. You're a lunatic too, after all. You're saying you want to cure me as well? No, there's no need to cure you. You are a being similar to me. You've got a mental state that is either equal to or superior to mine, and the soundness of your mind exceeds even my own. If anything, I should be the one receiving treatment from you. Just imagining myself being held in your arms, throwing a tantrum while receiving treatment. It's thrilling. The lower body of the female form Glass Peacock begins to swell, and both I and Kim Yun flinch and step back at the same time. Tuck, tududuk. Having completely formed a lower body, Glass Peacock shifts into a male form and, suppressing the swelling, continues speaking. Of course, I'm more into giving treatment than receiving. So for now, I just want to make contact with the great mountain Holy Mother. You mean to heal the scars in Ohio's heart? No, I mean this one's mental illness. Mental illness? You mean being born with faint emotions? No, it's not that. From what I can tell, the great mountain Holy Mother has a severe delusional disorder. Delusional disorder? What in the world does that mean? Talk of the lizard race, Earth's secret organizations, or the soap company's dark dealings all seems quite credible. You're saying this one has delusional disorder? In what way? I don't know exactly. But, as someone who has copulated with living beings numbering in the hundreds of millions, trillions, even quadrillions, and shared intercourse with tens of thousands of true immortals, I can instinctively tell. This one is clearly a patient. A pitiful sentient being in need of treatment and salvation. Tuck, to-do-to-duck. Glass Peacock shifts into the form of a small green race like Jangik and starts tearing at both their shoulders while laughing. They don't look like the appearance of the familiar Jangik, but more like a small green race version of Glass Peacock, appearing utterly despicable and greedy. So, I will personally end the great mountain Holy Mother's wandering, because this is something only I can do. I look at Glass Peacock with a dumbfounded expression, and after maintaining the form of the small green race for a while, they shift into the form of a half-human, half-spider race like Yuhua and speak. Anyway, hurry up and hand over the great mountain Holy Mother. I need to connect to her mind and perform a diagnosis. Rather than handing over the physical body, we will use a method to connect to her mind all at once. If I were to hand over Ohio's physical body, she would be turned into a complete mess by Glass Peacock in an instant. Even though it's Ohio, seeing Glass Peacock acting like that makes me worried, so I decide to avoid that. Well, what a pity. Without thoroughly examining the body and spirit together, it will be difficult to find a clue for treatment. To think I won't get to fulfill my personal desires. I wanted to try this and that. First, switching the great mountain Holy Mother's physical gender back and forth, and, while they sleep, all over their body. I shudder and shake my head as I observe Glass Peacock's inner thoughts through Araya consciousness. Glass Peacock is imagining things so terrifying that even ordinary true immortals wouldn't even fathom it. And just being exposed to those horrific thoughts makes my brain feel like it's burning. Absolutely not. Join hands with me and we'll approach Ohio together, and the flow of time still hasn't returned to normal. I need to get Hyunsuk Hyungnim's permission first. The flow of time over in the outer sea is still accelerated by hundreds of millions of times, so the information body on Oh Hyunsuk's side continues to perceive as if time is frozen. Why would you need permission to treat someone? Besides, we have no idea how long it'll take for the time flow to return to normal in the outer sea. And this isn't even the full treatment, it's just a diagnosis. Well, fine. I can't wait anymore. I won't touch the great mountain Holy Mother's physical body. So just link my consciousness and let me connect to her. As if they can't delay any longer, Glass Peacock reaches out abruptly to Kim Yun, who is specialized in connecting consciousness, and I hurriedly intervene between the two. Tack, tack. With my left hand grabbing Kim Yun's and my right hand grabbing Glass Peacock's, I let out a sigh and speak. Fine, but just do a pure diagnosis. Oh, a hook. HGGK. I'm holding hands. This sensation of the hand, yuck. The movement of the muscles. The history of tempering and refinement. Yuck. As soon as they grab my hand, Glass Peacock sobs with overwhelming emotion, and I sigh deeply and focus my mind. The thought of having to spend hundreds of millions of years in the outer sea with this lunatic is already starting to feel overwhelming and distant. Impermanent sword. Wonderfully mysterious fortress. Careeric. Kim Yun's consciousness thread connects to mine, and mine connects to Glass Peacock's mental domain. What is this consciousness? Oh, is this the consciousness of a swordsman, honed to the extreme? A sword is ramming into my consciousness. Please just shut up. I shout at the noisy Glass Peacock, and Kim Yun does her best to ignore them while connecting to Oh Hyeseo's mind as well. Thus, using Kim Yun's consciousness as the medium, we enter into the inner domain of Oh Hyeseo's consciousness. Ho ho, ho 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 ho, ho ho ho. I open my eyes to an unpleasant sound. Is this inside Oh Hyeseo's consciousness? Within on Hyeseo's mind, an extremely disturbing laughter echoes. And, for some reason, I flinch, realizing that the inside of her mind feels incredibly familiar. It is a vastly different landscape compared to when I connected to Kim Yun's consciousness through the sea of righteousness and mountain of grace. Is it because my realm has risen that I am seeing areas I couldn't before? This scenery, it's an endless sea of chaos. That's right. Oh Hyeseo's mental domain is incredibly similar to the landscape of the outer sea. It is when I glance around with a startled look. What do you think? Does something feel strange? Glass Peacock and Kim Yun appear nearby. Glass Peacock, taking the form of a female human, crosses their arms and smiles. It's like the outer sea. Ha ha ha, right. It really is, isn't it? As you know, a living being's mental domain is generally divided into the surface, external mental domain, and the internal mental domain. When dividing by the spirit, Hunpo, Aonpoa, the internal domain is the Hun, and the external domain can be said to be the P. I nod. This is something I've understood well ever since I entered Kim Yun's consciousness through the sea of righteousness and mountain of grace during the 14th cycle. And just like this, the P part of a living being, when accessed at a high realm, takes on a form very similar to the outer sea. So, true immortals who walk the immortal Tao of the mind, or those who refine such immortal arts, have proposed such a theory, that this outer sea and even Mount Sumeru are all within someone's mental world. And, in the case of the Heart Tribe, especially someone at the peak like the Northern Heavenly Venerable True Martial Great Emperor Hien-Mu. In their case, the Hun and Pu are completely integrated and begin to influence the world. That's right. In the case of the Heart Tribe, their internal heart essence and surface consciousness. In other words, what's called Hun and Pu, completely unify to manifest their own heart essence and thereby create their own entering heavens. And, upon observing Hien-Mu and the other members of the Heart Tribe, many true immortals have proposed a certain hypothesis, that this world is someone's mental world, that the outer sea is the Hun, the interior of Mount Sumeru is the Pu, and that when the two become one, this world will take proper form, and the owner of this mental world that is our world will awaken. I let out a silent sigh at those words. This world is the inside of that fetus. I saw. Glass Peacock calls it a hypothesis. But I can't help but imagine quite a few things from their words. If, just as Glass Peacock says, the outer and inner seas integrate and manifest, and the one who can be called the owner of this world awakens, then could that be considered the birth of that fetus? What in the world is this place? While I'm lost in thought, Glass Peacock sheds their human form and transforms into an appearance closer to their main body. Get on for now. In any case, a living being's poik is far more crude and simple than the actual outer sea. Entering the internal heart essence, in other words, the hun, is much easier. As long as they get on my back, while we're flying together, hey. After reading Glass Peacock's wicked thoughts through Indra's net, I transform into the form of a candle dragon and place Kim Yun on my head as I speak. We'll fly ourselves. Please guide the way. Humph, to reject goodwill. You're not very male-like. Then is it female-like? Foolish. Must the opposite of male always be female? What a narrow-minded way of thinking. No, I mean, never mind. Let's just go. I shake my head, unable to follow Glass Peacock's train of thought. In any case, Glass Peacock takes the lead in front of us and begins to fly through the chaos within Ohaisio's pa. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord regains awareness. Ugh, what was that just now? I saw something incredibly ominous. Something related to the origin of Enders? And it was definitely something that could be referred to as an object. Are the Enders beings that are artificially created by someone? As countless theories and hypotheses flood her mind, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord looks around within Seo Eunhyun's memories. This place is the Head Realm, above the Heavenly Void Furnace. Surveying the surroundings, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord spots Seo Eunhyun and his group still unconscious on the ground. Before long, Seo Eunhyun regains consciousness, and after a bit of bickering with John Myung-hoon, the events on Ascension Path proceed quickly. Then, the moment when the guides of the Enders begin to appear. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord looks over each of the guides with a glint flashing in her eyes. It is already well known among the Radiance 8 immortals that the Enders are accompanied by guides. The guide of the one called John Myung-hoon, Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect. Perhaps because she has returned to the Head Realm, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord is able to read a portion of the fate imposed upon them, even though it's within Seo Eunhyun's memory. The guide of the one called Kong Min-hee, Black Ghost Valley. The guide of the one called Oh Hyun-suk, Azure Heaven Creation Sect. A guide does not necessarily refer to an entity. It is simply a term for any and all beings upon whom the fate to guide the Enders has been placed. The guide of the one called Kim Yun. And, as the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord observes the Enders setting foot in the Head Realm for the first time, she is able to learn many things she did not know before. Extraordinary pattern law talent. Bong Myong. They've arranged things quite delicately. Do they want to interfere with the Ender no matter what? The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord clicks her tongue, sighing at the schemes of liberation Supreme Deity Bong Myong. However, if, in the past, she would have coldly analyzed Bong Myong's plans and formulated a strategy to destroy them. Now it is different. But is this liberation Bong Myong seeks truly wrong? Radiance Hall has long blocked the Supreme Deity's attempts to challenge the Head Realm in the name of liberation, because they have believed that a world outside does not exist. However, after the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord personally observed Earth, her perspective changed. If this world really is nothing more than a fence, and an outside world does exist, then wouldn't suppressing that be contrary to the banner of freedom we claim to uphold? The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord finds herself lost in confusion, unable to determine what the truth really is. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord proceeds to confirm the guides of the other Enders. The guide of Kim Young-hoon, the entire martial realm of the Head Realm. The guide of Seo Eunhyun, the entire devilish path of the Head Realm. Is it? And the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord turns her gaze toward Ohio. What is that? It's strange. The guide of an Ender always refers to all beings who bear the fate of guiding them. Therefore, a guide could certainly be an organization or an event, but it can never be an individual. However, Ohio's is highly unusual. The guide is an individual. The immortal art, tainted soul filling the heavens, or the being known as Seo Huyo. Only that being has been assigned the role of Ohio's guide. Just how could something like that be possible? A guide that's a single individual. It is not simply a matter of the function of tainted soul filling the heavens covering the entire sun and moon heavenly domain. Fate itself cannot function that way, and therefore such a phenomenon should not exist in the first place. Just how can something like this be possible? An Ender with this kind of guide. Is it the first since Silver Basket? If one considers that Silver Basket appeared during the early days of Radiance Hall, when the heavenly venerable of the Underworld had just risen to true immortality, then it truly is a distant memory. Just what is to become of this generation's enders? The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, in a complicated mood, continues collecting information about the enders and begins to follow the life of Seo Eunhyun. Seo Eunhyun's very first life, the time period he refers to as the 0th cycle. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord watches Seo Eunhyun live an ordinary life, grow old toward an ordinary death, and lets out a silent sigh. He didn't even meet his guide. Fate is absolute, but at the same time, it is not. Though fate undoubtedly exists, if a being is too weak to endure it, they may die before ever fulfilling it. Seo Eunhyun was growing old toward his death as an ordinary mortal before even properly encountering his guide. Watching this, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord feels a pang of pity. Poor thing. He'll probably go on like this, and eventually meet a proper devilish path practitioner and extend his lifespan. Then one day, on the day the daughter of the Jew family brings over a basket of boiled potatoes, Seo Eunhyun dies. Seo Eunhyun's short life ends just like that. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord is bewildered. But immediately after, clang. In the next moment, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord feels as if the sun and moon of the head realm are gazing directly at the place where Seo Eunhyun died. Light from the head realm beams down intensely on the spot of Seo Eunhyun's death. Pang. At the same time, as the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord regains her senses, she finds herself transported to a familiar place. Above the Heavenly Void Furnace? And if I look at the time point engraved into the Heavenly Void Furnace, sensing the ascension path, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord's eyes gleam. And soon, she feels goosebumps break out all over her entire body. This. What is this? Could it be Seo Eunhyun's true ability is? In a daze, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord stumbles back and falls to the ground as she sees Seo Eunhyun getting slapped by John Myung-hoon. This is a power superior even to the authority of the Heavenly Void Furnace. An authority more on par with the wheel of the Underworld. Only then does she realize why such strange scenes exist in her mind. Why emotions she herself doesn't recognize have suddenly emerged within her. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord instinctively understands. It's not just 10,000 years. Seo Eunhyun's real age must be unimaginably more vast. At the same time, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord realizes what kind of trap she has fallen into and descends into confusion. And no, if this is how it is, I won't be able to escape within 100 years, as I told Pearl Jade. Even conservatively, if Seo Eunhyun has gone through regressions and is at least 100,000 years old, it won't be 100 years, but could be 1,000. Kook. Rain, dew, and great forest will go wild. This can't go on. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord clenches her fists as she feels Seo Eunhyun's memories and the vivid emotions contained within them. The values Seo Eunhyun embedded into these memories are abnormal, to the point the characters inside are practically the same as Seo Eunhyun's own personalities. If I keep watching Seo Eunhyun's life play out over 100,000 years like this, I don't know what kind of influence he might have on me. Moreover, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord grits her teeth as she recalls the vivid emotions surfacing more and more clearly in her heart. They aren't distinct. Like an illusionary dream, memories with Seo Eunhyun along with several scenes rise from within her chest. If Seo Eunhyun is someone who directly shared memories with me, then I stagger. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord stumbles and collapses on the spot. I'll be consumed by the existence known as Seo Eunhyun. And that's just assuming Seo Eunhyun's real age is merely around 100,000 years. If, in the worst-case scenario, Seo Eunhyun's true age exceeds 10 million years, I might be brainwashed by Seo Eunhyun. Within the original memories of Seo Eunhyun that are virtually the same as the canvas of myriad forms and connections, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord crumbles in despair. This is the very function of the canvas of myriad forms and connections that Seo Huiol once feared the most. Now, through the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord, the possibility of a being who accesses the canvas of myriad forms and connections becoming brainwashed beyond even tainted soul filling the heavens begins to manifest. Ho ho, ho 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 ho. We push through Ohiso's poo that is full of unpleasant laughter and finally arrive deep within her inner heart essence. That is, the place where her Hun is visible. And through this, I come to understand one thing. Crossing the outer sea will take at least several billion years, no matter what. Even though everything is a world of chaos and every possibility remains open, that in itself means it's essentially a place where nothing can be done. A place overflowing with possibilities beyond our control. In such a place, we can only become endlessly powerless. Just to move within that powerlessness would require billions of years to adapt, so returning to Earth in a short time is impossible. Ohio's puff feels much the same. And the only reason we were able to flail about within her spirit and draw close to her inner heart essence by avoiding her mental defenses is thanks to Glass Peacock. Glass Peacock. I have no choice but to admit they're incredible. Of course, they are someone I once acknowledged as my master, so it's only natural. Glass Peacock swims through Ohio's using physical pleasure as a medium and instantly reaches the depths of her spirit. I see it. That's her inner heart essence. In other words, her hun. Kugugugugu. With Kim Yun riding on my head, I behold the world, far off in the distance, enshrouded in a massive dark red veil. Is that the tainted soul filling the heavens left behind by Seo Huiol? Ho ho ho. Ho ho. Unpleasant laughter echoes from within the tainted soul filling the heavens. Keying. I connect to Indra's net inside Ohio's mental world. The Indra authority and tainted soul filling the heavens are tightly bound together, guarding Ohio's mind. But still, the tainted soul filling the heavens, just as I saw in my past life, no longer aims to brainwash the opponent. Instead, it implants behavioral principles directly into their heart essence. But Ohio's authority, truth manipulation, has changed in some way. Thump, thump. It's foreboding. Should I say it feels ominous? An unfathomable sense of ominousness radiates from her. Truth manipulation. Authority. This isn't just a simple Ender authority. Why is it that despite Ohio not even having awakened her fate, her authority is stronger and more peculiar than the others? Moreover, this strong and distinct sense of foreboding isn't coming from Ohio alone. This feeling is just like, it's the same foreboding I felt when I first heard about the future king, from the heavenly venerable of the Underworld. Future king. Is this somehow connected to the fate supreme deity? Is Ohio somehow different compared to us? Since when has this been the case? Just as I'm growing confused. The diagnosis is complete. Let us leave now. Patst. Glass Peacock nods knowingly and speaks. At those words, I grab the hands of Kim Yun and Glass Peacock and exit back into the outer sea. Sayat. Around us is the familiar sea of chaos. Glass Peacock crosses their legs in a haughty manner, sits on their glass throne, and looks at us as they begin to speak. The great mountain Holy Mother's mind is trapped in a powerful firewall formed by that immortal art called tainted soul filling the heavens, combined with some other kind of mantra. So it seemed, and I've identified the nature of that firewall. The immortal art interwoven with tainted soul filling the heavens. It appears to be something born from fear. Fear? Fear of what? Grin. Glass Peacock smiles with a sly expression. Love. They hug both arms around themselves and tremble with an expression as if they can't stand it, even while shouting that she's realized. Love. With her mouth, in truth, she fears love the most. From the beginning. The reason why that guy Oh Hyun-suk's shout drove her into retreating into her own mind is likely because she unconsciously realized that Oh Hyun-suk truly cares for her with genuine love. At those words, I think of Oh Hyun-suk. Oh Hyun-suk definitely, sincerely cares for Oh Hyeseo. She deludes herself into thinking she's in love, but in truth, she refuses to acknowledge that what fills her heart isn't love, but purely negative emotion. Therefore, to undo the firewall surrounding Oh Hyeseo's mind, we need a power opposite of that. What kind of power exactly? It's not something I can pinpoint precisely. The heart is vast, after all. But if I had to say, the most effective would be love. Wouldn't it? Love. The best would obviously be the love of that guy Oh Hyun-suk, who thinks of the great mountain Holy Mother more than anyone else. But considering the flow of time is different between Mount Sumeru and the outer sea, that might be impossible. Which means, until we reach Mount Sumeru, I guess you too and I will just have to pour lots of love into her, right? I make a slightly awkward expression at those words. You're saying I should love Oh Hyeseo? No, that's not what I mean. Just injecting the emotion of love that arises between the two of you will weaken the nature of Oh Hyeseo's firewall day by day, and even that immortal art tainted soul filling the heavens will start to fade. TSK. If my main body were here, I could have negated tainted soul filling the heavens directly and broken through the firewall in one go. Glass Peacock clicks their tongue, then continues. But since my main body isn't here, in the end, the love of you two is the most needed. And it can't just be ordinary romantic love between man and woman. What's needed is the power of the intrinsic love within your essence. Intrinsic love. Then what exactly is intrinsic love? Just as I begin contemplating the question in a philosophical direction, Glass Peacock starts making lewd gestures with their fingers and looks at us suggestively. Don't overthink it. Why take the long way around when the answer's right in front of you? The answer is simple. Make a baby. What? At that absurd statement, I forget even the bare minimum of courtesy toward Glass Peacock and ask again. Don't pretend you didn't hear. I said make a baby. The two of you. Chapter 672. Holy Mother, 2. A baby. Why something like that? Kim Yun and I both turn bright red and attempt to ask Glass Peacock again. However, Glass Peacock unexpectedly turns serious and says, You two, are you going to treat that one or not? We'd like to. Don't mess around with someone's mind. Are you going to or not? Speak clearly. We must. As Glass Peacock grows stern and yells with a furious tone, I, too, have no choice but to answer seriously. We must do it. Yes, this is a matter of necessity. Because Oh Hyunsuk wants it. And also because Kim Young-hoon's true attainment envisions a future where all of us reach the audience chamber. If we want to grant Oh Hyunsuk's wish, and if we want to meet Kim Young-hoon again, we must save Oh Hyeseo. If it felt like we were playing around, I'm sorry. I apologize. However, bringing up a baby was too sudden. Please explain. Fine. Then I'll explain it properly. Glass Peacock rises from their seat and sweeps their hand through the void. Though it is a simple motion, perhaps because it is done by Glass Peacock, it looks as if they are caressing the void itself. Then it happens. The chaos of the outer sea separates, and order is born. The planes of Chi, Fate, and Soul emerge, and above Glass Peacock's hand, a minimum space where living beings can dwell is created. Inside that tiny, droplet-sized space, it looks like a miniature universe. As you know, all beings possess Chi. The same goes for Fate. Their origin is unknowable, and they can only be said to be this world itself. Therefore, although all laws in the world have origin essences, only the two absolute laws, Chi and Fate, are without. But do you know this? The true secret of the plane of soul. I do. The domain of the northern heavenly venerable, true martial great emperor. The interdimensional void is actually the reverse side of the plane of soul. Yes, that's right. Then let me ask you one thing. At Glass Peacock's next question, I let out a low hum. Then in this world are souls, something created by the heavenly venerable of void. Souls, spirits, that which we call by those names. They certainly exist in this world. I don't know, but I mutter quietly in thought at the topic Glass Peacock has thrown. Where do our souls come from? What is the origin of our spirits? What's certain is, it is not the plane of soul. That place is merely where souls linger. Right? The spirit is truly bizarre. Something like heaven and earth spiritual energy is produced once one reaches the star-shattering stage. Fate is produced upon becoming a great net immortal. But spirit? It just suddenly appears all at once one day, then disappears after passing through reincarnation. And though you can crush the spirit or absorb spiritual energy from it, no matter what you do, you can't completely annihilate the soul itself. Of course, the reason souls can't be destroyed is mostly because of the power of the underworld. Regardless, the spirit cannot be, artificially, produced by anyone. Indeed, with Chi or Fate, once you reach a certain realm, you can create them at will. But with soul, no matter what methods are used, it cannot be created artificially. Therefore, when true immortals perform yang-pitch cultivation and create races, even if they may manipulate the bodies or fate of the race with their own hands, they still acquire the spirit through the underworld and the eastern heaven flower field. The spirit is thus extremely unstable. Its cycle of creation is unclear, and we don't even know under what conditions it arises. But among the older true immortals, a few know one method by which the spirit is created. What is it? Emotion. Emotion? That's right. What is called the heart of an existence. Among those, when positive emotions like joy, love, or pleasure, lura, reach their peak, that is when the spirit is created. Occasionally, there are beings born into this world by chance who were never granted life by the eastern heaven flower field. Such beings are usually children whose parents were not originally granted a child, but their love and joy became so intense that it surpassed fate, causing spirit to be born from them. Of course, creating a spirit through mere love is not easy. After all, the positive emotion must surpass the power of fate, even if just for a moment, for a spirit to be created. But if the creation succeeds, that spirit exists in a pure state that has never undergone reincarnation and is incredibly clean. In other words, it becomes a spirit full of positive emotions. Glass Peacock smiles faintly and continues. In fact, when I laid an egg in Azure Pong, I saw a spirit being born in Azure Ping's womb with my own eyes. That spirit was truly a clean spirit. Others don't have such a strong surge in emotional power when they feel joy, but that child, they possessed such a positive heart that when they felt joy, the intent of that joy was strong enough to cover 1,000 li in diameter. In other words, they point toward Ohio's sealing sphere. A pure spirit that has not undergone reincarnation greatly amplifies emotion by its very nature, especially positive emotions. To break through that tainted soul filling the heavens and the unknown immortal art within the great mountain Holy Mother, the best method is for you two to copulate and create a spirit, then use the emotion-amplifying power of that pure spirit to melt away Ohio's fear and negative emotions. But even if we do create a spirit, how do we know whether that spirit would want to be created? What? Ohio definitely needs to be healed. But that doesn't mean it's okay to create a child just to use them as a tool to heal her. I cannot accept creating or producing my child to use as a tool. That child would never have wanted to be created just to serve as a tool either. But at my words, Glass Peacock scoffs and replies, "You're talking nonsense. Don't delude yourself. That's not something for you to decide. What? To be born is, in itself, an event of immeasurable value. No matter how hellish or painful life is, the very act of living has value. Born as a tool, you say? You think I'm not the same? Being bought right after being born because one of those heaven tribe freaks with deviant lusts wanted to use a peacock as a masturbation tool is me. So does that mean the meaning of my life is nothing more than a tool for self-pleasure? Life can be born as a tool, as a sex object, even as someone's meal. But still, good things exist. If you grit your teeth and keep going, there will come a day when you find your value. Don't you dare judge the value of someone's birth with that petty little head of yours. They are right. No matter how difficult it is, life certainly has value. Being born has value. However, one thing is clear. You are right. But that still doesn't mean it's okay to have a child to use as a tool. The problem lies in your perception of them as a tool. Isn't your child capable of saving the great mountain Holy Mother? They are a means of healing her. Well, I don't love Ohio, so that doesn't really resonate with me. You? At that moment, Kim Yun tugs on my back. What is it, Yana? She silently stares at me, then points to the ceiling sphere, holding Ohio. Please, open it for a moment. You need to examine something? Reading her meaning through Indra's net, I temporarily released the seal on Ohio's body. Due to tainted soul filling the heavens, sealing her consciousness, Ohio remains lying still with her eyes closed even after her body exits the sphere. Sararak. Kim Yun's consciousness thread enters Ohio's mind. Then a short moment later, flash. Kim Yun's consciousness seems to connect directly into Ohio's spirit, and a gleam of light pink blazes in eyes. Huaruruk. Wayana? Kim Yun. What's happening? Kijijigijik. At the same time, an imprint of a bird flying through the sky appears over her face. That imprint seems to blaze in soft pink light, then after slowly detaching from Kim Yun's body, flutters its wings as if it's alive. Then, I finally understand. Thank you, Glass Peacock. I realize what has happened to Kim Yun. What? Did she gain some enlightenment from what Glass Peacock said? Kim Yun has just obtained enlightenment from Glass Peacock and taken one step closer to awakening as a heavenly king. This feeling. It's incredibly similar to the power I once felt from Kim Young-hoon. She is now closely approaching the Tridacna, vast cold heavenly king. You said Ohio is carrying life, didn't you? Unhyun Orbioni? I did. The near infinite power radiating from her pushes away the restrictions of her liberation law talent and grants her partial freedom of speech. Normally, she would have to fully draw out her power to its utmost limits to break those constraints. But it seems the current Kim Yun can now free herself from them just by thinking. Now I finally understand. Only after entering Oh Hyeseo's heart again and confirming it did I realize. The life inside Oh Hyeseo, it has the feeling of a created soul, just like what Glass Peacock spoke of. At those words, I feel as if I've been struck in the head. And what I just confirmed is the identity of the being who breathed that soul into Oh Hyeseo. Horarurik. Her eyes flare blaze in a light pink hue, and she tells me the truth. The tainted soul filling the heavens that Seo Huiol passed on to Oh Hyeseo. It is undoubtedly formed from endless hatred and yoke, but somewhere deep within it, there is undoubtedly a very small amount of love. And that power, it breathed a spirit into Oh Hyeseo and is currently creating. It's certainly a faint and unstable spirit, but just as Glass Peacock said, it's a pure spirit. Hearing this shocking truth, I realize something. Maybe that spirit is the child of Oh Hyeseo and Seo Huiol. No, that's not it. Pardon. Seo Huiol's heart toward Oh Hyeseo created a soul. And that means Oh Hyeseo is in a state where she now possesses a soul. That soul likely isn't a child between her and Seo Huiol, but rather Oh Hyeseo's own soul. Built upon Seo Huiol's heart, she has partially escaped the bridle of an ender. And through this, I arrive at yet another realization. Triple divinity. Creation, preservation, destruction. A person's heart is truly triple divinity itself. As I hear Glass Peacock's insight and Kim Yun's revelation, I finally gain a deeper understanding of triple divinity. The Brahma nature of creation, joy, love, pleasure. The Narayana nature of preservation, anger, sorrow, pleasure. The Mahesvara nature of destruction, hatred, desire, pleasure. As I firmly grasp the relationship between the basic intents of the 7 emotions and triple divinity, I come to yet another realization. If the absolute within us is split into joy, anger, sorrow, love, hatred, desire, and pleasure, into the forms of the 7 emotions, and those 7 emotions correspond to triple divinity. Kim Yun, listen carefully. And Glass Peacock, you too know this. What? We are not going to have a child together. Instead, if a pure spirit is the starting point to saving Oh Hyeseo, then Kim Yun will create one. Glass Peacock looks at us like we're speaking madness, but I shrug and continue. She can do it, because Kim Yun is a girl with a lot of love. The heavenly king who governs love. The ender connected to the triple divinity of creation. The successor of the Tridacna vast cold heavenly king, and my love. If it's her, then surely. You said there's a newly forming soul inside Oh Hyeseo, right? But it's unstable due to the small amount of love. Then Kim Yun can infuse power into that spirit and let it be born as a complete soul. We may be able to awaken a new existence, not just within Oh Hyeseo, but within all of us. Having a child with Kim Yun comes after we escape the outer sea. So, the soul we will create to save Oh Hyeseo should simply be her own soul. There's no need to create a baby spirit just to use it as a tool to save her. Glass Peacock looks at us in disbelief, as if asking whether such a thing is even possible, and I calmly embrace Kim Yun from behind with my eyes gleaming. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord watches Seo Eunhyun's 6th cycle, where Seo Eunhyun and Chongmon Ryong search in a library for a way to overcome the heavenly rejection phenomenon. What was that just now? The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord looks at Seo Eunhyun reading a book in the library and feels as though some other existence is going to awaken from within his body. But that sensation is so faint it's closer to déjà vu, making it hard to judge clearly. Is it because I'm inside Seo Eunhyun's memories that my judgment is warping, or is something really? The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord glares at Chongmon Ryong, the last castle wall Heavenly Lord, the trace of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity Ryong. I can't tell what it's doing to Seo Eunhyun. She looks at the trace of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity. What remained after the Salt Sea Supreme Deity entered the head realm and disappeared is this being, Chongmon Ryong. In a way, one could even say this is the reincarnation of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity who met a pitiful end. But where once she might have felt satisfaction toward the downfall of the Salt Sea Supreme Deity who betrayed Radiance Hall, now, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord only lets out a silent sigh as she looks at Chongmon Ryong. Seo Eunhyun's. There was a world of enders outside Mount Sumeru. The Supreme Deities were right. Radiance Hall was wrong. The banner of Radiance Hall is harming itself. And, by watching Changmun Ryong, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord can see the contradiction of Radiance Hall. Why is it that Radiance Hall is able to interfere in the head realm, but never once tried to investigate what lies beyond it? If Radiance Hall truly wanted to shut the supreme deities up, couldn't they have just investigated and refreshingly given evidence that definitely proved nothing exists outside Mount Sumeru? Why didn't they even try? It's strange. The more she thinks, it's not just one or two things that are strange. In the first place, is pursuing freedom for all living beings while sacrificing the few for the sake of the many truly justice? The fact that they've never once doubted their own justice, that itself feels unnatural. Isn't it far too strange? This is as if someone has set our fate so we can't even form such doubts or try to challenge them. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord shivers. The more she looks at Changmun Ryong, the more she thinks. The truth points toward one thing. The emptiness supreme deity Mayan Woon. The head realm. Beyond the place that the supreme deities and heavenly venerables call the audience chamber. There, someone exists. And that someone, without even Radiance Hall's knowledge, has determined Radiance Hall's fate, commands the Radiance Supreme Deity as their subordinate, and orchestrates all things and all phenomena. As soon as she forms this hypothesis, an unspeakable terror floods the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. The Changmun Ryong before her eyes feels like her own future. Now I understand. O Salt Sea Supreme Deity, the last castle wall Heavenly Lord. The last castle wall Heavenly Lord. The betrayer of Radiance Hall, the Salt Sea Supreme Deity Ryong, must have discovered the truth through whatever means. That the freedom that Radiance Hall cries out for is nothing more than a noble cause tossed out by someone who tightens the leash around Radiance Hall, and in the end, Radiance Hall itself is nothing more than someone's slave. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord fears delving any deeper into Seo Eunhyun's memories. But the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord persists and continues on. And when she sees the Changmun Ryong of the sixth cycle burying Seo Eunhyun beneath a quince tree, when she sees something leave Seo Eunhyun's body and head west, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord makes a resolution. Even if the Changmun Ryong before her is her own future, she must suppress this fear and move forward. If it truly is the case that a transcendent someone toys with the values of Radiance Hall from behind the scenes and orchestrates the fate of the world, if it truly is the case that unlike the Radiance 8 immortals, who castrate their own emotions and balance each other through mutual power, the unchallengeable power of the Absolute, that his fate rests solely in the hands of a single someone, then, for the sake of true freedom for all living beings in the three heavens' great thousand world, the Sword Spear Heavenly Lord knows that she must make the same choice as the Castle Wall Heavenly Lord. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord. No. Yang Jihuang continues to read through Seo Eunhyun's memories, seeking ever more clues to the truth of the world.